Prince Xuanzhen's 12 billion dragon power passes through the sky and the latitude, and he is an 8th rank bloodline. This kid will be beaten by the head. A red-faced dragon clan master sneered. He has some origins and friendship with the Crimson Dragon clan. The Crimson Dragon clan was eliminated by the Blue Dragon clan, and he wanted to concoct Lin Chen for a long time. Bang! Prince Xuanzhen blasted out Xion's blow to penetrate the plane space. Just when the new king of Qinglong was about to lose, the situation of heaven and earth changed suddenly. Boom! Prince Xuanzhen's dragon claws were bounced off completely, causing him to step on the void for more than 10 steps to stabilize his figure, his face horrified. Kidney deficiency, sometimes after being overworked. Prince Xuanzhen, you are useless. The wolf smoke was rolling, and the young man laughed jokingly. A man's waste is not good, he has to use the kidney treasure, specially made by dark horses, specifically for kidney deficiency. Sugar, 1 section is better than 6, Wanlong Club. I only see Qinglong, the new king, Yingbangbang. No injuries? The corners of the mouths of the elders of Shangyue Town prison dragon twitched, and their eyes almost fell to the ground. The prison-suppressing dragons specialize in defense, and it is difficult for the dragons of the same level to retreat from the Prince Xuanzhen. This guy's cultivation base is still weak, and he is not injured? Blazing, kill this prince. Prince Xuanzhen's shoulders trembled, his dragon energy glowed, and he swallowed mountains and rivers. He stepped on a dragon chi shuttle, escaped thousands of miles, and rushed to Lin Chen. The dragon arm transforms the black dragon scale, and the sound of the ancient dragon's roar is revolved, just like the hammer of the open mountain. Lin Chen slapped the palm of his backhand, and his 5 fingers burst into the mighty force of crushing the stars, and bombarded Prince Xuanzhen head-on. Boom! 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 The two collided violently, afterimages formed into a film, and between fists and palms intersected, it was all the banging of hard bridges and hard horses. 10 billion dragon power versus 12 billion dragon power. Lin Chen has practiced the Qijue gene, and the pure power used to control the holy dragon is extremely delicate. Prince Xuanzhen has a strong background, every blow is like a star, and he is blessed by the dragon spirit of Taigu Zhenjin. The melee combat of these two people created the momentum of a comet collision, and the power of 1 punch and 1 kick is no less than that of a super-level or even top-level supernatural power. Prince Xuanzhen whipped his legs like knives, and the dragon energy was vertical and horizontal, and he kicked Lin Chen's waist horizontally. As expected, Lin Chen jumped, turned around to avoid the whip, and slapped at Qilinggai with his palm. Prince Xuanzhen reacted quickly, and then he punched Qiao Tian angrily. His fists exploded, and a space storm was set off, with a bang. The light was distorted, and a purplish-red phoenix flame was slapping in the storm, and the fist wind was like an angry dragon rushing into the sky, hitting the chin of Prince Xuanzhen. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon pupil trembled slightly, and he raised his hand like lightning with an elbow. Another punch, like a crescent moon hook, hit the left side of Prince Xuanzhen's face. Forcing him to transform into a dragon scale, he raised his hand and blocked the punch. The fist wind pierced through the void, and the power was like a volcano erupting. The dragon's chi was churning, and Lin Chen appeared in front of him with a charming smile face to face. I'm here to help you exercise your kidneys. The offensive of this new king of Qinglong seemed like an unstoppable raging wave, and a knee that pierced the ley line slammed into the kidney area of Prince Xuanzhen. Prince Xuanzhen's complexion changed slightly. This attack was ready to be launched, and he was caught off guard, only to use the dragon's claws. Boom! The dragon's claws blocked Lin Chen's brutal knee collision, and the strength was radiating in all directions, smashing the airflow, and generating a storm like vortex raging around the two of them. At this time, Lin Chen raised his head, used his head as a hammer, and smashed the handsome and cold face of Prince Xuanzhen. Bang! A terrifying explosion like the collision of the sun and the moon rose from the center of the two, scaring the scalps of many dragon powerhouses. What the hell is this fighting style? Hit the head directly? If your strength is stronger than others, you still have a chance to hit your head, but you are 2 billion dragons weaker than others. The corners of the red-faced Dunning's mouth twitched slightly. This is really a head-scratcher. Pfft! Prince Xuanzhen was knocked unconscious, and he flew upside down, his nosebleed overflowing, like a meteor falling. That's not just pure power, but also mental shock. This kid has a good plan. Prince Xuanzhen regained consciousness after being slightly blurred, and his nose was dented by the bump. On the other hand, the new king of Qinglong, except for a wisp of green smoke rising from his forehead and leaving a mark, there is no shit, he is alive and, well, this is not right. Why is he so tough? Even the dragon powers are puzzled. The two of them fought hard for hundreds of rounds. How could it be that Prince Xuanzhen fell behind and was injured? Even with the bloodline of the same level, the gap between the cultivation base of 200 million dragon veins is a fatal gap for geniuses of their level. According to their strength, the two have been fighting for so long before. And it should be that the British state was shaken by Prince Xuanzhen and suffered internal injuries. This son's transformation is that Tianyu Yinglong has transformed into the bloodline of the extreme prison water dragon. This bloodline is good at attacking, restraining, and being weaker than defending. In the wave of close combat just now, even the extreme prison water dragon with the same 12 billion dragon power will have to fight. Weaker than Prince Xuanzhen. The old woman in gray was full of doubts. Only Chen Xia seems to think of something terrible, and his mouth is slightly open. The host triggers a total of 4 super chaos, which can be activated at any time. The system light screen popped up, and Lin Chen Man was full of clouds and light, as if a strange energy of yin and yang flowed out from the dragon veins, baptizing his whole body, making the internal injuries from the previous melee combat all recovered as before. Okay, very good. Prince Xuanzhen's face was grim. He expected that after he finally got the instructions of his ancestors, he would only use the human form to hang up this green dragon clan's garbage. Unexpectedly, he has grown so far. This prince is going to kill you with the dragon body sacrifice. Ying bang bang, this time we will see what tricks you can make. Prince Xuanzhen twisted his body, the dragon scales bloomed, the dragon body took shape, and a behemoth of more than 500 feet was born in an instant with the dangerous atmosphere of the ancient times. Its head is like a camel, its horns are like a deer, its pupils are like stars, its tongue is like a sword, its mane is like a lion, its neck is like a snake, its belly is like a yellow mirage, its scales are black and yellow, its palms are like tigers, its claws are like eagles, its mighty square is like that of a tiger, and its dragon body is illusory dragon chi, as if countless giant dragons surround it, the stars hold the moon. This is a ferocious giant that suppresses the 8 wildernesses. Chen Xia's eyes narrowed, and 6 dragon patterns were derived from his abdomen. It is said that the divine dragon Tianyue Zenyalong has 9 lines in the abdomen, and the sun is menstrual. This son Shanyu Zenyalong's physical ability has 6 lines, which is comparable to his father. Well, if he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely be able to do something in the future. When Qin Xia commented in secret, he looked at the new king of Qinglong. Again. I saw that he was still in human form. There is no meaning to show the body at all. Showing the main body fighting can maximize its own strength. Is this kid planning to within the combat plane? Qinglong garbage, show your body. Prince Xuanzhen roared and roared, his face trembling with shock. Lin Chen crossed his chest with his hands, and the corners of his mouth rose. Ontology? To deal with a defeated general like you, I don't have the qualifications to let me use my big black dragon to go out. Damn, who are you looking down on? Prince Xuanzhen roared and swept towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen connected the system with a single thought. System, upgrade my super chaotic talent. Consume 1 million intermediate talent points, upgrade quasi-orange talent. Super chaotic, upgrade to orange level. Host remaining, 1.02 million talent points. Orange level low-level talent super chaos, the duration of the chaos is doubled, the trigger probability is doubled, and the effect of Holy Cave. Holy Vein, chaos is added to the original 7 chaos effects. If you fall into the chaos effect of the Holy Cave, the enemy will be cut off for a short time. Contact with 1 or more Holy Caves, otherwise, if the enemy is a beast, it will cut off the contact with some Holy Veins. Duration, 5 seconds. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his momentum swept 3,000 feet, and he looked down at the world. With the 4 orange level talents in hand, I won't believe that I won't kill you. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body revolved, as if it turned into a dragon's breath. Storm and slammed into Lin Chen head-on. Small ancient heaven held breath. The dragon roars, like 10,000 dragons covering the sky and emptying it. Seems that the disaster from the 18th hell is coming, the dragon breath. Storm of thousands of meters is like the wind and horses, destroying side by side, and the light is dim wherever it passes. The space is twisted into countless vortexes. Perfect level of magic. The perfect supernatural power exerted by Prince Xuanzhen himself is so powerful that it seems to turn the entire plane upside down. Lin Chen smiled evilly and snapped his fingers. Super chaos, Kai. Boom. A chaotic and violent energy burst out of Xuanzhen Prince Long's body out of thin air, and he suddenly felt bad. What? He was horrified to find that his own blood was tumbling, and more than 200 million dragon veins fell into a strange state, twisting them into a twist. This special dragon vein is knotted? What the hell? The dragon veins were chaotic, and the power of this raging attack was reduced by 20%. Blue dragon sword. Lin Chen slammed his tail violently, turning into an angry sword and slashing down. Tear. This sword split thousands of storms, and from the frenzied and raging storm cut out a sword mark filled with blue and blue waves, beautiful. Pfft. Even, Prince Xuanzhen's dragon scales were cut open, and blood surged. Boom. 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 The huge dragon body stumbled as if drunk, smashed the mountains and rivers in the plain, and even stood unsteadily. There was also a little chaos in his consciousness. Bloodline breakthrough, Azure Blue Dragon Sword is a perfect level, under the premise of Bloodline, plus 15, the power increases by 410%. Perfectly makes up for the lack of cultivation base. What is the concept of a perfect supernatural power that increases power by 410%? It is equivalent to 4 times the power of the orange level exercise. You know, even Lin Chen's God's Tears is only plus 240% power. What's the matter with this prince's wound? Why does the blood stop bleeding? When Prince Xuanzhen hurriedly swallowed the sacred treasure of healing, he was shocked to find that the wound could not heal. Tear. Lightning and flint, an afterimage was cut like a knife, and the fist was like a dragon shaking the sky. Boom. This punch hits the wound of Prince Xuanzhen. What a special ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan can insult others at will, right? Then I will insult you now. Lin Chen grinned evilly, and the evil spirit of the dragon family was also aroused, and every punch erupted with maximum power. Boom. 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 The violent fist wind madly beats Prince Xuanzhen, and the neck wound is getting bigger and bigger. Xianyue Zenyalong is proficient in defense. Originally, Prince Xuanzhen's wound was not too serious. But being beaten by Lin Chen's series of beatings, adding fuel to the fire, plus the effect of extinction cracking, the injury instantly turned into a snowball. Who? Ying bang bang, I will fuck your ancestors. Prince Xuanzhen tore it off with one claw, the dragon light flashed. Lin Chen's mental perception predicted in advance, and he stepped back to dodge. The energy of the dragon veins surged, and it was injected into the water crystal, and Lin Chen raised his hands. Boom. The endless energy of the water system is like a turbulent sea, spreading all over the plain. The entire plain turned into a vast ocean, the tide swallowed mountains and rivers, and the sky covered the stars. What? At this moment, everyone at the Wanlong venue was moved. Using 1 billion dragon veins, to use this kind of magical power is not a realm that can be achieved at the perfect level. What about the prince of the ancient dragon clan? I will slaughter you today. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a ferocious and domineering fighting spirit. Brush. 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 Countless chains, cracked blades, and spears rose from the sea, surrounding the dragon body that locked Prince Xuanzhen. Who? Damn, the rubbish of the Qinglong family, want the life of this prince? It's up to you? Prince Xuanzhen grinned, angered. From the Qinglong family, to the first level, the second level, and even until his current strength has skyrocketed, he can't take this kid. If he is also a strong enemy of the Taiku Dragon clan, Prince Xuanzhen is nothing more than lowering his posture and admitting defeat. But in the face of this British state, he repeatedly humiliated his arrogance. He couldn't take this breath. If you don't fight to the death today, he will never give up. With a dragon's mouth, Prince Xuanzhen's whole body is filled with the brilliance of the earth-type heterocrystal, and the brilliance is like a cloud of energy, and all kinds of dragon lights condense the entrance. Prince Xuanzhen did not defend against the countless attacks in the water prison, and risked his life to bombard Lin Chen, Tai Xianli, and He Guang. Prince Xuanzhen's Lonko burst out with a beam of Yuha, divine light, which shot directly to Lin Chen in the sky. The rainbow light straddles the sky, where life perishes, the tides dry up. The mountains and rivers quietly turn into dust and annihilate, the sky is dim, and the space disintegrates. It seems that the things irradiated by this beam of light are decomposed and annihilated from the inside out, quickly withered, and even the space is eaten into pieces. The light of Taishan, the prince even inherited this magical power. This is an ultimate move that is infinitely close to the supernatural powers. Elder Zenyalong was horrified, and all the powerhouses focused on the battle. Between the two, the rainbow light came very fast and hit Lin Chen in an instant, without even having a chance to hide. The blue light flashed, and the light of Taixin dissipated. Everyone looked closely, and the clothes of the new king of Qinglong were slowly torn, and the dragon scale pattern on his shoulders left traces like burns. However, there is not much damage to people. The powerhouses of the dragon race were a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Can this fucking stop it completely? Only the great powers of the dragon race were shocked and horrified. They saw an incredible scene. What kind of monster are you? Prince Xuanzhen was trembling with fear, and his jaw dropped. Xuanzhen boy, surrender, quickly. A powerful voice transmission from the dragon clan suddenly rang out from the ears of Prince Xuanzhen. Is this your dying counterattack? Then it's up to me. Lin Chen grinned evilly, his 5 fingers rotated slightly, and he clenched tightly. Boom. His water system, Heavenly Prison, suddenly tightened, and all the energy of the water system in the Heavenly Prison restrained Prince Xuanzhen. Chi-chi. Pa. Ka-ka. Dragon blood sprayed, dragon scales cracked. The flesh is twisted and blurred. And the keel is broken. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body was squeezed into a ball by the water prison. No matter what he attacked, he could not break through the prison and escape, and he was almost squeezed into meat sauce. I vote. Prince Xuanzhen finally smelled the fear of death, and when he wanted to surrender, brush. Consume 6,000 rune energy to activate level 7 slow rune. A gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air to reveal the position of his faucet, causing the small space to be slow, stagnant in his throat and mental strength, and he couldn't even shout the word surrender. Lin Chen's 5 fingers clenched tightly. Boom. 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 The flesh and blood exploded, and the huge dragon body of Prince Xuanzhen was pinched and twisted, and it exploded. Hi. The corners of the mouths of many dragon powerhouses twitched violently. Died? After a generation of future Taiku dragon kings, it was abruptly crushed. At the moment when Prince Xuanzhen fell, Wuguang Hongxiaqi rushed to the sky. And a Wuguang supreme treasure chest fell. Hey! This method is really ruthless. The great power of the dragon clan, who transmitted the sound to Prince Xuanzhen, sighed deeply. He wanted to act to rescue Prince Xuanzhen, so that he could win a favor from the dragon clan, but according to the regulations, no one can enter the battle plane until the candidate has issued a surrender. Obviously, Prince Xuanzhen had enough time to surrender just now, but he didn't whine before he died. It was obviously the work of the British state. Inside the Wanlong venue, the atmosphere is especially eerie and quiet. Prince Xuanzhen fell, and even when he was dying to fight back, he did not even cause any substantial damage to the British state. He is still a leapfrog challenge. How big is the gap between the two sides? What makes countless strong people a little crazy is that this British state is so strong and unreasonable. You know he is strong, but you can't tell where he is strong? With such an obvious gap in cultivation, he could even crush Prince Xuanzhen. Prince Xuanzhen is dead? A new generation of dragon kings is born. This skilled British state, from now on, will become the most powerful challenger to the King of Dragons. The power of his last bloodline supernatural power is close to the extraordinary level. He has not done his best to use it. As long as he exhausts all the dragon veins to activate it, it must be an extraordinary supernatural power that destroys the world. When the dragons were shocked and lost their voices, some dragons felt their scalps numb. Extraordinary supernatural powers. Under the Peerless world, it is an extraordinary bloodline, supernatural power. That is close to the peak of the dragon race. Isn't every supernatural power in the hands of the Taiku Dragon King? At a young age, this child has a supernatural power, and the future is promising. However, when Xinxia opened his mouth, one wave did not settle, and another wave rose again. Extraordinary supernatural powers are only one of them. This son is a double 8th rank bloodline. The bloodline supernatural powers he previously blocked. The Prince Xuanzhen were exactly the perfect bloodline supernatural powers of Wang Qingxianlong. Xinxia's eyes shot directly at the Qinglong clan and others. Sure enough, the Qinglong family was able to achieve such an unprecedented transformation. Not only because of the relics of the dragon, but also because of the intervention of the British state. What? Double 8th rank bloodline? Mother, did the old man hear it right? Wang Qingxianlong, the ancestor of the Qinglong family, this son has the inheritance of Jiu Water God Dragon and Wang Qingxianlong? Qinglong, do you really want to win the championship? This guy killed Prince Xuanzhen, isn't he afraid that the Dragon King of suppressing prison will trouble the Qinglong clan? Fart, with the current reputation of the Qinglong family and the potential of this British state, they will be highly regarded by the top, who would dare to stumble them? Various sounds of horror and air conditioning reverberated in the Wanlong venue. Many princes and princesses of the Dragon clan, who have not yet played, felt a mountain pressing on their heads in an instant. The strength of Prince Xuanzhen can at least be in the top 5 or even the top 3 of the Taiku Dragon clan. Even his life was lost. What about the others? Perhaps only those 2 monsters can deal with him. The smart and graceful girl in green clothes stuck out her lilac tongue, and turned her eyes to the positions of Ji Xiaochuan and Yang Anren. Within the combat plane. Get 600 million high-level blood, 200 million battle spirit essence, 20,000 rune energy, 20,000 set essence, 20,000 talent points, 80,000 enhancement points, 12,000 Heavenly Dao points, 10,000 advanced earth energy points, 40,000 points of spiritual power, 20,000 points of advanced earth energy. Lin Chen's attributes are soaring. The high-level qi and blood are all owned by the Holy Dragon, and each dragon's veins are opened like a broken bamboo, and tens of thousands of promotions. In the end, the dragon veins opened to 1.1 billion, and the pure power soared to 11 billion dragon power. If you kill this Prince Xuanzhen, you will drop more attribute values than the normal 4-layer holy realm. Especially the earth-type energy, Prince Xuanzhen refined 7 earth-type different crystals, and pinching them gave Lin Chen 460,000 points of earth type energy. Qingxue planted in the capsule, in all the clones and Lin Chen's body, because of the large amount of attribute values obtained, the holy acupoints in the Tai time and space throbbed slightly, and their power increased by 1 point. Lin Chen had a hunch that as long as he unlocked the sealing hole state, he would definitely explode the hole again and again. His accumulation in the past few months is too strong. If you let the outside world know, I am afraid that your jaw will fall. I have only heard that the Emperor of War can explode acupuncture points, but I have never heard that the first layer of the Holy Realm can also explode when the second layer is broken. After collecting the attribute light ball, Lin Chen reached out and touched the extremely dazzling 5-light Supreme Treasure Chest. Open the Wuguan Supreme Treasure Chest and get the related items of the Golden God of War suit, the production diagram of the ultimate right leg. Armor. Lin Chen was stunned. It turned out to be a drawing of the components of the Golden God of War suit. Can this thing still be made? Interesting. Anyway, there is a sign. I want to make a picture. Lin Chen was overjoyed and incorporated the production map into the system. However, the next moment, someone Lin got into a fight with the system on the spot. Drawing of the Golden God of War leg armor. Materials required, 999 pieces. Of second grade holy artifact or above, 2 million points of Heavenly Dao, 2 million points of said essence, 5 cubic meters of gold-type top holy ore. Note: gold-type holy ore must not be lower than the 9th rank holy level. Damn, why don't you go grab it? 999 pieces of second-grade holy artifact. Do you think Lao Tzu is engaged in the wholesale of holy artifact? This is the one time Lin Chen wants to fight with the system the most. It is expected that the parts of the God of War suit have been subconsciously confirmed by the ancient gods, and when this thing is comparable to the divine weapon, Lin Chen's heart just balances a little. After all, it is a killer that can be compared to an artifact, and there is no way it is more expensive. With a wave of one hand, Lin Chen took away Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body and dragon core. When Lin Chen teleported away and returned to the Wanlong venue, the eyes of many dragon powerhouses looking at him all changed. No one dares to underestimate this new king, let alone the Qinglong family. In fact, even the Dragon Clan Great Master has never seen through Lin Chen's background, and the double 8th rank bloodline alone cannot escape the battle just now. In other words, this child hides a more terrifying trump card. Young Amren opened her beautiful eyes, and she, who was so cold at the heights, finally showed a hint of fighting intent, and looked directly at Lin Chen. The two looked at each other, but Lin Chen instead blinked at her and whistled. Those who didn't know, they thought they were flirting. At this time, a thought transmission. Lin Chen, the new king of Qinglong, how about a deal? I want to buy the dragon core and dragon body of Prince Xuanzhen that you have on hand. Is a dragon power? Oh? Lin Chen was very interested, but then found that the dragon body had already been absorbed and included by Bang Bang, and it was already incomplete. If it was taken out now, it might reveal something. Dragon Clan Master, the dragon corpse must not have to be returned to you. There is only one dragon core left. If you want, you can exchange for 20 low-grade different crystals. Lin Chen joked about the sound transmission, and the Almighty was startled. 20 different crystals are impossible. If there is a dragon body, it's better to say, then it's better. 5 different crystals, as long as they are not blood type, you can choose the attributes. How about it? Lin Chen raised his brows. This Almighty really wants it? He just made a random price. Lin Chen didn't know that there was no shortage of forbidden techniques in the supernatural powers and secrets inherited from the primordial dragon clan, which could be reversible. As long as the dragon core is not broken, the spiritual mind can be shattered, and the dragon body can be rebuilt again. If the dragon body is preserved intact, the bloodline can even be restored to 70% to 80% of its heyday. Let's do it. 8. I can't have any less. If it goes down, I might as well use this dragon core to stir-fry the vegetables. Someone Lin pretended to be embarrassed. Stir-fry? The corner of the dragon clan's mouth twitched slightly. Then he said, seriously, 7, the limit of this seat. Make a deal. When the other dragon races were in full swing, Lin Chen and a dragon race master completed a shocking deal. The Dragon Clan master wanted to befriend the Shangyue town prison Dragon Clan, and spent a lot of money to buy the dragon core of Prince Xuanzhen. Low-grade different crystals must be sold at a minimum of 400 million silver coins, which are converted into gold coins, worth 40,000. Trading 7 coins in one go, the minimum is equivalent to 280,000 gold coins. Or attributes are optional, only the dragon race has this background. The sacred beast core of the Taiku Dragon Prince is certainly precious, and it can even be used to refine the 6th grade holy pill when used in alchemy. But different crystals are even more valuable. For Lin Chen, there is almost no upper limit for him to absorb different crystals, the more the better. Lin Chen selected 2 light-type heterocrystals, 1 wood-type, 2 wind-type, and 2 dark-type heterocrystals to complete 9 attributes. However, Lin Chen is not refining now, his holy cave is in the sealed cave. And these heterogeneous crystals can only be refined after passing the test. The other top 16 battles that followed were dazzling, but there was no reversal of adversity like Lin Chen. On the contrary, Ji Xiaochuan and Yang Anren continued to defeat their opponents with a crushing momentum, causing quite an uproar. Their opponents, Prince Feng Shenjialong and Prince Jikolelong, had to enter the ancestor dragon tomb. After the dragon chi quenched their body, they broke through the realm and reached 10 billion dragon power. Their strength was second only to Prince Xuanzhen and others. In 2 days, the top 8 places will appear. Lin Chen's top 8 opponent, the Dragon Princess, for Yin and Yang, Su Menger, is that quirky girl in green clothes. In the venue, Su Menger floated to the position of the Qinglong family like a graceful butterfly, and came to Lin Chen. I choose to abstain, do you have any opinion on King Qinglong? Su Menger smiled at Lin Chen. Huh? Lin Chen was a little surprised, aren't you going to try it? The princesses and princes of the ancient dragon clan he knew were all rebellious, and their personalities were comparable to those on the enchanting list. I don't want to be crushed by you like Prince Xuanzhen. Su Menger stuck out her clove tongue, and Lin Chen listened to why it was not suitable for children. She sat down next to Lin Chen as if she was familiar with her, shook her snow white jade legs, and smiled with her eyebrows curved. A young woman and elder of the Qinglong clan pushed Mu Tianqing, and pushed Mu Tianqing to Lin Chen's left as if not to be outdone. The latter's ears turned red. The 2 beauties are one on the left and one on the right, envious of others. It made some Taiku dragon princes sour, gnashing their teeth for a while. The name Yingbangbang is definitely not the real name. There was a hint of slyness under the girl's bright eyes, staring straight at Lin Chen. She spit out Feng Lan, and sent a voice to Lin Chen, King Qinglong, how about tell me your real name? She is dreamy and blurred, like a dream butterfly in the sun, and her exquisite figure is full of dreamy charm, like the dream lover in the hearts of men. Is this? Actually, my real name is Zhang Taishui, my nickname is Shirliji. And my nickname is the Big Black Dragon in Longli. Lin Chen hit, haha. Su Menger insisted on asking Lin Chen what he said, and he tugged at each other. In the quarterfinals, because the beautiful woman abstained, Lin Chen unexpectedly won without a fight and advanced to the semifinals. On the contrary, Prince Wanhua, who was the last of the quarterfinals, played against the dark heavenly dragons and staged an incredible scene. After being crushed and ravaged by Yang Anren for dozens of rounds, Prince Wanhua was defeated, and when he was teleported back to the venue, an extremely bloody plot was staged. Princess Anren, your power deeply convinced this prince. I, Prince Wanhua, would like to enshrine you as the queen, please marry my clan. Prince Wanhua knelt down on one knee, and looked at Yang Anren with admiration. In his always rebellious appearance, many strong people in the audience were stunned. Lin Chen laughed out loud. This prince's hobby is a bit strange. Someone Lin touched his chin and said, well, it turns out that the prince of 10,000 fire has also become a licking dog. Su Menger and Mu Tianqing asked, curiously, what is licking a dog? Lin Chen is serious. Licking a dog means being willing to be a cow or a horse. To the other party, as long as you give grass. Second daughter, oh. Something seems wrong. When the top 4 were selected, it finally came to an end. During the lottery, the opponent drawn by the Qinglong clan was the buried Shadow Illusory Dragon clan. Lin Chen vs Ji Xiaochuan. The biggest dark horse in this dragon meeting is against the monster of the same level as Yang Anren. Within the combat plane, Lin Chen and Ji Xiaochuan are opposed to each other. Ji Xiaochuan looked evil and licked his tongue. You are not my opponent. It is to abstain, or to fight hard. This prince is proficient in spiritual methods. If you are injured, there may be some scars that cannot be repaired permanently. Abstain from voting? Lin Chen raised his brows lightly. Didn't you see how iron I hammered Prince Xuanzhen's head just now? If you have time to talk nonsense, why not make 2 more moves? Interesting, since the bloodline has skyrocketed, I haven't really done my best. I wanted to find Yang Anren for surgery, but now I will kill you first. Boom. Ji Xiaochuan resolutely showed the dragon body, endless phantoms of dragon energy intertwined vertically and horizontally, like an abyss dragon that flew out of the hell where endless souls were buried. King Qinglong, this prince knows that your spiritual attainment is no small matter. Do your best. The abyss dragon mouth opened suddenly, the dragon sound shook, and the terrifying dragon roar came like a hurricane, mixed with spiritual fluctuations that penetrated everything. 13 billion dragon power? Ji Xiaochuan is so strong? His spiritual power has been promoted to the middle stage of the Holy Land. When there was a dragon clan exclaiming in surprise, his expression was solemn. This roaring broken galaxy is a double explosion of spiritual power and pure power. 10,000 years dragon breaker spear. Lin Chen grabbed horizontally with one hand. The green spear was like a dragon, waving it swiftly, piercing the dragon roar repeatedly, and the sound wave was torn apart along with the inch crack of the space crystal wall. Ji Xiaochuan's burst of spiritual power was swallowed up by a deep and vast spiritual fluctuation. What? Unscathed? When Ji Xiaochuan was stunned, Lin Chen held the dragon spear in one hand, stabbed the spear like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, and each spear had more than 10 billion dragon power. Ji Xiaochuan swept the dragon's tail head-on. Bang! The collision between the dragon's spear and the dragon's tail stirred up 10,000 air waves and shattered the space crystal wall. One person and one dragon, as if returning to the primordial prehistoric wilderness, colliding with each other. Every collision smashes the space crystal wall and scatters countless spiritual shatters. The Shadow Burial Phantom Dragon is the origin of all spiritual dragons, and its bloodline talent is the way to practice spirituality. Fighting against a strong man of the same level will always be shaken by his spirit, and he will be timid before the battle. Blood Fantasy Skyglass Realm. Ji Xiaochuan controlled thousands of illusory dragon shadows, madly attacking Lin Chen's body. Each phantom dragon shadow is a mental attack. Such a violent mental offensive is enough to destroy the fighting will of most of the Holy Land. 4th stage. Early stage. Blue Dragon Sword. Lin Chen's dragon tail turned into a sword, severing the spirit dragon's shadows. In the sky, those mental offensives that were enough to disrupt the fourth level of the Holy Land could not invade Lin Chen in the slightest. Harmful. Then mental power? Other dragons may be slightly afraid, but this is Lin Chen's strength. How is it possible that this prince's bloodline magical powers don't work for this guy? Ji Xiaochuan became more and more frightened as he fought. He had used two kinds of perfect spiritual powers successively, but he could not shake his fighting spirit in the slightest. Perfect level magical powers, equivalent to the human race orange level. Exercises. Ji Xiaochuan's spiritual supernatural powers are more equivalent to the spiritual orange level exercises of the human race, and they are more difficult to deal with than ordinary tricks. Why did he deal with it so easily? His mental power is at the same level as mine. Even if he is stronger than me, it is impossible for him to be completely immune to this prince's mental offensive. Ji Xiaochuan's tendency to become more and more incompetent in the battle has made the powerhouses of all ethnic groups aware of the abnormality. He actually fought evenly with Ji Xiaochuan? It's a fart, he hasn't turned into a dragon yet, this kid is hiding too deep. Ji Xiaochuan's many spiritual offensives have no effect on him at all, forcing Ji Xiaochuan to fight him with pure strength. The spiritual attainment of the Gilling state is so terrifying. In the previous battle, Lin Chen did not rely on his spiritual power to fight. And he was afraid that the great power would detect the clues. He was also in the middle stage of the Holy Land, and his spiritual attainments far surpassed Ji Xiaochuan. Lin Chen smashed all of Ji Xiaochuan's spiritual offensives, and then quietly ran the Taisher Bible to remove the invasion of spiritual power and gain a firm foothold. In order to avoid the Dragon Clan's great power, Lin Chen's mental power can only be attacked, but hidden perfectly. Tear. After more than 100 rounds, Ji Xiaochuan was the first to be exploited by Lin Chen, and the dragon scales were cracked by the Azure Dragon Sword. When the dragon's blood spurted out, Lin Chen smiled casually, "You've been holding on for so long, you can beat it." Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the super chaos talent was activated. Buzz. Ji Xiaochuan's dragon body throbbed, and the dragon's veins, blood, bones, and even consciousness were in a state of extreme confusion. What technique is this? Could it be his spiritual supernatural power? What kind of supernatural power does this have to be able to control the dragon veins of this prince? Ji Xiaochuan was shocked and horrified. He finally understood one of the causes of defeat of Prince Xuanzhen. Why would his aura suddenly become unstable when the offensive was brewing at its strongest? It turned out to be this trick. The next moment, the power of the vast dragon veins poured into the water crystal, and Lin Chen grasped it in the palm of his hand. Boom. Boom boom. The boundless raging waves drowned Ji Xiaochuan and built the heavenly prison. Countless phantom sea dragons galloped across the sea, and even chains bound Ji Xiaochuan's body. Lin Chen's 1.1 billion dragon veins were almost completely drained, and then he frantically refined a large amount of silver coins to replenish consumption. The last time against Prince Xuanzhen, Lin Chen launched the extreme prison, which only consumed 500 million dragon veins to crush him. This extraordinary supernatural power can only exert its true power with more than 1 billion dragon veins. The entire plain was instantly reduced to an endless sea of turbulent waves, imprisoning Ji Xiaochuan. Click. 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 The entire plain was crumbling, the crystal wall of the space was about to crack, and all the dragons abruptly stood up, looking horrified. My God, this little guy can destroy the entire battle plane. This is the power of his extraordinary supernatural powers. It's terrifying. And the supernatural powers that this old man inherited back then are far inferior to this son. Lin Chen used 1.1 billion dragon veins to launch the extreme prison heaven. Prison, and the plus 15 bloodline made the bloodline supernatural power more than quadruple. Perfect level supernatural powers are comparable to ordinary orange level low level exercises. What about extraordinary level? A supernatural power that quadruples its power? How perverted is that? Ji Xiaochuan was trembling with fear. If his mental attack was effective against this British state, he could still give it a shot. But this is still a haircut. He completely ignored his own mental offensive. Plus such a heaven-defying bloodline magic power. Boom. The plane overturned, squeezed into a ball, and Ji Xiaochuan's spiritual thoughts spread suddenly. I surrender. He is very smart, and his mental power is sent out in multiple parts. It's not like Prince Xuanzhen was locked by Lin Chen when he realized that he was about to surrender at the last moment. Tear. The space split, and the two dragon powers broke into the battle plane, instantly interfering with the result of the battle and protecting Ji Xiaochuan. Okay, the king of the Qinglong clan, you have already won. It was not until Da Ning announced that Lin Chen took back his magical powers. Although his face was hollowed out and pale, his eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. The supernatural powers that have been fully exerted are indeed abnormal. Coupled with the strengthening of my bloodline, my holy dragon has mastered another level of combat power. Lin Chen is confident that if he sees the 4th level holy realm in the holy burial mountain range again, maybe he doesn't need to rely on the armor of the god of war anymore. With his body and the holy dragon, he can also fight against it. Subversive power. Lin Chen, who is less than the 2nd level of the holy realm, now has the background to rival the 4th level of the holy realm. If it's you, you might be able to fight that monster. She has a big opportunity on the giant whale plane. Don't give her a chance at the beginning. Ji Xiaochuan voiced Lin Chen. The monster he was referring to was Yang Anren. Ji Xiaochuan is not weak, on the contrary, he is stronger than Prince Xuanzhen. But when he encounters Lin Chen, his spiritual supernatural powers are restrained. Even if he took a risk and fought back desperately before, he might be able to hit Lin Chen, but the final result must be that he died under the terrifying supernatural power of that trick. Thank you for letting me know. Lin Chen flicked his fingers and gave him a few long qinghua. He and Ji Xiaochuan didn't have too many grudges, and Lin Chen was too lazy to kill him. Ji Xiaochuan cupped his hands and turned to leave. With a wave of Lin Chen's dragon claw, he took away all the attribute light balls dropped by the opponent, most of which were spiritual attributes. Returning to the Wanlong venue, it happened that Yang An also defeated his opponent and arrived at the venue. The eyes of the two met, and the smell of gunpowder before the finals permeated quietly. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It seems that we can continue to finish the unfinished fight in the 1st level." Yang Amren said flatly, "I expect you to have more cards, otherwise this battle will be boring." Lin Chen Dao, don't worry, the most evaluation of me by others is that it is full of surprises, and it is guaranteed to surprise you again and again. When the two returned to the arena, when the strong men of all ethnic groups stared at the Qinglong banner on the championship position again, their hearts were complicated. Who would have thought that a team that fell to the ancient dragon clan would be able to break out of the siege all the way and shine brightly at the Wanlong conference? No one could control its edge and stand in front of the Dark Sky Dragon clan step by step. The final round of the representative competition will be held in 3 days. Please prepare yourself. The winner will become the King of Dragons this year. When the gray-clothed old woman announced loudly, Lin Chen sat back to his original position, constantly refining the silver St. Yuan coins in the Tao Yuan planting capsule, supplementing the consumed dragon veins. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, First Level Perfection of the Holy Land, 10 Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 398.8 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 6 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Blood, 228.9 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 439 million points, Middle Stage of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 3.1 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 2.25 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 1.85 million points. Intermediate Talent Points, 2.84 million points. Set Essence, 950,000 points. Blank Attribute, 0 points. Reinforcement Points, 97.9 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 1.6 million, Earth 1.94 million, Wood 1.36 million, Gold 1.77 million, Water 1.64 million, Thunder 1.55 million, Wind 1.41 million, Light 1.5 million, Dark 1.62 million points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Awakening of Life Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Double Cultivation Acacia, Assault, Tear, Quasi-Orange. Super Chaos, Orange, Extremely Possessed Fragment, 3/4. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not. Nirvana Column, Open or Not. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combination Skills, Open or Not. Young Anren, like Lin Chen from the previous battle, didn't even show his body. His strength was unfathomable. To deal with her, Lin Chen needs more cards. System, use up all reinforcement points to strengthen all bloodlines. When the Wanlong venue is in full swing, on the other side, the Holy Realm. Sangyu. The Sangyu Jia Tower is so high that it can't see the top. The tower is as dark as a black dragon lying on it. Each floor of the Jia Tower is quite a city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. Looking at it from a distance, this thing is a real giant, straight to the sky. At this time, the tower was crowded with people. Those who can enter the tower are all saints. 36 domain saints, the tides of all parties, all the saints gather. Today is the day of registration for the enchanting list selection competition. When the 10-year holy war is held, the situation changes. There are strong people born, hidden old monsters leave the customs, and peerless monsters come to them. The genius list is gathered together, and all the top 1,000 holy realm geniuses are here. There were even 7th-grade families and sects who were born and watched this selection in person. This alternate competition is the first of its kind in history, and it can challenge the evildoers on the evildoer list. The World Tower, the 9th floor. In a secret room, an immortal old man was sitting, flipping through the jade slips in his hands. A pair of dark blue pupils swept through the hints of approval, and nodded from time to time. Well, there are a lot of good seedlings here this time. I just don't know if that young Lin Chen will come. I really want to meet him. Ripples appeared in the space, and a black-robed figure descended. Kneeling on one knee. The black-robed man reported, "Old Shen, there is a distinguished guest." Oh? The old man was surprised. Could it be the 7th grade Juqing who was able to let him go to receive him? Who is coming? If it's not a very important matter, let Elaine handle it. The old man was a little impatient, and he didn't want to give the face of the 7th rank forces. The man in black robe said again, "Yes, Xinyan Palace." Old Shen's pupils trembled. Divine Flame Palace. Shen Lao stood up, his eyes narrowed. The man in black robe respectfully said, "The distinguished guest is on the 8th floor, the Plain of the Orchid." Well, old man, go for a trip. Shen Lao took a step, and the stars shifted. When he reappeared, the surrounding world was filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the empty valleys and orchids. This place is the 8th floor of the World Tower. Those who can come here, their status, experience, and cultivation, are all the powerhouses at the upper levels of the holy world. At this moment, more than 100 powerful holy realms have gathered here. Some of them are in charge of one party, and they have power over hundreds of millions of souls. The young ones are the peerless evildoers on the evildoer list, each of which is a living legend of the 36 domains of the holy world. However, at this time all the powerhouses in the 8th floor were staring at the waterfall in a valley, dumbfounded. The old Shen space moved to a waterfall, then he looked surprised. In the misty water, there are 10 stunningly beautiful monuments standing beside a snow-white figure, setting off this amazing person like the stars and the moon. The long skirt flutters like clouds and snow, the misty water looks like a fairy, the hair of the beautiful woman is embellished with pearls, the clouds are high, the eyebrows are like the distant mountains in late autumn, the eyebrows are full of deep thoughts, and the beautiful eyes are adorned with blue waves. The temperament is elegant and dust-free, and it does not stain the fireworks of the world. The beautiful woman's flawless waist is tied with a ray of red neon, and the snow white reflects the red, as if to eclipse everything in the world. The water mist flows, surrounding the peerless beauty, her flawless slender hands folded in front of her waist, quiet, beautiful, refined, and peerless. People do not need too many decorations, as long as she stands here, she is the center of heaven and earth, which will make anyone sigh, how can there be such a person in the world? If there is an angel in the world, maybe she is the most beautiful one. Seeing the arrival of the old man, Ying bowed and saluted. I have seen old Jia Tower Shen. Shen Lao only recovered his senses, and immediately clasped his fists. Your polite girl, dare to ask Xinyan Palace, what is going on with my Jia Tower? Old Shen's status is terrifying. Even if it is an invitation from the great power of the 7th grade family, he may not see it. But in front of Xinyan Palace, he couldn't put on airs. Not many people in this sect know exactly how much energy they have, but in the long history, there has been a 6th rank family that offended the Xinyan Palace, and all the forces of the family branched off overnight, and disappeared in an instant. The power has multiplied to the 6th rank power, which is already at the top level of the holy world. Whether it can cultivate the evildoer list depends on the 6th rank power. Destroying a 6th rank power is definitely not something that can be achieved by overpowering the opponent. It takes a lot of energy. What kind of power is the Xinyan Palace? No one knows, not even Elder Shen. Can't figure it out. The beautiful woman said, I want to be a candidate for the enchanting list. This time, and to attend this competition, I hope old Shen will make it easy. Shen Lao was stunned for a moment, then smiled genially. It turned out to be this matter, a small problem. How could such a trivial matter bother someone like you to do it in person? The enchanting list selection competition is definitely a grand event in the history of the holy world and the outside world, but it is not enough to watch in front of the Xinyan Palace. Not small. The beautiful woman shook her head. It's not trivial to have him. There is a bit of joy, a bit of longing and anticipation in the person's tone. Oh? Old Shen, who has grown old and mature, asked with a smile, why did such a lucky young man in the world win the favor of a girl? The people smiled lightly, and the elegance was Peerless. He is my most important person. His name is Lin Chen. Shen Lao was stunned. In the holy burial mountains, a black-robed youth walked out slowly. His eyes are strange and extraordinary, like the evil spirits walking out of the cemetery of the dead, flowing with monstrous demons. Behind the bewitching black-robed youth, a figure slowly stepped out. Finally got a decent body. The person who came looked like a young man, with no waves in the ancient well, and his demeanor showed the vicissitudes of the ancient times. Only when he thought of the person who disturbed the overall situation, the evil spirit between his eyebrows suddenly erupted. Boom! The boundless demon prison was startled around the young man. Surrounded by 8-armed barbarian demons and 9-headed demons. Is it the coexistence of human and demon? Lin Chen, this little bastard ruins this king's plan and doesn't sacrifice this son with blood. This king is hard to swallow. The young man's face was contorted and ferocious, like a mad beast. The black-robed youth said indifferently, he will definitely participate in the reserve competition. We can kill him there. Anyway, for you, your body is enough now, isn't it? Hearing this, the boy's anger subsided a little, and he licked the corners of his mouth, strangely. Hey, I don't know if the current enchanting list is comparable to when this king participated in the past. A certain palace, a middle-aged man holding his last breath in one hand. His golden pupils are surging with 3,000 sharp edges, as if a glance can penetrate the void, and the sword energy is vertical and horizontal. The youth questioned indifferently. What about people? The man struggled and said, I don't know either, but, if he's okay, he should participate in the Sangyu Realm Pagoda's enchanting competition. The middle-aged man tried to get out of the young man's palm, and the holy acupoints all over his body shone with holy light, but he found that he even pinched the entire space in the palm of his hand, and his strength was so terrifying. What kind of strength is he? Expansion cave? But in today's world, how can there be such a perverted cave expansion? The middle-aged man was trembling in his heart. After all, he was also at the 4th level of the holy realm with 37 blooms. Was actually suppressed by this young man. Oh? It seems that you are a little dishonest. Click. The young man twisted his palm and pinched the man's neck, with a cold expression on his face. Lin Chen. The Red God 7 ribbon is not something that a mortal like you can hold. The evildoers list candidate meeting? What rubbish meeting, Lin Chen. Smashed it with a sword. Boom. The youth turned into a sword light, swept thousands of miles and thousands of miles. This young man is actually Lin Chen, who personally broke into the holy burial mountain range. The enchanting list candidate meeting, the situation gathers. Great wilderness. A slender black-robed figure appeared quietly, and when he looked down at the magic seal in his palm, it suddenly flashed and disappeared. On the other side, Wanlong Venue. In the final round of the representative competition, the Qinglong clan vs. the Dark Heavenly Dragon clan. Gilingbang vs Yang Anren. Please, both sides enter the battle plane. The winner will become the king of 10,000 dragons in this 10,000 dragons conference. He has the qualifications to enter the 7th floor of the 10,000 dragons palace. And all members of his race will receive the Taiku dragon every 100 years. Air baptism. When the old woman in grey announced, Wanlong was boiling. Wanlong Club, the final battle. The king of 10,000 dragons can benefit the entire race. Most of the kings of 10,000 dragons have been swept up by the Taiku dragons. Only 3 million years ago, the ancient dragons had an amazing genius and won the king of 10,000 dragons. So far after that, the honor of the king of 10,000 dragons has never belonged to a dragon other than the Taiku dragon. Not to mention the ancient dragon clan. If the Qinglong clan can accomplish this unprecedented feat, they will become the most splendid clan in the history of the dragon clan. Lin Chen, Yang Anren entered the battle plane. Today, Yang Anren is still wearing a short skirt and black clothes like the night, like a rose under the night sky. There is a deadly and hidden murderous intent in her beauty. She smiled slightly, and the smile was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Ying bang bang, this time you. Boom. Lin Chen slammed out with a palm, the dragon veins were drained, and the water was shining. Heaven and earth are overturned, and the universe is changing. The huge angry sea sky prison descended from the sky and swept the entire battle plane. All the powerhouses in the Wanlong venue were stunned. This kid didn't play cards according to the routine. Is it supernatural power at first? But, far more than that. Boom. 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 The airwaves are rolling, the power is shocking, and the 10 gray and white talismans are as large as 100 feet, and they explode out of thin air. Consume 50,000 rune energy to activate level 7 slow rune. Lin Chen's whole body is burning with golden flames, which is a sign of burning gold coins to replenish the dragon veins quickly. The beauty of the Dark Heavenly Dragon clan, I am very good at pinching things. If you can't bear it, remember to surrender. When Lin Chen laughed angrily, his hands clenched violently, and the huge prison cell quickly tightened and compressed, squeezing Yang Anren's delicate body continuously, and his hot and powerful figure was constantly highlighted, as if it had the weight of an infinite plane. Immediately, suppress her. The terrifying pressure of the rune of slowness made Yang Anren unable to move for a while, and the rune of slowness in Lin Chen's hand was unprecedentedly high. Click. 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 The space crystal wall of the plane began to crack. Although this time it was reinforced by the dragon race, it still could not stop the trend of fighting. Yang Anren, who has always been arrogant and disdainful, finally changed his expression. The power of the perfect level supernatural power is roughly equivalent to the Mirror Moon Edict or Sword Fury raising the sky after Lin Chen's increase. And the top perfect level, or comparable to God Tears and True Dragon Dance. As for the extraordinary level, it is directly chasing the human race orange level intermediate level exercises. After Lin Chen's strengthening, it may have the power of the orange level intermediate level. This extreme prison can be attacked, defended, and consumed. For Lin Chen, it is a real heaven-defying skill. Boom. 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 The GU heavenly prison kept cracking and exploding, and a cloud of dark dragon energy shattered the void. Although the extremely prison heavenly Prison was not destroyed, it was severely damaged. This can't trap her, this woman is a bit tricky. Lin Chen accelerated the speed of absorbing Jinxing Yuan coins, and the dragon veins were replenished quickly, waiting for him. The sneak attack just now, combined with the rune of slowness, had to be crushed by him in the middle stage of the 4th level of the ordinary holy realm. How could Yang Anren break a corner? Boom. The 10,000 Zhang dragon energy is pushed horizontally for 3,000 miles, like a torrent pushing away a corner of the heavenly prison, killing the heavenly prison. Yang Anren was filled with dark dragon energy, her lips were bleeding, and her blue silk was scattered. She looked charming and cold. She smiled evilly, you really didn't disappoint me, Ying Bang Bang, don't stop, ha 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 ha. Yang Anren stepped on the void, stepping out the shadows of many dark dragons. Jumping at a speed like a star ball, and only a few people in the Wanlong. Then you could see clearly. Its show arm transformed into the scale of a dark dragon, and headed down to Lin Chen's Tianling Gai. 1,000 years of blue light. Lin Chen mobilized the bloodline of Qing Tian dragon, his whole body skyrocketed with azure light, he swept the dragon's tail with all his strength to defend, and swept the dragon's tail with his azure blue dragon sword. The 5 dragon lights slashed down, and the claws of the dark dragon tore and crushed it. Boom! With one blow, Lin Chen's azure dragon sword was crushed, and the heavy dragon energy penetrated through the azure sword light and smashed to the top of the 10,000 years of blue light, smashing Lin Chen's perfect level supernatural power defense alive. Pfft. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed and retreated violently, and the expressions of many Dragon Clan experts changed slightly. Yang Anren broke through to 20 billion dragon power? As soon as Lin Chen started, she forced her to use the perfect magical power, instantly igniting Yang Anren's fighting spirit. As soon as he entered the fighting state, Yang Anren was like a fighting lunatic, with no previous image at all, madly chasing after Lin Chen to fight. This is impossible. The rule for participating in the Wanlong Association is 8 billion dragon power. How did this girl have such a perverted cultivation level in a few months? This woman has not completely broken through the 8th level intermediate level yet, but once she breaks through the 8th level intermediate level, wouldn't it be a surprise? When the Dragon Clan Great Master lost his voice and was horrified, Ji Xiaochuan, who was not far away, spoke solemnly. Sure enough, she refined the heart of a giant whale while using the dragon tomb to quench her body. Now she is enough to single out all our ancient dragon princes. Ji Xiaochuan's words were astonishing, Su Menger's heart tightened, and her pretty face was full of nervousness when she stared at the battle plane. The gap is too big, how can I fight? The 20 billion dragon power is equivalent to the expansion of the acupoint 24 times when the human race hit the 31st holy acupoint. This number is simply outrageous. The human race expands the acupoints, the ordinary saints, the acupoint expansion range is between 3 times and 5 times, the monster-level genius can hit 6 to 10 times, and the aptitude of the enchanting list starts at 15 times. This Yang Anren is still not fully promoted. It is far beyond the level of the ordinary enchanting list. The gap is too big, let the British state surrender. Chen Xia is a little anxious, this gap is not worth fighting at all. Hey, don't worry, look again. This kid seems to be getting more and more energetic? Suddenly, the old woman in gray said in surprise. Within the combat plane, Extreme Prison and Heaven Prison followed Yang Anren like a shadow, sometimes bursting with dragon-like dragon breaths, and sometimes rolling up blue waves. And raging waves to bombard Yang Anren. Even so, Yang Anren still suppressed Lin Chen the whole time. 10,000 years Dragon Breaker Spear. Dark Abyss. The dragon breathed like an abyss, swallowing Lin Chen's Azure Dragon Spear in one bite. Super Chaos Slow Rune. Trigger Super Chaos 3 times and start to activate. Consume 10,000 rune power. To activate Slow Rune. When the gray-white talisman came, some of Yang Anren's dragon veins were thrown into chaos, and his blood was tumbling, as if he was about to break out of his body uncontrollably. What a weird trick. Did he rely on this trick to defeat Prince Xuanzhen and those people? If it was the first stage of the Wanlong Club, it might still be useful, but now, it's not worth mentioning. Yang Anren suddenly shouted coldly, "Bro." The prestige of the bloodline suddenly soared, and an ancient dragon prestige. Like a wild dragon flooded Yang Anren's bloodline, breaking through the shackles of the slow rune and the state of super chaos. Bang bang bang. All the chaos was broken, and Lin Chen was a little surprised. The stalwart and noble Long Wei was released from the battle plane and spread all over the world, and the dragon powerhouses in the Wanlong venue suddenly felt a burst of heart palpitations and tremors. This is the ancient dragon power. 9-rank bloodline. My goodness, this girl actually broke through the 9th rank bloodline. Ji Xiaochuan is not even at the peak of the 8th rank, but she has already advanced to the 9th rank. The scalps of the dragon powerhouses are numb, and the eyes of the great powers are condensed. 8th rank and 9th rank seem to be separated by a thin line, but in fact, they are very different. In the ancient dragon clan, I am afraid they also belong to the top first-class grade. Gil England is about to lose. Lin Chen flapped the holy phoenix wings and flickered repeatedly, playing all kinds of trump cards frequently, but Yang Anren blocked them all. The blood of the dragon was soaring, and without fighting for dozens of rounds, Lin Chen's holy dragon was seriously injured. Although Yang Anren was also injured, and because of the destruction fissure, the injury could not be healed, but she only suffered minor injuries. In contrast, Lin Chen's body was torn apart, his arms were full of cracks, and the dragon scales on the surface of his body were soaked with blood, as if he was about to be cracked. It's a pity that the raider talent is not suitable for supernatural powers above the perfect level. After Lin Chen burst out laughing in his heart, there was a hint of excitement in his expression. What about the 9th grade bloodline? I will support you today, brother Chen. Qingguang swam around, the power of Wanzai Qing Tian condensed Lin Chen's Qinglong right arm, and he pushed his palm horizontally, sticking out a claw. Boom! A piece of azure dragon claws burst out from the 5 fingers, such as if a dragon was born, its mighty power leaned against the sky and covered the earth, bursting out the breath of a dragon that shattered Zhou Tianxingchen, shaking Yang Anren. She was surrounded by the Jiayushan prison one after the other. Everyone was shocked to see that it was another kind of supernatural power. Yang Anren's 20 billion dragon power exploded with all his strength, his hands were raised high, a pitch-black ball condensed between the palms of his hands, and he slammed down. Dark dragon sky cover, broken. When the dark giant ball was about to collide with the azure dragon claw, the latter trembled, and one claw changed to 5. The host consumes 200,000 talent points to activate 2 orange-level talents and bless the supernatural bloodline. Instant light and shadow. Lin Chen smiled sternly. What? Almost everyone's scalp exploded instantly. The supernatural power is divided into 5 moves. The power remains the same. Boom. 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 5 dragon claws smashed the dark giant ball, rolled up a storm of blue and dark, and set off a shocking explosion. The whole plane was shaken as if it had been overturned. Every ray of energy left behind was smashing the space crystal wall, and Yang Anren was entangled to death by the extreme prison, and the two were sent far away by the aftermath of the collision. Pfft. The two vomited blood at the same time and flew out. The extraordinary supernatural power of the bloodline of the eternal sky dragon, leaning on the sky claw, consumes the power of the dragon vein to use a dragon claw that shakes the sky. And bless the power of the dragon's breath, which can tear the opponent's defense. The power of this move is enough to shake the current Yang Anren. But the consumption is also extremely terrifying. Almost 1/10 of Lin Chen's talent points are consumed almost at once. Yang Anren is seriously injured. Why does this kid have so many cards? Oops, the accumulation of injuries in the UK is too heavy. Although Yang Anren was seriously injured, he might be shocked to death. The Dragon Clan Almighty stood up suddenly, ready to take action at any time. If you fight like this, the Dragon Clan will lose 2 peerless geniuses. Yang Anren was injured, and the injuries kept on going and could not heal. She was bathed in her own dragon blood, and finally revealed the body of the dark Heavenly Dragon. The purple-black dragon's body is like a yinglong, and its body is like a unicorn. It looks down on the world and dominates the prehistoric times. Its dragon claws seem to stand on the top of a mountain, and behind it is a pair of dragon wings that cover the sky, sweep the 9 days, and stir up the wind and clouds. The dragon head is stalwart, and the amethyst jade-like dragon eyes are full of violent fighting intent. Seeing the mighty dark heavenly dragon, many dragon princes and princesses were so shocked that the corners of their mouths trembled. However, a wave of unresolved waves has arisen again and again. The Qinglong new king on the other side was covered in blood, and the top of his head was covered with yin and yang energy. The black and white dragon breath was like an endless force of creation, flowing through his whole body. His pale complexion recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Come blood. At this moment, many dragon powerhouses suddenly stood up. His face twitched in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. This is another bloodline. This child is not a double 8th grade bloodline, but 3 kinds of 8th grade bloodlines coexisting in one. What the hell is this? Scalp tingling. Sweat straight. Remember to subscribe. This is the current state of all dragon powerhouses. Including the dragon powers are no exception. Because this scene is too weird. The yin-yang dragon chi is swirling all over Gilingbang, one black and one white, like 2 flying dragons dancing around him. Each rotation will speed up the healing of his injuries. This highly effective healing method, this sign of the perfect fusion of the power of yin and yang, this indomitable vitality, can't be wrong. It is the blood of the dragon created by yin and yang. Moreover, it is also an 8th grade bloodline. 3 kinds of 8th grade bloodline? The coexistence of the 4 blood vessels? This scene is even more terrifying than the dark dragon body of the 9th rank bloodline that I witnessed with my own eyes. Although the 9th grade bloodline is extremely rare in the primordial dragon clan, it is not unique in history. However, in the history of the ancient dragon clan today, no dragon clan can achieve the coexistence of 3 8th rank bloodlines. Qin Xia was shocked and muttered to himself, no wonder, no wonder the battle between him and Prince Xuanzhen made me a little weird, just relying on defensive power. How could it be possible to leapfrog, to block Prince Xuanzhen's offensive? It turns out that he has the yin and yang good fortune dragon blood to protect me body. When the powerhouses had a little taste, it was even more stormy and turbulent. That hit their hearts. The yin and yang creation dragon, the dragon of life creation, the natural yin and yang dragon energy protection system, the powerful vitality ranks at the top of the dragon family, far surpassing the dragon family at the same level. And the resilience can even achieve the growth of broken limbs and the recovery of the broken body in battle. Although the attack and defense of this kind of dragon are weak, the vitality is extremely strong, especially the healing power can heal other dragons. This is a real baby dragon. No yin and yang fortune-telling dragons will be present at this Wanlong meeting, because all these dragons are so precious. This kind of dragon family has one less death. If it is the princess of this family, it will be robbed by thousands of families. If it is the prince of this family, there will be 100 families who propose marriage. It is the ancient dragon family that is sought after by countless dragon families. But what does it mean that the new king of the Qinglong family, the Gil British state, integrates the eternal dragon, the water dragon of the extreme prison, and the yin and yang fortune-telling dragon, the three bloodlines of the 8th rank? It means that he will have the defense power of the eternal dragon, the attack power of the water dragon of the extreme prison, and the vitality of the yin and yang good fortune dragon. The key is this guy's spiritual attainment. Even Ji Xiaochuan, the phantom dragon of the 8th rank peak bloodline, can't take him down. A true perfect one. I don't know which strong man blurted out the fragrance. I'm sorry. Isn't this motherfucking rude? Attack, defense, recovery, and perfect integration. What about Nima writing this book? This ancient dragon family is not outrageous in the history of the ancient dragon family. No matter how long the experience is, the dragon powerhouse can't calm down. I was so angry that I cursed my mother on the spot. Some dragon princes are even more mad, which is too annoying. Long Bilong. Angry dragon. 8th grade bloodline, one kind is rare enough, and his grandmother's one person only owns 3 kinds? Isn't Jill afraid of being punished? Someone Lin smiled and said, are you surprised, or irritating? The yin and yang fortune-telling dragon bloodline was the last bloodline he chose when he left the divine dragon ruins, making up for the final shortcomings of his holy dragon. The only drawback is that this bloodline is a new bloodline, and it cannot inherit the level of the previous bloodline. Young Anren, who is as strong as ever, also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Trinity, what a blue dragon king, you are worth my young Anren, bet all to fight you. Boom. The dark heavenly dragon flies into the sky, even if the dragon's blood is surging, it is like a world-shattering dragon, opening up the world. The dragon's wings swirl thousands of miles and the wind rages, rolling out a dark storm, destroying the incomplete extreme prison sky prison. Lin Chen stepped into the air, and the top of his head was covered with golden light, and the dragon energy of yin and yang all over his body was born and destroyed, and the dragon veins were consumed while recovering. More than half of his injuries have recovered, nearly 60%. It is already extremely fast to recover like this in such a short period of time. Even eating Long Qingguo and Liuli Badizi can't keep up with such efficiency. There are still differences between the injuries of the holy dragon's body and the human body. Extraordinary supernatural power, but you are not the only one who has it. Young Amren's dragon mouth opened abruptly, the dark abyss dragon breath gathered like a vortex, and an aura of destruction permeated quietly. Lin Chen sighed, ignoring the attribute light ball dropped by young Amren, and focused on it. There is a big gap between him and young Amren's cultivation. The gap is 9 billion dragon power and the difference between the first-rank bloodline. His 2 major 8th-rank bloodlines are strengthened by plus 15, and in terms of single-person potential and talent, they can't compare to the 9th-rank bloodline. To be able to play until now, it all depends on the slow rune and several orange-level talents. Being able to push Lin Chen so far, young Amren is a well-deserved monster. My dragon veins are only enough to make one move supernatural power, and one move will fix the world. Lin Chen condenses all the dragon veins, the azure light is dense, the clouds are steaming, the left arm is holy, and the right arm is yin and yang. Many dragon powerhouses hold their breath. This will be a historic scene. The Wanlong Club has not seen a 9th-rank bloodline in many epochs. This time, not only a 9th-rank bloodline appeared, but also an unprecedented talent. It's all at this juncture. What is this Gill British state doing, and it hasn't changed into a dragon body? The dark dragon tilted its head, and the aura of destruction in the dark vortex erupted violently, swept out a dragon-breathing black spear across the sky. The great dark abyss, fallen sky spear. The aura of destruction at the tip of the spear is like a hurricane that destroys the dead, and it locks directly on Lin Chen's aura of dragon, and there is no way to escape. This gun made many 8th order intermediate dragon powerhouses smell the smell of death. If they faced this gun, they would definitely die. Boom. A gray and white talisman was born, and the rune energy dropped sharply by 200,000 points. Pfft. Tear. The black spear pierced the stagnant power of the gray-white talisman, and when the power was reduced, it pierced Lin Chen. Instant light fragmentation, heavenly claw. Boom. As if the azure light dragon claws of the sun and the sky were violently crushed, it shook the sky spear. Boom. 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 The entire plane exploded in an instant, and all the space crystal walls were shattered, all turned into fragments and flickering. The two were blasted away by the aftermath. Before the battle plane shattered, more than a dozen spiritual beams descended, taking away all the attribute light balls dropped by young Amren. The battle plane reinforced by the power of the dragon race was enough to withstand the damage in the middle and late stages of the 4th stage of the Holy Realm, and it was overturned and broken at this moment. Shoot. Both of them have to die like this. Brush. 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 Chen Xia and the gray-clothed old woman flashed directly and fled into the void. Several other powerful men sneaked into the void, holding their hands together, to stabilize the aftermath of the battle and prevent it from affecting the Wanlong venue. Boom. Boom. The two were brought back to the venue by the great power of the Dragon Clan. And everyone had lingering fears. These two guys even shattered the battle plane. How perverted the attack power is. But more people are concerned about who wins and who loses. At this time, both of them were seriously injured. Young Amren returned to human form, her delicate body was covered with scars, her black dress was soaked with dragon blood and blurred, and her beautiful eyes were slightly scattered. On the other hand, the king of Qinglong, although he is weak in qi and blood, he can cover the top of his head with golden holy aura, and the yin and yang dragon breath line has the energy to recover from the injury. This trades off the other, and the winner and loser are divided. Lin Chen walked in front of young Anren, and although he was out of breath, he asked with a fighting spirit. Are you still fighting? In terms of durability, this commander can't beat anyone. Yang and Ranfang's heart throbbed, and she looked at the grinning young man in front of him with a sullen expression. I lost. Young Anren said those 3 words extremely unwillingly. This was the first time she had lost to a clan of the same age since she was born. Her injury could not be cured, but the other party was able to quickly treat the injury, and the result was clear at a glance. Hearing young Anren's answer, all the Dragon Clan experts were startled. The grey-clothed old woman reacted the fastest and shouted loudly. The old man announced that the champion of this Wanlong club is the Qinglong family. Congratulations on the birth of the new king of dragons, Gil England. The Wanlong venue was full of excitement. Some were dumbfounded, while others shouted and shouted. This is a fantastic counterattack. The king of Wanlong has belonged to the halo of the Taiku dragons countless times. The Wanlong club does not know how many years and epochs have not seen the king of Wanlong below the Taiku dragons. There is only one historical record, and it is the amazing talent of the ancient dragon race. In terms of bloodline talent, resource potential, and magical powers, the primordial dragon clan can completely suppress the ancient era dragon clan and the ancient dragon clan. Even if the time and place are right and standing in the latter 2 dragon races, it is almost impossible to counterattack. In a nutshell, it is almost impossible for the Taiku dragons and below to overcome many difficulties at the Wanlong conference and come out on top in the final assessment. Today, the Qinglong family has broken this record. The most excited is the Qinglong family. Like a dream, they were swept away by the ecstasy. Even when they obtained the bloodline transformation, they never expected such glory. Is our dragon king the king of dragons? The elders of the Qinglong clan burst into tears and wept with joy. Father, did you see that we have become the head of the dragons? Mu Tianqing clenched her tears and clenched her hands tightly. Under the attention of all the people, Lin Chen walked slowly to the award stage before the Dragon Clan powers presented the awards in person. He stood proudly in the championship position and smiled indifferently without losing his domineering smile. All the participating teams, who else wants to fight, at this moment, whether it is a sparring or a life-and-death battle, whether it is a duel or a group duel, as long as there is still a challenge, this king will take it together. Choke. Boom. He suddenly pulled out the blue dragon flag, and the charm of his brows dominated the world. Lin Chen held the flag with one hand, and the dragon flag danced wildly in the wind. This king has always used virtue to convince people. Those who refuse to obey will fight until they are convinced. Now that the Qinglong clan has won the king of 10,000 dragons, whoever has an opinion, whoever opposes it. If anyone feels dissatisfied, they can come up now and win me, the king of 10,000 dragons surrenders. The corners of his mouth rose. Lin Chen was wicked and charming, and smiled sternly. There was an uproar in the venue. The young man was as tall as a spear, his face was pale and cold, and the yin and yang dragon energy was dancing like a pair of dragons, coiling around his body, endless golden brilliance covering the top of his head, a silver robe flying over, the dragon flag fluttering, domineering, arrogant. Just like a king, looking down on the world. All previous doubts, disdain, ridicule, all vanished. In the big hall, not a single dragon made a sound. Anyone who doesn't agree can go up and challenge him now. No one dared to move, as arrogant as the princes of the ancient dragon race. They dared not even say a word. Overbearing. Powerful. Free and easy. The new king of dragons, he performed it. To the fullest. Young Amren's beautiful eyes were fascinated, and she stared blankly at the figure of the dragon flag. Ha ha ha, heaven will not kill our clan, what a new king of 10,000 dragons. This kind of spirit is the son of the new era that we are pursuing. Ying bang bang, you have exceeded the expectations of the old man and others. At this time, there were several laughter and praises that shook the sky. The expressions of the dragon clan's great powers changed slightly, and it was the high level who spoke. Chen Xia, give out the reward. When a high-level voice transmission, long way is vast, shocking the universe. At this time, the cold, red-faced man with a face cut like a knife stepped out. Slowly, and the red-faced great power clasped his fists and said seriously. High level, there is still one unresolved matter. This child has a great relationship with this matter. After speaking, the red-faced great master turned around abruptly and asked. Sharply without waiting for the higher-ups to reply. Jilling Bang, tell me your origins. And your relationship with the human race. Lin Chen, the old man now suspects that you colluded with the human race and poisoned the ancient dragon prince. You abolish and imprison you in the dragon prison. The words of the red-faced great power aroused thousands of waves. Collusion with the human race to harm the prince of the ancient dragon race? Before waiting for the high level to speak, the red-faced man invited two more slender and colorful figures, one of whom was still charming and charming. A charming and charming person. There was a bit of fear and lingering fear in the eyes of the two girls, and they looked at Lin Chen seriously. That's right, it's him. Mother and daughter in unison. Oh? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was actually the dragon princess, and Mrs. How to solve this? The high-level voice transmission asked. The dragon's prestige filled the air. And the chests of the strong men suffocated. High level, that's it, a few months ago. The red-faced great master briefly explained Lin Chen's record in the fantasy charming dragon. The strong people in the venue were surprised and angry when they heard about this, and they united with the human race to murder the prince of the ancient dragon race. This matter can be big or small. It doesn't matter if the British state killed it by itself. The key is that he is involved with the human race. The dragon powerhouses present are more or less involved with the human race, but they will basically not unite with the human race to murder their own people. Any grievances will be resolved by yourself. If a race intervenes, the nature of the matter will be different. During the process of the red-faced great power, Lin Chen calmly connected the system. Once the incident happens, he can't be killed by the neck, the super dimensional teleportation and the maximum slow rune will be displayed instantly, and the only blue-level top nirvana and the god of war suit will be used. What? Is this kid related to human Lin Chen? An elder of the Nine Claws Tian Gang Dragon clan suddenly stood up with a cold expression. Once, a dragon prince of their family died at the Quartet General Assembly of the human race. The prince's bloodline was not fully stimulated, and in the future, he will have the opportunity to challenge the qualifications of the fifth grade bloodline. Its murderer is a human race named Lin Chen. Oh? There is such a bizarre thing. When the voice in the void sounded, I was slightly surprised, but it didn't seem to mean much anger and blame. Jill England. What is the relationship between you and Lin Chen? The high-level voice transmission, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Chen. The people of the Qinglong clan suddenly felt tight in their hearts. Lin Chen was calm and smiled lightly. Naturally, it's a partnership, it's hard. Or not. Although we are both handsome, our goal is very simple. She took a bath, he wanted the dream charming heartstone, and we hit it off. This light-hearted attitude made many strong men twitch at the corners of their mouths. Those who don't know, think you are entering your own back garden? So blatantly. Going to someone else's long chi? Lin Chen's attitude made the executive stagnate for a while. Humph. The red-faced Daneng snorted coldly, his shoulders trembled, and the dragon was so mighty, he sneered, I think you are flouting the rules between the various dragon races. This seat will capture you first and then talk about it. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, the body in Qingshua's planting capsule was about to move, ready to give it all. When the red-faced great power was about to suppress Lin Chen with one palm, an ethereal voice resembling the sound of heaven reverberated in the Wanlong venue. You move him, all the dragons will die today. Boom. The monstrous demonic energy, like a torrent of tens of thousands of feet, turned into 1,000 slashes, and came to the Wanlong venue. The owner of the voice was so indifferent that the entire dragon clan shuddered. The devilish energy was like a tide, and at the center of the devilish energy vortex, a slender and thin black-robed figure slowly stepped out, wearing a cloak. It did not show its true appearance. The expressions of all the great dragons have changed. Demon powerhouse? Who is coming? Chen Xia and a gray-clothed old woman and other dragon clan almighty soared into the sky, bursting into the sky-shattering dragon's might. All the great dragons only took 1/10 of their breath to surround the people in black robes. Everyone is on battle alert. As long as the other party makes any move, there will be a sky-shattering offensive that will immediately hit her. Those who come are strong. These dragon powers are all the pillars of the 100,000 era veteran below the Taiku dragon, and no one will underestimate this mysterious black-robed woman. Lin Chen's long pupils trembled. It turned out to be her. How did she come? All the dragon powerhouses in the Wanlong venue suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, which stemmed from the absolute suppression of the level of life and cultivation. Don't act rashly. A scream echoed, and it was the voice of a certain high level hidden in the void. As soon as the voice fell, there was a series of explosions. Pfft. 12 dragons with great powers, dragon bodies like stars and moons, and the power of mountains and seas, all vomited blood and retreated before they even used half a point. Those dragon powerhouses, who were eager to resist, exploded in their scalps in an instant. They didn't even see when the man in black robe made his move. What kind of a god this is? Your Excellency is so brave. Another high-level voice transmission shouted angrily, and the 10,000 li sky trembled and swayed, cracking a crack like an abyss. An immemorial prehistoric power and desire descended, and from the abyss of the sky, permeated with endless dragon energy, the changing dragon talisman, and the afterimage of the giant dragon, as if suddenly returning to the ancient times. The woman in the cloak and black robe raised her slender hands and clenched them gently. The palms condensed hundreds of millions of blood light, the rainbow light condensed, and all the light between heaven and earth gradually dimmed, and finally turned into a blood moon machete. This machete is cut and cast like blood jade. The blade is bright and thin as snowflakes, but the rolling magic energy seems to be able to split the eternity and release the magic energy that is extremely demonic. Are you? The high-rise hidden in the distant void was shocked. All the spiritual energy, vitality, light, space, and even time between heaven and earth seemed to be evacuated by the blood moon magic knife. The light was nibbled up, absorbed on the blade, the vitality was swallowed, turned into a vortex and was annihilated by the magic knife. At the moment when the magic knife appeared, the 12 dragons changed from shock to panic. They were out of control at the same time and were sucked by the magic knife. Damn it! An exasperated voice came from Tianyuan, and 12 dragon-shaped energy burst out in an instant, disturbing the sky, moving the void, and pulling the 12 great masters back alive. In the venue, whether it is the veteran powerhouse or the talented people who are participating in the election team, their faces are full of horror. Horrible. Before this mysterious man could actually take action, he suppressed 12 dragon powers who were enough to instantly kill the 4th level of the Holy Realm and suppress the 5th level of the Holy Realm. How strong is she? Brush. The cloaked woman pointed the blood knife at the venue and looked at the void. On the other side. You can save them. I wonder if you can save the ants here? With just one word from the woman, many young Dragon Clan geniuses in the venue were so frightened that they lost their souls. Damn, this knife cuts down, and all their dragons will not even be left with scum. That's an unreasonable move, even the Dragon Clan can't escape, let alone them. Why did you offend my Dragon Clan? Do you really think that my clan's dragon will not be born? When the higher-up spoke, the corners of some old monsters shivered and their scalps tingled. What's up with this woman? Even the high-level people have to use the name Shenlong to scare her? I want someone. The black-robed woman grabbed her palm and directly grabbed Lin Chen out of thin air, carrying him with one hand like a chicken. Someone Lin, do I want to lose face? You. Another high-level lustful rage, they all planned to cultivate this British state, and unexpectedly smashed out a demon race to snatch the dragon? What? Do you have an opinion? The black-robed woman flicked her hand, and a monstrous blood-colored knife light flashed out. Wherever she passed, in all directions, the space was twisted into a vortex, and all the light was swallowed up by the knife light. Boom. It directly smashed the sky in the sky. If you're not afraid of your dragon clan dying tens of thousands of dragons, just catch up. The woman in the black robe and the cloak carried Lin Chen, and without a word, moved in the air and flashed thousands of miles away. This. Chen Xie gritted his teeth unwillingly, 3 kinds of Peerless Dragon Clan ghosts of the 8th rank bloodline, was just robbed? Mo Jue, this person's origin is not trivial, beyond our ability. When the high-level voice transmission, they hurriedly dropped a sentence of clean up the mess and disappeared. All the dragon powerhouses were dumbfounded. This Guild British state, what kind of fairy is it? Is there such a terrifying powerhouse behind him? If you come directly to Wanlong, will you steal people? The eyes of the elders of the Qinglong clan were split, and their dragon king was just kidnapped? Traveling fast in the void, Lin Chen turned into a cuckoo chicken. After a long time, he felt that the space shuttle had stopped. He was placed on a mountain. I said, Miss Luo, can you save me some face next time? What do you want to do? And you suddenly appear on the stage. I was startled by you. Lin Chen rubbed his almost cramped face and smiled bitterly. He knew that this woman was Luo Yaoer, whom he met in the Holy Burial Mountain range. Luo Yaoer has seen his holy dragon, and he has a magic seal on his body. Even if his bloodline changes, he can recognize it, so Lin Chen's holy dragon can. Hide from others, but not from her. Pa. Luo Yaoer grabbed his collar and pulled it in front of her, her delicate fragrance lingering in her nose, and Lin Mao cried out in his heart to hit someone with the ball. I want you. Lin was shocked. I rely on. What's the situation? I am not a casual person. By the way, I'll look for my dual cultivation talent first. Inside the cloak, Luo Yaoer looked directly at Lin Chen. I want you, come with me. Luo Yaoer's answer made Lin Shui, who was about to upgrade his dual cultivation talent, stunned for a moment. Let's go with you. What do you mean? You told me to go back to the demon race with you in the past? Lin Chen was puzzled. Luo Yaoer nodded, and said in a worried tone, yes, in this life, don't step into the holy world of the human race, follow me to the demon race, and I will make you my right-hand man. Impossible. Lin Chen refused. Perhaps this Luo Yaoer left some indelible impressions and goodwill in his heart. The two of them have experienced life and death together, but this is not the reason why Lin Chen gave up on himself. Don't worry, I won't control your consciousness. If you want to take back your friends and family, you will be the overlord of the holy realm when my demon race starts to fight. What kind of 9-level saint, 9-turn holy realm, holy king, I can only bow my head in front of you. Luo Yaoer's tone gradually softened, and there was a hint of pleading, for the first time in the world. Lin Chen's attitude was firm. I don't know why you did this suddenly. The things I decide will never change, and I will not follow anyone, including you. Boom. Luo Yaoer's momentum rose sharply, her magic pupils were cold, and the terrifying sense of oppression was like the sky overturning, completely suppressing Lin Chen. If so, then I can only force you to control your consciousness and take you away. The current Luo Yaoer, I don't know how many times stronger than the seriously injured state of the Holy Burial Mountain Range, the injury seems to be fully recovered, and a single thought makes Lin Chen's holy dragon unable to move. Then try it. I promise you won't even get my body. Lin Chen's eyes were dark, and even though he couldn't move, the holy dragon body began to burn with orange flames. That was the omen of activating the talent of desperate life and death. Luo Yaoer had seen it before. Luo Yaoer is silent. Although Lin Chen couldn't see her true face, he could still feel her inner upset. Finally, when she looked at Lin Chen again, her eyes became extremely cold, and she slowly raised her slender hand. Lin Chen's pressure suddenly increased, and the magic seal in her palm began to burst into violent demonic energy. Chen. Instead, Lin Chen calmed down, his tone was a little indifferent. I tried my best to save you last time, is this how you repaid me? Luo Yaoer's hands froze, her heart was so upset, she couldn't help but scolded coldly, is it so difficult to follow me? Power, strength, status, Shouyuan. If you follow me, these are things that you can have in your hands. Why are you so stubborn? It's you who is stubborn. Lin Chen sneered, can't you see what I really look like? The beautiful body trembled. What is he like? He is not even afraid of the will of the gods. Can he control his will? Even if he really can, after being manipulated, is he the one he wants? However, I don't know why I can't let him go. Whenever I recall the scenes in the Holy Burial Mountain Range, I always feel a pain in my heart and look forward to it. I really want to take you away. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt the pressure of the magic seal in his palm slowly dissipating, and the magic qi receded like a tide. Luo Yaoer put down her hand and took off her cloak. Lin Chen was slightly suffocated. Although he had seen Luo Yaoer's appearance and temperament, he was still shocked when he saw her again. The blue silk is like a waterfall, the moth eyebrows, the delicate nose, and the creamy snow outlines a perfect and holy beauty, like a goddess above the 9 heavens, but the brows are dotted with beautiful cinnabar, as if a slight smile is like a witch charm. The holy face like a fairy, and the ultimate charming temperament like a witch, the two coexist perfectly, just like the most unique beauty in the world. There were faint tears in the corners of her eyes, but she smiled sweetly, and the smile surprised everything in the world. After all, I still can't be cruel to you, Lin Chen, I'm leaving. Thank you for letting me have a good dream. Lin Chen was startled. He felt that Luo Yaoer, who had always been indifferent, seemed to be a little girly for the first time. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Where are you going? Luo Yaoer turned around. Her back was picturesque, like a goddess dancing. Lightly, she stepped into the air, and said softly, I am going to a world that is far away. I will forget everything. Lin Chen felt inexplicably tight in his heart. He stared at Luo Yaoer's leaving back, and suddenly shouted. If you are in danger next time, I will protect you. The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled slightly, and when the tears fell, she burst into a smile. Fool, take care of yourself. Lin Chen suddenly jumped into the air, stretched out his hand and grabbed the beauty's back, which seemed to turn into a puff of smoke. I was born before you were born, but when you were born, I have passed away. I hope you will never forget me in this lifetime. The woman's resentful sigh echoed in the sky. Lin Chen stood there blankly for a long time. On the top of the wood-like pestle, the cold wind whistled. After an unknown time, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Mom, it's almost time for the preliminaries. You have to go back quickly. Lin Chen took a shot of the peach garden, and the little shadow turned into a thick and big black dragon and came out, with a long roar. Little guy, it's your turn to perform. Lin Chen grabbed Little Shadow's little tail. The purple lightning flashes above the little shadow's head. Woohoo shadow, I'm going to take off. Sangyu Boundary Pagoda, today is the last day to sign up for the enchanting list. It was said to be the last day, but the registration was actually completed early. This kind of event, usually few stupefied youth clubs are absent until the end, which genius is not the one who arrives early to prepare for the preliminaries. On the second floor, the registered elders crossed Erlang's legs, drank baguatu, kowtowed melon seeds, and watched with great interest with a copy of the complete book of 1,000,000 poses in hand. The elder did not listen to the surrounding affairs, and only devoted himself to the book of sages. There is a saying, the book has its own golden house. The book has its own Yenryu, the book is more handsome, and the book also has a handsome standalone. Huh? Look, what is that? Suddenly, in the second floor of the Jia Tower, there are many holy realm powerhouses with squinted eyes, and they perceive that there is a vision appearing thousands of miles away. Thousands of miles away, Yun Kong was torn apart by a crack in an instant, and it was a blazing wave that was extremely fast, like the fall of an aurora, and it fell straight towards the Boundary Tower. Some saintly geniuses on the second floor couldn't help but stop, and when they looked through the windowsill curiously, they couldn't help but gasped. Is it a shooting star? At the very center of the meteor is an aurora arrow that is extremely fast. No, not right. Look, what is that? There's still a person standing on that arrow. The saints were stunned, and there was a figure standing in front of the arrow. Tip? The light of the arrow shot across thousands of miles, and it shot outside the second floor of the tower. Bang! Boom! The world tower is extremely sturdy. Although this arrow is powerful, it cannot be shaken by half a point. It only explodes the arrow light and shattering light in the sky. Grandma, who is disturbing the old man's study, dare to attack my world tower by surprise, such a big dog. The elder, who was interrupted to study, lifted the loose belt angrily and cursed. I saw that a young and upright figure appeared in the sky amid the dust and smoke blown up by the arrow, and the smile spread all over the second floor of the world tower, leaving countless geniuses stunned. A handsome force, thousands of handsome guys come to meet in Xiaojiang. Oh no, in Xia Dark Horse Club, someone from Lin Chen sign up for the enchanting list selection competition. After saying that, someone Lin through his palm, and the 3 enchanting list candidates were like a streamer lazing the elder, who was just studying. I don't know which holy realm genius is smoking a little cold air. He actually stepped on an arrow? Void, 3 dragon tablets. The dragon tablet is simple and vicissitudes of life, and the dragon pattern is carved. It releases the power of space of silver and white brilliance, as if connecting the sky and the stars. Suddenly, a light lit up in front of the dragon monument, and figures came one after another. Everyone, why are you so rude? Didn't you pay attention to the Wanlong Club? Why did you come back so quickly? The dragon tablet flickered slightly, and a plain voice came out, causing the void to surround the faint dragon roar. The light drifted and changed, and the dragon was powerful in all directions, an almost invincible thought. It seems that the owner of this voice can turn the world around with a single thought. Elder Ben Taisheng, a demon woman, appeared in Wanlonghui, holding a magic knife that can devour time and space. In the darkness, the 2 figures who turned back said tremblingly, "Suspect." Suspected to be the demon empress, demon sword, Zhantian. What? The voice that was unfathomable just a moment ago was suddenly panicked at this moment. The woman took away the rising star mentioned in our report, and the 2 of us didn't have time to come. The 2 continued to report and briefly explained the situation in the Wanlong venue. The voice on the dragon tablet questioned extremely seriously. You sure her purpose is really just to take this child away? The 2 in the dark looked at each other and said with certainty, it should be, with her strength, if she wants to go straight to the various clans in the wild, we can't stop it at all. The dragon tablet was silent for a long time, and said, look closely for the news of the new king of Qinglong, but don't disturb her, there is no need to offend such an enemy for a younger generation. I need to report this matter to the ancient dragon clan in person, and I will leave the rest to you. After that, the dragon tablet returned to the eternal silence, and the 2 sighed faintly, and passed away in a flash. In the Wanlong venue, after the previous accident, all the dragons were still in shock. When the award was finally awarded, the Qinglong family brought the Qinglong flag and left the venue with endless glory. The first prize of the representative competition goes to the Qinglong clan. And others. From the reward of the King of Dragons and the special reward of the Honorable Dragon Clan, it is enough to completely transform the entire Qinglong clan. In addition to the high-level Qinglong who received the baptism of the dragon tomb, and the Mu Tianqing of the 7th grade peak bloodline, the future height of the Qinglong family will be at least the top ancient dragon family. The new king, will something happen? In the void, when the group of Qinglong clan returned to their territory, the first elder said worriedly, no, he's fine. Mu Tianqing spread out the jade card in his palm, his eyes hopeful. He handed the jade card to me in advance, presumably because he expected this day or he was ready to leave. There is also the blue dragon ball that Lin Chen left to her, which he made from the purple dragon ball obtained in the first level. It can control the bloodline enhancement grade of the elders, and at the same time, he can simply perceive the life and death of its owner. Of the entire dragon clan, only Mu Tianqing knew that the current new king was very safe. Is this the way you left me? I will break through to show you. Mu Tianqing clenched the azure dragon ball tightly, and there was a touch of determination on her icy cheeks. She knew why the new king called himself in the first place, the future dragon king. He never wanted to be the king of the blue dragon. The second floor of the tower. The elder raised his hand and grabbed the 3 streams of light, which was the order for the preparation of the enchanting list. Oh. Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club? A light flashed in front of the elder's eyes. Are you the Lin Chen who made a big burial in the holy mountain range and danced at the tomb of the holy king? Lin Chen lifted the tip of his hair. He smiled and said, if you change it, you can also call me the most handsome in the holy world. I am a very low-key person. Well, it's this shameless taste, it shouldn't be wrong. The elder grinned, picked up the pen and hurried away, took Lin Chen's name and the alternative order, flicked his palm, and a flash of red light shuttled. Lin Chen held the red light. It was a red jade slip. Go to the 3rd floor of the Jia Pagoda. The preparations are ready to start. Your name will be entered into the random lottery, and the opponent will start. Hurry up, you will be eliminated if you are late, and there is no space shuttle in the Jia Pagoda. You have to hurry up. The elder stroked his beard and smiled, and someone Lin clasped his fists and smiled. Thank you, elder, this commander is forced to take off. Lin Chen's body flashed, and if the light rushed to the 3rd floor, many geniuses and saints in the holy realm reacted. Is he Lin Chen? My God. I saw a real person today. Mother, she's so handsome, with potential and strength, how can God be so unfair? Why is this different from what I heard? What I heard is not that Lin Chen is extremely ugly, fierce, with strong roots and waist, 3 heads and 6 arms. Bullshit, you can listen to some gossip. This master is the first evildoer in history to use his eyes to refine alchemy. It is said that there are several hidden 6th grade medicine refining families and sects who have come out to recruit him. The alternative meeting is going to explode. Blast 9 acupoints in a row. Play with the Holy King, and fight a dozen Holy Realm quadruple levels by one person. Damn, who can match him with these geniuses? Hey, it's hard to say about the use of external force. It's not entirely your own cultivation. The stronger the force, the greater the price. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, it immediately caused a heated discussion and boiling among the powerhouses in the entire world tower. The difference this time is that it has been almost 7 months since the Holy Burial Mountain Range. As strong as the vast and endless holy world, there are also many strong people who are more or less exposed to news about Lin Chen. During the 7 months, Lin Chen's various experiences, legends, stories, secrets in the holy world, and even the contact with a few women he had been there, were all wiped out by some top forces. I just don't know what color pants he is wearing. There are even strong men who secretly sent messengers to Bingshin Palace to secretly befriend, and some even took their daughters to the White Dragon Gate to propose to Bai Juanhao. And others. That's right, it's all to win over Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen can be called a wonderful flower that is unique to all ages. In the holy realm, any peerless genius, evildoer, has his own origin and life experience, or is recruited into the top sect, the ancient family, the giant power. The birth of every genius, the abundance of resources, the secret realm of cultivation, the wonderful opportunity, the top exercises, the guidance of famous teachers, all kinds of factors are indispensable, all of which are indispensable for the support of powerful forces. No matter how strong an ordinary genius is, if there is no strong background and support from the sect, it will take a lot of time and energy to obtain a top-level exercise, not to mention other ways to become stronger. Only Lin is different. His origin is a blank slate. No matter how powerful it is, there is only one result in the end of the investigation. This son, born in the mortal world. Moreover, there is no power to belong to. If I have to say it, it's a dark horse club, created by this kid. Without any power, roaming the holy world alone, killing from the battle. Emperor realm to the level, close to the enchanting list in more than a year? It's a fucking monster. Therefore, the meaning of Lin Chen, for all the top forces, is a walking purple jade. Whoever recruits him will be able to rise to a sky-defying powerhouse in the near future. Without the support of power, it is possible to become a genius list of 100,000 geniuses. Although such examples are rare, it is not impossible. There are not many who can reach the height of Lin Chen. Throughout the ages, under the premise of no power support, in a short period of time, 100,000 geniuses stood out from the genius list, and geniuses close to the level of evildoers can be counted with 2 slaps. Almost all of these monsters, without the support of power, finally survived and became the existence of the holy world. That's how the holy King Haoyan rose up back then. The current Mr. Lin has become the most turbulent and most eye-catching one on the cusp of the storm, and the forces of the 36 regions are all staring at him. Lin Chen ran all the way from the 2nd floor, and wherever he passed, his eyes gleamed, and he kept launching the god-stealing omen to the passing saints to steal attribute values. Boundary Tower, the 3rd floor. The Tsungyu Boundary Pagoda was created by the sages and sages of the human race in the ancient times. The space is self-contained, stable, and not chaotic. The internal space is countless times larger than what the outside world can see with the naked eye, and the 1st floor can reach the small continent of the mortal world. This is also the reason why the registration elders made Lin Chen quicken his pace. Under the premise that he could not travel through space, Lin Chen had to fly to the distance of a continental plate. The 3rd floor, 5 void islands, connecting the south, and northwest. The central island is the largest. Each void island covers an area of 100,000 acres, and each void island has more than 10,000 saints. There are more than 40,000 saints on the 3rd floor alone. The pomp is unparalleled. Witness the birth of the evildoers of the new era. And even see the evildoers of the new era against the old evildoers. The central island is the largest, with 431 people standing there. Their temperament, vision, characteristics, too maverick. Even if they are gathered together, people can remember the characters among them at a glance. The man is Yuan Ting Yu Ji, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. He will have everyone's demeanor after a short stop, and the thunder under his feet will dominate the world. Or cold and handsome, with a body like an azura, descended into the world, with 100 tornadoes of sword chi spinning above his head, with the potential to stand tall. Some are introverted, peerless, and the holy sword is sheathed, and the pupils are disillusioned with endless sword energy. Some are as ferocious as ancient relics, several feet tall, with a third vertical eye that opens and closes between the eyebrows, and the dragons and tigers gallop away between the breaths and the breaths. Some are holy and pure, the Buddha's light shines brightly, the body is covered in cassocks, the hands are clasped together, the Buddha wheel is raised in the back of the head, and the eyes are tightly closed. Some are strange and unpredictable, with a black robe swirling around, with 9-headed demon dragons entrenched under their feet, and a pair of icy eyes that seem to make people fall into hell. Some are violent and arrogant, carrying a blood-colored single sword to tear the sky apart with a bloody glow. The sword saint is king, and the domineering between the eyebrows looks at the world. The women are all like sinking fish and falling geese, alluring the country and the city. The beauties are either jasper and exquisite, or hot and charming, or quirky, cunning and intelligent, or charming and cool, or extraordinary, playing the piano solo, and their hearts are like a mirror. They are the top geniuses from the entire 36 domains. These 731 people perfectly explain what a genius is. They don't need any proof, they just need to stand here, and all the saints will agree that they represent this era, peerless genius. The top 1,000 talents on the talent list gathered in the Jia Tower, but only 1/3 of them could really participate in the reserve competition. There are not many geniuses who hold alternate orders. Most of the 700 geniuses have withdrawn or given up their original talent list rankings to concentrate on cultivating or collecting alternate orders. Therefore, among these people, geniuses who are not ranked are even more terrifying. No one knows what realm their sublime cultivation has reached. At this time, 731 geniuses stared straight ahead. In the distance of the central island, the mountains are misty. On the top of each mountain, there is a figure standing proudly. If we say that there are 731 geniuses, they have distinct personalities and vivid visions. Each of the characters on the top of the mountain has opened up a new world. The enchanting list enchanting. The people on that mountain, every figure, is a peerless evildoer on the list of evildoers. Xiao Jing and Long Yijing were among those who had a holiday with Lin Chen. As long as you pass the alternate competition, you are eligible to challenge the enchanting list and plunder the opponent's ranking. The raging fighting spirit that pervades the entire central island, everything is silent. Like the flames of astonishment above the 9 heavens, it descended straight down to the mortal world and landed on the void island in the east, stunning many geniuses. This sun has seen this kind of peerless mind method, that is, the vision of Shenyan Palace. One of the talented young masters in white exclaimed. Geniuses stimulated the holy power a little, saw through the void, and looked into the distance. This glance surprised all geniuses, both male and female. I saw the void island in the east, a white-skirted angel descended, quiet, beautiful, and splendid. How can such a person belong to the mortal world? Both men and women, geniuses, have the same first thought. Brush. A list of holy lights popped up on the heads of the geniuses, and many names began to roll. The old voice sounded all over the 5 islands, and it was Shen Lao who spoke. The selection has officially started, and the opponents drawn will enter the battle plane in turn from the space gate. Brush. 20 silver-white space doors, 10 feet high, opened out of thin air. The geniuses stared at the scrolling list. At this moment, the eyes of 40,000 saints are condensed, and every battle here will be of extremely high standards. OM. Sparkling, the holy light changes, and the names begin to line up neatly. Number 299 on the genius list, Filong Jingyun Ji Wushuang. No ranking genius. Baiming Songdao Moihai. Number 455 on the genius list, a peerless sword, Jian Qingqing, and number 410 on the genius list, Wanli Xianbing and Feng Qingxue. Number 1 on the genius list, Han Yizhi, the son of wonder, is a genius and no ranking, Qin Lian. Besides the 1000th place on the genius list, the gods descended to the world, Lin Chen, who are not ranked geniuses, the most holy dragon fist, Yang. Wanli. Genius list. When seeing the name of the fourth row combination, the saints from all walks of life were a little stunned. Avatar? Lin Chen? How did his name appear? Didn't he show up? The powers who were in charge of the various forces before were still discussing why this son would be absent from this alternative meeting. Many saints looked around, and there was no Lin Chen in the central island. Brush. 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 After the geniuses got their opponents, they entered the space gate one by one, and a series of light screens appeared, fully displaying the plane situation inside the space gate. Only in the fourth space gate, there is only a hidden genius, Yang Wanli. Alone. He folded his arms around his chest and sneered in disdain. What's the matter? The list is displayed, where did the people go? Could it be a false positive? Maybe the elders inside the delimitation tower first signed up for Lin Chen, and then this son failed to come. The faces of the saints on the Sifong Void Island are full of doubts. When the saints of the 4 islands were talking about boom, bang, the sound of breaking wind exploded, and when it roared, the Qingyu war gun came down like a bolt of electricity. On the Void Island in the west, a beautiful woman in a red dress showed an inexplicably happy smile. It seems that he has completed the cooperation between us. It's the Crimson Fairy. Dong Dao, the beautiful woman in a pure white dress, stood up suddenly, her wonderful eyes revealing deep thoughts. It's him, here he comes. Goddess, you are. The handsome young man next to the beautiful woman in the white dress wanted to ask, and his heart shook. He had never seen the goddess show such a moving appearance. The beautiful woman ignored him and turned into a puff of smoke, and the young man was horrified. In front of the fourth space gate, there is a green secluded holy spear inserted upside down. If the secluded phoenix is reborn, it will soar for 9 days. Goose feather snow fell from the sky, and the teenagers strolled in the courtyard, strolling in the heavy snow. Snowflakes adorned the boy's body, showing his silver brilliance. He was wearing a new silver robe, and he was about 8 feet tall and straight like a gun. He wears a purple sapphire jade belt around his waist and wears a cyan bow and red sword on his body. The green bow is adorned with starlight, vast and mysterious. The red sword is surging with flowing flames, radiating the breath of a king from time to time. The young man wears a flying knife as thin as a cicada's wings and a blue knife on his waist. He walks away with the knife, his face is like a crown of jade, the corners of his mouth are raised, his eyebrows are radiant, and he is indescribably handsome and elegant. Exuding a kind of absolute confidence, one can't help but marvel, what a free and easy young man, like an immortal in the painting. Standing proudly on the top of the mountain in the distance, among the people. On the enchanting list, Xiao Jinghe. Choke. The young man pulled out the Yuqing war gun and smiled slightly. Sorry, I just went to the Wanlong Club, I teased a few dragon princesses. Made a few dragon princes, found a few dragon young women, picked up a few dragon bloodlines, and watched a few love movies when I came back. I took a hot bath and changed into new clothes by the way, so there was a little delay. He changed his words, if there is anything wrong, please hold back, and I will not change if you say it. A handsome wise man once told me that if you are handsome, you can do whatever you want. Silence. All geniuses? These days, if you look handsome, you can brag without thinking too much. What kind of event is the Wanlong Festival? The scale is not inferior to the alternate competition at this time, and it is even more than that. According to the records of the sages, most of the people who can enter the Wanlong Club are the 8th level intermediate level holy dragons, and their combat power is equivalent to the 4th level of the holy land of the human race. Are you a human being able to enter the Wanlong Club? Could it be that you didn't drink a single peanut last night? Brush. A streak of divine light shone vertically and horizontally, and the delicate figure fluttering like a cloud floated down from the sky. All the geniuses were shocked. The person who came was the peerless beauty of Xinyan Palace, who surpassed the gods. At this time, the beautiful woman stared at Lin Chen with countless thoughts and joy in her eyes. Lin Chen was slightly startled. Sister Ruoyan. Brother Lin Chen. The two looked at each other, ignoring everything in the world, only each other was in their eyes. 1 month in the mortal world, 1 year in the holy world. Although Bai Ruoyan left Kyushu not long ago, the time spent in the holy world is far more than the time in the mortal world. After Bai Ruoyan was taken away by the will of the holy fire, when Lin Chen rescued her, the two of them were frankly treating each other in the spiritual world. Based on their experiences and feelings, they had also experienced spiritual integration, and they promised each other. Bai Ruoyan landed in front of Lin Chen. The two were like people in the painting. Lin Chen ignored everyone's eyes and surprise, and hugged Bai Ruoyan in his arms. Beauty Xiaofei's cheeks, let the boy hug, smiled sweetly, I knew you would. Come, I came here specially to wait for you. Before the words were finished, the young man's lips were domineeringly printed on the beautiful woman's cherry lips. At this moment, the audience fell into an eerie silence. Boom. Between the East Island and the mountains of the Central Island, the pot was even exploded. Xiao Jing's veins on the top of the mountain were exposed, and Long Yijing's teeth were about to shatter. Damn, this kid has an inexplicable and complicated relationship with his sweetheart, the little demon empress, and this goddess of Xinyan Palace? My God, I'm afraid it will make those heaven-defying peerless monsters go crazy. This woman's status in Xinyan Palace is not ordinary. I can't imagine that. She has such a relationship with Lin Chen's son. Some old voices lurking in the void of the 4 islands are amazed. The lips parted, and a crystal arc was drawn between the two. Bai Ruoyan was charming and irritable, her beauty was beyond measure, others are still watching. Lin Chen smiled and said, that means it's all right when no one is watching? Well, I don't think I know Sister Ruoyan well enough. It's hard to meet her. I'll get to know more when no one is there. Bai Ruoyan glared at him pretending to be angrily, with a unique style. Someone Lin shrugged and said indifferently, some people just watch it if they want. I just want everyone to know that you are mine, what bastard. Xinyan Palace, and I will bring you back sooner or later. You. Bai Ruoyan scratched the tip of his nose, and gently arranged his clothes for him. What are you in a hurry? Elder sister can't run away, even if an angel encounters you, she has to descend to the world, not to mention that elder sister is a mortal person. Lin Chen said solemnly, "Don't, sister, I like the way you look like a fairy. It doesn't matter if you go down to earth, can you be a part-time fairy?" "Occasionally." Cough cough cough. The old Shen's light cough sounded. Let the two of them get tired of it again, and the young people and enchanting evildoers who came over from Xinyan Palace are estimated to run wild. Little friend Lin Chen, the selection match has already started. If you don't participate in the challenge, it will be regarded as a waiver. Lin Chen cursed without a trace in his heart, except for the incomprehensible style, and smiled up by Ruoyan. "Sister Ruoyan, wait a moment." Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, "Well, I want to hear about what happened after you came to the Holy Realm." She didn't remind Lin Chen to be careful, as if she had absolute confidence in him. Lin Chen stepped into the fourth space gate under the eyes of many stunned, suspicious, jealous, and concerned eyes. Bai Ruoyan rose up against the wind. Fluttering like a fairy, he returned to the position of Kiching on the East Island. "Goddess, you." The handsome young man with arrogance was shocked and angry, gnashing his teeth. "I'll handle my affairs myself, or do you want to point fingers at me?" Bai Ruoyan glanced at him and the people behind him indifferently. "I really don't understand, there are so many peerless monsters in the palace. And even this young master is 10 times better than this son, why are you still?" The handsome young man was a little excited, blushing, and he forgot to use honorifics. Bai Ruoyan shook her head slightly, leaving only one sentence. "In my heart, he is the best man in the world. Everything I have is given by him." Within the combat plane, wearing holy armor, young Wanli is majestic, with a pair of tiger eyebrows slightly raised. "With great interest, you are Lin Chen?" Lin Chen joked and laughed. "Why, not as handsome as the legend?" Chapter 1243, Use the most handsome appearance and suffer the most poisonous beating. Ha ha ha. Young Wanli laughed wildly in the sky. "I don't know if I'm so handsome that I only know after the fight. Young Wanli, only recognize the strong. Let me try to see if you are worthy of the praise from the saints." Young Wanli's shoulders trembled sharply, the holy force fist burst out, and the 25 holy acupoints all over his body were shining brightly. The holy power Songlong swung out with his fist strength, and its power skyrocketed and rushed towards Lin Chen. A full-strength dragon fist shook the plane and slammed into Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's understatement, many strong men and geniuses from the 36 regions are looking forward to it. What kind of power does this legendary boy possess? How will you take this move? Most of them have only heard of Lin Chen's legend and have never seen his real person. Their curiosity about this son is extremely strong. Although young Wanli is not ranked, he was once ranked 230th on the genius list. After that, he retired from the genius list for 100 years and obtained a copy of the ancient boxing classic Dragon Fist. There are few opponents in the field of melee combat, and melee combat is almost the same invincible level. As soon as he came up, he went all out. Obviously he didn't underestimate Lin Chen. The first shot is his orange-level technique, the Songlong Fist of the 7. Dragon Fist. What a domineering power, how do you take this punch? I've heard that Lin Chen was able to fight against Long Yijing on the enchanting list before. Isn't it easy to fight young Wanli? I guess, Lin Chen estimates that he can take care of him within 50 strokes. Who do you look down on? Look down on my brother Chen, 50 moves? If you want me to say, at most 20 moves, believe it or not, young Wanli will have To get down after a while. I'm full of money, and I buy Lin Chen to win. If I lose, I stand upside down. And fly. The next moment, to everyone's jaw-dropping, Lin Chen was about to raise his hand, but his face changed slightly. Bang! Boom! The plane shook, Song Long slammed hard on Lin Chen, the earth was shaken, and Lin Chen was sent 100 miles away with a punch. Fall straight into the ley line abyss of the battle plane. Pfft! An old man in the Holy Realm drinking hot tea on the West Island directly. Sprayed the old friend next to him? What? The corners of the mouths of many strong men twitched slightly, but Lin Chen was sent flying without taking a single move? Some geniuses who have received professional training couldn't help laughing. Is it a clone? Young Wanli's reaction was extremely fast, the holy acupoint was brilliant, and the holy energy enveloped the body, immediately entering a state of alert and defensive. He has heard of Lin Chen's legend that he has a super heaven-defying clone technique, so powerful that even the genius list can be deceived. However, there are no clones to attack him. Cough, cough, cough. The dust was rolling, Lin Chen coughed lightly and pushed away a piece of gravel, with surprise in his eyes. There is no clone? When Yang Wanli found that there was still only one Lin Chen, he seized the opportunity and took a step to urge the movement, like a dragon flying into the sky, and a few breaths flashed in front of Lin Chen. Boom! Yang Wanli raised his hand again and punched Lin Chen directly in the chest, sending him flying into the sky with one punch. Brush! Yang Wanli's movement skills are excellent, and the strong man who fights in close combat flashes straight and vertically into a light of black and yellow, and he beats Lin Chen violently. Boom! 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 Yang Wanli was like a gust of wind and rain, blasting Lin Chen all the way. In this encounter, Lin Chen was pressed and beaten by him. Powerless to fight back? I'm so stupid, I was wrong, I put all of my net worth on it. Son. This kid has a false name, I rely on it. Many Holy Realm powerhouses scolded, they have extraordinary vision, how can they not see that Lin Chen was beaten unilaterally? Finally, Lin Chen stepped away from Yang Wanli's stormy offensive, dodged his attack, and drew his sword while pulling away. Another mention of the strong spirit of the Four Islands. I'm coming. Lin Chen finally drew his sword. Legend has it that he had a knife technique that slaughtered more than a dozen saints. Could it finally be an eye-opener today? Tear. Lin Chen held the azure blue moon in his hand, and cut out a slash of moonlight that reflected the sky and the earth. However, at the moment when Zhanmong was split, the power suddenly decreased, and the speed slowed down several times. Grass. Can't you do it? I'm afraid it's not a kidney deficiency? Boom. Yang Wanli smashed his mirror moon edict with one punch and couldn't help laughing, isn't it, the legendary Lin Chen, that's all? Yang Wanli stepped on a dragon energy and kicked Lin Chen at an extremely fast speed. Lin Chen was repelled again. Even the hidden powers of some 7th-grade families were dumbfounded. What's going on? The plot is wrong. They thought that Lin Chen's strength might not meet their expectations, but it wasn't so outrageous. Ha ha ha, what is an embroidered pillow, and what is golden and jade, and it's a shame. This Lin Chen is a perfect performance, it's too funny. I was amused. Could it be that this is the legend of getting the most poisonous beating with the most handsome appearance? Hey, Yang Wanli, he's still a child, don't let him go and hit him in the face. In the Central Island, many geniuses who did not play, many geniuses in the Holy Realm laughed and laughed. East Island, VIP seat. The handsome young man from Xinyan Palace sneered, "That's it? Goddess, is this what you said, the most outstanding man in the world?" The handsome young man looked at Bai Ruoyan and the 10 beautiful maids. Couldn't help but turn their eyes around. They heard Bai Ruoyan mention this young man countless times. Could it be true? I saw that Bai Ruoyan didn't hear the handsome young man at all, staring at the light screen of the space plane. She couldn't help but exclaimed slightly. Long time no see, I didn't expect that brother Lin Chen looked so handsome. When he was beaten, the crowd fell. On the top of the mountain, Long Yijing and Xiao Jing invariably showed doubts. They have had direct contact with Lin Chen. Isn't this kid's strength that weak? Could it be that something happened to this kid in the past few months, and his strength can't be exerted? Long Yijing secretly rejoiced. Within the combat plane, Lin Chen had just unlocked the seal of time and space, and before the power of the holy acupoint was used, a holy force began to burst through all of Lin Chen's holy acupoints, which indirectly caused his strength to not be exerted. Gone, this is too funny, at this juncture you want to explode? Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and mobilized all the avatars to mobilize the holy power that surged in time and space, and rushed to the next holy cave. Forget it, Lin Chen, I don't know what you are playing. You only have such strength, which disappoints me. The situation changed sharply. Young Wanli mobilized the power of 4 different crystals, and the wind, cloud and thunder were fully contained in his fist. As if holding a 4-headed dragon, he punched Lin Chen with one punch. Boom. Bang. Suddenly, the entire plane trembled. A terrifying explosive power exploded from the center of the two of them, as if the sky and the earth were overturned. The plane collapsed, and the momentum was so strong that it alarmed many strong people. This is a battle plane that is enough to withstand the 4th-layer attack of the Holy Realm. Although Yang Wanli's boxing skills are strong, his power is far from this level, right? Brush. In the dust and smoke in the sky, a figure like a falling meteor flew upside down, vomited blood directly, and fell into a coma. To everyone's surprise, that person turned out to be Yang Wanli. What's the situation? Brush brush. At this moment, many hidden old monsters got up one after another. Their eyes, puzzled and horrified, stared at the 4th combat plane. That expression is like seeing a ghost. A group of pretentious geniuses on the list of geniuses in the Holy Realm were full of surprise and astonishment. It was Yang Wanli who was blown away. Could it be that Lin Chen showed his real strength? Under everyone's attention, the energy frenzy dissipated in the sky, and Yang Wanli fell to the ground in a coma, twitching all over, and even cracks appeared on the holy armor on his body. One move to win or lose. Yang Wanli actually lost. A 9-color holy light is dazzling, and 10 holy acupoints that are as bright as extreme stars flicker from Lin Chen's body. Click. 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 The sound of breaking through the shackles echoed, and Lin Chen's body illuminated the 11th holy acupoint. Everyone was stunned. What? Breakthrough? However, when everyone hadn't figured out the details. Sigh. Boom. From Lin Chen, another burst of holy energy that shook the plane turned into a loud noise, and the plane shook, exactly the same as before. Lin Chen's 12th holy cave exploded. Crazy. The world must be crazy. At this moment, all the geniuses in the Holy Realm suddenly felt a tingling feeling in their scalps. They finally realized the seriousness of the problem. West Island, a group of hidden old monsters quivered at the corners of their mouths. Damn, this kid is actually exploding. The explosion is the only vision in life when the Emperor of War breaks through the Holy Realm. Lin Chen was able to explode a hole even when he broke through the second level of the Holy Realm. What's even more terrifying is that young Wanli was blown into a coma by the energy fluctuation and momentum of his explosion. A person as strong as Shen Lao also stood in the sky, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. It's a goddamn hell. What kind of strange winners and losers have not appeared in the enchanting list selection competition? There is an instant kill, attribute restraint, opening sneak attack to win. And there is even a handsome man who is more handsome than Lin Chen who forces a handsome man to seduce female geniuses to win. But no one has ever used the energy fluctuations of blasting acupoints to directly blow up their opponents. Some geniuses in the Holy Realm suddenly felt a chill go straight to their foreheads from the soles of their feet. So fucking scary. Can blasting holes seriously injure people? This Lin Chen is definitely an unprecedented one. It can be called the most outrageous way to win in the history of the selection competition. Sigh. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's acupoint explosion was devastating, and the momentum was like a broken bamboo. He suddenly exploded to the 16th hole, leaving all the strong people stunned. The youth of Xinyan Palace, who had looked down on Lin Chen before, now his mouth was wide enough to lay an egg. Every time Lin Chen's acupoints exploded, it was like the sky and the earth were overturned. The power was terrifying, and even the triple completion of the Holy Realm with 30 holy acupoints in full bloom felt the fear of death. With numbness on the scalp, Lin Chen's explosive power can be called a terrifying disaster. At the time of sanctification, the momentum of bursting 9 acupoints in a row is enough to shake Jiuxiao, not to mention the ceiling acupoints after the completion of the first level of the Holy Realm. How many powerful enemies did he kill during Tai's time and space ceiling? Taiku dragon elders, dragon princes, dragon prison criminals. Which of these powerhouses is not terrifyingly strong? In particular, Lin Chen killed hundreds of dragon prison criminals, each of which was comparable to the existence of the 4th level of the Holy Land. The massive advanced battle spirit essence obtained by him was all incorporated into his body, but it was suppressed by Lin Chen with his seal acupoint. In the previous battle, when he unlocked the ceiling cave, it was as if a torrent swept through, and 10,000 volcanoes suppressed 10 million epics, erupting in one piece. The main reason for the soaring power of the blast hole is because of Lin Chen's avatar. Lin Chen's avatar pulls the skyrocketing holy energy into one acupoint, and the level 7 phantom rune can cast 6 avatars, plus the main body, which is equivalent to 7 Lin Chen bursting acupuncture points. 7 Lin Chen, 7 Tai time and space, each person counts Tai time and space, that is 20 holy acupoints per person, adding up to 140 holy acupoints. The power of the holy cave at the first level of the Holy Realm is equivalent to 100 million dragon power. The 140 holy caves of the first layer of the Holy Realm are all concentrated in one point, which is 14 billion dragon power. This is equivalent to the concentration of 14 billion dragon power and the explosion. Even if no combat skills are used, the power is comparable to the attack of the 4th level of the Holy Realm. Previously, young Wanli had been on guard against Lin Chen's clone, Sneak attack, so the moment he exploded his cave, he also subconsciously activated his defensive skills. If it weren't for his second-grade holy armor and young Wanli's defensive combat skills, Lin's bombing, I'm afraid he wouldn't be in a coma and get seriously injured. Boom. 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 Lin Chen broke 3 holy acupoints in a row again. The holy light was 10,000 feet, and the holy light of 9 colors enveloped Lin Chen, and 18 holy acupoints were blooming all over his body. The 20th holy cave, open it for me. Bang! The 9-color holy force collided with one another, blasting the earth. Shattering holy force, and Lin Chen's 20th holy acupoint was burst open. Finally, after breaking through the 20th holy cave, Lin Chen's accumulation at the Wanlong conference was squandered. Who? Lin Chen let out a long breath. In the battle plane, Lin Chen's whole body is flashing with 26 pointed stars, which is beautiful, with a 9-colored holy wheel on his head, and his feet on the 9-colored divine light. In front of him, there are more holy power hurricanes whistling, and thunder. Light is vertical and horizontal. The holy light of light and darkness circulates, and the brilliance of different crystals is like the twinkling of stars. Inside the space light screen, tens of thousands of saints in the 4 islands, their eyes trembled and their mouths trembled, as if they had seen a miracle. Burst 10 holes in a row. It wasn't enough to blow young Wanli up by blasting his acupoints, he actually broke his record of blasting 9 acupoints in a row when he was sanctified. To describe how pale he is with a genius, it is impossible to describe the level of this sun's defying sky with the profile of a monster. His holy power is majestic and domineering, and he is not vain at all. He perfectly controls the power to explode 10 holy acupoints in a row. It's terrifying. No one has ever tried to continuously explode acupuncture points after being sanctified. This child is not only the first in history, but perhaps even the last. You must win this, son. You immediately send orders to transfer all the princesses in my holy kingdom. I will do everything, even if I can't win this. Son, I must befriend him. All the forces and old-fashioned powerhouses on the scene exploded. In the battle plane, in Lin Chen's eyes, there is a domineering spirit that looks down on the world. 20 holy caves, my combat power, I don't know if I can shake the realm of the 4th level of the holy realm or higher. At this time, Lin Chen looked around and said in a stunned manner, Brother Wanli, where have you been? This handsome forced a little prick jest. Now, why did you disappear? There is a song that is sung so well, 1,000 miles of genius will never fall, and the handsome Lin Chen is eloquent. I haven't started to show off. Why are you gone? Hey, Brother Wanli, why are you dizzy? Come on, I have Long Qinghua here. The corners of the genius's mouths twitched slightly, and when they saw Yang Wanli being lifted out of the battle plane by Lin Chen personally, half of their hearts became cold. More than half of the geniuses prayed in their hearts, don't get this pervert in the next few games. What makes the scalps of some hidden old monsters numb is Lin Chen's vitality. This kid was beaten and beaten by Yang Wanli, but he didn't do anything at all. The flesh is as strong as a wild beast. Even at the 4th level of the Holy Land, you may not dare to take so many punches from Yang Wanli without any defense. This guy has a lot of secrets. The geniuses of the Holy Realm looked solemn. The central island, Lin Chen won and brought Yang Wanli out by the way. After taking Long Qinghua, Yang Wanli regained consciousness, and when he found that he had left the battle plane, he was completely shocked. I actually lost, and I fainted. As expected, Brother Lin Chen, you are superior. I was completely fooled by you. Yang Wanli smiled wryly. He didn't blame Lin Chen's exercise for lying to him. The real battle is to do everything possible. Winning is everything. If it is a battle of life and death, it will be him, Yang Wanli, who will die. Yang Wanli was eager and curious, grabbed Lin Chen's arm, and asked seriously. Brother Lin, you are indeed a legendary expert. At the last moment, I can't even see the trace of your shot. Dare to ask what kind of heaven-defying tricks Brother Lin used to defeat me? I hope you will let me know. Yang Wanli's question made some geniuses in the Holy Realm help their foreheads. If I told you that I was defeated by his bombing hole, wouldn't you be crazy with anger? Someone Lin said solemnly, speaking of which, I was lucky enough to win. I kept playing weak until the end, and then I used my Cyclone Invincible to grab the Dragon Claw and barely hit your excellency. Yang Wanli thought thoughtfully, no wonder the power before the outbreak was so terrifying. I lost without complaint. Hearing Yang Wanli's sigh, the corners of the geniuses' mouths twitched wildly. A few female geniuses looked at Lin Chen in amazement. What a handsome young man with excellent character, good heart and kindness. He also knows how to take care of other people's emotions. At first glance, he is an honest child. Squad leader. The Peerless person smiled and landed beside Lin Chen. It was Han Yizhi. As expected of the squad leader, he defeated the opponent faster than me. Han Yizhi's smile was stunned by countless geniuses, both men and women. Someone Lin pretended to be proud. It's necessary, your squad leader, I can be durable and fast, it's all in my mind. When the two were talking and laughing, an old voice came from the void. Little friend Lin Chen, I've been waiting for the daughter of the Nanlong family to admire you for a long time. I don't know if I'm fortunate enough to invite this little friend to come to the West Island for a gathering. I will definitely entertain the little friend with the highest standards. I have heard the name of Lin Chen's little friend for a long time, and it really lives up to its reputation. Little friend has excellent alchemy skills. I wonder if you can consider coming to my Jiuju sect to name a Kiching elder. I will wait for the Holy Pavilion to have enough top alchemy recipes. You can also take the alchemy fingerprints. Su Wen, Brother Lin Chen, has always been extraordinary and refined. Today is an eye-opener. Can you come to Beidao for a gathering? The old man is the Supreme Elder of the Qianlunyu Sacred Pavilion for the 7th grade sect. Discuss in depth. Hey, little guy, I heard that you have a very good relationship with our family Qingqing. Do you want to come to Jianyu to play, which swordsmen do? You want to worship as your teacher, as long as you can name it, the old man can take you find someone. The voices passed down from the void made the geniuses of the genius list tremble at the top of their hearts. Rank 7, rank 7, rank 7 again. The great powers of various 7th rank families actually recruited Lin Chen in person, and even the mysterious and ancient sword region invited him. Although all the geniuses came from extraordinary backgrounds, almost all of them were from the 6th grade sect, but there was a huge gap between the 6th grade and the 7th grade. I have never seen any genius, evildoer, who can be recruited by so many rank 7 forces at the same time. Each of the 7th grade aristocratic families has a background like a giant, and it is the top of the world's cognition, and the forces above the 7th grade are basically not born. Being able to become a high-level 4th level holy realm within the 5th grade power, it is not uncommon to go to the 6th grade power, and the higher level 6th grade, the 4th tier holy realm can only be regarded as a mid to low end existence. Lin Chen slightly bowed his hands to the sound transmission in the void, and then laughed. Everyone, someone from Lin is not that kind of vulgar person. The boy is free by nature, and he doesn't want to join any sect for the time being. As soon as these words came out, some geniuses almost rushed up and beat Lin Chen violently. What you are rejecting is an endless opportunity. It's okay, it's a long time coming to Japan. Young heroes, it's normal to have a personality, we can be friends without joining a sect, right? The voice in the void is extremely gentle, not like the usual 7th grade giant. Lin Chen's treatment is envious of others, more mad than others. A group of old foxes, they still want to put a long line, and I won't join your forces without saying anything. Lin Chen raised his brows lightly, and took Han Yiji to the East Island. Miss Ruoyan. When Lin Chen landed on Dongdao, a scorching power swept across the sky. Lin Chen's clouds were light and windy, walking in the void, his eyes were condensed, and his mental fluctuations were like flash floods. Boom. The handsome young man who tried to suppress him changed slightly. The spiritual force? Lin Chen patted his shoulder, and said with a joking smile, why, people from Xinyan Palace only have this amount of energy? Boom. 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 The handsome young man was furious, with 9 rounds of Yang Yan Holy Wheel on his head. The fire was blazing, and he strongly suppressed Lin Chen. Han Yiji stood beside Lin Chen calmly. Oh? The strength of the enchanting list? Lin Chen relaxed and did not intend to do anything. Bai Ruoyan frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed a pure white holy fire, and her anger was beginning to show. Master Qingxiu, although this old man respects you Xinyan Palace, it doesn't mean that you can come here. In the void above the East Island, an old man with immortal style walked out. He was the top person in charge of the selection match, Lao Shen. No, how can Qingxiu dare to be presumptuous? The handsome young man was uncertain and clasped his fist at old Shen. Lin Chen said with a wicked smile, you're the only one who pays off the deficiency? Could it be kidney deficiency? Why did you suddenly hesitate? Huh? Young Master Qingxiu glared angrily. Lin Chen said again, if you don't accept it, you will end up practicing. Young Master Qingxiu, are you courting death? Lin Chen said, it's a big deal, I'll let you have a hand. Young Master Qingxiu's mouth twitched slightly, how dare you be so arrogant as a guy who has 20 holy acupoints and has not reached the 3rd level of the holy realm? Lin Chen said again, if you don't make a sound with one hand, then I will let you too. If you are still afraid, I will let you have 2 feet. The 10 beautiful maids serving by Ruoyan in Xinyan Palace were full of doubts. 2 hands and 2 feet? Then how to fight? You are so deceiving. Lin Chen said, is it too deceiving? Your requirements are a bit high, then I don't even need the holy power, so you are still empty? Bai Ruoyan burst out laughing, Han Yiji covered her mouth and smirked. Young Master Qingxiu was yelled up by Lin Chen, he was a monster of the Xinyan Palace generation, and in his normal situation, how could he be so rude? But facing Lin Chen alone, he couldn't calm down at all. He kissed the goddess of his dreams. Also with brushed gone. No matter how many peerless monsters outside of Xinyan Palace or Xinyan Palace, let alone Fangzi, even seeing Shang by Ruoyan is extremely difficult. Why is this kid? Young Master Qingxiu roared in anger, I hope you can pass the selection competition. When this young master challenges you, don't be a tortoise. The evildoer can choose to challenge the evildoer list, and the challenged cannot refuse. However, the enchanting list challenges the candidates, and the candidates have the right to refuse. Young Master Qingshu can't wait to cut Lin Chen into 8 pieces. Lin Chen smiled playfully, as you wish. At this time, Shen Lao came. Brat. Shen Lao's voice was rare and extremely kind. Would you like to join my Jia Tower? Don't worry, just use the name of a guest, and you can still take benefits and offerings. Usually, there is nothing to do if you don't come back for 180 years, and our Jia Pagoda is a neutral party and will not be inclined to a certain party. The grievances of the forces are the purest choice. How about it, do you want to consider it? Seeing that old Shen's eyes showed signs of thirst for talent, Lin Chen was a little wary. These old foxes have lived for an unknown number of years, and if they were tricked by them, they might not be able to climb out. Well, let me think about it. Before the words were finished, a fragrant wind rolled over, and another stunning person descended out of thin air, in the phantom of a faint crimson cherry blossom. I have seen old Shen. The beautiful woman bowed her body slightly, neither humble nor arrogant, and immediately smiled at Lin Chen. How about it, son, just cooperate? Before Fairy Crimson could finish her words, Lin Chen flicked her fingers, and the fragments of the charming heartstone of dreams bounced towards the beautiful woman. She grabbed it with one hand, and her face couldn't hide the surprise. An exquisite nativity ring was suspended in front of Lin Chen. Fairy Crimson smiled and said, "This is the agreed reward. Thank you, young master, for me. But I have a concern." Lin Chen took the receiving ring, his spiritual consciousness penetrated, and a colorful and exquisite Qi-Lux spirit planting seed was suspended in the receiving ring. If the good things of this kind of cooperation still exist in the future, remember to find me. Lin Chen smiled. This is the seed of the mid-grade Qi Yunling planting. The value is inestimable. Fairy Crimson turned her eyes, and when she stared at Bai Ruoyan, she smiled slightly. Young master is really lucky. Even this fairy from Xinyan Palace has something to do with it. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan took Lin Chen's arm and smiled with peerless elegance. Senior, I still have something to discuss with brother Lin Chen, so let's talk about it first. After all, Bai Ruoyan pulled Lin Chen up to ride the wind, and young master Qingshu stopped him, but was shocked by Bai Ruoyan's cold eyes. Shen Lao looked at the direction the two were leaving, shaking his head in amazement. This boy Lin Chen is really a strange person. Xinyan Palace is like this type of woman, whose personality tends to be perfect. How can she love someone so firmly? East Island, in a gorgeous palace. This is the rest area prepared by Jieta for the distinguished guests. In a pavilion full of flowers, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan are alone for a long time. Bai Ruoyan held Lin Chen's palm tightly and asked him about his experience after leaving Kyushu. From the thrilling battle of false gods, to the airborne holy world, to the first encounter with the genius list, the secret realm of Sanyue, the quartet conference, and the 66th class again, being chased and killed by the group of saints, and even Lin Chenlian won the god of war armor. Nothing was concealed from Bai Ruoyan. Although Bai Ruoyan has been inquiring about Lin Chen's news, he knows all about his experience after he came to the Holy Realm, but the information from the investigation and the words of his beloved teenager are two different things. I really want to thank Bingxin Palace. They have helped you a lot. Fortunately, you have been safe along the way. How did you enter the tomb of The holy king and still have such a stubborn temper. Bai Ruoyan caressed the young man's cheek, her brows were lightly frowned, and the two of them had been alone for some time. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan pulled out an ancient scroll from Neji and handed it to Lin Chen's hand. Brother Lin Chen, this time I can come out as just an exception. I don't know when the next meeting will be, you have to take this 1. It can help you a lot. Lin Chen took it curiously, and when he ran the holy power and opened the ancient scroll, Shining Saint Monroe listed a series of ancient texts pouring into his mind. 9 level burning heaven palm, fire type orange level palm technique. Palm technique is divided into 9 levels, 9 level combination, and its power goes up to the middle level orange level combat skills. 9 level combination requires a minimum of 30 holy acupoints before trying to use it. Lin Chen was shocked. The strength of this exercise is a bit terrifying. The intermediate orange level and the primary orange level seem to be 1 level apart, and their value and power have increased exponentially. As far as Lin Chen's journey into the holy world is concerned, he has never seen orange level intermediate exercises. Powerhouses who can possess low-level orange level exercises belong to a small group of people. The orange level intermediate is simply a legendary existence. Even the 6th grade sect did not appear many times with the name of the orange level intermediate level exercise. Sister Ruoyan, where did you get this scroll from? Lin Chen was moved. Bai Ruoyan replied with a smile, it belongs to Xinyan Palace. But, this is supposed to be a practice method for you, right? If it disappears, will they blame you? Bai Ruoyan put his hand on his cheek. These questions are not worth mentioning. Everything in the world is less important than a single hair of yours. Someone. Lin's heart was so moved, who could stand it when the angels were talking about love? Lin Chen hugged the beauty tightly in his arms. The stunningly beautiful person's delicate body trembled lightly, and suddenly burst into a smile in his arms. Brother Lin Chen, you are dishonest. Someone. Lin said solemnly. Sister Ruoyan, let's continue what was interrupted during the holy fire realm. I don't want to bear it anymore. Bai Ruoyan raised her head, her beautiful eyes stared at him with a hint of apology. Brother Lin Chen, my mentality has not yet reached perfection. If I break my body, I will lack the realm of knowing mentality. Someone. Lin felt like a bolt from the blue, mouth trembling with anger. What the hell? Again? Why is this the plot again? Bai Ruoyan's beautiful eyes and blue waves flowed, looking at him very seriously. His face suddenly burned, like a descended angel falling in love. Whispered. If Brother Lin Chen wants, elder sister can give up everything. It doesn't matter if you want now. No. Lin Chen's breath trembled slightly, and he refused, like a knife. Embrace the angel, the arrow is on the string. At this moment, it is too difficult to say the word no. Judging from the attitudes of Xinyan Palace, Lin Chen can probably guess how much the current Sister Ruoyan is valued by Xinyan Palace. If there is a problem with her mentality, I am afraid it will directly affect her foundation and even her safety. It's a pain, brother. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. You haven't eaten meat since the beginning. Lin Chen wanted to cry without tears, and let out a long tragic sigh that belonged only to Lin Shuaiqiu in his heart. I want it. What's the use of this iron rod? Inside the secret room. Consumes 680,000 points of advanced cultivation techniques and begins to integrate the cultivation memory of 9 layers of burning heaven palm. Specify the target for the host to integrate the cultivation skills of 9 Layers of burning heavenly palm, the consumption is doubled, and the consumption of 1.22 million points of high-level exercise essence. Lin Chen consumed 1.9 million points of martial arts spirit at once, and by Ruoyan merged the cultivation memory of 9 layers of burning heavenly palm at the same time. If Xingyan Palace finds out that she has given such an important practice to herself, no matter how respected her status is, she will inevitably be held accountable or punished. Although Bai Ruoyan didn't care, Lin Chen couldn't do it. He could not tolerate Sister Ruoyan being a little wronged. So amazing. After retreating for a long time, when Bai Ruoyan woke up, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. The cultivation method, usage, tricks, techniques, and key points of 9 layers of burning heavenly palm were all perfectly engraved into her memory. As if you were born to learn it countless times, you can perform this exercise perfectly. Brother Lin Chen, you can actually help others to practice the exercises so quickly and efficiently. This is simply a godlike method. Bai Ruoyan was amazed. If she practiced normally, even if she had the eternal sacred fire, it would take about a year for her to complete the introductory practice of this technique. This time, Lin Chen directly saved her several years or even 10 years of cultivation time. What's even more surprising is Lin Chen Sister Ruoyan's speed of cultivating memory with 9 layers of burning heaven palm is actually 1 point faster than all his clones combined, and the fusion is complete in 2 days. Lin Chen had to sigh once the power of the eternal flame. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is not without a price. The memory I can help others integrate and cultivate is very limited and requires a price." "Then are you all right?" Bai Ruoyan was seriously worried, and slender fingers unbuttoned his clothes. The more unreasonable things are, the greater the price is often paid. The Peerless person hurriedly looked at Lin Chen's whole body, for fear that he might have some shortcomings. "Yeah, there's something really wrong, my God, how could it be so hurt? It's all swollen. Don't do this next time, my sister will help you." The beautiful smile of the angel is like a crimson glow, and that touch of elegance is getting stronger. The white teeth are lightly opened. And someone Lin is embarrassed. The elegant and stunning angel's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her smile rose gradually. Lin Chen went from being pleasantly surprised, to being able to handle it with ease, to beating a living fairy, and then to taking a breath of air. His life was ups and downs. Central Island. Today is the second round of selection draws. Lin Chen came to the scene, his hands were empty, his silver robe was decorated with stars, the rest was engraved with the word Chen left by a beautiful lady. He wore a feather crown, fresh and refined, his eyebrows were like a sword, his nose was high, and he was handsome and immortal. The charm of the sun's travels in the red dust. Although I am very upset with this guy, but why do I feel that his temperament is getting more and more handsome, so annoying. I really want to beat him. I don't know which unlucky genius will draw him this time. It's a pity that I couldn't see his true strength, because of the last blast. Speaking of which, young Wanli went home to cultivate the fields. What happened? I heard that after he knew that he was defeated by Lin Chen's acupuncture, he said that he would practice a bullshit boxing, through his Mingguang holy armor, and left. When many geniuses say my words, the list of the sky rolls again. The clothes that Sister Ruoyan sewed for me are comfortable and beautiful. When Lin Chen sighed, Han Yizhi smiled and pulled the corner of his shirt. Squad leader, the list is out, you are the first batch again. Lin Chen seemed to see his opponent. Outside the 1000 genius list, the gods descended to the world Lin Chen, and the 51st on the genius list, Zhou Tian Fortune and Xiao Zhou Tian. When they saw Lin Chen's opponent, the expressions of many holy realm powerhouses were extremely wonderful. It's worth watching. Xiao Zhou Tian is in the top 100 of the talent list, and he belongs to the level where he can directly participate in the reserve competition without an order, let alone the rank of 51. This is a true seed-level player. Almost many forces are optimistic that Xiao Zhou Tian will break out of the siege and become a new generation of evildoers. Lin Chen stepped into the third space gate. Xiao Zhou Tian in the blue shirt and robe has long been waiting for Lin Chen. He holds a white paper fan, and he has the confidence to control the situation. You are Lin Chen? I expect you to show more strength than before, otherwise I will be very disappointed. I am not Yang Wanli, and ordinary tricks can't defeat this sun. After he finished speaking, Xiao Zhou Tian closed his fan and his shoulders shook. Boom! The terrifying Xingwei erupted from his 29 holy acupoints, turning into a 1,000-meter-long yin-yang Xinghui, black and white, lingering around Xiao Zhou Tian's body. His eyes turned into black and white, extremely mysterious. Besides, he also refined 5 different crystals. 3 yin system, 2 yang system. 29 holy acupoints. Is this sun also aspired to this realm? It's really scary. Some old-fashioned holy realms from 5th and 6th grade aristocratic families had solemn expressions on their faces. Those who can be listed in the genius list are within 2,000 years old. Cultivation in the holy realm, sometimes closed eyes, not only dozens of hundreds of years, but for geniuses in the holy realm, 2,000 years is like a 20-year-old mortal. To be able to reach 29 holy acupoints at this age is undoubtedly a real evildoer. Looking at the current list of evildoers, the evildoers such as Long Yijing and Xiao Jing have only 30 holy acupoints. The top 30 of today's talent list are also blooming with 30 holy acupoints. Xiao Zhou Tian's figure flashed, and he flew to the top of Lin Chen's head in an instant. Zhou Tian fortune chart. He urged the yin and yang dual series heteromorphism, and sacrificed a black and white catalogue of the vicissitudes of the ages, and the top of Lin Chen's head expanded rapidly. Yin and yang holy power, suppress. The catalogue is engraved with ancient Buddhas, ancient demon kings, and twins of yin and yang, scouring the power of yin and yang that rolls like a river of heaven, illuminating 10,000 rays of holy light of yin and yang, and finally condensing into a beam of holy light that penetrates the heaven and earth to illuminate Lin Chen's position. That's it? When Lin Chen smiled slightly, pure two-headed spiritual power burning dragons rose from the top of his head. Roar! Roar! The 2 spirits burned the dragon with a roar, and the dragon's roar was like a rolling sonic boom, instantly shattering the holy light of yin and yang. Pfft! The Zhou Tian creation map of the 2nd grade holy artifact, with a snort, started to burn. As the master of the sacred artifact, Xiao Zhou Tian was immediately implicated, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his spirit atrophied. What? Xiao Zhou Tian's face was even more horrified. He found that the flame burning on the fortune map was actually condensed by pure mental power, and could not be extinguished at all, unless it was eliminated with mental power. But his spiritual attainments have just been promoted to the Holy Land. At the moment when the 2nd grade saint artifact Zhou Tian fortune chart was burned to the point where all the sacred points of Lin Chen were injected into The fire element crystal. Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped the sky. Boom. The fire waves turned upside down, and the scorching aura that burned out the 8 wastes burst out from between Lin Chen's 5 fingers, and shot it out. With one palm, as if even the holy energy could be burned into nothingness. 10,000 zhang holy flames overturned the heavens and the earth, and a giant palm of burning the sky carried the 6 billion dragon power that shook the continental plate, and it was ready to go, and the power and holy aura exploded in an instant. Head on to Xiao Zhou Tian. Boom. Boom. Zhou Tian's fortune map exploded in an instant. Xiao Zhou Tian was blasted into the sky by a palm, blood spilled into the sky. The map of good fortune was scattered into the sky with attribute light spheres, and it shattered on the ground. Hiss. All geniuses take a breath. One move, one palm. The seed-level genius selected for the enchanting list. Lose. This is so fucking powerful. This is completely close to the strength of the top 10 genius list or even the enchanting list. Young Master Qingshu stared at the battle screen. Then, is that the burning heaven palm of my Xinyan palace? Young Master Qingshu glanced up by Ruoyan unwillingly, the beautiful eyes flashed with autumn water. Even if she was watching, her figure was still elegant. Young Master Qingshu could probably guess that Lin Chen's use of the burning heaven palm was related to Bai Ruoyan. But what he couldn't accept was why he could learn to meet in such a short period of time. And the scope of the use is even more perfect than him, and the timing and offensive are almost flawless. It seems that he has gone through 1,000 trials and tribulations to this. Practice. Get 2,000 points of suit essence, 10,000 points of rune energy, 300 million points of battle spirit essence. Lin Chen took away all the attribute light orbs dropped by Xiao Zhou Tian and the broken Zhou Tian fortune chart, and harvested a lot of suit essence. What a profound cultivation technique. His spiritual attainment is probably in the middle stage of the Holy Land, and the spiritual cultivation technique he uses is at least the orange level. His spiritual power burns the characteristics of the second-grade holy artifact to the fullest, so that the spirituality of the holy artifact cannot protect the body on its own, and then smashes it with pure power and heaven defying palm technique. Under normal circumstances, wanting to smash a second-grade holy artifact is no less than killing a third-level holy realm head-on. If it weren't for the fortune map, now this kid Xiao Zhou Tian would be smashed into several pieces. In the 4 islands, the powerhouses of the 6th-rank aristocratic family with shrewd eyes can see the clues at a glance. All the powerhouses who had doubts about Lin Chen before, all dispelled their concerns at this moment. The second round of selection, Lin Chen, win. Shen Lao announced that Lin Chen slowly left the battle plane. As far as Lin Chen's eyes can see in the central island, no genius dares to look at him. Based on the battle between Lin Chen and Xiao Zhou Tian, perhaps only the top 10 geniuses are qualified to compete with him. This is the strength of the second-level perfection of the Holy Realm. I have twice the number of holy acupoints than ordinary powerhouses. Lin Chen was looking forward to his strength when he stepped into a higher realm. In general, the Holy Realm is 2-level perfection. The holy power of 20 holy caves is equivalent to 3 billion dragon power. One holy cave in the 2-level Holy Realm is equal to 200 million dragon power. The 2-level completion is 3 billion dragon power. Times, that is 6 billion dragon power. The flesh shell power is 6 billion dragons, and the holy energy is 6 billion dragon power. Lin Chen's current moves can suppress all kinds of holy realms and achieve triple perfection. You really are a monster. You are many times stronger than when you were in the Phantom Charming Dragon clan. The woman exclaimed, and Lin Chen turned to look. The beautiful woman has bright red hair and a sword in her body. She is dignified and dignified. There is an indifference between her brows that refuses people thousands of miles away. When she sees Lin Chen, the indifference fades away, and her expression is strange. This woman is Jian Qingqing. You are also very strong. You have already opened 10 holy acupoints. This kind of cultivation speed, I am afraid that many geniuses can't match the horses. When Lin Chen laughed, Jian Qingqing rarely rolled his eyes. Come on, I was eliminated in the second round. Compared with you, I can't even catch up with you. The first level of the Holy Realm even exploded 10 holy acupoints, and I directly crossed to the second level of the Holy Realm. You don't know how many saints have been ruined these days. The two were talking and laughing, and several Jianyu experts in the 4 islands beamed. Although it was not arranged by them, they wished that Jian Qingqing and Lin Chen had a better relationship. Suddenly, Lin Chen turned his head abruptly, a faint chill and sense of crisis rose in his heart. The magic seal in his palm actually had a weak reaction. There are signs of demonic energy in the tower? There are so many human races here, which demons dare to mix in here? But see, among the genius list geniuses in the central island, a boy with a pale face like paper grinned and stared at himself. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have met this person once, when he was in the tomb of the Holy King. Brother Lin Chen, your request, Elder Shen, has been fulfilled. At this time, Bai Ruoyan transmitted a sound through the air. Lin Chen was overjoyed, and temporarily retracted all conjectures. It's important to improve his strength, no matter what his background or ideas are. Lin Chen flew into the air and headed to the 4 islands in the south, north and west on the 3rd floor of the Jia Tower. Next, Lin Chen met with some powerful saints in the 4 islands. Even the super saints of the 7th grade family have met several. These saints, Lin Chen can't see through their cultivation at all, and it is conservatively estimated that they are above the 6th level of the Holy Land. A real powerhouse man. In the name of meeting, Lin Chen actually steals attributes. And with the improvement of Lin Chen's strength, some saints whose cultivation base is lower than Lin Chen's stealing attribute values are very limited. There are too many saints on the 3rd floor of this world tower, not all of them can use the omen of God stealing once, and the talent points are insufficient. Lin Chen only selects the strong holy realm to activate his talent. Time has passed, and within 3 days, Lin Chen's attribute value has skyrocketed, but the bottleneck of 21 holy acupoints has not yet ushered in an opportunity to break through. Lin Chen's opponent in the 3rd round was even worse than Xiaozhou Tian, and he surrendered as soon as he entered the battle. If you win 3 rounds in a row, you can truly stand out and become an alternate evildoer in one fell swoop, get most of the rights and qualifications equivalent to the evildoer list, and get the qualification to challenge the evildoer on the evildoer list. Inside the Dongdao Palace, Bai Ruoyan personally protects Lin Chen. Before cultivating, Lin Chen wanted to use up the spirit of the practice technique to achieve consummation of the heart technique for Bai Ruoyan, but the system showed the result of failure. Bai Ruoyan's Sacred Flame Heart Sutra requires cultivating all kinds of skyfire, holy fire, and condensing one's own Shenyan. Inside the secret room, Lin Chen entered a state of submerged cultivation. He Sat cross-legged in the void, the entire secret room shone brightly, and the energy fluctuations came like a mountain and sea prison. 9 clusters of brilliance are suspended in the void, the clouds are steaming, and the vision is full of visions. Or like the eye of a hurricane, or like boundless darkness, or shining aurora, or thousands of trees, like a sea of woods and dragons, or thunder and lightning, one side of thunder and lightning. This is actually 9 low-grade variant crystals. 1 thunder, 1 fire, 1 wood, 2 winds, 2 darks, and 2 darks. Lin Chen and the Dragon Clan Master traded 7 low-grade variant crystals, as well as the thunder-type variant crystals cultivated by Lei Teng, and by Ruoyan learned that he was going to refine the variant crystals, and also gave him a low-grade fire-based variant crystal. Boom! Lin Chen's 20 holy acupoints exploded with terrifying suction, and all the colorful aurora were incorporated into Lin Chen's body. If ordinary saints see this scene, I am afraid that their jaws will drop. Lin Chen was refining 9 different crystals at the same time. This is still a variety of different crystals with different properties, and there is a risk of death from the explosion of the holy cave in an instant. 9 different crystals entered the body. Lin Chen urged time and space. 46 pointed stars moved like the sky, the Tai holy cave and the main body holy cave enveloped the 9 isomorphic crystals, and began to integrate into the holy cave without any burden. Middle. 2 hours later, the system flashes on the screen. The host refines 2 low-grade dark variant crystals and obtains 160,000 high-grade dark energy. The host refines 2 low-grade light-based variant crystals and obtains 150,000 high-grade light-based energy. Boom! Lin Chen's momentum has skyrocketed, and his strength has risen to a higher level. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Holy Land Double Perfection, 20 Holy Caves. Advanced Essence, 516.6 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 6 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Blood, 366.5 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 499 million points, middle stage of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 2.99 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 3.95 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 2.95 million points. Intermediate Talent Points, 1.45 million points. Set Essence, 3.95 million points. Blank Attributes, 0 points. Enhancement Points, 1.020 billion points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 2.7 million, Earth 2.15 million, Wood 1.99 million, Gold 2.33 million, Water 2.41 million, Thunder 2.35 million, Wind 2.31 million, Light 2.46 million, Dark 2.52 million points. Set Column, Golden God of War Set, Holding Parts, Ultimate Right Armor, Ultimate Left Leg Armor. Bloodline Status Bar, plus 12 Purple Gold Eyes, plus 15 Hongyan Holy Phoenix, 6th rank. Intermediate, plus 15 Extreme Prison Water Dragon, 8th rank. Intermediate. Strengthened plus 15 Wanguqing Tian Dragon, 8th rank. Intermediate, Strengthened. Plus 13 Yinyang Good Fortune Dragon, 8th rank. Intermediate, Taishi Ancient. Dragon Bloodline, 35 points, Taizhou Ancient Dragon, 70 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Life Awakening Bar, Open or Not. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not, Passive Talent Bar, Double Cultivation. Acacia, Assault, Terror, Orange rank, Super Chaos, Orange rank, Extreme God. Possession fragment, 3/4. Nirvana column, open or not, characteristic rune column, open or not. Talent combination skills, open or not. Lin Chen's enhancement points and suit essence attributes skyrocketed. After stealing the attributes of a wave of sacred powers, Lin Chen's suit essence reached the highest level in history, 3.95 million points. System, I'm going to consume 3 million points of the essence of the suit, each of which will fill the right arm armor and left leg armor of the God of War suit. Consumes 3 million points of suit essence. The ultimate right arm armor is increased to 2%, and the ultimate left leg armor is increased to 1.8%. Lin Chen's 2 trump cards have been improved a lot. Lin Chen is very much looking forward to that. When he was first sanctified in the past, he would be able to make the war god's armor explode with tens of billions of dragon power. Now his holy body shell and holy power cultivation base are many times stronger than those of the holy burial mountain range. If he wears the armor and leg armor of the God of War. Incredible. This is the power that Lin Chen himself can't even imagine. There are more reinforcement points, and it happens to be in short supply right now. System, I want to use up all the reinforcement points and strengthen all the orange level exercises I practice on average. Starts to automatically strengthens True Dragon Dance, God Tears, 8 parts of Burning Dragons and Heavenly Sounds, 9 burning Heavenly Palms for the host. 1 billion strengthening points seems to be a huge amount, but it is still a bit dwarfed by so many orange level exercises. Suddenly, a trace of years appeared in Lin Chen's heart, and he continued. System, strengthen the blood of the 2 ancient dragons. The system prompts the host that the ancient dragon bloodline of Taizhou and the ancient dragon of Taishi do not meet the minimum requirements for strengthening the foundation. Please improve the integrity of the bloodline and try to strengthen it. Strengthening failed because the bloodline attribute was too small. Lin Chen also intends to try to see if he can improve the quality of the bloodline with the strengthening function, and wake up these 2 ancient dragon bloodlines. All strengthening points are exhausted, and the automatic strengthening ends. Cultivation method status bar, True Dragon Ran Dance Enhancement plus 14. 8 parts Burning Dragon Sky Sound Enhancement plus 13, 9 Burning Heaven Palm plus 12, God Tears Enhancement plus 15. The result of this enhancement was somewhat beyond Lin Chen's expectations. The sword technique of God's Tears was actually strengthened to plus 15. The power has skyrocketed again. The biggest improvement is undoubtedly 8 bundles of burning dragons. The sneak attack of this spiritual practice can cause serious damage in an instant, and a protracted battle can cause the opponent to fall into spiritual burning, which is extremely tormenting and painful. Those with a weaker spiritual realm will even be smashed by Lin Chen with a roar. This time, I really have to thank those holy realm masters who have come from thousands of miles to let me steal attribute values. In the future, I really need to participate in such feast events a few more times. Each time I steal. For the interest is enough for me to earn a lot of money. Lin Chen's heart was happy, and a spiritual sound transmission entered the secret. The next day, in the central island, Shen Lao stepped into the air, appeared in person, spread out a list, and recited. At present, there are a total of 154 candidates for the enchanting list this time. In addition, the top 20 performers this time can be automatically promoted to the enchanting list after 10 years, filling the vacancy of the current enchanting list, and the ranking will be conducted at that time. War. After becoming a candidate, you can challenge the people present on the enchanting list. If you win, you will get the opponent's ranking. If the challenged enchanting loses, the ranking will drop. So far, if the candidate fails to challenge, they will not be subject to any punishment. Following, announce the names of candidates. Old Shen announced more than 100 names, and the top 20 of them had the names of Lin Chen and Han Yiji. Even if the two do nothing now, they will occupy a place on the enchanting list in the next 10 years. When the old General Shen's name was announced, the saints in the Four Islands had different expressions, which were very exciting. Those reclusive old monsters who specially went out of the customs have a rare expression of interest on their faces. Next is the main event. At the moment when the waves of the next generation push the waves of the front, how many people can come out of the blue? The enchanting selection battle active enchanting list. The wizards on the top of the mountain looked indifferent and regarded themselves very highly. They didn't seem to feel that they fell on these newcomers, and they almost had the words "let the horses come over" written all over their faces. Click. The two figures looked at the mountains at the same time, floating in the void. It's Lin Chen and Han Yiji. Not only the two of them, but more than a dozen talented art masters and daring geniuses turned into a streamer and chose their opponents on the enchanting list. On the top of the mountain, Lin Chen looked straight at Long Yijing, the corners of his mouth raised. Brother Yijing, didn't you have a great time chasing and killing me before? Those who come out always have to pay back, don't they? Long Yijing has a smile on her face, and there is a bit of ruthlessness in her gentle and elegant appearance. You come to challenge me? Ha ha ha, I can't ask for it. Seeing the postures of Lin Chen and Long Yijing, they immediately attracted the attention of many powerhouses. Long Yijing, who was ranked 9983 on the enchanting list. Interesting, this son is the highlight of the game. I heard that this son and Long Yijing had some festivals and grudges. It seems to be true. Long Yijing has recently refined another thunder element crystal and has comprehended a whole new realm of mind art. The strength is changing with each passing day. Hey, I think it's worth seeing. Lin Chen's son's strength is still unfathomable. Although it is extremely difficult to leapfrog the holy realm, common sense does not exist for this little guy. The old man can't wait for him to challenge some stronger ones. The monster. Several supreme elders of the 7th rank forces, respecting the elders, gathered on Dongdao, and watched the peaks of Lin Chen and Long Yijing with great interest. However, the next moment, Lin Chen smiled, like a child. Challenging you? No, I'm very honest, I'm not only challenging you, but also the one over there, yes, the stupid hanging in white clothes and carrying a sword, it's you two that I want to challenge. Lin Chen pointed at Xiao Jing not far away, his simple laughter made all the powerhouses stunned. Xiao Jing opened his mouth slightly. Not only that, but even some hidden old monsters in the Four Islands suspect that they heard it wrong. Challenge two peerless monsters? What's more, Lin Chen is not the main candidate for the enchanting list, but only an alternative. Alternate one-on-one, pick two main election evildoers? This alternative has never been tried in the history of Ha ha ha. Xiao Jing raised his head and laughed, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, and laughed in anger. Lin Chen, who do you look down on? You really thought that my son was delayed by Han Yiji, and you thought this son's strength was nothing more than that? You even tried to fight too, you're courting death. Lin Chen ignored Xiao Jing and looked at old Shen in the void. Senior Shen, if I fight too, I don't violate the rules. Besides, don't the rules say that the main election can't refuse the challenge of the alternative? I am the #1 commander in the holy world, Lin, and it should be reasonable to fight too, no? What? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Everyone fell down. From the point of view of the rules, there is really no violation of the rules. Shen Lao's demeanor was serious. But, little friend Lin Chen, are you sure? Although there will be a special elder who will follow the actual battle and give the surrendering party immediate protection, but the sword has no eyes during the battle, and facing the siege of 2 evil spirits, it is not safe. It would be absolutely safe. That's right, it is an extremely terrifying thing for one person at the same level to face 2 evildoers. Who is the peerless evildoer on the evildoer list? Born in the 6th rank. With good fortune, experienced endless hardships, unique talent, and endless trump cards. High talent and talent are the most special group of geniuses in the holy world. Such a character singled out too? It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Summarize the particularity of the enchanting list in 2 sentences. In the holy world, there is no such a terrifying gap that can go from the 3rd level of the holy realm to the 4th level of the holy realm, but the enchanting list can. In the holy world, the expansion multiple of any acupoint expansion cannot exceed the multiple of the first expansion, but the enchanting list can. On the enchanting list, everyone contains the energy and heritage of the sky. What's more, Lin Chen is not at the same level as them, he still challenged 2 more. Seeing old Shen's serious attitude, Lin Chen clapped his hands like he had just woken up from a dream. Old Shen is right. I shouldn't be like this handsome man always asks for fairness, and fucking fairness. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Han Yizhi suddenly puffed out her face, thinking of happy things, covering her mouth and holding back a smile. I feel right now that it's very unfair for these 2 to play 1 against 2. Lin's serious and righteous words. Everyone? No, who did you learn this fairness from? It's unfair for the 2 of you, Lin, to fight one another by leaping the ranks? Toxic. You. Lin Chen pointed in the direction of Dong Dao, his fighting spirit soared to the sky, and pointed directly at young Master Qingxiu. That son of kidney deficiency, you come up too. I don't like moaning and chirping. It's unfair to play 2 and 3. Lin's light-hearted laughter caused the 4 islands to fall into a strange silence for a while. The atmosphere of silence is a little weird, and the needles can be heard. Well, I heard it right just now. This 3 fights is what he said is fair. Well, I want to know if I am crazy or Lin Chen is crazy. Senior, what is fairness? Ask him to go. Ask me to dry my hair. This is the first time I've seen such fairness. 1 hit and 2 isn't enough? Damn, he wants to hit 3? Crazy. Must be crazy. Many strong men were dumbfounded, and their faces were stunned. It's outrageous to hit 2, this motherfucker hits 3? The most terrifying thing is that young Master Qingxiu became famous earlier. His strength far surpassed Long Yijing and Xiao Jing, and the latter 2 were not at the same level at all. According to the regulations, young Master Qingxiu did not participate in this alternate challenge, and he would appear so far because of Bai Ruoyan. It is even more impossible for the rules to allow the current evildoer to challenge an old-fashioned evildoer. West Island, inside the VIP palace. In this battle, unless this Lin Chen kid is really crazy to find death or has other strange tricks, it is absolutely impossible to win a normal battle. No matter how powerful the technique is, it is impossible to go beyond the level so outrageous. A giant from a 7th grade family said. The beautiful woman in the pink long dress from the 7th grade sex. Shadow Temple nodded in agreement. Although she still had her charm. She was optimistic about Lin Chen, but she said solemnly. Mo Qingshu of Xinyan Palace, this son became famous more than 2,000 years ago. And was listed on the list of evildoers. Now there are 31 holy caves in bloom. Ranking 4th in the holy realm. I heard that this child's first acupoint expansion was 18 times. Hiss. Hearing what the two great masters said, many young geniuses in the holy realm took a deep breath. 18 times, the evildoer of the world. For the general enchanting list, the first acupoint expansion was only 15 to 16 times. The two great masters, if the junior remembers correctly, 1 times the expansion of the acupoints is based on the holy acupoints of the 3rd level of the holy realm, which is approximately equal to 1/500 million dragon power. A holy energy, comparable to 9 billion dragon power, right? A young man in a green shirt dared to ask a beautiful woman in a peach skirt. The beautiful woman nodded and said, yes, that's right. The most straightforward view is that the basic repair of 30 holy acupoints is 8 billion dragon power plus 9 billion dragon power for 1 expansion of acupoints. Even if Mo Qingshu does not use martial arts and combat skills, a simple move of holy power can also produce a destructive power comparable to the power of 14 billion dragons to 17 billion dragons. The corners of the genius's mouths shivered a few times. So perverted. They cultivated from the 1st level of the holy realm to the 3rd level of consummation, blooming 30 holy caves, and the holy energy they obtained was only comparable to the destructive power of 8 billion dragon power. As for the enchanting acupoint expansion, the total amount of holy energy obtained by 1 holy acupuncture exceeds that of the previous 30 holy acupoints. It's no wonder that the whole list of evildoers is a baby. The holy realm clearly forbids the life and death fight between the evildoers or the hunters of the evildoers, and they really deserve this title. Who can become a saint who is not a genius chosen by hundreds of millions of people in the secular world? But the expansion of the acupoints of ordinary saints is about 3 to 5 times, and it can completely crush the Holy Land triple layer, let alone 18 times. If the enchanting list does not expand the acupoints, it will be the case. If the acupoints are expanded, the dragon will fly to the sky, and it will be unstoppable. It seems that Mo Qingshu only has 1 more holy acupoint. Even Xiao Jing and Long Aging can't be Mo Qingshu's opponent when they join forces. Territory. Faced with such a lineup of 1-on-3, Lin Chen is either crazy or has a strange move. Perhaps there is only one possibility. Another 7th-rank noble family spoke up and said thoughtfully, it is this son who took out the strength of the Holy Burial Mountain Range that day and killed the trump card of the 4th level of the Holy Land. Only this possibility, let alone this Lin Chen, now has 20 holy acupoints. Even if he has 30 holy acupoints, I don't believe that he can challenge these 3 people. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt nodded, and her eyes showed a rare excitement. On the central island, Mo Qingshu flew to the sky, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth that was extremely contemptuous. Lin Chen, do you want to beat Sanliwei? You are living in a dream. Good looking, good luck. Maybe this handsome man made his dream come true? Lin Chen smiled slightly, and was completely free from stage fright in the center of the aura of the three evil spirits. Only old Shen took a deep look at Lin Chen, as if to see through all his secrets. The three of you can accept the challenge? According to the regulations, Lin Chen did not violate the rules. Old Shen looked at the three evildoers. The three of them were pretentious and unruly. Old Shen's hands formed a seal, and a holy light swept across the 4 islands. 5 fingers slapped the void, tearing apart 1,000 zhang space. Crack, and the space crack was connected to a desert world. The desert was solitary, and the yellow sand was raging. This is the desert and sky plane, a battle space collected by the old man. This time, the competition will be checked by the old man himself. The battle rules are very simple. If one side can no longer fight or surrender, the battle will be suspended. Many old monsters were shocked, and Shen Lao actually planned to guard this battle himself. The old Shen looked at the 4 of them. Shao Jing, of the Absolute God sect, took the lead in moving, carrying a sword, stepping into the air and flying straight into a 3,000-mile-long, Peerless sword light that flashed past and swept into the crack in space. Long Yijing stepped on a thunderbolt and roared in. Emo Qingshu, dressed in white, appeared awe-inspiring, arrogant and cold, and turned into a beam of space, escaping into the void. Lin Chen, relaxed and freehand, strolled leisurely in the courtyard, and stepped into the desert sand and sky plane step by step. Brush. 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 Hundreds of light screens are displayed above the 4 islands. Everyone is looking forward to it, and the geniuses hold their breath. This battle may be a battle that shakes the past time, back to 3 days ago. The World Tower, the 5th floor. A special secret room that is disillusioned with millions of space talismans. Changing life and death, is holding secret talks. In the secret room, hundreds of people gathered. Here gathers the leaders of the 6th grade forces from all parties in the Tsangyu region, and the great powers of the 7th grade aristocratic families. The breath of each one is so tyrannical that it can collapse the stars and destroy the stars, subverting the universe at the click of a finger, and can dominate hundreds of millions of living beings in a single thought. All of them are big men. Originally, they just wanted to quietly visit their junior selection matches. But today, there is an earth-shattering event that brings them all together. This matter is very involved. And it has already alerted the high-level executives of the 6th grade sect or above in the 36 areas of the sanctuary. It's all here. It seems that everyone is paying attention this time. The man in the blue shirt came out of the dust, with his fingers crossed and his cheeks crossed. This man is the generation suzerain of the 7th grade. Giant power, Ying Tao Tian. Ying Tao Tian Gui is the 7th rank sect master, and it is rare to be personally there, but at this moment, his expression is solemn. Ying Tao Tian said very seriously. What we are going to discuss this time is the matter of Gil British. He spread out the jade slip in his palm, placed it on the table, and then said, Dragon, after all, a shocking talent has emerged. The powerhouses from all walks of life all looked at each other. Although they were speechless, the shock in their eyes already explained everything. The sects of the 3rd and 4th ranks of the world and the holy world are not qualified to know this level of information for the first time. But their rank 6 forces and rank 7 giants, their intelligence methods can be said to be sky-high, and they can immediately hear the news of the 36 regions and even the great wilderness. Not long ago, they received news that a new king of Wanlong had appeared in the Great Wilderness Wanlong Club. If in the past, they would at most be on guard and pay attention to the new king of 10,000 dragons. With the background of the human race, one or two kings of 10,000 dragons can't shake their foundation. But this new king of 10,000 dragons is enough to wake them up for 12 minutes. According to our latest information, the origin of this young dragon is unknown. He is suspected to be a descendant of the fallen Taiku dragon, and he wears a silver dragon mask. This is his portrait in human form. Ying Tao Tian launched a pair of ink paintings, on which the fine painting depicts a handsome, wild, and domineering face. The powerhouses from all walks of life were slightly suffocated. This is exactly the same as when they obtained information. Ying Tao Tian even got the portrait painting. Ying Tao Tian said again, the people of this sect have sent back a message from the Qinglong clan. This dragon is participating in the Wanlong Association in the name of the Qinglong king. It is a multi-blood dragon clan. Phoenix, Qinglong, Yinglong blood. Speaking of this, another middle-aged man with a sapphire sword slowly spoke. This dragon has variables. The variable is that he can perfectly control the transformation of multiple bloodlines. It is currently known that his Qinglong and Yinglong bloodlines were baptized by dragon energy and transformed into the bloodlines of the descendants of the eternal sky dragon and the extreme prison water dragon. Another white-haired old man said tremblingly. This is not the most terrifying thing. What is terrifying is that he has derived a new bloodline. Yin and Yang create the dragon bloodline, and the 3 dragons and 1 phoenix bloodline are in the same body. And according to the battle information at the Wanlong conference, he does not have any battle load, that is to say, holding 4 bloodlines is not his limit. The beautiful woman in the pink long dress flashed her eyes, and her tone was solemn. What if he derives more bloodlines in the future? Or, after being heavily cultivated by the primordial dragon clan, he can continue to transform his bloodline talent to a higher level, and a real world-destroying dragon will be born at that time. Although there are still those ancient dragons, the possibility of this dragon blood surpassing them is very small, but it does not mean that there is no. There is only one turning point now. The rumored demon man has appeared again, and he will be general at the Wanlong conference. The dragon forcibly took it away, but it doesn't seem to have any intention of harming him. As soon as the name of the demon race came out, the atmosphere became particularly strange and quiet. Ying Tao Tian tapped the table with his fingertips, and said again after a while. No matter what, we can't let this matter go. The first task now is to find him before the dragon clan finds him. Even if this matter involves the intervention of the demon clan, we can't just stand by, but if we find any information about Wanlong, the whereabouts of the king, leave it to me to decide. 3 days later, East Island. Goddess, you really don't stop little friend Lin Chen. Although his potential is strong, you should be very clear about his strength as the direct disciple of the 17 elders, to which Qingshu belongs. Inside the palace, the dim light of the fire was extinguished, and a hoarse voice transmitted by Ruoyan. Mother, you, look at it. Bai Ruoyan smiled slightly, with a unique style. He has never disappointed. In the battle plain, the yellow sand is rolling, and the sandstorm is raging. Many geniuses even stopped the challenge for a while, and no one wants to miss this battle. Xiao Jing was wearing a 3-foot red sword, without a sheath or splendor. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, with his hands on his chest. The 30 holy acupoints were shining with holy light, and a roulette-like sword light was spinning behind him, like a crescent moon. Long Yijing's thunderous and powerful body, with a feather crown and green shirt, reveals a subtle murderous aura in her gentleness and elegance. Mo Qing's face is like a crown of jade, and he is handsome and free, and has an extraordinary aura. Boom! The sand rolls filled the sky, and the power of the battle skyrocketed at the same time. The 3 evildoers do not intend to join forces and fight against each other. Lin Chen, see the gap between yourself and the enchanting list, go back and practice for another 1,000 years before challenging this sun. Xiao Jing laughed arrogantly, and drew his sword without any hesitation. 8. Different crystal brilliance shone brightly, and the 3-foot green front swung swiftly, and the sword energy spanned 3,000 miles. The chill dropped suddenly, and there was a heavy snowfall in the desert. Xiao Jing's sword came from the west, and there was snow all over the world. Long Yijing's 5 fingers crossed the claws, the power of 30 holy acupoints skyrocketed, the right arm flashed with lightning, and the fingertips burst into thunder, and a thunder shadow killing claw crushed Lin Chen from the air. Wherever he passed, the void exploded again and again. Mo Qingshu didn't even plan to make a move, he folded his arms around his chest, waiting to see how Lin Chen was beaten up. The 3 evildoers are not afraid of Lin Chen's trump card when he broke out of the Holy Burial Mountains. They also have their own trump card, and they don't have the background of shocking the world, so how can they be called wizards on the evildoer list? Lin Chen smiled evilly. I'm afraid you don't know who created the Dark Horse Club. Today, the 3 of you don't even think about getting out of here completely. Just when everyone was looking forward to whether they would show the trump card of the former Holy Burial Mountains. Tear. Boom. The desert situation changed suddenly, the sword light like snowflakes flashed out, the bright moonlight like slashing light, the sword rainbow burning with anger, the arrow light with scattered feathers and shadows came out, like pushing mountains and rivers across. Boom. 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 Instantly destroy Long Yijing and Xiao Jing's offensive. Everyone is suffocated. Some genius pupils tremble with fear. Brush. Brush. Several white light and dragon shadows shuttled like divine light, killing the 3 in an instant. Long Yijing drew the thunder sword from his waist and slashed across the sky, blocking the sharp edge of the flying knife from the air with a clang. The space crystal wall cracked open, and straight sword light shot from the top of the 3 people's heads, and the arrow light of gale wind thunder shadow pierced horizontally. Boom. The vast gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air. Sigh. Another raging flame-burning handprint was taken with a pocket head. In an instant, the 3 evildoers fell into an incomparably terrifying offensive, and everyone watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. Isn't this a 1-on-3? How could the 3 evil spirits be besieged in an instant? History. At the moment when the slow rune burst, the 3 evildoers fell into the vortex of the besieged offensive in just one breath. Xiao Jing quickly pulled the red sword, cut down layers of sword shadows, and broke through the shackles of slow runes. Long Yijing's sword evoked the thunder of the 9 heavens. Smash the raging flame sword rainbow. Even Mo Qingshu was forced to shoot, his fingertips connected, beams of holy light flashed like polar stars, tearing apart many siege attacks. The 2 sides played against each other, and many great powers vaguely Captured more figures. Bang! A storm of destruction exploded, and the two sides retreated, each occupying one side. Standing still, when the three looked around, their faces were slightly moved. The scene in front of him was extremely shocking. A full 7 Lin Chen, or holding a knife and a sword, or a gun and a bow, or a handprint knot, are ready to launch a furious attack at any time. These 7 Lin Chens are just as strong. At most, the types of combat skills used are different, but the essence is exactly the same, and it is undoubtedly difficult to distinguish between true and false. Interesting, is this the capital you clamor for? Mo Qingshu's brows trembled, his tone was frivolous, but his expression put away his previous contempt. My capital? This is the beginning. Son of Xinyan Palace's kidney deficiency. You may not see the sea when you see the mountains. I will start with you and let everyone in the Xinyan Palace know whose woman Bai Ruoyan is. Lin Chen has completely lost the cynicism of the past, and his brows are full of domineering and arrogance that look down on the world, shocking the heroes. After the Battle of Wanlonghui, Lin Chen killed countless enemies, as if he was infected with the temperament of the king of Wanlong. Frog at the bottom of the well, how are you worthy of a goddess? Today, my son will destroy you. Mo Qingshu pulled up a crimson trident, and stabbed again, and again. The 12 different crystal brilliants in his body flashed like stars, and a red-like crystal in the center was shining like a sunwheel. Some of the sharp-eyed powerhouses were shocked. Xinyan Palace really did a great job. This Mo Qingshu actually refined a middle-grade variant crystal. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen and all the clones were shocked, and the main body and every clone were full of 17 shining pools of star brilliance. The corners of the mouths of the powerhouses watching the battle trembled. 17 low-grade different crystals. Are you still a person? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness, and all 9 attributes. The number of different crystals is almost catching up with the number of his holy caves. How did he refine so many different crystals of different properties without dying? The wizard who is as strong as the enchanting list, the number of different crystals under his control before becoming a cave expansion is also less than 10. Tong extinguishing halberd, fire 1,000 blades. As soon as Mo Qingshu made his move, he was shocked. The scarlet trident pierced the sky with a blade-like flame, tearing apart the space and stabbing Lin Chen all over the sky. True dragon dance, reverse. Lin Chen's whole body exploded with pure power, his hands danced with the secluded phoenix spear, the spear shadows flashed into dragons, and the dragon shadows danced like 10,000 dragons covering the sky. Clang! 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 Each spear shadow dragon energy is divided into 5, and it is completely twisted into one piece with the flame flow blade bursting out of the trident. Crisscrossing, sparks burst, and the sky is red. Xiao Jing and Long Yijing never stopped. When Lin Chen and Mo Qingshu fought, they stepped forward and rushed forward, and Lin Chen's clones started to act. In an instant. Heavenly thunder. In a flash, Lin Chen activated the only blue-level top-level nirvana, thunder. Thunder. Sigh. Boom. The thunder of the sky is shocked, and the anger is blasting the sky. Tens of thousands of meters of purple light thunderclouds exploded out of thin air, erupting with a might that shakes the sky and earth, shrouding the 3 evildoers. Long Yijing seemed to know each other, her face changed slightly. Boom. 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 In their respective thunderclouds, the 3 purple thunderbolts carried a strong aura of destruction, plundering like a giant python, and attacking the 3 evildoers out of thin air. The power of the purple thunder is enough to shake the 4th level of the holy realm. Be careful, this is his kind of weird attack that can't be avoided. Long Yijing slapped the Lei Jing at his waist, and the Lei Jing instantly enlarged, becoming 100 feet huge, like a wind wheel surrounding Long Yijing. With a snort, the thunder mirror blocked the thunder strike from the front. 8 dragon shadows flew in front of Xiao Jing's chest. Each dragon shadow had 10,000 shadows. The Stegosaurus sheltered Xiao Jing, and it dissipated when the thunder struck. Only Mo Qingshu slapped the sky, tearing Zi Lei apart abruptly. There are Stegosaurus Asylum, Thunder Mirror Body Protection. Lin Chen's blue rank top Nirvana offensive was stopped by all means. Moreover, the actions of the 2 evildoers were completely unaffected. They slaughtered Lin Chen freely, and fought with the clones, as if the 2 life-saving sacred objects on their bodies would protect them spiritually. With Lin Chen's current background, avatars are on the 1-to-1 list of evildoers, and when the opponent's evildoers are full of firepower, killers are emerging one after another, and avatars are still inferior to evildoers and wizards. But if 2 clones face off against 1 evildoer, they can firmly suppress them. It's the 8 treasure sword dragon box and Lei Jun body shield of Shenyan Palace. A strong man exclaimed. It's terrifying. As soon as this kid came up, he forced out the life-saving cards of the 2 of them. To be able to force out the life-saving killers of the 2 enchanting geniuses. On the enchanting list, Lin Chen has already won in a certain way, because it is a 1 versus 2 premise. The key is to look at Mo Qingshu. If you can't win this person, the chance to win this battle will never come. Boom. Lin Chen and his clone rushed up again, and Lin Chen fought with Mo Qingshu in the way of World War II 1 and left and right bows. The 3 fought fiercely, 1 knife, 1 spear and 1 halberd, the halberd splitting the spear and the halberd stabbing, the 3 after images crisscrossed from the void, and the halberd blade and the spear tip collided many times. The thunder of the heavens followed him like a shadow, constantly splitting out a thunderous light that destroyed the stars, forcing Mo Qingshu to have to deal with the bombardment of the Nirvana by Fengshen, and the battle was a little distracted. This scene seems a little shocking. Lin Chen actually fought head-on to block Mo Qingshu. The 2nd level of the Holy Realm is a complete enchanting candidate, and Lin Chen is fighting against the old-fashioned enchanting wizard and Mo Qingshu, who is in the 4th level of the Holy Realm. The 2nd level of the Holy Realm is the 4th level of the Holy Realm. This is still the enchanting list of the 4th level of the Holy Land. At least at the level of the 6th rank family, I have never heard of such a thing. It is no exaggeration to call it the most terrifying leapfrog challenge in history. Lin Chen's various mysterious methods, and the orange level halberd method that took over from him, made Mo Qingshu's expression even more condensed. The previous orange level low-level halberd technique that he was good at was actually perfectly blocked by this child. Although there is a taste of pure power blessing, what kind of cultivation is he? The cultivation base is completely incomparable to himself, and the strength of this marksmanship even overshadows him. There is a big gap between Lin Chen and Mo Qingshu's cultivation, but he has 6 billion dragon power, pure power, 17 low-grade variant crystals, double holy acupoints, and high-strength orange-level exercises, together with a clone and a full-time instant. It's impossible for the light fractal shadow to suppress him, but to block his attack, it's still no problem. Boom. 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 Lin Chen, his clone, turned into a stream of light, and he fought with Mo Qingshu. From the sky to the desert, and then from the bottom of the desert to the sky. Xiao Jing and Long Yijing showed signs of falling for the first time under the desperate siege of Lin Chen's other 5 clones. The corners of the mouths of the geniuses trembled. It's really a 1-on-3. There is no doubt that Lin Chen's strength has surpassed that of the average enchanting genius. However, after hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting between the two sides, Mo Qingshu seemed to have figured out Lin Chen's details. The corners of his mouth rose, and he sneered. Lin Chen, is that all? Mo Qingshu sneered, that's it? Lin Chen, when this cloud of thunder clouds disappears, it will be easy for my son to suppress you. Lin Chen grinned. Yeah, super messy. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the holy acupuncture points in the body of the 3 evildoers suddenly became turbulent and chaotic. Activate the triggered super chaos talent 6 times. The enemy has entered a state of chaos, duration, 60 seconds. What the hell? My holy cave actually closed on its own? When Long Yijing and Xiao Jing were horrified in unison, the avatars' offensive immediately skyrocketed. Jueying flying knife, sword fury, jiguang, feather, annihilation, and successive displays, the 2 evildoers were the first to fall behind. Mo Qingshu stood still. Even if he fell into a state of super chaos, he could stabilize the situation. However, today I will let you see the details of my Xinyan palace. Mo Qingshu shook his hands, and 2 fire dragons swept out of his palms. This palm blessed all the power of the fire element and the extremely holy aura of his whole body. Young Master Qingshu even made a blood sacrifice to Yanlong. Inside the Dongdao Palace, a beautiful maid was secretly surprised. This is one of the most powerful orange-level ultimate moves of Xinyan Palace. Dragon. The fire dragon stirred up the wind and clouds, and a dragon dashed into the sky to hit the thundercloud, breaking the thunder. A dragon dived into the air and attacked Lin Chen. The dragon flames rolled and burned all over the world. The desert yellow sand ignited and burned, and the entire desert plain instantly turned into hot yellow sand, burning flames. True dragon's edge. Lin Chen danced the secluded phoenix spear, and the gold-based holy energy was driven to the extreme. The tip of the spear was embellished with a touch of Gengjin's holy light, and it stabbed completely virtual. Sigh. Boom. The sharp edge pierced through the fire dragon, and the burning sand exploded. The sky-high flame tornado. Lin Chen was shocked to retreat hundreds of steps, and the corners of his mouth bleed. Fire can be gold, and the attributes are mutually exclusive. His true dragon dance was completely restrained by the opponent. Boom. Mo Qingshu had spare strength, and he stepped on the fire dragon, rolling in, and his expression was extraordinary, as if he wanted to capture Lin Chen head-on and suppress it. The corners of Lin Chen's bleeding mouth rose slightly. You've been fooled, little brother. This distance will let you know what the sharp edge of the tears of God is going around in circles. In an instant, Mo Qingshu's heart flashed a sense of crisis inexplicably. The clone in the Tian hidden state, suddenly drew his sword. Choke. The blade's edge is about to split the desert cloud sky and cut through the space plane. Pfft. Tear. When the ultimate sonic boom roared, the 5 madly rotating aurora sword lights twisted together. The sword lights were like a long rainbow, dazzling, like the Tianhe turning over, and they all slashed towards Mo Qingshu. What a quick knife. Mo Qingshu had no way to retreat. He stepped on his feet, and the fire dragon, waved like an arm, turned upside down, spit out the dragon's breath in the face, and blocked the 5 aurora swords. Bang bang bang. When Mo Qingshu's pupils trembled, the 5 aurora sword lights exploded within 100 miles of him, about to be killed. The power of the sword lights soared and exploded into countless pieces of sword energy. Hundreds of thousands of shards of knife gas were like broken jade, like the hole in the center of the storm, and Mo Qingshu was swallowed up by the momentum of a storm in an instant. Boom. 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 The shards of sword chi poured down like a mountain torrent, like a space storm in the universe that instantly twisted Mo Qingshu. What's even more terrifying is that the blade gas fragments are mixed with the edge of the dragon force and the impact of the broken spirit, making Mo Qingshu hard to guard against. It can't prevent the destructive power brought by the blade chi edge and pure power, nor can it prevent the terrifying spiritual katana shards. With an explosion, Mo Qingshu's blood sacrifice Yanlong was smashed alive. Hiss. This knife has moved countless old-fashioned sword saints. Too monstrous. This knife, directly attacking the holy body, spirit, holy chi cultivation, base, and a broken blade chi, cannot be guarded against. The power and timing and the use of the sword technique have become perfect. Ka. The defense of the holy energy was broken, and Mo Qingshu was smashed by more than a dozen pieces of dragon power knife energy. For the first time, his injuries since the start of the war were revealed, including his arms, chest, and knife marks. God Tears is already a plus 15 enhancement level. In addition to Lin Chen's spiritual realm, flesh shell strength, and holy power cultivation, there has been a qualitative change in all aspects. This knife is almost the strongest group attack and killing move of Lin Chen at this stage. On the unexpected surprise effect is also a must. Boom. Boom. The space roared. Mo Qingshu stepped on the blossoming flaming lotus flowers. And in a flash, the aftermath of the follow-up bombardment of God Tears was forcibly washed away. The pupils of the geniuses trembled. This is actually an orange-level movement technique? The background of Xinyan Palace is really perverted. One wave was not settled, one wave after another, the sky was torn apart by 10,000 zhang cracks, and a huge flame of flames covered the 8 wastes, with 4 layers of fire marks circulating, rolling up the blazing waves, aiming at the top of Lin Chen's head and roaring down. All the geniuses who practiced fire-type exercises were all ashamed in an instant. This palm can burn 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another unique skill of the Xinyan Palace, the 9 burning heavenly palm. And this is the 4th layer burning heaven that has been successfully cultivated. It is displayed by Mo Qingshu, the power of 14 fire-type different crystals. If faced with this palm in the middle stage of the ordinary holy realm, it is very likely to fall on the spot. Mo Qingshu is worthy of being an old-fashioned evildoer. While breaking out of the opponent's offensive, he has already prepared his second trick. Slow rune. Brush. 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 Another round of slow runes fell from the sky. This time, Lin Chen directly consumed 300,000 rune energy to seal the demons and suppress the ghosts, stagnating in 1,000 miles of space, and the power of the giant flame palm was reduced by a few points. It's not just you. Lin Chen laughed sternly. His fighting spirit was high, and the power of the fire element was activated. 5 layers of fire marks were ignited in his left hand, and the destruction of the burning sky and the ground surged, and he slapped his palm towards the sky. Boom! Another piece of burning heaven palm was born. It can be said that Mo Qingxiu's holy power is 10 times more powerful. Lin Chen's 5-layer burning heaven palm is divided into 5 parts. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of feet of flame tornado blasted through the desert, spreading and sweeping. Lin Chen's burning heaven palm was smashed head-on. Although Lin Chen's 5-layer burning heaven palm has a high level of realm and attainments, it has been strengthened to +12 and the blessing of instant light fragmentation, but the former has 11 fire element crystals. Mo Qingxiu's crimson flame giant palm broke the offensive and continued to suppress Lin Chen. Fenlong Tianin. A dragon roar shocked 9 days, and 4 burning dragons were quelled around Lin Chen's avatar's head. Fenlong burst out with a dragon chant. The sound wave was like substance, piercing the huge flame palm in the air, and actually shattered Mo Qingxiu's burning heaven palm. Boom! 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 The flame giant shattered and exploded. Lin Chen and his avatars took turns to go into battle, recruiting high strength orange level exercises, which is to fight hard. Well, longing entered his head. Mo Qingxiu retreated violently, his face pale. A scorching burning sensation came from his spiritual consciousness. The spirit was actually burned? This kid's cultivation technique is more bizarre than every move. In this epic battle, the scalps of everyone watching the battle are numb. The outside world sect, and the Peerless orange level practice that has been passed down through the ages, in the hands of these few people, it's like a hand in hand. And every trick is used to the extreme, so powerful. Extremely in thunder bite. The brilliance of the 8 thunder-type heterocrystals in the Longi crystal skyrocketed, the sword slashed the 8 wastes, and the sword cut out the thunder shadows. The residual light of the flying knife and the giant palm of the burning sky. There is snow in the world, thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. The shadow of 1,000 feet behind Xiao Jing drew his sword and stood up. The 8 treasure sword and dragon box protected him from the attack of the Nirvana. Boom! Xiao Jing smashed the offensive of Lin Chen's 2 clones with one sword, and when he was about to strike another sword, a mentally condensed Fenlong roared in the space behind him. Roar! The dragon's roar turned into 5, like a 5-layered sound wavestorm, destroying the dry and rotten, causing Xiao Jing and Long Yijing to retreat back and forth at the same time. Their faces were pale, and their spirits were burned. Damn, why can't this intense mental burning be cured? Xiao Jing and Long Yijing looked at each other and saw each other's shock. At this time, the thundercloud dissipated, and Lin Chen's top blue rank Nirvana began to dissipate. The two resisted their Nirvana with their life-saving cards. He also resisted the offensive of the 5 Lin Chen, and the details of the enchanting list were fully revealed. However, they have also paid a sufficient price. Trauma, internal injury, and mental trauma have been accumulating continuously. More importantly, some of the injuries are incurable. Just let the injury get worse. The two did not have the entanglement of the blue-level top Nirvana, and were preparing to destroy Lin Chen's 5 clones in one go. Boom! 10 rounds of blazing sun rose in the desert plain, exuding temperature and aura of destruction. Even the faces of the 2 evildoers were rarely solemn, and even revealed a bit of fear. Long Yijing's demeanor was uncertain, and she could no longer maintain her past graceful and extraordinary demeanor, gnashing her teeth unwillingly. Lin Chen actually pushed Mo Qingxiu to such a level The power of this move is probably a peerless combat skill that matches his mind. The heritage of Xinyan Palace is really far beyond other sects. As arrogant as Xiao Jing is also true. He was born in the absolute God sect, and stood out as the pinnacle of countless monster-like geniuses, ranking on the list of evildoers, but at this moment, both he and Long Yijing felt frustrated. Because even if the two of them advance to the acupoint expansion realm, unless there is a heaven-defying encounter that alarms the ages, they will step into the cave expansion realm, at most between Mo Qingshu's cultivation base. If Lin Chen can push Mo Qingshu from the expansion acupoint realm to the bottom of his cards, they won't be much better. Unless you can open the second holy acupoint in the acupoint expansion realm. The high acupoint expansion multiple requires a more vigorous accumulation. And it is not so easy to open. That is to say, they can no longer suppress Lin Chen, at least in terms of combat power. Lin Chen really surpassed them. This result, even if they become acupuncture expansion realm, cannot change. This was a huge blow to the two pretentious evildoers. Boom! The arrows lit up and down. Lin Chen's avatar attacked again, and the two fought hard to face Lin Chen's 5 avatars head-on. On the other side, Mo Qingshu is in the 10 suns, the sea of fire is like a long robe, and the holy majesty is like a sage high above, overlooking all living beings, with the majesty that dominates hundreds of millions of living beings between his eyebrows. When he looks at Lin Chen, he waved his fingertips. The holy cave in his expanded cave is like a deep sea, like a sea, but at this moment, it seems to be completely drained. Laugh. 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 The entire plain began to ignite an endless fire. The desert flames were raging, the yellow sand quickly melted, and thousands of flames were born and died, and the radius of 100,000 miles began to be burned into nothingness. Oops, Lin Chen is going to lose. Old Shen, if we don't save people, our human race will lose a peerless evildoer. To be able to do this, Lin Chen is already against the sky. There is no need to fight anymore. Yes, Lin Chen's son, what he lacks is the silence and experience of time. In the future, he will definitely surpass Mo Qingshu. The age gap between the two is incomparable. Notify a few sages who are assisting the healing department, there is something wrong, and immediately rescue Lin Chen. Inside the Jia Tower, many saints belonging to the Jia Tower acted one after another, on guard, with solemn eyes. Holy realm battles, unless it is a life and death battle, generally seldom do their best. Unlike the Emperor of War, although the saint has the ability to destroy the sky and the earth, it takes a lot of resources and time to make up for the depleted holy cave. But Mo Qingshu's move was so strong that he almost emptied 80% of his holy power. Take all the power of the different crystals and integrate your own mind, orange level exercises, and even your own blood, and use the cultivation base of expanding the cave to perform this trick. Ordinary saints face this move, unless they have a tribute restraint or a special killer, otherwise there is no background of the 4-layer perfection of the holy realm, and it is impossible to survive under the offensive of that move. Not to mention the geniuses who passed the preliminaries, even the enchanting monsters who were forced to attend the 3rd level of the holy realm, had a solemn expression. They asked themselves, even if they advance to the cave expansion, they may not be Mo Qingshu's opponent. The background of Xinyan Palace is terrifying. Goddess, this. The hoarse voice transmitted the sound, and by Ruoyan in the Dongdao Palace. was indifferent, staring at the light screen with wonderful eyes, and the blue waves flowed, including the great power of the 7th grade family. When everyone thought that Shen Lao would make a move, he stood still. Shen Lao's eyes were very deep, his palm shook a little, and then there was no movement. Mo Qingshu's face was slightly pale, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a bloody arrow into the 10-round sun. With my hard work, sacrifice the power of the ancestors of the Holy Sun, and the 10 suns are absolutely flames. Listen to my orders. Mo Qingshu pushed it across the sky, and 10 groups of blazing suns slammed into Lin Chen. Boom. The 10 suns spread out in a fan shape, sinking into the plain, burning up hundreds of millions of stars. Very strong strength. Ji Xiaochuan at the Wanlong conference may not be his opponent. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and the 9-color starlight in his palm suddenly overflowed like a roulette wheel. The 17 low-grade different crystals twinkled like bright stars, and Lin Chen's Tai sacred point and the main body sacred point skyrocketed with infinite 9-color divine light. The 9-color divine light poured into the palm of his hand, and all Lin Chen's holy energy poured into the 9-color starlight, with a flick of his palm. The host activates the instant light and shadow, and destroys the cracking talent, consuming 100,000 talent points. Boom. The streamer streaked across the sky, as if a 9-colored meteor fell into the sky, and the 9-colored meteor was divided into 5, and the 10 rounds of the heaven-covering holy sun were shaken from the front. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The 9-colored stars collided with the holy sun and turned into a 10,000 zhang 9-colored beam of light rising into the sky. Under the rotating 9-color divine light, the energy fluctuations of the world are overflowing. Every rotation of the light beam is like a star, absorbing and annihilating the exploding holy sun energy. Boom. 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 10 rounds of holy sun exploded wildly, and the aftermath energy was continuously absorbed and swallowed by the 9-color beam of light, annihilating to nothingness. The plane overturned and swayed, and hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand were annihilated by 2 world-annihilating energies. The battle between the 2 evildoers was affected by this, and they were forced to stop and retreat to the other side of the plane. If it wasn't for the space plane opened by the old man himself, this wave of offensive would be enough to destroy the battle plane prepared for the enchanting list into nothingness. This Lin Chen can actually break out such unique skills. The 2 evildoers were stunned and trembling in their hearts. What is this kid doing? The Holy Land is not even at the triple level. If he were to be promoted to the 4th level of the Holy Realm, once the acupoints were expanded, wouldn't he be subverting the enchanting list? Everyone held their breath, looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Only a few strong people exclaimed in their hearts. It turned out to be a tie? Ying Tao Tian, the beautiful woman in peach skirt, and other great powers of the 7th grade aristocratic family stood up. They did not look at the light screen transmitted by the plane, but stared at a place in the void with deep eyes, as if they had personally seen the battle situation in the desert plain. It turned out to be a tie? Ying Tao Tian and the beautiful woman in peach skirt exclaimed almost immediately. This result was beyond their expectations. That's right, it was Lin Chen's performance that exceeded their expectations. They had no idea at all that Lin Chen would be able to take the all-out blow of this acupoint expanding monster with the cultivation base of 20 holy acupoints. This is outrageous to the sky. The next 2 levels to take the powerful blow of the cave expansion? This Kid's killer is so powerful that it subverts all common sense. The power of Lin Chen's 9 Tribulation Star depends on Lin Chen's overall strength. After the Battle of Wanlonghui, his elemental energy and the number of different crystals skyrocketed, and his cultivation was far more than before. 20 holy caves were in full bloom, and the double superposition of Tai Holy Cave made his 9 Tribulation Star formidable. Hurricane. After possessing the Tai Sacred Cave, Lin Chen can adjust the power of the 9 Tribulation Star. If it is a normal 9 Tribulation Star, Lin Chen can use the effect of turn the sacred cave and use it 4 times in a short period of time, but not this time. This memory of facing Mo Qingshu's 9 Tribulation Star is Lin Chen's full strength. He mobilized all the holy power in the main body holy cave and the Tai Holy Cave, and poured the 9 robbery stars that can be used 4 times a day into this attack, which is almost his strongest attack at this stage. Boom! Boom! With 2 explosions, Lin Chen and Mo Qingshu retreated violently, receiving different degrees of backlash. Lin Chen was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and Mo Qingshu was a mouth-vomiting attribute light ball. The injuries were large and small. Boom! After the 10 rounds of Holy Sun were crushed by the 9 robbery star beam, it shot in the direction of Lin Chen and through the afterglow of the sky. Old Shen, it's time to take action. Ying Tao Tian gave a cold voice, and the 2 of them are now trying their best to take a break. This second wave of the aftermath of the offensive may directly threaten Lin Chen's life. However, the old Shen was as motionless as a mountain, and his old eyes glowed with unprecedented brilliance, staring at Lin Chen's back. Boom! The knife whistled. Lin Chen's clone appeared beside the main body like a timely rain. The blue and bright moon swung a knife across the sky, and another, sacred tears slashed out 5 aurora swords. The sword light flashed, and when it exploded from the void, it twisted the sky into pieces of sword energy. Boom! 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 The blade gas fragments and the afterglow of the holy sun continue to pour out and collide, like 2 world-annihilating storms colliding, madly offsetting. The 9-color beam of light and the holy sun energy storm did not slowly dissipate until a moment later. Everyone clearly saw the figure in the void. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, and the domineering, arrogant smile had not dissipated. Mo Qingshu's body was covered in blood, and although the holy light was still protecting his body, he was covered with scars. What made the strong spectators puzzled was why he didn't use the holy power to heal the wounds. Brush! Brush! 2 figures came, one left and one right, surrounded Lin Chen and the last clone. It was Xiao Jing and Long Yijing. Previously, Lin Chen used the 9 Tribulation Star, and he used 5 clones to resist the aftermath of the collision for him. His cultivation is not as good as Mo Qingshu, and such terrifying energy erupted at close range, and the strength of his body alone could not stop him. The clone fell, and the battle power to stop the 2 evildoers disappeared. It was a tie? No, his clone has almost disappeared, and the unavoidable thunder attack has disappeared. He is the one who loses next. Losing a fart. Lin Chen has been able to fight the 3 enchanting lists by himself, and I think he has won the most. Think about how old he is, what kind of cultivation? If this child expands his acupoints, I am afraid the enchanting list also shook 3 times. I, Yudiange, wish Lin Chen the strongest. All the geniuses and even the evildoers on the evildoer list are hotly discussing Mo Qingshu was covered in blood, and he endured the pain of many injuries. He stood proudly in front of Lin Chen, his breath was still strong, and he said, with a wicked smile, "The foundation of my Xinyan palace can't be compared to you, Lin Chen, even. If this young master is injured, it's easy to knock you over with one hand. Can you still use the attack just now? Facing the siege of 3 evil spirits." Ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The geniuses were stunned for a moment, but he can still laugh now. Refreshing. I didn't expect that the strength of the main body can reach the current level. Although the holy cave was emptied, Lin Chen suddenly felt a graceful and cheerful heart. Before entering the great wilderness, a Long Yijing had to force him to do everything he could. Except for the armor of the god of war, he had to use almost all his cards. In addition, the siege of the clone could delay a monstrous evildoer. But now, the 4th level of the ordinary holy realm is no longer his opponent. Non-expansion cave-level monsters, ordinary monsters are even more difficult to stop his Lin Chen offensive, monsters below the expansion cave level. Even if the monster wizards join forces, he can fight 3. The gap between the front and back has at least turned 10 times. Boom. The sword chi was horizontal, and Long Yijing and Xiao Jing used their swords to strike directly behind Lin Chen. Well, consuming a huge amount of rune energy and creating clones may not be able to win them, that's all. Play my other trump card. Lin Chen smiled evilly and snapped his fingers casually. Tear. A swipe of azure blue dragon light slashed across the sky, like a sharp slash at the sword's edge, and the attack of the 2 men was blasted away with one sword, and the 2 evil spirits were knocked back thousands of feet, with a look of horror. What? What's the matter? Lin Chen, are you cheating? Behind Lin Chen, a man appeared. His long hair is shawl, the roots of his hair are light, his eyes are like precious jade, his face is like a pile of snow and jade trees, his facial features are prominent, the bridge of his nose is high, his eyebrows are cold. His hands are behind his back, and the upward curvature and charm of the corners of his mouth are exactly the same as Lin Chen's. Everyone was stunned. This is not Lin Chen's clone. Why are you still calling a helper? What's even more terrifying is that the aura of this person's body is pure and fierce, and his eyes seem to be like a holy dragon roaring and roaring. Just standing there is like an insurmountable mountain. Only Ying Tao Tian, the beautiful woman in peach skirt, and the others, together with the elders of the 6th grade sect, froze instantly when they saw the man's appearance and temperament. A chill that was almost tingling on the scalp rose from the soles of the feet and rushed straight to their heavenly lids. Sect master? Are you? Sitting in Ying Tao Tian, the delicate girl in green clothes couldn't help but ask in surprise. She had never seen a sect master show such an expression before. Old Shen, is this an obvious foul? When there was an enchanting voice transmission, Shen Lao, some powerhouses seemed to find out, for the first time, a hidden giant, such as Shen Lao showed his astonishment, and even stunned and froze in place. After half a breath, Shen Lao returned to normal, his eyes were like swords. And he stared at Lin Chen's back. This boy has too many secrets. So many that his old man couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of it. You can't go wrong. This appearance, this temperament, this breath is the new king who has shaken the ancients and swept the world. The king of Wanlong, the United Kingdom. Ying Taotian's heart set off a storm. A generation was born, the king of 10,000 dragons, who swept away countless dragons, was actually by Lin Chen's side? This information confuses the sect master of the ancient giants. Shen Lao regained his senses, stabilized the scene for the first time, and announced loudly and transmitted his voice to the battle plane. Lin Chen did not foul this person. No, it should be said that this dragon's life breath is in the same vein as Lin Chen. It should be a part of his life. Since it is his own power, there is no violation. When the old Shen made a sound transmission to the 4 islands, many strong people were in an uproar. This kid is still hiding this trump card? However, many strong people were relieved immediately. That's right, they have heard Lin Chen's information, and this son does have a dragon on his body. This holy dragon even stayed by his side when he was sanctified, but Lin Chen's performance and achievements in the Holy Burial Mountain range were too dazzling, and this tiny holy dragon was almost completely covered up. But what they never imagined is that this dragon clan is now advancing by leaps and bounds. Looking at its aura, it seems to be stronger than the ordinary 3-level completion of the Holy Realm. However, the most shocking are the powers of the 6th grade forces and 7th grade sects. They only received the latest information from the Dragon Clan a few days ago. How many days have passed since then? The Wanlong Club has been turned upside down, and the King of Wanlong, who has shaken the past and the present, actually appeared in their human race evildoer list with this attitude? This is fucking outrageous. Who would believe it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes? The old man still can't believe it. This is too fake. Maybe we are wrong. Maybe this king of dragons, Ingbang, has a twin brother. Yes, the British state was originally a dragon of unknown origin. We can't make a rash conclusion. Take a closer look, and then take a closer look. This matter can't be sloppy. Some great powers endured the horror in their hearts and continued to wait and see. Desert Plain. When the 3 evildoers heard old Shen's voice transmission, they couldn't help but be stunned. Was this actually the dragon clan that Lin Chen kept in captivity? What about a dragon clan? The ability to turn the tide can't be achieved. This sun will destroy him with one palm. When Mo Qingshu sneered, the palm of his hand was full of fire marks, and it spun rapidly. The holy energy burned the sky, and a burning heaven palm smashed to kill Lin Chen again. The moment Lin Chen made the British state appear, the energy of the dragon veins was like a surging sea, and each dragon vein was like a river. The galaxy moved, and it burst out in an instant. The host activates the instant light splitting and extinction fission talents, consuming 320,000 talent points. The holy dragon blasted out with a palm, and the high temperature of the entire desert plain plummeted instantly. Boom. 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 Thousands of miles of shocking waves, the sea of anger swept through. The 5 hells completely constructed by the energy of the water system cover the entire plain. A flood dragon leaped through the sea, smashing the heaven-shattering burning palm. What? The 3 evildoers lost their voices, and shocked at the same time, the British clasped their hands horizontally, and thousands of azure dragon claws jumped out of the sea, imprisoning the 3 of them. Hum. 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 Xiao Jing's 8 treasures sword and dragon box, Long Yijing's thunder mirror, the power suddenly rises, the holy light shines brightly, and the group protects its master. However, the energy of the extreme prison is as if it is infinite. In addition to the 10,000 dragon claws, there are also water systems, sharp blades, guns, and even chains that shoot up, imprisoning and stabbing 3 people. Let the 3 of them have a lot of cards, no matter what kind of attack they make. The dragon breath energy that imprisons them is like soft water. After being broken, it can be condensed in an instant. The energy is endless, as if there is no end at all. In this extreme prison, it has become Lin Chen's home court. Lin Chen didn't miss this opportunity, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. 2 of the 5 extreme prisons cancelled all the attacks of the 3 major evildoers, and the 3 prisons kept shrinking and tightening, and gradually became smaller. The bones, flesh and blood, and holy power of the 3 major evildoers began to be squeezed into a ball. The flesh and blood were blurred, and it was a mess. Boom. Slow rune, falling from the sky. Focus on sealing the consciousness of the 3 evildoers, so that they have no chance to speak. Old Shen's pupils trembled. Ying Tao Tian and other great powers also have their scalps numb. Can't go wrong. This bloodline magic power is exactly the same. Exactly the same as in the information. The king of 10,000 dragons who shined brightly at the 10,000 Dragons Conference also used this trick to overthrow the dragon prince who was comparable to the enchanting list. Crackling. Ka ka ka. The bones were squeezed so that there was a slight cracking sound, and Mo. Qingshu had a rare trace of fear in his heart. This guy, come on. He actually planned to kill them. He is really not afraid of the sky and the earth. He is a character on the enchanting list, and this Lin Chen didn't even give them the time to surrender. He really wanted to destroy them. Lin Chen's holy dragon defeated Yang'an, and then it was only 12 billion dragon power. In terms of cultivation, it was inferior to Mo Qingshu. But his G prison is an extraordinary supernatural power, a straight orange level intermediate level exercise, coupled with the strengthening of blood. More than quadrupling the power, and even more blessed with instant light splitting, which is divided into 5 extreme prisons. Water overcomes fire. He was suppressed to the death. Let alone 1 Mo Qingshu, even 2 Mo Qingshu could not escape. It is rude to say that the death of the 3 has been decided. The 3 monsters defended and fought back with all their might, but the injuries became more and more serious, and the falling attribute light balls rolled down like a blowout. Seeing that the faces of the 3 evildoers were gradually turning purple, everyone realized that something was wrong. Not good. It's going to explode. Damn, Lin Chen is crazy. Will he kill these 3 evildoers? Mo Qingshu and the others are going to turn their skin around. This kid is too ruthless. Isn't he really afraid of the forces behind the 3 evil spirits? I was less than 1% of him when I was young. Killing 3 geniuses. On the enchanting list? Is this guy going to pierce the sky? When the crowd looked horrified. Boom. Bang. At this time, the 5 heavenly prisons were completely broken open. It turned into a storm, scattered all over the plain, and finally turned into a vast ocean, turning the desert sand plain into an ocean plain. The shooter was naturally Old Shen. Little guy, the outcome is already divided, you have won. The Old Shen's voice surrounds the entire plain. When the voice just fell, the 3 evildoers turned into a streamer and were teleported out of the battle plain. Sure enough, did you make a move? Well, in the current situation, the enchanting list is not so easy to kill. If these guys provoke me in the future, it is enough to blow them up together. Lin Chen put away the ferocity between his brows and smiled slightly, harmless to humans and animals. Old Senior is joking. How can a handsome guy like me be a killer? I just feel that these arrogant young people deserve to be beaten, and if I give them a good fortune, maybe they will break through and go further? The corners of many old monsters twitched slightly. Calling beating someone send a fortune? Do you want to lose face? But then, it's time for all the hidden old monsters and the great powers to have numb scalps and think about it. After the previous battle that ravaged the three evil spirits, all doubts and disbelief were all dispelled. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt stared at the cold boy beside Lin Chen. Her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't help shivering. You can't be wrong, this is the King of Dragons, Gil England. Win. Lao Yinbi. It's definitely Laoing's hand, grandma's, we've been fooled around by him. He already has the background to defeat the evildoers. Yeah. If he used this holy dragon from the beginning, cooperated with his clone and besieged the huge thundercloud, the three evildoers would have surrendered long ago. Only when you are injured will you make your final killing move. It's terrifying, did you see that? The three evildoers were pinched in Lin Chen's hands like chickens, almost crushed alive. It's over, I'm frightened. I'm going to find a beautiful girl to soothe my frightened young mind. Yujing, don't be alarmed. It's too beautiful to squeeze you, it's too beautiful to squeeze you. The geniuses of the central island directly exploded the pot. The evildoers of the evildoer list twitched the corners of their mouths. One fight 3, actually 1. This is probably the 36 domains, the most terrifying leapfrog challenge. The object of the leap is still the enchanting list, or 3. At least from the perspective of the contact between the 6th and 7th rank forces, such a monster has never appeared. This is too heaven-defying. The old woman who stayed beside the man in white looked moved. When Lin Chen took over Mo Qingshu's Tenyang Juyan, the old woman just knew that the goddess's vision was not wrong. But she still underestimated Lin Chen. Not only did he defeat the other way around, but if Xun Lao didn't make a move, the three of them would have perished on the spot. Kill these three geniuses who are close to demons. Goddess, did you already know the result? The old woman bowed respectfully. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, you look at me too highly, no one in the world can know what he wants to do next. I just firmly believe that these three people won't be his hindrance. The old woman was stunned and bowed deeply, the old lady is still looking away, the goddess is wise. In the desert plain, Lin, someone with sparks and lightning all the way, took away all the attribute light balls. Get 200,000 enhancement points, 10,000 thunder energy, 10,000 water energy, 20,000 talent points, 9,000 mental energy, 30,000 fire energy. Open 3 Wuguang Supreme Treasure chests to obtain 2nd grade Holy artifacts, Extreme Flame Holy Hammer, Juk Kai Tian Sword, Zimo Fei Huan. Lin Chen's attributes soared unstoppably. In the last hand of the extreme prison, someone Lin squeezed out a large number of attribute light balls from the three evildoers like a sponge. The three were seriously injured, and the quality of the attributes dropped was extremely high. Ah. The days of picking up attributes are really happy. Isn't it bad to be a handsome guy to pick up attributes quietly? Why do you have to make trouble everywhere? After this selection meeting is over, what kind of fights are there? I want to be a salted fish and pick up with peace of mind. Attributes. Lin Chen sighed in his heart, the 21st acupoint in his body loosened slightly. And after a moment of brilliance with a 6-pointed star, it dimmed again, and he still couldn't completely clear the bottleneck. Lin Chen left the plain and returned to the central island. The desert plain. was completely reduced to a vast ocean, and the weather of the entire space. Time plane was reversed with the power of the individual, and the influence of the extraordinary supernatural power was fully revealed. The VIP palace on the East Island. A green shirt beside the beautiful woman in peach skirt was wearing a green sword, and her pupils were disillusioned with a storm of 3,000 sword. Chi. Senior Shen said earlier that this dragon and Lin Chen are in the same vein and belong to Lin Chen. That is to say, they are one. That's right. As for the information about Lin Chen, he does have a holy dragon. When the old man heard the information that this son used his eyes to concoct pills, he also had a holy dragon to assist him in concocting pills. The great powers looked at each other and saw the horror and stunnedness in each other's eyes. Do you remember what Lin Chen said when he first arrived? He said he went to Wanlonghui. An old man in a thick shirt stammered with a dry mouth, and the hearts of the strong men in the 4 islands were throbbing. If so, does this mean that Jill England is Lin Chen, and Lin Chen is England? Lin Chen is the real king of dragons. Absolutely. He didn't even brag? This Lin Chen is actually an honest boy. Not only did he go to Wanlong Club, he even took the king of Wanlong, one of the highest feasts below the ancient dragon clan, the Wanlonghui, who climbed to the apex of the new era of the ancient dragon clan and won. The king of the dragons was actually a human race? Don't dare to blow like this in the book. This is completely beyond recognition. Dare to sneak into the Wanlong Club and slaughter many dragon geniuses and win the first prize. How much game, courage, and spirit must be involved in this? It can't be done with brute force. For example, the 7th rank sect master Ing Tao Tian, with his cultivation base, can enter the Wanlong Club alone, and even if he loses to all the dragons, he can still retreat. But if he wants to sneak in, it's as difficult as going to the sky. Not to mention that after sneaking in, you have to participate in the Wanlong Club. And you have to keep your disguise and stand out from the arrogance of various dragon races. This is almost impossible. For example, one day, an ancient sage leader of a certain human race opened up the way of cultivation, taught sages, wrote human civilization, and established a holy relic from the human race for eternity, but he suddenly told the world one day that he was not a human. What an impact! Ing Tao Tian was amazed. I can't think of it. I don't even dare to think about this kind of thing. I'm afraid he will be completely kept in the dark by the dragon clan. Lin Chen is the king of dragons, and the king of dragons is the king of dragons. The gods descended to earth, Lin Chen. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes lit up, his heart trembled, and he said, shivering, damn, maybe our human race is going to produce a heaven-shattering saint. Think about it, what potential does this little guy have now? 20 holy caves. Can be singled out to win 3 enchanting lists, and even beat the body by 2 levels. Xinglong is also the king of 10,000 dragons who defeated countless dragon princes and even the 9th rank bloodline. How terrifying his future is? The swordsman in blue even used the word horror to describe Lin Chen. This group of great powers, born in the 7th rank giant power, has gone through countless epics. They have seen too many wizards, geeks, evildoers, and even themselves, and they have also cultivated peerless evildoers on the evildoer list. So much so that when they saw Mo Qingshu fighting, they were a little surprised, and they were amazed at the details of the Xinyan Palace, and there was not much fluctuation. Yes, this sun is so different. Based on my experience, I have seen what I should have experienced and what I should have seen. But this son's uniqueness shows that he is special and powerful almost everywhere. This little guy's 3 cultivations of spirit, body refinement, and holy power are extremely outstanding in every field, and now even the blood and supernatural powers of the dragon family are perfectly controlled. It can be said to be an unprecedented 4 cultivations. Ha ha ha, the new generation of the King of Dragons is actually from our human race. I really don't know if this secret will be disclosed in the future. Those guys from the dragon race are afraid that their heads will fall out of anger. Don't be too happy, we'll call you Lin Chen after it's over to ask him clearly before we talk about it. Ha ha ha, no matter how you ask, this king of 10,000 dragons is also from my human race. This old man is so fucking cool, how can there be such a refreshing feeling of cheating on other people's wives? When I think of those stinky dragons who are born to look down on people, they are exposed and eaten. The expression of shit, this old man really wants to take this kid into the great wilderness for a swim back. Stop talking nonsense, let's say it first, this kid has been missed by our daughter for a long time and we have to take him to the old man's aristocratic family for a trip to say anything. Young old ghost, it's not that I despise your granddaughter. No matter how beautiful your granddaughter is, can someone else have a beautiful goddess in Shenyan Palace? You want to sell your granddaughter, but they don't have to. Bah. What are you talking about, old immortal? It's a big deal. Once the pills are put out, the room is closed, the pants are taken off, and the small lights are turned off. I don't believe this kid won't take the bait. I said, do you have any sense of public morality? Look at how thin this child is. You should come to our Peach Blossom Palace to take good care of it. Peach Blossom Daoist, stop talking about it. I'm afraid this kid will lose hundreds of millions if he goes to the Peach Blossom Palace. If you want to borrow a romantic seed for a night, just say it. What the hell are you talking about? If you want me to say, let this kid sneak in again, to soak up a few dragon princesses, and make 1 for 1. At this time all the great powers were excited like children, or they were revealing their true feelings, or they were fragrant, or they were happy, and they even looked forward to Lin Chen's future. It is rare that none of them coveted Lin Chen's secret. With their age, cultivation, and status, they understand what good luck and fortune are. Lin Chen's strength and uniqueness are not factors such as the sacred artifact exposed on the surface, but something deeper. Each top powerhouse has its own secrets, and even if these secrets are dug deeply, it is difficult to obtain substantial benefits equal to the price paid, and they will even ruin themselves. For example, there is a strong man who covets the mental method of a young genius. After kidnapping the genius, he forced him to engrave the key to the mental method. How can we ensure that the other party does not modify the key to the practice? Even if the change is only a small point, if the cultivation is wrong, a small defect can endanger the cultivation base, and the serious one will die. Take 10,000 steps back, even if you have obtained the other party's mentality and secrets. How can you be sure that you will be able to cultivate yourself? Whether its own blood and root bones can inherit the ability of the other party, and so on. Taking Lin Chen as an example, will killing him be able to obtain his King of Dragons England? Problems like this are all unknowns, and more are unrealistic. There is no turning back when the bow is opened, and there is no turning back for some things. Holy artifacts can be snatched, resources can be snatched, even if there is something of the Lord. Even luck and chance can also compete. But the premise of fighting for the chance is the premise of no master. Once there is a master, it is no longer an opportunity, but the fate of others. Among the great men of the human race present, who is not a sage who is admired and worshipped by hundreds of millions of living beings in the secular world, and an existence that ordinary sages also admire. Their vision and pattern are not comparable to the fourth-grade sects of Chiyu. Dark Pavilion. It's not a narrow-minded person who sees a young man with a little bit of a secret, and will take it by force. What they have to do is to cultivate this seed, let it grow strong, become a towering tree, and eventually grow to have an impact on themselves and even the world in which they live. This influence, positive or negative, depends on what is man-made. Seeing Lin Chen coming out of the plane, all the geniuses immediately retreated as if they saw the evil spirits. Shen Lao descended from the void and gave Lin Chen a meaningful look. He had already paid attention to this son, but his performance in the reserve match this time far exceeded Shen Lao's expectations. Shen Lao sighed in his heart and walked slowly towards Lin Chen, passing the geniuses along the way, making them excited for a while. Shen Lao Xian has a dignified manner, his brows are turning the snow-white, holy wheel, and his eyes are full of extraordinary and indifferent, which amazes countless geniuses. This, Shen Lao, is the level that their ancestors would call seniors when they met. When they were young, they were also on the list of evildoers, a real giant of all ages. Not to mention the top 100 geniuses on the list of geniuses, even the monsters and wizards on the list of monsters today may not have the chance to meet. How can these young geniuses not be excited by seeing this living legend up close today? Even if they can get a few words from the old gentleman, they will use it for a lifetime. I saw that Shen Lao, whom the geniuses admired, walked over to Lin Chen with a serious face, patted him on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "Boy, can your guild British state lend me?" Lin Chen was startled. Damn, what does this old man want to do when he is old? The corners of the mouths of geniuses from all walks of life twitched a few times. What the hell? Did they hear it right? Borrow what? Lin Chen Wei, so what, senior, you are embarrassing me. I don't want to borrow it, the influence is not very good, you can't let me replace it. Shen Lao immediately sullen, why not, don't you just borrow it for 2 or 3 days? Your Jill will affect the balance of the situation between the human race and the dragon race. Don't you understand the seriousness of the problem? All the geniuses? Is it because there is too much earwax, I heard it wrong? What's the situation? A group of geniuses petrified from the mess. Lin Chen stuff can also affect the balance of the situation between the human and dragon clans? Is the world crazy, or are they too young? Lin Chen looked serious. Senior, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Shen Lao Dao, this time the matter is too involved to tolerate you. After the matter is over, you will come to Dongdao by yourself. The old man will also call all the people of the 7th rank forces who are present today. You must take out your gil, show everyone. Crazy. Must be crazy. The geniuses almost vomited blood. You, the old man, can see it by yourself? You also want to call the other great experts of the 7th grade family too. Watch it together. Can this even lead to a team? In the hearts of all the geniuses, old Shen's majestic image collapsed. Suddenly, more than a dozen female geniuses blushed and covered their pretty faces with Their slender hands. Some pretended to be cold, but in reality they peeked at Lin Chen from time to time. Just when Lin Chen and Shen Lao were at a stalemate, several heart-piercing screams sounded from the central island. Ah! It hurts me to death. My leg, why can't it be cured? Ah. My son can't stand it anymore, hurry up, pull it out. The screams were sobbing and blood-shattering, causing the geniuses in the central island to subconsciously shudder. Everyone fixed their eyes, and saw that the three enchanting men who were carried out were lying outside the palace for treatment. The holy light was full of life and vitality. The Jia Tower dispatched 7 acupoint expanding saints who practiced the auxiliary treatment system. With the background of the Jia Pagoda, even the holy pill can be enjoyed by the 3 of them at will, and it can be treated with the help of the mind. However, the 7 acupoint expansion saints of the healing system who had saved even the dying Holy Land 5th layer were sweating profusely at the moment. The beautiful woman covered in green and brilliance stood up, took her hand away from the wound on Long Yijing's chest, and turned to look at the old Shen, her eyes full of disbelief. Shen, old Shen, we can't heal the injuries of these 3 little guys. As soon as these words came out, the scalps of all the geniuses, and even the evildoers exploded. On the top of the mountain, the mighty monstrous wizards looked at Long Yijing, Xiao Jing, and Mo Qingxi with horrified eyes. When Shen Lao heard this, he frowned. Lin Chen disagreed, and the corners of his mouth rose. Shen Lao stepped into the air and walked to the 3 of them. At this time, Mo Qingxi's shoulder bones were split, and a shocking wound was opened on his chest, the size of the mouth of a bull. Long Yijing had no good skin from top to bottom, his flesh was blurred, his facial features were twisted, and his limbs were bleeding. Xiao Jing was tragic, his right arm was twisted into a crooked bamboo pole, his left leg was dripping with blood, his chest and back were ripped apart, and his bones were white. The Eucharist is not a mortal body such as the Emperor of War, and it is no trivial matter to heal a saint. At this time, the 7 acupoint expansion saints from the healing department deployed holy pills and mind therapy, and they were stunned that they could not cure 3 of them. This scene even stunned the powers of the 6th grade sect and the 7th grade giant. What made everyone even more horrified was that it wasn't that the acupoint expansion of the healing department was useless. Instead, it healed and made up for the vitality of the 3 people. The strange thing was that their wounds did not heal. The vitality and vitality of the Eucharist were made up, but the wounds of the 3 people showed no signs of healing at all. The wound is like an unfilled hole, and no amount of energy can fill it. But they can't stop. Once they stop, the 3 of them may lose all their vitality from the wound until they die. Physical pain is one thing, the mental trauma of the 3 is more serious, as if a fire is violently burning their spiritual consciousness, tormenting them all the time. Shen Lao personally reached out to check the pulse of the 3 people, and felt the situation of the 3 people in one thought, and couldn't help but be shocked. The wounds of the 3 people seemed to have destroyed their self-healing ability, cutting off the possibility of healing from the root. Shen Lao's words caused 1,000 waves. It's too scary. Is this poison? No, there is no such poison in the world. If it is poisoned, the 7 seniors can see it at a glance. Hundreds of evildoers have numb scalps. They had never seen such a terrible handwriting. It's the ghost that Lin Chen did. The evildoers and geniuses from all walks of life looked at Lin Chen with horrified eyes, Lin Chen had a face full of indifference, and the raised corners of his mouth made them feel even more chilled. How many hands does the sky hide? Little friend, what method did you use? Now that the outcome is divided, why don't you spare them? The charming woman couldn't bear it, and tried to discuss with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The clouds were light and the wind was light, but he showed the demeanor of dominance. I am a person who has vengeance and revenge. I have said that this battle will be unforgettable for them. In my eyes, all living beings are equal. They will not be shaken because they are on the list of evildoers. They didn't die just because Shen, it's just an old shot. Lin Chen walked up to the three of them and said lightly, if it were a normal fight, they would be dead now. People are moved. This kind of courage and arrogance is really bearish on life and death, not afraid of heaven and earth. Shen Lao frowned. According to the rules, Lin Chen did not violate the rules. But no one expected that his methods would be so terrifying. Ah! Kill me, Lin Chen, kill me if you have one, it's 100. Long Yijing growled hysterically. Lin Chen said with a smile, in a situation like yours, it will probably be over for another month, as long as you can survive it. Should this situation continue for another month? My God, is it not better to live than to die? The desolation that makes many evildoers feel sad, and at the same time, their fear of Lin Chen can be said to be extreme. This young man seems harmless to humans and animals, but he is more ruthless than anyone else. For the first time, these monstrous geniuses gave birth to a peer. In the past, they relied on their status as the enchanting list and ran rampant, and there were few people who dared to take their lives in the world. But this Lin Chen was different. He's a real lunatic. They had no doubt that if old Shen did not take action at that time, the three of them would surely die. What's more, he still has the means to make life worse than death. The injuries of the three evildoers cannot be cured, and it is the effect of the orange-level talent extinction crack. Mo Qingshu's situation is slightly better, and his cultivation base is high, and it may be over in half a month. And the other two are miserable, starting on the 30th. During these 30 days, they must continue to undergo high-intensity healing and recovery, and once they stop, there is a risk of death. Even if the body survives these 30 days, whether the mind and spirit can be completely preserved is another matter. Spare them? It is also Mo Qingshu, and Lin Chen will think about it for a while. The other two, Lin Chen never thought about it. When Lin Chen was sanctified in the Holy Burial Mountains, when the defense was at its weakest, Xiao Jing attacked with a single sword. If it wasn't for the little demon empress attack, Lin Chen would have died long ago. Long Yijing led a sneak attack, from coveting his own secrets to wanting to kill himself. If there is a chance, Lin Chen will definitely cut the grass and root it out. These two are mortal enemies. Take it down and inform the forces behind them. Before that, keep their lives. Old Shen flicked his sleeves, and when he looked at Lin Chen again, not only did he not blame, but he was full of admiration. Act sharply, kill decisively. For Lin Chen, he is very satisfied. The seven elders sighed and brought 3 people into the East Island. Immediately afterwards, the selection match continued, and the challenges of the selection and the enchanting selection continued to be staged, but after Lin Chen's stunning World War I, other battles, no matter how exciting, would be dull. Bang! At this time, the sky was chaotic, and thousands of meters of glazed light swept across the sky, and the 4 islands in the south, north, and West reflected the glazed brilliance, covering the earth, like a miracle. The 10,000 zhang glazed holy light rose to the top of Lin Chen's head. And his name disappeared from the gold list of the genius list in an instant. The glazed crystal jade list in the hands of the hidden old monsters shone with a strong light, and the new name replaced Xiao Jing of the sect of gods. The brilliance in the list was quickly listed and intertwined into new names. A new enchanting wizard is born. The 9,815th on the enchanting list, the gods descended to earth, Lin Chen. Boom! A glass-colored token, like a supernatural power, traveled through time and space out of thin air and descended to Lin Chen's hand. The enchanting list is issued by the top 10 sects, and all regulations are not restricted by the Holy Realm. The first enchanting will be rewarded, 5. Low-grade Chi Luck Spirit Planting Seeds. Enchanting list enjoys the privilege, you can enter the secret realm plane of the 7th rank or lower space of the holy world alone. You can ignore the gifts of all the nobles of the secular holy country, and the enchanting token will regularly obtain the annual supply issued according to the ranking of the enchanting list, 9815 annual supply, 8,000 a gold coin. Have the right to life and death in the secular world. People below the 6th grade sect have no right to interfere with the actions of the people on the evildoer list. Enjoy the dominance of the 5th grade, and hold a banquet under any 6th grade sect, and the evildoer has the right to directly interfere. It can enjoy the right to lease the 6th grade in the 36 domains. All chambers of commerce below the 6th rank can unconditionally rent the resources needed by the geniuses of the enchanting list. You can enjoy. Lin Dushwai was shocked by the tiger's body, completely shocked. Lin Chen finally knew why the enchanting geniuses on the enchanting list looked at people with their nostrils, and there was no taboo. Why do all the geniuses want to hit the enchanting list like crazy? Those privileges go beyond the sky and surpass countless people. The 5 Chi Luck Spirit Planting Seeds obtained from the enchanting list alone are enough to support the cultivation resources of most of the 5th grade sects. This privilege is just like the uncle appointed by the people of the holy world. An enchanting wizard holding an enchanting decree can judge the fate of 3rd and 4th rank sects in one sentence. As long as his own strength is enough, it is no problem to directly destroy the sect. What's more is, can't fight back. If the wizards of the enchanting list attack the 5th rank sect, even if they cannot defeat the 5th rank sect, the latter cannot harm the people of the enchanting list. Even destroying the city and killing the country, killing hundreds of millions of creatures, will not be punished. Acting in the identity of the enchanting list, you can also rent and occupy the resources of various chambers of commerce. With just one sentence, the entire chamber of commerce can be emptied and given priority to the wizards of the enchanting list. The enchanting list is the most unique existence of the human race in the holy world. The most important thing is that with the status of the enchanting list, Lin Chen no longer needs to worry about bringing his wandering god tree, and no one else dares to touch him with the name of the enchanting list. It really does answer that sentence, only the enchanting list bullies people, and no one else bullies the enchanting list. This is the first time I have experienced the feeling of crushing people with my identity. Lin Chen clenched the enchanting token and created a special connection. This thing contains 100 meters of space, and there is a special space channel, which will regularly transmit the annual reward of the enchanting list. It was created by the powerful, and it is completely different from the golden list that only records the identity and other information of the genius list. From today onwards, Lin Chen is a member of the enchanting list, and he truly holds the gold medal of avoidance. On the bright side, no one can move the human race powerhouses in the 36 domains, and even the 7th grade sectarian forces, let alone worry about others coveting Lin Chen's secrets. Little guy, if you have trouble in the future, you can come to the Jia Tower. More, and if you have any problems, you can come to the old man. The elders were very enthusiastic and polite to Lin Chen. This spiritual boy is like a treasure wherever he goes. Lin Chen declined, and when he returned to Dongdao, a group of powerful people immediately surrounded him. All the great powers walked over with a smile on their faces and surrounded someone Lin, so frightened that Lin Shui immediately hugged his chest and covered his crotch, shivering. What are you doing? I'm still a child, what do you want to do? Don't think I'll be bullied because I'm handsome, hey, yabbity. The 5th floor of the World Tower. Inside the secret room, hundreds of top powerhouses from the 6th grade and 7th grade sects gathered. Bai Ruoyan sat beside Lin Chen with a flat face. Although she was there, Bai Ruoyan didn't think that these top powerhouses would dare to confront Lin Chen, but she still chose to accompany you. Little friend, the old man asks you, is the Guild British state of the King of Dragons really you? An old man with a dragon horn on his head couldn't help asking excitedly. All the powerhouses looked at Lin Chen in unison, even though they had already guessed that they were inseparable, but he had to confirm this matter. Lin Chen sighed, pretending to be deep. As of now, there's nothing to hide. That's right, I'm the one who overwhelmed the invincible talents of the Wanlong Association, the super invincible British. Originally, I wanted to hide this secret forever, after all, I am the so low-key, but why, my handsomeness always makes my low-key worthless, I really want to be an ordinary handsome guy, pick up attributes, and flirt with girls, why do you always find me? Lin Chen raised his head and sighed, it's really annoying to be handsome. A lot of great powers are full of black lines, but you are still low-key? If you are considered low-key, there is no low-key in the whole holy world. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt giggled, her eyes were like beads, and she shimmered in the autumn water. It's really a juvenile monster, little guy, can you show your Jill again and let us see? Looking at the expectant eyes of so many great experts, Lin Chen was helpless. In a single thought, a blue light flashed from his dantian, and Lin Chen's holy dragon turned into a human figure and reappeared. The face of the holy dragon is domineering and cold, with a pair of purple-red wings fluttering as light as flames, surrounded by yin and yang dragon energy. The top of the head is covered with blue light, and the body surface reveals a faint azure brilliance. This is the breath that Lin Chen deliberately released, so that all the great powers can clearly perceive the breath of the holy dragon's blood. Instead, Lin Chen hid the blood of Taishi Ancient Dragon and Taizhou Ancient Dragon, the deepest. Although the two bloodlines exist in the holy dragon's body as light as dust, the human race sages who are present are not the means to reach the sky, and caution is the first. Really 4 bloodlines? It's amazing, little guy, do you want to come to my Wanjian pavilion? When the great experts were discussing Lin Chen, the results of the 4th tier selection match began to appear gradually. The result of the battle did not exceed many people's expectations. There are not many people who can really compete with the enchanting list. Among the limited challengers, only Han Yizhi and the 3rd genius in the genius list have defeated or narrowly won the enchanting list, and the other geniuses have all lost. But the challenge experience this time has brought extraordinary rewards too. The candidate geniuses who have challenged the enchanting genius, and it will become a rare experience for them in the future. And Lin Chen was annoyed by these powerful people for nearly a day and a night. All kinds of arrangements and teachings. Although the conditions they put forward were extremely attractive, Lin Chen nodded whenever he could, not to mention orange-level exercises, even orange-level alchemy handprints. Study. Of course, the price is to join their sect. Even if you are a guest, you have to obey the order. And when the day came when the results were announced, the mutation suddenly appeared. Boundary Tower, second floor. Today, when Elder Wang, who was guarding the tower, was spending a quiet day. As always, a figure slowly appeared in the space passage on the second floor. Elder Wang was stunned. How could a guest enter the Jia Tower at this juncture? Hasn't the space channel been temporarily closed? The man in white clothes is better than snow, and his body is 8 feet tall. He stands tall and proud. In his pupils, there seems to be the extradition of eternal and immortal starlight, vast and mysterious. The white clothes fluttered, and behind the youth, white, cyan, blue, purple, orange, and 5-color sword chi swirled, leaving endless brilliance all over the space, like twinkling stars, forming a dreamy and dazzling galaxy avenue. Elder Huang was a little dazed. He had never seen such a young genius. He raised his hands in gestures, and every step of the way, he could lead the way. If the gods descended to the earth, the sword fairy was born again. This young man is extraordinary. Even if he doesn't do anything, as soon as he appears, all the light in the world will converge on him, becoming the most dazzling star in the universe. This guest. When Elder Huang used a respectful tone, the young man in white glanced at him, and the sword energy flashed in his golden pupil. Pfft. 2 strands of sword energy ran through Elder Huang's holy body, blood rushing. What? Elder Huang's holy acupoint lost his power, vomited blood, fell to the ground. Clutching his pierced chest, his eyes were unbelievable. With just one look, he brought down him, who is the 3rd-level perfection of the Holy Realm. The young golden pupils swept past like the wind, moving from star to star. 1 person and 1 sword, straight to the higher level of the Jia Tower. This person is Lin Chen. 1 person, 1 sword, and 1 breakthrough to the World Tower. The 4th floor, the Central Island. The powerhouses from the 4 islands gathered, this time, through the candidates. There are 134 geniuses on the list of evildoers. Although they have not fully become the list of evildoers, they already enjoy the rights to most of the list of evildoers. The normal step is that the candidates for the enchanting list can reach the standard of 12 assessments in the next 100 years, and when there are places on the enchanting list, they can be promoted to the main election. From a common sense point of view, it is impossible for the candidates on the enchanting list to defeat the enchanting wizard who is being selected. If we use the method of selecting candidates to defeat the main election to select the evil spirits and wizards of the new era, I am afraid that the evil spirits list will never be able to add a few seats. The gap between the current enchanting list and the candidate enchanting genius is as great as the sky-shaking gap. Whether it is the level of cultivation resources obtained and the level of contact, the growth rate is not an order of magnitude at all. The candidates who can challenge the main election are the first time to break the routine due to the vacancy of the enchanting list. At this time, Shen Lao was not there for the time being, and another beautiful woman in green came forward. Her eyebrows were crooked, fish and geese were sinking, but the vicissitudes between her brows revealed that her age was not as young as her face. The lady in green announced indifferently. The geniuses who have passed the candidates this time can come to the Jia Tower to complete 12 assessments within 100 years. The assessment content will be different from the previous ones. Please prepare well before participating. The geniuses in the central island cheered, some weeping with joy, some screaming with excitement, some sighing in the sky, some with mixed flavors. And finally became candidates for the evildoer list. There is only one last step left to reach that coveted position. There are also many old-fashioned holy places in the 4 islands, sighing and sighing. Once the candidates are out, they are the genius leaders of holy places in the new era. There is no shortage of geniuses in the holy realm, but it is these geniuses who are qualified to become the enchanting list. This little guy has finally become a candidate for enchanting, and then I can give him the coordinates of the treasures of several 6th grade secret realms that the old man found when he was young. It's not easy, the evildoer's choice, each session is more difficult, this time to stand out, luck also accounted for a lot. In the 4 islands, some elders of the 6th rank sect and the hidden old monsters breathed a sigh of relief and became candidates for the enchanting list. The level of contact will be completely changed from before. When the young woman in green was about to give out the reward, boom! On the 4th floor of the entire world tower, the space in the 4 islands shook completely. What happened? The green-clothed woman frowned and immediately asked through voice transmission. Elder Lin, it's not good, someone trespassed on the boundary tower. He has already injured dozens of our elders, and several elders are at stake. Senior Wang Lin will send someone to help first. One after another sacred realm did not care about private voice transmission and directly transmitted the sacred power to the 4th floor. All the strong faces in the 4th floor were very exciting. Someone trespassed on the world tower? Who is so courageous? Is it a 7th grade giant? Wait and see. Old Shen and the others went to the next level to see how Elder Shen Lin handled it. The 4-island powerhouse waited and watched, and when the voice just fell, the entire 4th floor space trembled. LOL. The void cracked with a golden light crack, and a sword intent that broke through the Jiuxiao ascended the tower. A young man in white with 5-colored sword chi behind his back walked with his sword in his arms, wandering in the void, extraordinary, arrogant and cold, and walked right above the central island. His golden eyes were very noble, and he seemed to be looking for something. When he looked down at everyone below the central island. What? This young man? It's not right, it's very wrong. Some of the hidden old monsters with high cultivation base made a sound of surprise at the same time. Too young. This son's life fluctuations are much younger than the enchanting geniuses on the enchanting list. The person who trespassed on the world tower was actually such a young swordsman? The powerhouses of the 4 islands did not express their stance, just wait and see the changes. The grudges of the younger generation will not be easily shot against the powerhouses of the older generation, and the forces behind each other are greatly involved. It ended easily. Young man, why did you break into my world tower and hurt my elders? You know that this is the preliminaries for the Holy World Monster List. The young woman in green walked in the air, her eyes were deep, standing thousands of miles away from Lin Chen, she scolded coldly. The enchanting list? What kind of garbage dares to call it enchanting? It's just a group of ants. Lin Chen was extremely disdainful, sneered, and his words aroused the anger of all the wizards and the 4 island powerhouses. In today's holy world, who doesn't know that the enchanting list is the most unique and top genius in the 36 regions? Who would dare to call the enchanting list rubbish? This tone is simply crazy. What a big breath. How many cups did this brother drink? Why did he lose his mind? My son boldly guessed that he may have been stimulated by the enchanting list when he was a child, so he lost his mind. The faces of many enchanting geniuses were full of disdain, and what was more, a red-haired youth grinned evilly, activated the power of the different crystals, and blasted out with a palm. The palm print of the six-pointed star was like fire covering the sky was falling, and the holy light was shining. Brush. A snow-white silver sword slashed against the wind and slashed towards Lin Chen. Sigh. The azure light tornado like 1,000 feet of grinding disc stirred the wind and danced wildly, covering all the escape routes of Lin Chen. The three temperamental enchanting geniuses shot directly. Heh. Lin Chen was extremely indifferent, his pupils flashed sharply, and his vigor was soaring to the sky. Bang bang bang. The attack of the three evil spirits easily penetrated and smashed into nothingness. What? All the monsters and geniuses were shocked. Lin Chen stepped out one step at a time, and the situation changed. Suddenly, the five-colored sword energy like a sword wheel spun and spread out the stars, and in an instant, it became like the ruler of the world. I came today just to find Lin Chen's aunt. You bastards are not even qualified to die in my hands. If you want to find something, let's go together. Lin Chen's words made all the evildoers furious. The other party's words were like stepping on their heads. I want to see today, what kind of crooked melon and jujube you are, dare to speak madly. This young master will hit you today. What do you mean by peach blossoms on your face? I haven't shot for a long time. I never thought that the first shot would be an idiot who doesn't know how to live or die. More than half of the wizards on the enchanting list were provoked, and they flew into the air. This scene is extremely mysterious and magnificent. Hundreds of enchanting geniuses stood on the opposite side of Lin Chen. The beautiful woman in green was hesitant, she could vaguely sense that this young man was no trivial matter. Go and inform Elder Shen, this son's breath is unfathomable, don't take action without authorization. I have never seen such a character on the enchanting list. I will protect these little guys on the enchanting list. The beautiful woman in green transmits the voice of several elders who want to besiege Lin Chen. At this time, choke. Lin Chen suddenly drew his sword. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, the mountains, rivers, and clouds moved. And the space on the fourth floor of the Jia Tower throbbed and dimmed, as if all the brilliance between heaven and earth would be dimmed under this sword. This is a peerless sword. No one present can see the grade clearly, but the sword body is full of brilliance, and the 5 fingers of Lin Chen are wrapped in veins. If the sword to deal with you, I only use one sword. Lin Chen is as indifferent as 10,000 years of mysterious ice. Looking at the eyes of all evildoers as if he were looking at dead people. There are not a lot of veteran powerhouses in Jia Tower, but they dare not shoot easily. It's very simple. In the holy world, the more powerful the genius, the more terrifying the background is. It is like Lin Chen, who has no power to kill the evildoer list, and he is the only one from ancient times to the present. This young man is not on the enchanting list, but his strength is so terrifying, which further proves his extraordinary background. The enchanting list can determine the life and death of the fourth-rank sect. In one sentence, and can arbitrarily attack the sex below the 6th rank. Without any punishment. If this young man is the list of saints, then the background is not the level that the Songyujia Tower can afford. The beautiful woman in green didn't take the shot immediately, and the enchanting list was already irritated. If she forcibly blocked it, there would be enchanters who would keep discouraging her and force her to take action. At that time, she would be in trouble for both sides, and she had to stabilize the situation again. Protecting people, on the contrary, there will be accidents in front of various denominations. What she has to do is to protect the enchanting list first. If one dies, it will be the fault of the tower. Lin Chen and 100 enchanting geniuses faced each other. Only their evildoers have always bullied people, and no one has ever bullied them. When Lin Chen sneered, the evildoer list took the lead. One holy soul gun. A monstrous wizard, holding a pair of spears, danced 1,000 fires to sacrifice to the sky, and fell down like a meteor shower. Tai Xianlong holds hands. Another evildoer slapped a palm, and the palm of his palm evolved into the ancient world, disillusioned 10 giant dragons, and swept the mountains and rivers, turning the sky upside down. Golden swordsmanship, wind swordsmanship. Qi Yuxuan's enchanting swordsman drew his sword and swung it. The wind whistled for tens of thousands of miles. The wind turned into a blade. The golden slender edge, the green and yellow sword Qi slashed at Lin Chen more sharply than a single sword. True sun, splitting arrow. A sky-shattering arrow that pierced through the stars and the moon shot through the 100,000 zhang void, pointing directly at Lin Chen's Tianling Gai. Flickering light. The Devil's Palm of Wanfo Town. The orange level exercises that pass through the heavens and the latitudes. All kinds of supreme killing techniques, perform countless martial arts. Saints, and attack Lin Chen one after another. In today's 36 regions, there has been no sign of hundreds of monsters and wizards besieging one person in 100,000 epochs. Even if all of them have only 30 holy acupoints and haven't expanded their acupoints yet, the power of the tricks they can use is not inferior to that of the acupoint expanding saints. A bunch of rubbish. See clearly, what is the real exercise? Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, his sword intent spanned thousands of miles, splitting the sky. At this moment, time seems to be forbidden. One after another, 5-colored sword Qi spewed out from his sword weapon. He took the sword and stepped like a sword fairy outside the sky. Sword monuments disappeared out of thin air, standing around him, dozens of sword Qi storms. Like tornadoes piercing the sky, thousands of them. The phantoms of thousands of swordsmen evolved from his side to the supreme swordsmanship, such as the clouds and the moon, with him as the master. What? On Dong Dao, a drunken old man suddenly opened his eyes and stared in the direction of Lin Chen, his whole body trembling with fear. This is the vision of Wanjian worshipping the gods, a realm that even the old man has not reached. On the West Island, the white-browed old man in the green shirt looked terrified. Thousands of swords worship the gods, and the sword will communicate with the gods. In ancient and modern times, at home and abroad, only one can reach the realm with the approval of the sword gods. In each era of the holy world, there will only be one swordsman who communicates with the sword will. Nandao, another old man with an eagle-like face, was shocked and lost his voice. In today's holy world, there is only one generation of holy kings who are able to communicate with the sword intent. The senior Feng Xiaotian, who is known as the Land Sword King. This sun is actually the second swordsman. At this moment, all the hidden sword saints hidden in the 4 islands changed color. Breaking dawn. Lin Chen struck with a sword. This sword made all the monsters and wizards black in front of their eyes. It was as if the whole world had been cut off by him. Only a little bit of starlight continued to magnify in their eyes, and finally they could clearly see that little bit of starlight lingered with the 5-color sword. Energy, it was the tip of Lin Chen's sword. Boom. 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 All the offensives of the 100 evildoers exploded into one piece in an instant. The central island on the 4th floor of the World Tower trembled, and if it was hit hard, it shattered into countless pieces in an instant. All the evildoers were affected and injured to varying degrees. At the critical moment, the beautiful woman in green stood in front of all the enchanting geniuses. She raised her slender hand, embellished with blue waves, and blocked the 5-colored sword light that pierced through the space plane. Boom. Boom. When the green brilliance and the 5-color sword chi collided, they finally blocked the sword's edge, but the beautiful woman in green looked pale and was shaken back dozens of miles by Eugene. The shattered green brilliance is like a goddess scattered flowers, shooting into every enchanting wizard and enchanting candidate, protecting their lifeline. Pfft. The 5-color sword chi offensive shattered, the starlight crisscrossed, and when the aftermath was backlash, the faint starlight shattered through all the enchanting wizards, and they vomited blood and retreated at the same time. Tens of thousands of saints on the 4 islands looked horrified. The situation is not right. Save people. Rescue the young master first. Don't take action against that guy, leave it to Jieta, save the young master. And withdraw immediately. Sect master, don't take action without authorization, run to save people. All the sects that have their own geniuses to participate in the election have dispatched their own strong people to save people as soon as possible. The key is that the strongest group of powers went to the 5th floor to see Lin Chen. Now, no one here can stand alone, and everyone's idea is to save people first. The 5th floor, when the great powers were still discussing Lin Chen's issue intensely. Huh? Someone came to the Jia Tower to make trouble? What happened to that kid? What, was he injured? Wait a minute, it's not right. Almost all the great powers received the news at the first time by their own means. Huh? What's the situation? Lin Chen has been tireless for a long time. Seeing that these guys don't pester him, he can't wait to find a reason to get away. Shen Lao, who has always been immortal, abruptly stood up, and his eyes crossed the meaning of killing. Someone came to the Jia Tower to make trouble. Since this old man took over, nothing like this has ever happened. He's still a young man. Old Shen tore the void for a flash, and the great powers also left the secret room, leaving Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan in an instant. Damn it, everyone is so fast when it's time to go. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly. It's okay, we'll be together too. With a little emptiness in her slender hands, Bai Ruoyan led Lin Chen away. Together. On the 4th floor of the World Tower, the fragmented central island is high in the sky. Dressed in fluttering white clothes, 5-colored sword chi lingered all over his body. Lin Chen stepped on the sword chi storm and stood with his sword in hand. He didn't chase down the people on the enchanting list, he put his sword into the sheath. Lin Chen didn't look directly at the wizards who were wounded by him. Walking in the void, a sharp sword light flashed in his golden eyes. The pupils of those evildoers who have not yet entered the battle are trembling with fear, and they are urged to retreat quickly, and their scalps explode. Hundreds of monsters and wizards were defeated by his sword. Who is this person holy? 100 geniuses on the enchanting list can't even take his sword? One person and one sword, who can stop it? Brush. 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 The streamer swayed, and the void was full of a series of light and shadow. Floating. All the wounded geniuses on the enchanting list were alternate. Geniuses were rescued. Lin Chen walked in the void, not paying attention, his golden pupils glanced at the 4 islands. After a moment, he frowned slightly. People aren't here? Didn't you say that kid was participating? Brush. He stepped on a sword light and came to the head space of the beautiful woman in green. He put his hands behind him and asked indifferently. Woman, where is Lin Chen? Didn't you mean to participate in the conference? Here? If you can't give a satisfactory answer, I will kill you first, and then slaughter the garbage just now. He was condescending, as if by nature. He came for Lin Chen? What did this little guy do to provoke such a character? The beautiful woman in green shuddered. She could expect that Lin Chen would be a troublemaker, but she didn't expect to provoke a character of this level. But this time, the beautiful woman in green was wrong. Only this time it was not Lin Chen who was provoked by Lin Chen, but him who provoked him. How could Lin Chen provoke such a character? What is the origin of this little guy? A drop of crimson water adorns the void, and fairy crimson eavesdropped on the air. Hey, this guy is really a monster, he actually came here. Inside Nandao, a pale-faced young man gave a strange laugh, a strange gleam in his eyes. In order to stabilize Lin Chen, the beautiful woman in green said with a frown. If you want Lin Chen, he will follow the tower master. Before he finished speaking, the young man laughed loudly in Lin Chen's ear. This handsome is forced to be here. On Dong Dao, a figure hovered in the air. Lin Chen stood straight in front of him. Bai Ruoyan followed closely beside him, holding Lin Chen tightly in the palm of his hand. Lin Chen's eyes looked directly at Lin Chen. For this person, he also had a sense of doom. Lin Chen didn't believe in fate, but he could vaguely feel that if he continued to grow, he would meet Lin Chen again one day, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. He was very curious. How did this guy get here? Just to kill yourself? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning and motivation. He is the trespasser? Too young. This old man has never seen such a monster before. Could it be someone from that world? Like the tens of thousands of saints on the 4 islands, the Almighty and elders of the 7th grade Juqing did not dare to take Lin Chen lightly. If it is a hidden old man or a veteran powerhouse, they are not afraid at all. And they will shoot when they should. But if it is a young evildoer, not necessarily. If you hit a small one, you may be provoked by a group of monsters. The 2 elders traveled through the void and came to the old Shen's side. The beautiful woman in green retreated to his side and whispered a few words into his ear. Your Excellency dares to blatantly kill people in the Jia Tower. Sign up and come. No matter what your background is, you can't get out of your body. Old Shen asked with a flick of his sleeves. Lin Chen frowned. The strength of the people present, not many can attract his attention. This old Shen can be regarded as one. Don't answer, that's all. If you let you act recklessly like this, it will damage the reputation of my world tower. The old man will capture you today. And let the forces behind you lead people. Old Shen's sleeves trembled, his hands did not fluctuate with holy power, and he slapped Lin Chen, but the entire fourth floor space suddenly throbbed. And twisted. Brush. 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 Lin Chen's space seemed to be imprisoned and locked, and a transparent cube enveloped him. Old Shen's strength is unfathomable. Lin Chen couldn't help but be moved. He could vaguely perceive that the realm of the old man was almost the same as that of the elders of the 7th grade sect, Ying Tao Tian. But the realm is the realm, and the strength is the strength. These are two different things. For example, if the same acupoint expansion is complete, the ordinary sage blooms 40 holy acupoints and expands the acupoints 25 to 50 times. There are 40 holy acupoints in full bloom on the enchanting list, which can be expanded by 150 times, 200 times, or even higher. The same is the 4th level of the holy realm, and the acupoint expansion realm of the enchanting list can beat the ordinary cave expansion realm with one finger. This is the gap in strength. When Lin Chen was imprisoned, his brows were furrowed. Forget it, this old thing can't be killed unless I'm in its prime. Because of that demon woman, my injuries haven't fully recovered, so I can only borrow some external force first. Lin Chen suddenly drew his sword, bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of hard work and sprinkled it on the sword intent that was like a 5-color cloud entangled in it grew. 5 Emperor Sword Chi, White Emperor Sword. Lin Chen swung his sword swiftly, and the sword's edge glowed with a dazzling white sword light, splitting the sky and sky. Choke. Boom. Bang. Bang. The confinement of the seal set by Shen Lao himself was broken. What is even more terrifying is that countless white sword lights are flying like 10,000 swords, and they cut through the void, cutting off the space. On the 4th floor of the World Tower, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan, who were standing in front of many powerhouses, had not yet had time to act, and the space was cut off by the sword light of white light. At this moment, the complexion of Old Shen and the other great experts also changed. Boom. The space plane on the 4th floor of the Jia Pagoda collapsed and was torn apart by this sword. This sword has a strong space-time trajectory, and it is not something this child can perform. When the Old Shen's demeanor changed slightly, he immediately sent a voice transmission to everyone, I implore everyone to help stabilize this space for the old man. Afterwards, my Jia Tower will have to report again. Otherwise, the middle layer of the Jia Tower will collapse, and things will be very troublesome. Tens of thousands of saints and various sects glanced at each other, not caring about anything else. A piece of holy energy was injected into the divided space from all directions, stabilizing the 4th layer plane that was about to collapse. However, Old Shen, Ying Tao Tian and others are more worried about Lin Chen and the others. The current 4th layer space plane has been cut into 5 parts, each part is shrouded in snow-white sword light. The 4 islands in the south, north and west are 4 parts, and the central island area is the 5th part. On the central island now, only Lin Chen, Bai Ruoyan, and Lin Chen are left. Oops, the goddess is trapped. The old woman of Xinyan Palace tried to tear apart the space in the central island, but she couldn't get past the area shrouded by the white light and sword light, and her face changed slightly. When the other 7-rank sect elders attacked the imprisonment in the 4 islands, Ying Tao Tian stepped out, his handsome face full of solemnity. This friend of Xinyan Palace, Senior Shen, let's do it together. You can't keep it, otherwise the people inside will be in danger. Add me one more, Lin Chen, this little guy is dead, it's also a loss to us. The beautiful woman in the peach skirt walked over with a graceful posture. It's time for everyone. Shen Lao clasped his fists. It would take a while for him to break through the white sword light alone. If the four strongest players on the scene join forces, they might be able to break through the sword intent at the fastest speed. But the premise is that Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan must persist until they break the spatial confinement. Otherwise, Bai Ruoyan will have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, and Xinyan Palace will have to be shaken 3 times, and Jieta will have to take more responsibility. The 4 of them stood on one side, and the holy acupuncture points in their bodies condensed endless holy energy, and they pushed out horizontally and smashed them on the white light sword glow like a silver waterfall. Boom. 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 The 4th floor of the entire world tower trembled. Inside the space of the central island, the corner of Lin Xingchen's mouth was bleeding. It seems that it is too early to use the sword energy of the 5 emperors, not to mention that he is injured, but it should not be a problem to take this person and regain the Scarlet God's ribbon now. On the other side, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan looked at each other and smiled. Miraculously, he didn't feel the slightest pressure, as if the 2 of them were together, no matter how big the difficulties were. Sister Ruoyan, it's been a while since we joined forces. Lin Chen held Fairy Jade's hand and laughed. Bai Ruoyan's smile is peerless. The last time we joined forces was when we dealt with the family of pseudo-gods. Then let's go even crazier this time. When Lin Chen laughed with great pride, a golden light flashed vertically, and the god of war armor was born, and he put it on suddenly. Too bad, although Lin Chen is astonished, he is far from the level to compete with that monster. What should I do? Old Shen and the others won't be able to attack this sword energy for a while. The elders of the major 6th grade sects were anxious like ants on a hot pot. And they had to break through the confinement of sword energy and protect their own disciples, which was difficult to take care of. Suddenly, a touch of brilliant golden light rose into the sky. Shine on the 4th floor of the entire world tower. This? My God, is it Lin Chen? He still has a whole card. The saints were horrified. The host uses the right armor of the god of war, and the power of the god of war suit increases. The power of the host depends on the number of parts and the degree of recovery. The golden light shines on the sky, and an invincible aura that blasts the heavens and the world swept the entire space plane. Lin Chen radiated golden light all over his body. He rolled up in a silver robe, his eyes were like gold, and the strong golden light shrouded his whole body, his flesh and bones, and even a single hair, all undergone earth shattering transformations. Lin Chen's pure power was surging all the way, unstoppable, raging into the sky, breaking through the sky. 20 billion dragon power, 50 billion dragon power, 100 billion dragon power, 200 billion dragon power, 500 billion dragon power, 700 billion dragon power, 900 billion dragon power. The golden light shines brightly, and countless golden auras are incorporated into Lin Chen's armor, as if a deity is hosted. Still soaring. Lin Chen's pure power, breaking through trillions of dragons, will not stop. 1.1 trillion dragon power, 1.3 trillion dragon power. Boom. Boom. The entire 4th floor of the tower is roaring and shaking, as if it is unbearable to bear this force. All the saints in the 4 islands were stunned. They were still worried a moment ago, how was Lin Chen going to support old Shen to save them in this person's hands? Now, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Lin Chen was finally moved. At the meeting a year ago, after a hurried battle, he remembered the wrist guard on Lin Chen's body very much, but now it has become a pair of armor. Although I have been injured this year, I am not unable to make progress. In just 1 year, I have grown from a small war emperor to a holy realm. If I don't kill you today, it will be a big problem in the future. Lin Chen became unusually dignified, and the sword edge picked up, slashing Lin Chen across the board. In the moment when the world was dark, a ray of starlight shines directly on Lin Chen. Bang! With a flash of golden light, the sky and the earth overturned, and the sword glow burst into pieces. What? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This sword was enough to instantly kill any peak of the 5th level of the holy realm, yet he could crack it so easily? Lin Chen's 5-color sword energy surged again. At the moment when the sword light burst, Lin Chen stepped out slowly. All the saints who were distracted by the battle stared blankly for a moment. He was covered in golden light, strands of golden divine light danced like dragon shadows, and his eyes became like forest stars, shining with gold. The peerless beauty accompanies you by the side, and the golden divine brilliance covers all directions. An epic picture scroll slowly opened, just like the invincible might of the god of war, as if no one in the world could shake his edge. Who? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he let out a little breath. Whoosh! Click! Click! Boom! Boom! In one breath, like 100,000 storms, the space of thousands of miles in the central island was destroyed beyond recognition. The space exploded, and countless space fragments wandered away. Hi! All the saints have their scalps exploded. Just a sigh of relief. It is like a world-destroying storm sweeping the space plane, blowing the space crystal wall to pieces. How strong is Lin Chen now? This power is probably around 1.5 trillion dragon power, which is also the limit of the right armor of the god of war. Lin Chen's heart was graceful for a while. He had no doubts. Now he can hold the sun, moon, and stars in his hands. It turns out that we all underestimated him. It's terrifying. I thought that the Holy Dragon was his last trump card, but I didn't expect him to have a hidden hand. Don't say that he played 3 times, even if all the evildoers present together today will not be his opponents. How can there be such an unreasonable guy in this world? For the first time, all the monsters and wizards felt a sense of frustration in their hearts. They asked themselves that they would not be inferior to anyone in the world. But when they saw the 2 monsters Lin Chen and Lin Chen today, they suddenly felt how far away they were. This distance is the gap of a lifetime. As expected of the man the goddess likes, he is truly a genius, and in time he may come to the Xinyan Palace. The old lady of Xinyan Palace, who was protecting by rune, was delighted. It's a bit tricky to be troubled to this extent. But if this child really has the ribbon of the red god, all the price is worth it. Lin Chen's 5-color sword chi split into a white sword light and merged into his sword. His face turned even paler. The last time I let you run away, this time it didn't end so easily. Lin Chen's body moved, urging trillions of dragons to jump in space. White Emperor Sword Chi, sacrifice heaven slash. Lin Chen slashed horizontally with a sword, and the white light sword was as powerful as a star slashing the moon, splitting the entire central island. Plain. I'll give you a punch. Lin Chen raised his hand to the sky and threw an angry punch. The golden divine brilliance of the god of war armor skyrocketed sharply, hitting the Place where the sword chi was the strongest. Boom. Boom. The Jia tower was crumbling, the two sides retreated violently, Lin Chen and Lin Chen vomited blood at the same time. All the saints were turned upside down, and the 5 planes that were split seemed to be spinning a few times at an extreme speed. In the space of the central island, the space of the tower body cracked a large hole of thousands of feet, leading directly to the outside world. Jia tower was actually pierced? My mother. The space inside and outside the world tower may not even be able to open the 6th layer of the Holy Land. Are these two guys still human? A group of old-fashioned powerhouses are pumping air conditioning. Legend has it that a powerhouse at the 6th level of the Holy Realm once had a grudge with the Jia Tower and personally dispatched a surprise attack on the Jia Tower, but failed to break the space enchantment. Now it has been broken. By 2 young juniors? At this moment, a pure white flame descended from the sky and turned into a heavy bundle of fire, instantly binding Lin Chen. All the saints were startled. It was the goddess of Xinyan Palace, by rune. Who shot? Brother Lin Chen. By rune shot with all his strength, and with a coquettish shout, Lin Chen jumped into the air, his figure moved like a star, and a trillion dragon force crushed a crack in space. Lin Chen came to Lin Chen in an instant. The armor of the god of war was like a giant hammer, a Tianling guy that smashed at Lin Chen angrily. Bang! Lin Chen broke free from the shackles of this moment, pointed his sword at the sky, and struck out. Clang! Boom! The country is sinking, the sun and the moon are eclipsed. Lin Chen's stamina was strong this time, but Lin Chen seized the opportunity and smashed him into the air with one punch, blasting people outside the world tower. Whoa, whoa. Lin Chen was injured and dropped a large number of attribute light balls. Lin Chen summoned the holy dragon in a single thought to take it away. Lin Chen didn't care what he got, stepped on Jinhui, and rushed out of the tower, followed by rune, and the 3 rushed out of the tower. Lin Chen didn't have time to break Lin Chen's sword chi restraint for other people or others. He used war god's armor, which had limited power, so he had to beat or kill him before the essence of the suit was exhausted. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Chen and Lin Chen fought again outside the Jia Tower. Outside the boundary tower, Songyu Misty Mountain. Brush. Boom boom. The 3 figures crisscrossed the sky. Lin Chen angered Lin Chen with a punch, and the golden brilliance of the fist swept across the sky, sweeping across the sun and the moon. Lin Chen slashed horizontally, the sword edge slashed Lin Chen's wrist, and a series of sparks erupted. Bang! Lin Chen's fist was missed, but he was slashed by Lin Chen's sword. Fortunately, he was protected by the armor of the god of war, otherwise this sword would have allowed him to directly divide his body. In the collision, just now, his holy power has a kind of coercion that the saints of the holy world do not have, but it has not transformed. Lin Chen was slashed to the ground, his consciousness did not sink, and he regained consciousness between lightning and flint. Lin Chen vaguely knew that the 4th level of the Holy Realm was the acupoint expansion realm, and above the cave expansion realm was the condensing realm. He didn't fully understand Lin Chen's cultivation, but he vaguely guessed that he didn't have the taste of condensing, but his swordsmanship was ridiculously high, and every swordsmanship had a transcendental meaning. In other words, his real cultivation level probably hasn't surpassed the acupoint expansion realm? Damn, how terrifying this guy is. Can the expansion of the caves take over my fist with more than 1.5 trillion dragon powers? Are you the one with the system? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. With 1.5 trillion dragon power, the fifth level of the holy realm can be easily crushed into slag, and he can't beat a single Lin Chen? Lin Chen didn't care about 3,721, he jumped into the air again. No matter what Lin Chen's background is today, he will fight to the end. Holy fire refines the sky. The white flames filled the air, like a fiery prison surrounding Lin Chen. Bai Ruoyan's fingertips were connected, and the stream of fire condensed by. The eternal holy flame slammed into him from the fiery prison. Annoying thing, get out. Lin Chen swiftly swung his sword, beheading 3 Baiyao sword beams, 2. Cut off the inferno, and his last sword cut Bai Ruoyan. Bai Ruoyan's expression was solemn, and when he was about to bite the tip of his tongue to activate the secret technique, a bunch of golden divine brilliance turned into a fist wind, slamming the sword beam with a bang. I want to see how many swords you can use. Lin Chen kicked the soles of his feet, ripped apart the void, and swept to Lin Xingchen's Tianling Gai, and punched out angrily. Boom! With this punch, the power of 1 trillion dragons exploded, traversing the entire terrain of Misty Mountain, and was beaten upside down. Only the aftermath knocked thousands of miles of mountains and rivers into pieces. Humph! Lin Xingchen snorted coldly, the sword revolved like a roulette wheel, and the blazing white sword energy swept away, receiving the golden radiance head-on. Clang! Bang! Lin Xingchen was repelled by hundreds of miles. Lin Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue and attacked Lin Xingchen with an elbow. When the pure power exploded, it forced Lin Xingchen's white light sword energy to rise sharply. And the other sword slashed across the armor of the god of war. Clang! Boom! The void shattered, Lin Chen was slashed back by a sword, and his arms went numb. Mother, what the hell is his sword? It doesn't look like a holy sword, and it's attached to his arm. Lin Chen took a deep breath, controlled the dragon power and attacked Lin Xingchen again, not giving him a chance to breathe. He fought and eliminated all the way, the right arm of the god of war armor waving at Lin Xingchen's chest, abdomen, and extreme speed at close range. Punching up violently, tearing the sky into endless space cracks, shocking. Lin Xingchen blocked 3 swords in a row, horizontal, diagonal, vertical. And the reaction was equally fast. After receiving Lin Chen's power-packed punches, while he was retreating, he stabbed out a sword instead, heading towards Lin Chen's. Boom! 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 The two fought from the Misty Mountain to the Cunlong mountain range. In just a moment, hundreds of thousands of miles were turned into ruins, destroying everything to this day. Although Lin Chen's pure power can shake the current Lin Xingchen, he can only fight with his right hand, and as long as Lin Xingchen uses his sword, he must use the armor of the god of war to resist. The 1.5 trillion dragon power can block the aftertaste of his sword chi, but it can't stop his sword chi edge. Facing Lin Xingchen, all of Lin Chen's current methods are too weak and immature. Whether it's runes, talents, awakening, nirvana, mental skills, cultivation, everything, he can't even interfere with him, just like a child wielding a sword in front of an adult. The only recourse is the armor of the god of war. Whenever Lin Xingchen strikes a sword at close range, Lin Chen must use the armor of the god of war to resist. As long as there is a mistake, he will be instantly cut into ashes by the sword energy. Lin Chen's spiritual perception can be said to have been stimulated to the extreme at this moment. In addition, he has been taking Yushengua and spiritual awakening for a long time, and the spiritual perception speed is much higher than the same level. Lin Chen holds the sword, swings the sword, draws the sword, and every detail, Lin Chen has not let go. If I fight like this, I may not be able to consume more energy than him. I have to find an opportunity to explode the power of the war god's armor to a higher level, and take advantage of it, but there is only one chance, and my set's essence attributes are not much. Lin Chen became more and more brave, and the attribute light balls that occasionally fell from Lin Chen merged into his body, but he didn't know it at all. Boom. Click. There was an explosion in Lin Chen's body, and when the sound of cracking eggshells echoed, his 26 pointed stars added another more dazzling 6 pointed star. Lin Chen actually exploded at this juncture? He broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the initial stage of the Holy Land triple stage. What's even more ironic is that he didn't even realize it, and devoted himself to the battle of mobilizing pure power. Seeing that Lin Chen has made a breakthrough, Lin Chen, who has always been indifferent and aloof, can't arouse any turbulence in his heart, but at this moment, his heart is a little irritable. In the past, except for the demon woman, he hardly ever looked directly at the opponents he killed. This battle alone made him more and more irritable. He thought that he could take down Lin Chen 100%, and the main force was used to block the group of Shen Lao and Jia Tower. How could he still have such a strong force? At this time, Lin Chen's offensive changed, and he suddenly urged Longli to retreat. Brother Lin Chen, attack him down the road, I will cover you. When Bai Ruoyan transmitted the sound, with a bang, the sky shook open a space. Like an abyss, the fire waves rolled, and the flames swept the sky. 9. Clouds in the sky, burning thousands of miles of void into a sea of fire. Ninefold burning heaven palm. Xinyan Palace's orange-level unique skills. 9 and 1 are comparable to the orange-level intermediate combat skills. Moreover, Bai Ruoyan personally performed this move, the power of the eternal sacred fire and the divine flame heart sutra showed their power, and even Lin Chen showed a hint of surprise. This woman's combat power is somewhat beyond his expectations. 3 swords of the White Emperor. The 5-color sword chi flashing from the sword in Lin Chen's hand surged with white brilliance, and he slashed and swung 3 swords. A triangular white onsword mark rises into the sky. Pft! Pft! The sword's edge slashed through the 9 heavens, white flames filled the sky, and they were swaying. East and west? You're still a long way off. Lin Chen's eyes are fast and his hands are fast, as if he was already prepared. The fingers of his left hand erupted with 5-colored sword lights. Using his fingers as a sword pierced through Lin Chen in front of him. Lin Chen's figure collapsed, turning into a star and dissipating. No, clone. Lin Chen reacted instantly, although this person's aura was exactly the same as Lin Chen's. It was hard to tell whether it was true or false, but it didn't have the power to shatter the world, the sun and the moon. It was fake. It was at this moment that a fist shining with golden light slammed down from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen feinted a shot with his phantom clone, but in fact approached Lin Chen with the rune of Tianyin. The host continues to increase the strength of the God of War gauntlet, and the charge of the right gauntlet, 1.89% is reduced to 1.25%. Boom. Directly mobilize all the power of the war god's armor, consume a lot of component charging at once, and raise it to the limit that he can bear. 1,600 billion dragon power, 1,800 billion dragon power, 2,000 billion dragon. Power, 2,200 billion dragon power. Lin Chen slammed out in an instant, the space trembled with fear, the world overturned, and time and space seemed to fall into the chaos of the universe. This punch broke through 2 trillion dragon power. Before the golden lights fist was fully swung out, it smashed the space of thousands of miles, as if it was a shocking blow that lifted the sky and destroyed the earth. It hit Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen was fainted with a shot, he did not lose his position. He quickly backhanded the sword behind him, and the 5-colored sword energy flowing from the sword body turned from white to blue. 5 Emperor Sword Chi, Blue Emperor Sword. The blue sky reflected the sky, and the blue streamer appeared like a screen. Just when it was blocking Lin Chen's back, Jin Guang's fist punched him. Bang! Boom! The power of penetrating the sun, moon, and stars hit Lin Chen, and the sky exploded with an unprecedented air wave, and the sky of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely shattered. The aftermath of this punch, even by Ruoyan, was slightly affected. The beauty was lifted beyond the potential, and Lin Chen even brushed the whole person, and fell into the mountain range several hundred times faster than the meteor. Boom! 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 The ley lines were instantly penetrated, like an egg being smashed by a hammer. The entire mountain range, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, collapsed in an instant, bursting open cracks like giant pythons wandering, spreading wildly along the way, and dozens of mountain ranges along the way collapsed and disintegrated like tofu blocks. Sangyu, the city of Buddhism. Everything in this place is peaceful, and Buddhist practitioners who seek to nurture the Buddha's nature are here to meditate. In a temple, the 2 abbots in yellow robes suddenly opened their eyes, and Xingmang flashed in their eyes, full of doubts. Strange, there have been no disasters recently. How could there be an earthquake? It's strange. The 2 abbots were about to take action. With a bang, a terrifying force penetrated from the ground like a dragon, and with a bang, the temple collapsed in an instant. What happened? An earthquake? It came from over there. The direction of the Jia Pagoda? Isn't it right, the Jia Pagoda is more than 2 million miles away from us. The smoke dissipated, Lin Chen was out of breath, and his power dropped from 1.5 trillion dragon power to 1.2 trillion dragon power. The one shot just now consumed 6/1000 of the recharge of the God of War armor. And after a few more hits, the limit of his armor of the God of War would not be much left. Under the ground of the mountain range below, a huge pit of hundreds of thousands of feet was cracked, which was shocking, like a ruins of ancient ruins. Still, let this bastard start his defense. Lin Chen turned to look around. Fortunately, the surrounding area was the garrison of the Jia Pagoda. There were hardly many forces stationed there, and there was no one within 1,000,000 miles. Bai Ruoyan turned into a puff of smoke and appeared. Lin Chen worried, "Sister Ruoyan, are you all right?" "It's okay. His breath hasn't disappeared yet, let's go quickly and withdraw to the boundary tower." Bang! At this time, before the words were finished, a sword light shot up into the sky. Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and his body was lingering with 5-color sword energy, and his momentum did not diminish. "Very good, it's the first time I've been forced to such a level by a mortal. Lin Chen, you really are worth killing." Lin Chen laughed in anger, but Lin Chen suddenly said, "I said, are you sick? Just because I look better than you or something, you want to kill me so persistently?" What's your motive for killing me? Lin Chen frowned and said, in the tomb of the Holy King, you touched something that shouldn't be touched. If you hand it over, it's okay to let you go. Lin Chen was shocked. Tomb of the Holy King? What things did you touch in the tomb of the Holy King that you shouldn't touch? He survived the death in the tomb of the Holy King, and the little shadow only stole 2 things for him. I only took 2 things from the coffin of the Holy King Hao Yin. One is the blue jade stick that can produce the seeds of the spirit of luck, and the other is the red silk. Could it be that he is for one of these 2 things? Come? Lin Chen's heart was shocked. With Lin Chen's sky-defying background and combat power, the blue jade crystal rod that produced the seeds of chi luck spirit planting might not be able to attract him. If it is calculated like this, it is very likely that it is for the Aya. I don't have more than 1 piece of red silk, I have 4 pieces of red silk. In total. He only knew that I took 1 piece of red silk, and he went crazy. And went to the tower to find me. Mother, if you let him know that I have 4 pieces of red silk, I'm afraid I'm not going to fight for my life. Seeing Lin Chen's changing expression in an instant, Lin Chen sneered. It seems that you already know, hand it over, or I will kill your woman. Your strength is weakened. If you fight again, you think you will be my opponent? Lin Chen is bluffing Lin Chen. In fact, he himself is also at the end of the shot. If he is allowed to return to the unhurt state of his heyday, let alone Lin Chen wearing the armor of the god of war, the people in the tower will not be his opponent if he swarms up. He was just pushing hard. Indeed, my strength has been reduced. However, why do you think I only have this 1 trump card? Lin Chen grinned, not afraid of Lin Chen at all. There's still a backhand? Lin Chen frowned when the 5-color sword chi brilliance surged. At this time, the space was distorted. It's a young man who is too evil. Is it true that my world tower does not exist? Old Shen and Ing Tao Tian, the beautiful woman in peach skirt, and the old woman of Xingyan Palace, appeared at the same time. They have broken the shackles, stabilized the situation of the tower, and left the tower as soon as possible. Have you broken the bondage? Lin Chen was a little surprised. This was more than double the time he had expected. Of course I have to thank my little shadow. When Lin Chen laughed, a pitch-black dragon shadow returned to Lin Chen's side, and confidently said yeah twice, as if he was taking credit with Lin Chen. While Lin Chen released the holy dragon in the tower to collect the attribute light ball, he also left the little shadow in the tower. The shadow was born in the boundless void, and his understanding of the space domain was far beyond ordinary creatures. Lin Chen's White Emperor sword chi involved the avenue of time and space. Lin Chen took a gamble and left the little shadow in the Jia Tower to help the great masters break the shackles. Fortunately, the bet was right. Innate shadow? It seems to be more than that simple. Lin Chen regained his previous calm, looked around at all the powerhouses surrounding him, and sneered. Forget it, let's keep it in your hands for a while. If you don't collect this thing completely, you won't be able to see its secrets. You are the first mortal who aroused my anger. In the future, I will definitely kill you. Lin Chen waved his sword, the white light divided the void, and Lin Chen disappeared. Want to go? Old Shen grabbed both hands and opened the space blockade, but found that Lin Chen could not be stopped at all. With his sword, the space channel that was split seems to lead to an end point. That does not belong to the Holy Realm. Even Elder Shen can't cut off his space channel. Ying Tao Tian waved a palm, and Lin Chen had already disappeared, fluttering in the air. The secrets can only be spied upon after the collection is complete. It seems that the 4 pieces of Aya's secrets I have are quite big. When Lin Chen was thinking about it, when he looked down at the sky-shattering pit, there was a dazzling light of attributes shining inside, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The background of this young man may exceed our expectations. Ying Tao Tian fell into contemplation. He wanted to fight with Shen Lao and forcibly keep him, but he hesitated in the end. As a 7th-rank sect master, his words and deeds are responsible for the sect. If he provokes such a young man who dares to enter the World Tower alone, the power behind him may be unimaginable. Shen Lao was not surprised by the actions of the people around him, and they were not even close to each other as a cooperative relationship. Being able to help Jia Tower stabilize the situation was already a great deal of face. They can't be forced to deal with this young man. When old Shen turned to look at Lin Chen, before he had time to ask about his injury, he raised his brows and said incredulously, "You actually broke through the cultivation base again?" Although Lin Chen's aura of concealing his cultivation was excellent, he couldn't hide it from a character of such rank as old Shen. Lin Chen didn't know it himself, but when he looked inside his body in a single thought, when the 21 hexagonal star acupuncture points were shining brightly, he showed an embarrassed but polite smile. Then what? Maybe a handsome person, there is really no bottleneck in cultivation, right? Hearing this, the beautiful woman in peach skirt and Ying Tao Tian were stunned. Is that human being? Hulai also has to have a degree. After 10 bursts in a row in the alternate competition, how long has it been since you advanced to the 3rd level of the Holy Land? It was expected that back then, they would also occupy a place on the enchanting list. It took several years or 10 years to break through this bottleneck, but they were surpassed by this little guy in a month. Monster, it's really a monster. It's impossible to describe you as a monster. Lin Chen, maybe with time, you have the opportunity to become the most terrifying 100 people on the enchanting list. Ying Tao Tian and the beautiful woman in peach skirt gave Lin Chen a very high evaluation. I never thought of the enchanting list as a target, and this time it's just for the convenience of having an identity. Lin Chen smiled casually, turned around and rushed into the giant pit, but the expressions of the 3 were stagnant. On the other side, the old lady of Xinyan Palace was rarely panicked. Goddess, you actually lifted the seal and used the holy fire? The old woman was shocked and horrified, looking at Bai Ruoyan with a worried face. If she has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, the entire Xinyan Palace will be shocked. It doesn't matter. Bai Ruoyan's pretty face turned pale. She shook her head and said, "It's just a temporary release of the seal, the elders don't need to worry." Alas! It was my negligence, the old lady. The old woman sighed deeply. It's not the fault of the elders, it's just that I insisted on leaving. The elders should not blame themselves. Bai Ruoyan said softly. The old woman sighed silently, and sent a wisp of holy energy in her palm to help Bai Ruoyan run his mind, adjust his breath and heal his wounds. This time, Bai Ruoyan secretly left in private. He originally thought that it would be no problem to send himself to protect the goddess. Not to mention his strength, the name of Xinyan Palace was enough to shock countless xiaoxiao. But what happened was, Lin Chen, an extraordinary monster, he didn't look at anyone's face. Goddess, don't blame the old lady for being so talkative, I have already sent A message to the palace, for your safety. The old woman was about to speak, but Bai Ruoyan was startled and turned to look at Lin Chen, who rushed into the giant pit, feeling a little sad. Are you going to leave again? This time, I don't know when we can meet. Lin Chen took off the armor of the god of war, ignoring the feeling of weakness that surged up his body. He swallowed a few long qingguo, and immediately entered the depths of the giant pit. With a punch of his 2 trillion dragon power, he pierced the earth veins into a paste. The deep pit was more than 100,000 zhang deep. The nearby colorful attribute light spheres were everywhere, or suspended in the void, dazzling and dazzling. In the center of the giant pit, a beam of light rises. The golden light is splendid, the light is like a holy radiance, and inside the beam of light is a golden treasure chest. Golden? It doesn't seem to be a part of the god of war suit. Lin Chen grabbed his palm. The host opens the specific talent attribute treasure chest and obtains the orange level intermediate passive talent fragment, extreme god possession. For 4, the talent fusion is completed. Please check the host from the talent column. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen's body released boundless holy light, and his 21 holy acupoints holy power skyrocketed. In his Tai time and space, 21 virtual holy caves are like the sun and the sky, and the holy power has tripled. This makes Lin Chen's strength soaring all the way. While old Shen and the others were still discussing, they were stunned when they saw the vision of Shenking. What a terrifying holy power, this. How could this be the cultivation of the Holy Land triple layer? How many secrets does this little guy have? Lin Chen's heart trembled. Orange level intermediate talent? Since he obtained the orange level talent, only the god killer who fought against the false gods and the godslayer who only appeared once have reached the orange level intermediate level. The remaining sun gods, desperate life and death, instant light and shadow, extinction rift, super chaos, are all orange level low level. Most importantly, this is a permanent talent. Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the system. Permanent, orange rank intermediate passive talent, possessed by extreme god, talent effect. The host uses all exercises, body techniques, offensive and defensive combat techniques, including mental techniques, which can increase the power by 300%. Note, this talent belongs to the same kind of talent as passive and active. If you consume talent points and use the super god possession talent once on the designated combat skill that the host has successfully cultivated at this stage, you will get the effect of super god possession once. Lin Chen's mouth gradually opened wide. Absolutely. Orange level intermediate talent, really perverted. Even if Lin Chen doesn't use this talent, the talent can increase the power of all his exercises by 300%. Including the mind. An increase of 300% in his mental ability means that his Tai Fu Tian art triples, and the holy power of the virtual holy cave in Tai spacetime soars 3 times. One sacred cave is equivalent to 100 million dragon power in the first stage, 200 million dragon power in the second stage, and 500 million dragon power in the third stage. Lin Chen has 21 holy acupoints, which are 3.5 billion dragon power. He was blessed by the Tai time and space cultivated by the mind method, and doubled the amount of holy acupoints. The actual strength of the cultivation base is equivalent to 7 billion dragon power, which is twice as much as ordinary people. However, the holy power of Tai spacetime's virtual holy cave has tripled. Equivalent to 7 billion dragon power holy cave cultivation base, plus 10.5 billion dragon power. 17.5 billion dragon power. This number is like an astronomical number for the Holy Land triple layer. This is completely the power that can only be controlled by expanding the cave. Extreme spirit possession, this talent is great. My Tai Fu Tianju has not been completed due to the lack of the last 2 chapters of the mind technique, so I can't perform mind technique enhancement, but the extreme spirit possession does not have this obstacle, it can be directly triple it. Damn it, when the mental technique is tripled, the orange level exercise is tripled, and it adds up to 6 times. Lin Chen's face was full of idiotic faces, and he laughed wildly in the sky. I really want to thank your family, Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. Every improvement in the orange level exercises is a crucial transformation. For Lin Chen now, his mental skills have tripled, and all combat skills have tripled. What does that mean? This means that he is in a state more perverted than the ultimate moment every moment. Lin Chen has this foundation. Once he enters the cave expansion, he will soar into the sky, shocking the past and present. If it was before, Lin Chen would think about becoming stronger to a new height, but after Lin Chen's battle, Lin Chen's mentality changed a lot. This person's cultivation base is not high, but his strength is abnormally terrifying. The step-up battle is simply outrageous to the sky. From the intuitive point of view, it does not look like a creature in the world at all. The origin may be far more than the simple list of evildoers. After experiencing it personally, Lin Chen knew how difficult it was to leapfrog the holy realm. When he was in the realm of the Emperor, the 4th level of the Emperor could compete with the 7th level of the Emperor. But in the Holy Realm, even if he has all kinds of orange-level talents against the sky, it is only the 2nd level of the Holy Realm and the 4th level of the Holy Realm. It is imperative to improve my strength. Next, I will do whatever it takes to collect more suit essences to create a God of War suit, and I will go to the Holy Prison to find the 4th fragment of the mind, and the whereabouts of the 9 break nails. Row. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yaoer told herself that before reaching the 6th level of the Holy Realm, don't approach the Tsangyu storm. That she said. Perhaps with the foundation of extreme god possession, Lin Chen can sneak into the Holy Prison one step ahead. Strength is not enough. After the ecstasy, Lin Chen was more calm. With a flash, he took away hundreds of attribute light balls dropped by Lin Chen. Get 310,000 points of water energy, 10 billion points of advanced fighting spirit, 1 million points of advanced martial arts, 690,000 points of talent, 650,000 points of heaven, 200 million points of reinforcement, 200,000 points of spiritual power, 10,000 point set essence. To Lin Chen's surprise, the quality of each attribute light ball is terrifyingly high. Lin Chen licked his lips. It's really a matter of wealth and danger, this. Lin Chen can make me advance by a little bit of attribute value, if I can kill him. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, feeling that he was thinking too much. In front of this person, it is not bad to be able to protect himself at this stage. By the way, I have a lot of money now, why don't I exchange them for a large number of cultivation resources? A thought hit Lin Chen like thunder. Boundary Tower, 4th floor. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan returned under the protection of Shen Lao and others. Han Yizhi flew over from the air and said worriedly, "Squad leader, how are you?" The beautiful woman's bright red hair was fluttering, and Jian Qingqing came from a sword light Seeing that Lin Chen was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are too reckless. Why do you take the initiative to fight against him? It's not good to hold on until the seniors break the ban. Several seniors in my sword field are planning to help." Lin Chen laughed and said, "Why, are you worried about me?" Cough. "Of course, without an opponent like you, wouldn't I have lost my goal?" Jian Qingqun coughed lightly, and the tip of his delicate ear was stained with red glow. She didn't realize that her clumsy excuse caused the sword region powerhouse behind her to cover her mouth and snicker. They have never seen Jian Qingqun, who has always been indifferent and obsessed with kendo, look like this. Bai Ruoyan half-smiled, glanced at Lin Chen, and said through a voice, "I made you deceive another girl." Someone Lin coughed lightly, "It's none of my business, I'm very innocent." "Really, is it the kind of simplicity that makes my sister use her mouth when the wound is swollen?" Someone Lin, cough, cough, cough. "Haniji, squad leader, don't you have a bad voice? You drink lava if you have a bad voice. It's very effective." Lin Chen, stinky boy, which side are you on? Don't think that the squad leader doesn't dare to challenge you because you look good. The old man is deeply sorry and regretful for what happened to the Jia Tower. Our elders have unanimously discussed and decided to give corresponding compensation to the forces of all parties. Our Jia Tower will bear all the losses of the injured, and also compensate all the chambers of commerce. The time to do business in the Jia Tower has increased by 10 years. Shen Lao was in the 4th floor, and he personally announced the compensation. And let the business run, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A large number of strong people and traffic means abundant resources and great circulation. In the past, a large number of saints and powerhouses would be gathered in each of the 10 years of Holy War selection meeting, and this one was far more than before, because the main election of the evildoer was also present in person, which led to the attention of many powerhouses. The Chamber of Commerce is here, and the profit every day is an astronomical figure. Those who can enter the Jia Tower, the cultivation base, and the background are no trivial matter. As long as the transaction with a strong man is successful, it is better than dozens of transactions between the outside world and ordinary saints. Now Shen Lao has let the business run, directly extending it for 10 years. And directly extending it to the next alternative meeting, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only avoid the excessive compensation losses of the Jia Tower, consume too many resources and inventory, but also allow the businessmen to continue to pay taxes and supplement the industry. Tower. Background. The World Tower, the 8th floor, in an attic. Sister Ruoyan, are you leaving so soon? Lin Chen hugged Bai Ruoyan tightly. Bai Ruoyan caressed Lin Chen's face, and smiled sweetly, "Well, I will wait for you. Wait for my little thief to come to Xinyan Palace to pick me up and leave." Lin Chen frowned and said, "Then can't I pick you up and leave now?" Bai Ruoyan shook her head, "Before I fail to completely control the eternal flame and the inheritance of the flames of the Xinyan Palace, I won't have much time to act." Lin Chen said viciously, "Then I'll snatch you over. Then you have to face someone stronger than the elder outside, maybe hundreds. Or thousands." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "Hundreds of? That old woman is already close to the level of Shen Lao, and there are hundreds of Xinyan Palace stronger than her? Xinyan Palace, how terrifying is this? Then it's okay for me to be married. Xinyan Palace's express conditions require at least an 8th grade sect. Background to propose a marriage, and the top 1,000 on the enchanting list. And it's just a marriage proposal, and it may not pass. Lin Chen. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Nothing can stop us from being together. When my sister fulfills her promise to Xinyan Palace, she will come to you. Sister Ruoyan. Lin Chen stared straight at the fairy, staring at the beauty's heart quietly. Accelerating, and Xia dyed her cheeks. I think. Bai Ruoyan's cheeks were blushing, the heavenly immortal descended, her teeth were clenched tightly, her slender fingers pressed against Lin Chen's lips. And she was slightly annoyed. Don't think about it. Goddess, someone has come from the palace. At this time, the old woman entered the room through voice transmission. Boom. On the 8th floor of the World Tower, a monstrous wind is blowing up. When the space split open, a palace suddenly descended from the sky and came from afar, moving the entire palace. When the enchanting geniuses who were injured by Lin Chen and recuperating on the 8th floor all looked up at the sky, their pupils shrank. In front of the palace, 8 figures stand. These 8 people are male and female, and have the supreme atmosphere of a born saint. As soon as they appeared, the vision that seemed to occupy the whole world became the center, from the invincible geniuses of Xinyan Palace. I'm waiting for the rescue to come late, please goddess to atone for my sins. The 8 people in front of the palace in the void knelt down on one knee, as if even an apology was born superior. The snow-armored youth at the head has sword-like eyebrows, a fair face, a heroic spirit, and a high nose. At a glance, he looks like a king overlooking all living beings. His eyes are full of fire, and he suppresses the heroes with might. The enchanting wizards, who are stronger than the enchanting list, look at them from the air, and feel the oppression of suffocation in their hearts. In the palace, there are even 18 elders suspended, all of them are powerful. Second only to the old woman who protects Bai Ruoyan. However, the next moment, when the young Shui Kai saw a silver-robed youth and Bai Ruoyan walking out hand in hand at the top of the attic, he was furious. Presumptuous. Where did the ants come from, dare to disrespect my goddess of Xinyan Palace? Die. The young Shui armor stood up abruptly, flicked his fingers, and the space brush cracked into a white light like the tip of a needle. This time, the power is not huge but extremely terrifying, tearing the space into a vacuum, aiming extremely accurately, completely aimed at Lin Chen, and will not hurt Bai Ruoyan in the slightest. Bang! Bai Ruoyan waved his sleeves, shattered Bai Meng, and said, coldly, bold. Feng Tiangshu, what do you want to do? Feng Tianxue clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said, Goddess, you are noble and extraordinary, how can you let such filthy mortals defile your divine body? The 18th generation of your grandmother's bear's ancestor. You pretend to be a geoduck? Believe it or not, this handsome is forcing you to dance at your ancestor's grave every 2 days. Lin Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Bai Ruoyan, his sneer was full of chills. Originally, Bai Ruoyan was recalled in such a hurry, and his heart was full of unhappiness, and he was targeted by these bastards. The common man of the 3rd level of the Holy Land? Feng Tianxue sneered condescendingly, and even the 4 Xinyan Palace youths behind him showed sarcasm or disdain. Do you know what it means in the Holy Flame Palace? Feng Tianxue flicked his nails and said condescendingly. The old sweeping monk in my palace also started from the 4th level of the Holy Realm. At the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, at most, he can be a watchdog. You are not even a dog. Now, kneel down and commit suicide, you can. Leave the whole body. He is arrogant and extraordinary, as if he was born to be a ninth-class man. Of course, saying one more word to others is like charity. At this time. What about the third level of the Holy Land? Rune, on the other hand, took Lin Chen and pulled him behind him. The way these two protect me, and I protect you, is simply envious of others. Rune said to Feng Tianxue indifferently, Brother Lin Chen is not even 23 when he is full. May I ask you what was Feng Tianxue when he was 23 years old? What is it? The geniuses of Xinyan Palace were stunned. Everyone on the enchanting list was also stunned. It was the first time they heard celestial scolding people. 23 Holy Land triple. The geniuses behind Feng Tianxue suffocated slightly. Indeed, at the age of 23, they have not even become a holy place. After being sanctified, his face has aged very slowly. Almost all geniuses don't care much about these decades. Even the first time they saw Lin Chen, they subconsciously thought that they were only in the same age group. The 23-year-old Holy Land triple? Lin Chen? Are you Lin Chen? Feng Tianxue's expression condensed. He had heard rumors in the Xinyan Palace, but he had heard the name several times. When he was sanctified, he exploded 9 acupoints in a row. Is he that Lin Chen? Looking at it this way, it's really handsome. We are here to pick up senior sister Rune. Why are you joining in the fun? Several women of Xinyan Palace, who were all over the country and the city, had different styles, and cast curious eyes on Lin Chen. This son is Lin Chen? Well, it's a seedling. The 18 elders looked at Lin Chen one after another. Lin Chen pulled Rune behind him again and smiled wildly. Sister Rune, you don't need to waste time with these people. I have a way to deal with this kind of people, and that is to fight until he is convinced. Ha 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 ha. Feng Tianxue raised his head and laughed, as if he had heard some unprecedented jokes. Potential is potential, strength is strength. Potential also has to survive. To become a strong person, you are a holy realm triple, dare to challenge me. Can't you find death? Heh, courting death? Lin Chen smiled indifferently, and between the golden light flickering, the armor of the god of war appeared. Seeing him take out the golden arm guard, all the enchanting geniuses watching from a distance suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Boom. 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 The windowsills were blown away and the doors were shattered. The attic in the VIP island on the 8th floor can be said to be a roar in an instant, from quiet and elegant to noisy and chaotic in just one breath. Many of the evildoers who were still lying on the hospital bed and planned to make compensation for the Jia Tower jumped up from the bed in an instant, and ran out like crazy, like eating expired aphrodisiacs. Damn, he's here again. I hate his grandma, so hurry up and stay away from him. It's a lunatic to be so real. Quick, run. Lin Chen is going crazy. All the monsters and wizards run away like they have seen a ghost. Huh? Why is the recent enchanting list so unpopular? The people in Xinyan Palace couldn't help laughing, as if they were watching a group of clowns. Did you know that the wizards on the enchanting list looked at Xinyan Palace and the others with an expression of "you are cool, not slipping"? Damn, they clearly saw that Lin Chen and the pervert who overturned them with one sword fought back and forth. With that one punch, it can pierce through all the towers. If you don't slip. Now, isn't that the old birthday star who hangs himself too long for life? Not to mention that Lin Chen is a lunatic. When he gets crazy, he even dares to kill the evildoer. Stay on the same plane as this guy. If he goes crazy, 10 lives are not enough. Little friend Lin Chen, don't. The old woman hurriedly stood in front of Lin Chen to stop him. There were still her disciples in the palace. Lin Chen punched up. Does she still need to mix? Ha ha ha, Elder Dharma Protector, you are making too much of a fuss. Young people don't know how high the sky is, and let him suffer a little. This little guy probably has a smooth flow in the outside world. Let him see the background of our Xinyan palace, and know how big this day is. You can rest assured, Elder Dharma Protector, since it's that kid Lin Chen. No matter how bad it is, we will have a sense of proportion. If there is any problem at that time, the old man will take action to protect him. Wouldn't it be good to let him suffer and teach him a lesson? When the 18 elders transmitted the voice transmission, the old woman became furious and scolded directly. Endure hardship? Eat you! You old fools, I'm protecting the disciples of my Xinyan palace. The elders were stunned. What's going on, this Dharma Protector elder? How old are you, and still swearing? No quality, no mood at all. Lin Chen had already put on the armor of the god of war, patted the old woman on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Old senior, it's windy, you lean back a little, or let the juniors come and talk to them. The 7th floor of the World Tower. In a secret room attic, old Shen rubbed his temples, feeling a little headache. Has the loss been calculated, and how much is expected to be paid? Shen Lao asked a fat elder, who was kind-hearted. The fat elder shook his head. Even if it is a business operation, it is still a huge loss. The most important thing is to maintain the World Tower. That little guy Lin Chen smashed the Jiao meteorite iron that the tower owner finally found with one punch. Old Shen supported his forehead, and they didn't know how much this kid's punch cost them. If you don't have to compensate the little guys on the enchanting list, it would be fine, and the rest is enough to fill these gaps, but the little guys on the enchanting list obviously want to make fun of us, and many of them are pretending to be paralyzed. Now I don't know what to do. It is good. The fat old man sighed. Although this move is unjust, they are indeed injured. In our Jia Tower. According to the rules of the 36 domains, our Jia Tower should be responsible to the end. If the compensation is too bad, we can't take action. According to the past, how can the genius of the evildoer list be the treasure of other powers? But the Jia Pagoda is different. The family has a big business and contains all kinds of treasures. Since they have legitimate reasons to ask for compensation, they will naturally not miss this opportunity. Although not every wounded evildoer is like this, there are at least more than 80 people who have chosen this method and decided to knock on the World Tower. When Shen Lao was distressed. Boom. At this time, the 7th floor space shook, and old Shen couldn't help frowning. What's the matter? The old Shen and the fat old man flickered, and when they left the secret room, they saw that there were all kinds of evil spirits in the 7th floor. As if they were fleeing. When the fat old man saw that, the demons were all urging their movements and jumping up and down. They were so alive and alive, how could they look like they were half paralyzed? Can't help but open your mouth. That's it? Or an injury? The fat old man was speechless. No, not good, old Shen. Lin Chen is about to fight with Xinyan Palace and the others. When the two evildoers saw that old Shen seemed to see the backbone, they shouted quickly. Shen Lao was startled. Did you work with Xinyan Palace? Could it be that Xinyan Palace came to pick up people? Seeing all these enchanting geniuses running away, old Shen couldn't help but ask them through voice transmission. Everyone, the matter of compensation. The monsters and wizards are amazing. No need, no need. My son suddenly found that the Lisan Palace in my house is very good, so I won't bother the Jia Tower. This young master suddenly felt that the bottleneck was loosened, so he went back first, and the compensation for treatment is over, so let's say goodbye. I suddenly miss the beautiful concubine of my family. The injury is no longer intimidating. The power of love is really great, and there is no need for compensation. I hope that Senior Shen will quickly open the space teleportation and let me leave. All the evildoers are looking for reasons to excuse themselves. Just kidding, if Lin Chen wasn't there, they could still pack a few wounded and ask for a large amount of compensation. But Lin Chen is going crazy here now, and the fight is turned upside down in minutes. The ghost knows when the 8th floor will be demolished. If he knocks down all the way, he will lose his life. I want some damn compensation. In their opinion, the current world tower is such a hell. With Lin Chen as a lunatic, 36 strategies are the best. Shen Lao laughed dumbly, and with a grip of his palm, a space vortex was opened, and the sound transmission said, "Everyone, the old man has opened the space channel to the 2nd floor, you should leave first." All the evildoers were relieved and ran away one after another. Shen Lao's figure flashed, and he swept to the 8th floor. The 8th floor, in front of the Sky Palace, on the top of the attic. The old protector of Xinyan Palace was pulled aside by Lin Chen. "Brother Lin Chen." Bai Ruoyan took the boy's palm and said softly, "Take it easy, they are dead, it is always a little troublesome." Sister Ruoyan smiled, her youth was peerless. Lin Shui forced a serious voice, "Okay, I will use less than 1/3 of my strength to reluctantly spare them a dog's life." Everyone in Xinyan Palace? Less than 3 points of power? Spare their lives? A little guy in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm told them to only use 3-point force? Are you crazy, or are we crazy? A genius of the Xinyan Palace with a splendid arrogance stood up and asked, with a joking smile, "What kind of wine did little brother Lin drink last night? You are so drunk. How about an introduction?" Alas! An elder sighed earnestly. Young people today really don't know how high the sky is. Tianxue, teach him a lesson. One move. Feng Tianxue stretched out a finger, extremely arrogant, "I only use one move to make you die." Lin Chen also stretched out a finger and said with a grin, "One punch, I only use one punch to make you bark like a mad dog." Wait a moment. At this time, Shen Lao's voice sounded. He led a group of the elders of the tower, all of them with serious faces, and flew to the middle of the two sides. "Everyone, this battle cannot be fought." Old Shen said solemnly, "Now my world tower has been severely damaged, and the pressure has doubled. If you start a war here and damage it again, my world tower can't afford it." As soon as this statement came out, it immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of Xinyan Palace and others. Damage compensation? Who are you looking down on? The two Xinyan Palace Tianjiao stood up, and they were arrogant in the face of a strong man of Shen Lao's level, completely disregarding it. Feng Tianxue said indifferently, "This old gentleman, if there is any loss to the world tower, I, Xinyan Palace, will be solely responsible for it." "You?" The old Dharma protector was anxious. The old man also agrees, a holy realm of 3 levels, dare to despise the power of my shrine, unforgivable. You people of the world tower, stand aside. An old man with a whisk in his hand said indifferently, his eyes were like swords, and he looked directly at Lin Chen. Young people like you are very annoying. If you meet the old man when you are young, you will definitely break your bones and pull them to the shrine to kneel. Penalty for 10,000 years. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this noisy old guy, and said with a smile, Old Shen, everyone is willing to clean up their hands, you can just stop by and drink tea, why not do it? Xinyan Palace said, the old man believes that since this is the case, you are not afraid of knocking down the tower. The old man, just do it. Old Shen flicked his sleeves, his tone was neither salty nor light, and led the elders of the tower to retreat. Boom! 10,000 Chongyang fires shine on the sky and the earth, the wind and snow slowly tread the sky. The snow armor is shining with silver, and the 21 different crystals twinkle like stars. The other demons of Xinyan Palace immediately retreated thousands of miles away. Feng Tianshua's power was too strong. He holds the holy flame of the sun in his left hand, and the coldness in his right hand soars, as if he is in control of an ice-hearted prison. There is a 9-layered ice wheel on top of the head, and a round of yang flame swirls thousands of feet behind him, and the world of ice and fire shines through his eyes, like the master of the world. Feng Tianxue, currently ranked 8940 on the enchanting list, has broken through to the initial stage of the 5th level of the Holy Land. Judging from the fluctuation of the holy power of the holy acupoints, the expansion of the acupoints to each holy acupuncture has increased by more than 21 times. An elder exclaimed. Even if this child strikes casually, it has a destructive power of 140 billion to 160 billion dragon power. Several elders looked at each other, although they were not happy with the attitude of Xinyan Palace, but such combat power is really rare in the world. In the first 10,000 years, how many saints have cultivated for hundreds or hundreds of epochs, and only when they are promoted to the 5th level of the holy realm can they have the destructive power of hundreds of billions of dragon power. Feng Tianxue is young, only the early stage of the 5th holy realm has such a background. After the 6th level of the holy realm in the future, he must be a giant. Old Shen was amazed. This son also perfectly integrates the two physiques of Jibing and Jiang. The characters cultivated by the heritage of Xinyan Palace may be more powerful than the superficial rankings. I have to say that this son is indeed a genius of the sky, one of the evildoers. The monster is even better than when the old man was in high spirits. Feng Tianxue has a huge chance of winning if he is faced with a monster of the same ranking. However, the opponent he faced was the man who was beyond common sense and dared to dance on the grave of the Holy King. At this moment, Lin Chen's fist wearing the war god's armor clenched quietly, and his strength rose. This time, Lin Chen's manipulation was very subtle. When he wore the armor of the god of war, his power rose sharply. But the momentum was not shown first, and the edge was restrained. It is naturally impossible for Lin Chen to use the pure power he used to fight against Lin Xingchen now. One is that his body is overburdened, and the strength of the war god's armor depends on the host's holy power cultivation base and the strength of the flesh shell holy body. The second is that his Aries gauntlets have consumed a lot of charge, unless he continues to greatly consume the charges of the Aries gauntlets, which can burst into a short burst of power comparable to the previous ones. After several previous manipulations, Lin Chen became more and more adept at controlling the parts of the God of War suit. Unless it soars to a very high level of power, the aura of the God of War that has destroyed everything will be restrained. One move. Feng Tianxue looked down at Lin Chen, as proud as the sun on the horizon. One punch. Lin Chen smiled slightly, confident and domineering, overflowing with arrogance. Boom. 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 Frost and frost are everywhere, mountains and snow are falling, and the holy sun turns into a dragon. As soon as Feng Tianxue pointed it out, the holy energy of Ji Bing and Ji Yang suddenly erupted and pointed out. Shuanglong Haotian. Thousands of mysterious frozen mountains merged into ice dragons. During the rotation of Yang Yan, the giant dragon burned by Yang Yan roared in the sky. One ice and one sun, the two dragon shadows revolving around each other. Rushing towards Lin Chen angrily. Lin Shui stood in front of Bai Ruoyan with a sigh. Once, someone Lin, had nothing in front of Xinyan Palace except for being handsome and special. But today, I will strike hard. This punch is a gift to all the geniuses of your Xinyan Palace. Boom. Lin Chen punched, the golden light flashed into the sky, the fist wind was like an angry dragon going out to the sea, the mountains and rivers turned into ashes, and the world was pale. The space was collapsed into a paste, as if all the light in the world was hit by his punch to a blur. At this moment, all the evildoers and elders of Xinyan Palace were horrified. However, it was too late for them to stop. Buried. Feng Tianxue looked terrified. Bang! A face-to-face, one ice and one sun's vast double dragon fingers were instantly smashed by the fist wind that shone with golden light. Feng Tianxue's Xion's single finger couldn't even slow down the fist wind a little. The attacks on both sides are not at the same level at all. Jing Guangquan has a style that dominates the world, with an invincible and sure-to-win spirit. After blowing Feng Tianxue's finger, the dominance is still there, completely running through Feng Tianxue. Pfft. Feng Tianxue tilted his head and vomited blood like pillars. The 5th grade holy armor prisoning profound ice armor he was wearing was shattered like paper. The holy body, which had been nourished by countless treasures of heaven and earth, holy products of healing, and high-level holy pills, was instantly shattered like glass. Its bones were all shattered, and its flesh was blurred. The sky's attribute light balls crashed down. Boom. 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 Feng Tianxue was blown away by a punch, rolling up an endless hurricane, and smashed more than a dozen mountains on the 8th floor of the Boundary Tower. Along the way, shaking the earth's veins to crack, shocking. The aftermath of the fist style shook the sky and the earth, and the space. Holy artifact Hughlass Palace, which was moved out of thin air by the Xinyan Palace, was overturned by more than 10 laps, scaring the evildoers of the Xinyan Palace into a panic for a while. In the end, it was the 18 elders of Xinyan Palace who stabilized Holy Palace and rescued Feng Tianxue. What the hell is this punch? What's the origin of this kid? Is this his grandmother's power that the Holy Land triple layer can play? Several elders were furious and scolded. The elder who had been telling Feng Tianxue to teach Lin Chen a lesson, looked at Feng Tianxue, who was being supported by other elders. His body was bloody and twitching, and he fell into a state of confusion for the first time since his sanctification. As one of the elders of the Protector Hall of Xinyan Palace, he has seen far more monsters and monsters. He had predicted that Lin Chen would have some secret and unannounced trump cards that could even challenge him. But Feng Tianxue is the 5th level of the Holy Land. Moreover, the strength is far beyond the 5-layer perfection of the ordinary Holy Realm. It's totally out of the norm. Huh. I've been feeling uncomfortable lately, this punch made me feel sore all over. Someone Lin let out a sigh of relief. Even though Lin Chen's physical burden is close to the limit, it is difficult to play a trillion dragon power, but after he obtained the talent of extreme God possession, the power of Tai Holy Cave skyrocketed, supporting him to exert about 500 billion dragon power, which is still easy. The eyes of several women in Xinyan Palace were shocked and trembling. The 4 previously indomitable evildoers even had their scalps numb, looking at Lin Chen as if they saw a monster, and the corners of their mouths shivered. Ugh! The old protector of Xinyan Palace sighed deeply. The elders of Xinyan Palace were furious, and when they were about to act, Elder Shen stood in front of them. Everyone, what was said just now counts. All the losses of my world tower are borne by Xinyan Palace, and both of you have only made one move. Do you want to go back on it? Old Shen said in a nonchalant manner. More than a dozen elders were so angry that their veins were exposed. At this time, clap clap. While applauding, Lin Chen stood up in the air, walked to Old Shen's side, and said in amazement, "It's amazing, it's amazing. My Lin's admiration for Zhu Wei is like a surging river. It's like a flood of the Yellow River. It's out of control." Someone Lin was serious and gave a thumbs up to everyone in Xinyan Palace. As expected of the bosses of Xinyan Palace, someone from Lin, traversed the great river in the Holy Realm, touched all the flowers, looked at all the wonderful flowers, saw the prostitutes without paying money, and were so handsome that they were cut off. Yes, I've seen people who are too ugly to subscribe, but I've never seen someone who pays for beatings like you. Admiration, admiration. I'm losing, I would like to call you sexy Xinyan, pay for beatings online. Puff. Rao, who was in the mood of old Shen, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Paid to be beaten? Thank you for saying it. You, Lin Chen, you're a goddamn trickster. The Dharma-protecting elder, with a whisk in his hand, scolded angrily, Feng Tianxue was the illegitimate child born to him and the wife of the 7th elder of Xing Pudong of Xinyan Palace. Cheat? Why don't you try a punch too? Lin Chen sneered. At this time, the power of the god of war armor skyrocketed. For Xinyan Palace, Lin Chen didn't plan to make concessions. Since these guys are not convinced, he has to fight until they are convinced today. The golden light is flowing, and Lin Chen's war god armor is always ready to pull up stronger power, and his eyes show the ruthlessness that bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. Several elders of Xinyan Palace suddenly felt Lin Chen's killing intent. Their eyes narrowed, and their hearts were wary. Why is this kid so hostile to their Xinyan Palace? Elders, you have fought and fought. Can't you afford to lose, my Bairuans? Man, shouldn't you even have this ability? Or, you want me to turn my back? At this time, the beautiful woman's ethereal and graceful voice contained icy killing intent. Bairuan came to Lin Chen's side and stared at the people in Xinyan Palace. As expected of the man that senior sister Ruoyan likes, it's really amazing. It's amazing, the power of that punch is catching up with the true senior sisters and brothers of some chief elders. The key is how old is he, my god? The 3 beautiful women in Xinyan Palace chatted with excitement, their pretty faces full of excitement. Xinyan Palace is not born all the year round, and they know very little about the outside world. It is a very new and exciting thing to see existences that are even more extraordinary than them. This goddess, we dare not. The elders knelt down on one knee, sweating coldly. The status of a goddess is no trivial matter. If she really angered her, she might be fine now, but in the future, she will definitely be in charge. The ordinary elders have the power to kill and kill, but it's just a word. I told you not to beat me, but I will beat you. You have to pay to be beaten. My wife and I stand together with you. I feel ashamed. The old Dharma protector looked disgusted, and the elders did not dare to express their anger or bitterness. Damn, who knew this kid was so perverted? Brother Lin Chen. Bai Ruoyan gently arranged Lin Chen's clothes. Her brows were full of reluctance. Take care of yourself, elder sister is waiting for you in Xinyan Palace. Next time we meet, elder sister believes that you will be famous, a man who is full of holy world, shocking the past and present. Lin Chen hugged Bai Ruoyan tightly. All the evildoers in Xinyan Palace were stunned. If this scene is placed in the palace, I am afraid it will set off a war of countless young evildoers. Several elders of Xinyan Palace completed the compensation with Shen Lao, and others with a sullen face. Soon, everyone parted. Lin Chen knew that even if he could stop everyone present, Xinyan Palace would only send stronger people over. Everything was silent. Lin Chen watched Bai Ruoyan's back leaving, and watched her enter the holy palace. Boy, you are very strong. The guardian elder of Xinyan Palace, with a whisk in his hand, said indifferently, although he was still indifferent, but there was no contempt for Lin Chen in his eyes. The elder protector said indifferently, but, you are not worthy of the goddess of my Xinyan Palace. This old man took advantage of you to break this idea. You don't know her future height. The goddess is my palace, and can be connected to the legendary gods. The characters of just rely on the identity of the mere enchanting list. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen directly interrupted the advice of the Dharma protector elder. The enchanting list is not enough, and the holy talent list is enough? The young man smiled slightly, handsome and domineering. If the list of holy talents is not enough, then is the number one in the holy world enough? Lin Chen laughed heartily. If the number one in the holy realm is not good, then I will go to the realm of the gods. Let his realm be full of gods, and immortals, but it's just a matter of life and death. When the universe shakes with a smile, everyone is moved. The boy's laughter is shocking, revealing terrifying self-confidence and determination. In the fire glass palace, the angels are in full bloom. After the Dharma protector elder was stunned for a moment, after the advice was invalid, he couldn't help but sneer. Anyone can speak big words. Let's climb out of your tiny holy land triple layer first. Watching the people from Xinyan Palace leave, Shen Lao sighed. Good man, he helped us make up for the loss. Outside the boundary tower, sneak into the empty fire glass palace. What are you pretending to be? You are still number one in the holy realm. And you are even ranked in the god realm. Do you really think that you are invincible in the world? That's right, the frog at the bottom of the well, shameless. Inside the fire glass palace, the 4 Xinyan Palace evildoers afterward. Zhang Fei said sarcastically. You are so righteous, why didn't you go out and fight him at that time? The goddess Tianjiao, who was wearing a long green dress, pouted. The 4 immediately shrank their heads and snorted coldly. What does it mean to beat us? The palace is much stronger than us. He doesn't Know how big this holy world is. At this time. Huh? Look, what is that? In the fire glass palace, the other two female Tianjiao exclaimed. In the void, when everyone turned to look at the outside world, they instantly took a breath of cold air. Even if the space is moved at a high speed, you can clearly see that outside. The Jia Tower, from the Misty Mountain to the Chenglong Mountain, the magnificent area of millions of miles, the ley lines are cracked, the light is dim, the airflow is drained, the space is collapsed and cracked, from the sky to the earth, completely turned into ruins. Thousands of feet high in the sky, the elders of the boundary tower are repairing the cracks in space from time to time. What happened here? The battle of life and death in the sixth-layer saint is not so outrageous. The space of the holy world is not as fragile as the mortal world. Could it be that there is an almighty at the peak of the sixth level of saints fighting? The four evildoers of Xinyan Palace trembled. This scene is shocking. Even, there are space cracks like 100,000 Zhong giant pythons all over the sky, so that their fire glass palace can't get too close when they travel through the void, affecting the speed. Is it scary? The old Dharma protector walked slowly and stood in the middle of the young evildoers, and even a few elders looked at her curiously. The handwriting here is from Lin Chen's hand. The plain old woman's tone made waves. All the people in Xinyan Palace changed their expressions. Did he do it? My God, how is this possible? What did Lin Chen do? Especially when they saw the giant Tianking, the people of Xinyan Palace were even more scalped. If so, then he dealt with Feng Tianxue. Didn't he really use less than 3 points of force? Is that human being? The Dharma protector's eyes were deep, and when she stared into the distance, in the void, she was serious about what she was doing. This son's future is difficult to estimate. If he can expand his acupoints in the future, it will be a real dragon, and he will eventually become an existence that even Xinyan Palace cannot ignore. The evaluation of the old pharaoh protector moved the faces of the 7 enchanting geniuses. It is too difficult to shake a giant sect with personal power. But this Hufa Yin, who has always been known for his rigorousness, actually made such a shocking evaluation? One wave after another, the white-browed elder dressed in a green shirt hurriedly walked down from the second floor of the holy palace and said solemnly, Hufa Yin, do you have time to help take a look at Tianxue's injury? This little guy has been bleeding since just now, and the healing effect of the old man's 5 elements heart sutra won't work for him. The old protector shook her head and sighed. Don't treat it, the guy who takes the blame for himself. Give him the holy pills of the blood type and the bone sequel. Before returning to the palace, let the fate of it. He is not the first evildoer who was injured by Lin Chen. And he is still alive now. Lying in bed paralyzed, no one can cure it. As soon as these words came out, the evildoers of Xinyan Palace were dumbfounded. This child hurts, even the 6th-level saint of Xinyan Palace can't be cured? A chill rose from the soles of the feet of the 4 Xinyan Palace evildoers and went straight to the sky. Lin Chen dazedly stood in the same place as Yao Wang. Shen Lao patted him on the shoulder. Don't look, everyone is gone. Lin Chen said, Senior Shen, I'm not watching, I'm just thinking about why my handsomeness brings me so much trouble. Too handsome, is it really a sin? Old Shen. The host has obtained 700,000 mental energy points, 90,000 water-type energy points, 100,000 fire-type energy points, 90 million enhancement points, 230,000 Heavenly Dao points, 60,000 sets of essence. The dragon's shadow swept away, and the holy dragon took away the attribute. Light ball dropped by Feng Tianxue for Lin Chen. Seeing the terrifying increase in attribute value, Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. It's really cool to beat these evil spirits. It's much faster than hunting and killing beasts to steal attributes. It would be great if there were more of them like this. Lin Chen used the armor of the god of war, and could only simply control its skyrocketing power, but could not perform combat skills. The reason is very simple: the high-speed skyrocketing pure power brought by the god of war suit. Lin Chen can't use it so delicately as the power controlled by his own flesh shell, which can be attached to many holy power attacks. Even many talents can't support the attack of the god of war armor, unless one day Lin Chen can perfectly control its skyrocketing power. Look, you're still in the mood to make a joke. I'm sure it's not as bad as the old man thinks. How about little guy, do you want to join our world tower? Shen Lao, who has always been immortal, showed a rare smile like an old man in the market, and looked at Lin Chen with a smile. I'll think about it again, old Shen. I need to retreat for a while. Do you have a good cultivation secret here? Lin Chen is straight to the point. Shen Lao didn't force it. He smiled and said, of course, you only need to pay a certain commission. Jin Wan, in the name of the old man, will issue the jade decree to him. A blond old man next to him was moved. Emerald Order, second only to Xuanzhen Order, can get a 40% discount on all cultivation secrets and purchases in Jia Tower. There are no more than 100 jade decrees issued by the entire Jia Tower in the past dynasties, and all the winners are strong people who have great kindness to the Jia Tower. Unexpectedly, Old Shen admired Lin Chen to such an extent. Lin Chen took a jade-colored token passed by the blonde elder, and seeing the envy and amazement reactions of other elders, Lin Chen intuitively felt the preciousness of this thing. Since the old man appreciates me so much, then I will also give you something. To the old man. Lin Chen smiled, flicked his fingers, and the silver light flashed. Shen Lao shook his head and laughed. He had paid attention to Lin Chen's news. This young man had many kinds of luck in his body, but with Lin Chen's background, he didn't think this young man could give him anything beneficial. But it is good to have this heart. When Old Shen raised his hand and grabbed it, he saw something that Lin Chen had sent, and his face changed suddenly. 10 lychee-sized fruits fell in front of Shen Lao's eyes, and the whole body was wrapped in a silver gauze-like brilliance, gorgeous and dreamy. You Shengua? The elders next to Shen Lao lost their voices in horror. This thing is the supreme holy product that nourishes spiritual power and improves spiritual perception. The real price has no market, but you can't find it. This son actually has the wandering god fruit. Could it be that he has such a divine artifact as the wandering god tree? Among the low-grade Qiyun Lingji, the wandering god tree has the highest value, and one wandering god tree can be compared to hundreds of low-grade spiritual plants and even more. In Lin Chen's hands, all the spiritual plants of Qi fortune are not considered to be able to be used or can actually help him at the level of Shen Lao, but this wandering god fruit is a treasure. Looking at Lin Chen's back, who was so quick to leave, Shen Lao couldn't help but sigh. It really is a generation of evildoers, and there are even such holy objects. 2 days later, Lin Chen recuperates and recovers, and his state is completely new. The 6th floor of the Jia Tower, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The major business groups here are entrenched, and there are many strong People. Among the stranded saints, some of them are on the 4th and 3rd floors. The top group of strong people trade in the Hall of Supreme Harmony on the 6th floor. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, when many forces brought their own geniuses and demons to choose treasures in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a special landscape attracted everyone. Those who entered the temple, Lin Chen and Han Yiji, Jian Qingqing, and Fairy Crimson walked together. The stunning scenery with different styles makes people stop. Seeing that Lin Chen was surrounded by 3 beautiful like stars and moon, no one felt inappropriate, because this young man has such strength. Han Yiji asked, curiously, squad leader, are you also going to participate in the selection contest? Lin Chen nodded and smiled and said, I wasn't interested at first. I had to try it once I heard the prize for the champion of the competition. The Heaven's Choice contest was an alchemy conference that the 7th-rank sect masters and 6th-rank sect elders suggested to Lin Chen to attend. This alchemy conference, held by Danyu, is of extremely high standards. There is no age limit for participating in the election. There is only one chance to participate in a lifetime. Some old monsters who do not know thousands of years of deep cultivation will also come out for this, and the minimum requirement for registration is also 3rd rank holy level pharmacist. More importantly, the champion prizes of the Heaven's Choice Conference, a roll of orange level alchemy handprints, 2 middle grade different crystals, a middle grade Chi Luck spirit planting seed, one of the places that can become one of the top elders in Danyu, and can enter the elders in the Wanbao secret territory. You will choose one of the 5 elements and the 9th grade holy or. Each of these rewards can be shocking 3 times when placed in a 6th grade sect. In particular, becoming a place in the Supreme Council of Elders has a fatal attraction to some alchemy giants who have fallen into a bottleneck in alchemy. The Pill Domain Presbyterian Association has a collection of 10,000 volumes of medicine scriptures and thousands of pill books, each of which is the most precious experience and record in alchemy in the world. If you get one of them, you can even become a 5th and 6th grade saint-level pharmacist. It is not a lie to become a 7th-rank holy pharmacist. It can be said that entering the presbytery will have the opportunity to touch the highest realm of alchemy in the holy realm. But what attracted Lin Chen the most was the last reward. You can choose one of the 5 elements of the 9th grade holy ore. For the production requirements of the god of war suit parts and right leg armor, Lin Chen can think of other ways, but this gold-based 9th grade holy mine cannot be purchased with his financial resources and level of contact. This is his only chance at this stage. Young master is really courageous. I heard that the top 10 in the Heavenly Selection Conference is the beginning of the 5th grade saint level pharmacist. The Crimson Fairy smiled lightly. The pear vortex was pink and tender, and it was full of amorous feelings. Since the battle between Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen, Fairy Crimson's eyes when looking at Lin Chen have become very ambiguous or weird, and from time to time there is a kind of petite fox-like lovable. Indeed. Lin Chen couldn't deny it, smiled, and said, I heard that many old monsters were born in the selection conferences of the past dynasties, each one is more terrifying than the other, that is, very few in the entire holy world can see a variety of orange-level alchemy handprints blooming at the same time. The big stage. 5th grade saint-level pharmacist. Jian Qingqing was amazed. This level of pharmacist, even her noble family is also a high-ranking VIP. The conversation of the 4 was not transmitted by sound, and the strong men in the hall could hear it clearly, and their scalps could not help but feel Numb. He actually wants to participate in the election meeting. It's really a daring artist, and Lin Chen is even more daring. In the previous election conferences, there was not even a young pharmacist in the top 20 of each session. It's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. This little guy dares to go to the election meeting at a young age. I heard that the third-grade saint-level pharmacist went to participate and sat on the cold bench to serve as a stepping stone. All the sects were secretly surprised. Lin Chen's strength, trump card, of course, was against the sky. But alchemy isn't a battle, it's not something you can do with a single punch. By the way, Iji, how did you inherit this power after you came to the holy realm? Lin Chen looked at Han Iji and asked, curiously. Han Iji smiled. I was recruited with everyone at first to enter the third grade sect's Hua Dao sect, but within a month, the power behind the Hua Dao sect, an elder of the Qiankuan Taishu Palace passed by and felt that my physique was not pure. The phantom physique is comparable to the eightfold and ninth fold sage's direct bloodline. Han Iji briefly recounted what happened to him. After the Qiankuan Taishu Palace discovered him, the seventh generation of the palace master was also a myriad of nothingness, and his inheritance could only be based on Han Iji, who had the same physique and talent. The phantom body can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the unique physique of one's own cultivation and spiritual power. Therefore, when Lin Chen first saw Han Iji, he could hardly feel her presence. Diantian nothingness, it goes a step further. Once the bloodline factor is activated and awakened, it is like a realm of nothingness. It can be completely connected to the spiritual power, and can store all the holy power of the sacred cave into the spiritual power, and the spiritual power and the holy power are perfectly integrated. Therefore, once Han Iji exerts his spiritual power, he can compete with or even defeat the monster list. This is a unique talent between heaven and earth, not to mention the inheritance of 7 generations of palace masters. It can be said to be skyrocketing. So you still have this chance. A genius is a genius. Lin Chen sighed. When Class 66 came to the Holy Realm, Han Iji's growth rate was the fastest among all of them. Han Iji blushed slightly, waved her hands, and said with a smile, Squad leader, stop laughing at me. Compared to you, I'm not a genius. The beautiful young man's reddish smile made someone Lin's heart throb inexplicably, and he doubted his sexuality for a while, causing the two peers on the left and right to cast strange looks at him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Chen came to the place of the seller's counter in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The forces of all parties stopped their actions or paused their actions as if they were in a good mood, and stared at Lin Chen from the corner of their eyes. In front of the counter, 2 beautiful elders who were full of beautiful women smiled warmly. Your Excellency Lin Chen, what do you want to sell? Lin Chen pondered for a while and said, selling the spirit of luck and planting seeds, can you, the kind without special treasures? The elder beautiful woman froze for a while and smiled. Of course, it's just ordinary low-grade spirit planting seeds, right? The strong men were stunned. There are still people who sell Qi Yunling planting seeds these days? Isn't this blood loss? A low-quality spiritual plant that has grown to its peak, even if it is a resource produced within 1,000 years, it is still a huge sum of money. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't understand this, but he doesn't have time. How could he wait for thousands of years, not to mention that to completely plant all the seeds of Qi and Lingji at hand, he needs to invest more resources in the short term, Lin Chen wants to cultivate according to the best, and he will have more resources to give back in a short time. He placed one hand in front of the counter, and with a swipe of his palm, a series of rays of light emerged, dotted with brilliance, and the air was filled with aura. When everyone was still guessing whether he was going to sell one or two Lingji seeds, they were all stunned when they saw the air in front of the counter that transported Lingji seeds. That's right, it's really stupid. 10, 20, 30, 39. Seeing that the entire hall was instantly quiet, someone Lin scratched his head shyly and said apologetically. Then what? I'm sorry, I have a little bit of Chi Luck spirit planting seeds. And I'm selling so many at the moment. Please ask the elders to help me sell them all within 3 days. Hearing his words, some of the seniors with extremely high morality, and the principals of all the business groups couldn't help but tremble a few times. Crazy. Must be crazy. What do you call this, Les? You can't talk like a human being. A 5th grade sect holds about 10 low-grade Qi Yunling spirits. Among the top 5 grade sects, a few hold 10 low-grade spiritual plants and 1 middle-grade luck spiritual plant. This kind of sect often has a better chance of cultivating the top 1,000 monster-level geniuses on the genius list. Naturally, there are many unparalleled powerhouses present with Qi luck plants, and each person has 1 or even 2 or 3 low-grade Qi luck spirit plants. But this Lin Chen shot 39 pieces? This is about to sell the old bottom of 4 5th grade sects? Although the background of the 6th grade sect is several times that of the 5th grade sect, they dare not play like this. All the powerhouses in the Hall of Supreme Harmony have redefined the concept of less at this moment. This. Your Excellency Lin Chen, are you sure you really want to sell out these seeds of luck spirit planting? The 2 beautiful women and elders asked tremblingly with their fragrant lips. Trembling. Lin Chen suddenly clapped his hands. Right, wait a minute. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Repent? That's right. No one sells so many seeds of Qi luck spirit planting in one go. You say you sell 1 or 2 seeds in a hurry to cash, but selling 39 seeds is outrageous. However, the next moment, a certain Lin took out boxes of exquisite jade boxes from his body. When he opened the jade boxes, a faint silver ray of silver gauze drifted between the jade boxes. Each jade box contained 20 pieces of silver light the size of lychees. The fruit is dreamy and beautiful, filled with pure spiritual energy. Like a precious jade. A total of 20 jade boxes. Help me sell these too. Lin Chen pushed the jade box over seriously. Most of the powerhouses were stunned for a moment, and then they took a closer look. When they stared carefully, their hearts twitched. The color is silvery, the whole body is like jade, and the spirit is haunting, which makes people wonder. This thing? Could it be the legendary alchemist's holy product, the wandering fruit? The principal of a business group lost his voice and was shocked. Silence. Deathly silence. The powerhouses of all parties opened their mouths wide, like hell. You must know that the 6th grade Chamber of Commerce, Mage Chuiko Chamber of Commerce, has only acquired 3 wandering god fruits since its establishment. Now there are 400 wandering god fruits placed in front of them? The principals of the major business groups were shocked and dizzy for a while, and their hearts trembled. When they saw Yu Xingua placed in front of the counter, they almost rushed to grab it. If it weren't for the Jia Tower, I'm afraid the strong people present would start a battle on the spot. Yes, it's true, it's true wandering god fruit. Moreover, the quality is excellent. It doesn't look like the kind that was picked at a distant time. When the two beautiful women lost their voices in shock, Huarong turned pale. And one person immediately responded and said respectfully, "Your Excellency Lin Chen, don't worry, we will sell it for you at the highest price at this stage." After finishing speaking, he carefully put away the seeds and wandering spirit fruit that Lin Chen wanted to sell. According to Jieta's rules, the handling fee for the transaction after this transaction can make them happy, for fear that Lin Chen will go back and take it away. By the way, for the proceeds from the sale, follow the list above to help me buy what I need. The rest will be sent to my secret room. Lin Chen threw out a list and his jade decree. There were a lot of names on the list, such as 2,000 cubic meters of Tiani holy water, what kind of different crystals and their quantity, how many second-grade holy artifacts, and how many thousands of medicinal herbs. The elder beautiful woman took the list and the jade order with sharp eyes, and said with surprise and joy, "Don't worry, Your Excellency Lin Chen, I will do my best." Until Lin Chen left, the mouths of many strong people hadn't closed. So perverted. This young man. They have never seen such a large deal before. In the team selected by the evildoer, a charming woman stared at the back of Lin Chen's departure. She couldn't help pinching her snowy legs. Her wonderful eyes were like Xinqiu Shui, and she sighed in fascination. Young Master Lin Chen is really extraordinary, even selling something is so handsome. In the dark hall, a figure descended from the sky. The horned youth in the hall immediately knelt down on one knee and said very respectfully, "Congratulations to the master, to lead the customs." Well. The man's tone was low, but he contained a supreme majesty, which made several figures outside the hall show fear. Suddenly, the person who left the border suddenly opened his eyes, and the supreme killing intent that swept through the 8 Wasteland King came to Zhou Tian. Boom! Boom! Outside the main hall, countless space storms roared, and the vibrating suffocation was flowing with the most mean and evil. He is a handsome man in his 30s, with a face like a knife and an axe. Resolute and majestic. What does not match is that his face is always as pale as paper. There's a second ultimate shadow, but it's true. The handsome man asked. The horned youth respectfully reported, "Master Huiyin, it is absolutely true. I have confirmed it many times." The handsome man is the cloudy boy who once appeared on the list of evildoers. The voice just fell, boom. Another figure descended into the hall. The black robe of the visitor was rolled up, and he looked like a teenager. The whole body was rolling with a cold magic light, and the storm-like dragon breath burst from the eyebrows. His dark eyes, which were as deep as abyss, radiated magic light, and his breath was not inferior to that of the pale Yin Tianzi, and even more auras of other races leaked out. "You came?" Yin Tianzi asked indifferently. He nodded, and when he turned to look at Yin Tianzi, a cruel smile appeared on his face. "You control so many different crystals, and you can refine a mixed shadow. It really is a monster." Yin Tianzi said indifferently, "Compared to you, I feel more like an ordinary person." "Really?" Quack. The indifferent young man immediately laughed evilly, his facial features distorted and changed rapidly, from the appearance of a teenager to a hunchbacked old man. What's even more terrifying is that it's not the shape and breath that have changed, but the structure of life has completely changed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it to be true. Is it child's play to change the life of a saint? I think our goal this time is the same, isn't it? The ultimate shadow in the world is only me. The hunchbacked old man smiled evilly. The corner of Lin Tianzi's mouth rose. I want someone, and you will swallow that shadow. The two sides hit it off. No problem. Danyu, Sky City. Qing Tian should stand in the middle of the domain, and all the saints will gather to kowtow to Qing Tian. Qing Tian City is the central giant city in the north and south regions of Danyu, and its controller even exceeds the scope of the 7th grade sect. On this day, the tide of the City of the Sky is coming. As early as 2 months ago, this place was full of people, and there were countless disciples and saints of the 3rd and 4th sects who came to watch and join in the fun. If you can meet a pharmacist at this kind of turbulent meeting, it is very likely that it will be a chance and good luck. Wow. 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 The crisp sound of a stony stream resounded from the south gate of Qingtian City, and the powerhouses who came and went turned to look at the sky. The 100-flower spirit birds, green lawn, fire phoenix, golden crow, and 100 birds are flying towards each other. The Xinyan purple phoenix, who takes the lead, stands proudly with a graceful figure on its back. The snowy legs are slender and round, which makes people want to eat. The beauty has an oval face, exquisite features, elegant and arrogant, and between the seemingly elegant brows, there is an indifference that refuses people thousands of miles away, like a princess from a neighboring country, a full iceberg beauty. Like the phoenix among the birds, the stars support the moon. Bingshan Beauty casually glanced at the crowd below, her eyebrows knitted tightly. A group of ordinary people, throughout the ages, are there really no people who can be worthy of this princess? The beauty of the iceberg looked into the distance. Is it really that difficult to find a man who can defeat Ben Gong in alchemy? Is this God punishing Ben Gong for being too good, or is Ben Gong trying too hard? It's the ancient holy country, Princess Yunqing of the Purple Star Country. She also came to participate in the election meeting. It's terrifying, as expected of a character on the enchanting list. I just glanced at her eyes. Her mental strength was like a sea, and her crotch was almost wet. So beautiful, I really want to be stepped on by her. Bah! In broad daylight, the sky is bright. You shameless scumbag, I turned off the lights. As soon as this woman appeared, the heroes were shocked. Clang, clang, clang. A bell swayed, and there was a vision at the north gate of Qingtian City. A long sedan chair is lifted lightly by 4 flower girls, full of bells, and every bell ringing from the sedan chair exudes a captivating psychedelic spirit. On the other end of the sedan chair, the wind and clouds rose again, and 2 cloud foxes came in the air, with a beautiful figure, a beautiful young woman, dressed in a long green dress, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of charm. This scene, watching many saints. On the roof of an attic, an old man who was looking at this scene from afar was shocked and lost his voice. Jing Taizong's bell sedan chair, and Yunhu, who is full of flowers, is Li Daoran, who is 1,000 dan and 10,000 handed. And Ji Yunfei, who is full of flowers, is a saint. At the east gate of Qingtian, a flying sword tiger was born. Lifting the sky to the west gate, the young man stepped on the clouds and rode the wind. His left eye was tender and sultry, and his right eye was psychedelic. The eyebrows are full of experience in the world, and have experienced the vicissitudes of human affairs. Jing Taizong Li Daoran of Sword Domain, Waman Lufei Lianqing of Qianyu. Huangquan Hall, Xiao Huang of Huangquan, Yunyu Palace Wan Yunyu of Xuanyu. One by one, the holy-level pharmacists who are famous in the past and present, and who are famous at home and abroad, have appeared one by one. Every name is a heavyweight. Even if it is placed in a 6th-grade family, it is also the top guest. Not only the enchanting list, but also those super-refining giants who were famous at home and abroad in the past and spread all over the world, all appear. It's terrible, what a heaven-defying lineup. I really want to see it. I don't want to wait for a moment. Among these legends, who is the champion of this election conference? His grandma's, the excited old man, almost crushed his eggs. However, this is just the prelude. At this time, there are 41 days left before the start of the election meeting. The other end. Lin Chen is relieved when Jieta works. He is now different from what he used to be. As a person on the enchanting list, even if he reveals the wandering god fruit, he is not afraid of being missed. Not to mention exposing the wandering god fruit, even if it is the wandering god tree, with the identity of the enchanting list, it is enough to support Lin Chen to have the sacred treasure of the wandering god tree. In the 36 domains, no one dared to touch him. Coupled with the fact that there are so many business groups and forces gathered in Jieta now, Lin Chen is not worried that the seeds of Qiyun Lingji and Yuxingguo will not be able to sell for a good price. Lin Chen and his party came to the 8th floor, paid 3,000 gold coins and bought the top secret realm for 30 days. The sea of flowers is beautiful, with colorful petals dancing all over the sky. Lin Chen's body and 6 clones sit cross-legged in the sea of flowers. The dancing petals, each from nothing, from something to nothing. It is born and destroyed out of thin air, and if you look carefully, this flower has a mysterious spirituality flowing, which can stimulate the spiritual perception of practitioners. Very good, it is indeed a world tower. It can be said that it is 1,000 miles to cultivate spiritual power here. Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and was very satisfied. He put the 6 clones into a state of cultivation, and while taking the wandering spirit fruit, he ran the Taisher Bible to cultivate spiritual power. Next, Lin Chen will make every effort to prepare for the heavenly selection conference. This alchemy contest is far more than any alchemy showdown that Lin Chen has participated in before. It is about the parts of the god of war suit, and he has to fight for a championship if he wants to do everything. The 6 avatars replaced Lin Chen to run the Taisher Bible and take the Yu Shenghua, while Lin Chen's body concentrated on opening the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Early Stage 3-Layer Holy Land, 21 Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 1026.6 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 6.8 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Blood, 454.5 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 587 million points, the midterm peak of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 10.99 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 19.95 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 6.22 million points. Intermediate Talent Points, 11.2 million points. Set Essence, 6.36 million points. Blank Attribute, 0 points. Strengthening Points, 1.865 billion points. Refined Variation, 17 pieces. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 4.1 million, Earth 4.15 million, Wood 3.99 million, Gold 4.33 million, Water 4.41 million, Thunder 4.35 million, Wind 4.31 million, light 3.46 million, dark 3.52 million points. Set column, gold God of War suit, holding parts, ultimate right arm armor. Ultimate left leg armor, production picture, ultimate right leg armor. Bloodline status bar, exercise status bar, life awakening bar. Active talent column, passive talent column, nirvana column, characteristic. Rune column, talent combination skills. System, I choose to awaken spiritual power and consume 6 million Heavenly Dao. Points. At the end of the second stage of the host's awakening mental power, the instantaneous speed of mental power is increased to 8 times. Lin Chen used up more than 90% of the Heavenly Dao value, and his mental perception and reaction speed were several times faster. At this time, Lin Chen's sea of spiritual consciousness gathered like thousands of galaxies, and the stalwart was vast. Compared with the early days of the Holy Land, it was earth-shaking, more than 100 times stronger. It's very close to the next realm of entering the Holy Realm. Now I can release a random mental force and I can injure or even repel the 4th level of the Holy Realm. I wonder if it can threaten the completion of the 4th level or even the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen was very satisfied and continued to mobilize the system. System, I want to use all the set essences equally for the right arm armor and left leg armor. Consume 6.36 million sets of essence, charging the ultimate right armor of the God of War suit, 2.3%. Ultimate left leg armor, 2.4%. Seeing that the armor of the God of War was one step further than before, Lin Chen's heart was half relieved. On that day, he used the War God's armor in front of everyone's eyes. Although the Almighty of the 7th rank family would not covet him, he would eventually get into trouble. If he had the strength in his hands, he would be more stable. As for the left leg armor, it is Lin Chen Liu's trump card. As the number 1 handsome in the holy world, it is necessary for him to keep a few more hands in order to prevent others from killing and losing their minds to his handsomeness and talent. Qingxue planted capsules, 5 spiritual plant seedlings were planted to give birth to new students. This was the enchanting list reward that Lin Chen received. The 5 spirit plant seeds of Chi Fortune will all produce spiritual creatures with different characteristics, and he did not sell them. The Lingji seeds sold by Lin Chen were all produced by blue jade sticks. Except for non-characteristic spirits, the output of Tian Kai Dibao and silver Saint Yuan coins is the same as that of ordinary low-grade spirit plants. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked at the little shadow who slept when he was full, and felt helpless in his heart. This little guy's supernatural powers are getting stronger and stronger, and his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Half of the holy pill is used to raise this little guy. Lin Chen looked at the Taoyuan plant capsule. Except for the Yushan tree, which only produces Yushan fruit, other spiritual plants were shining brightly, and the clouds were steaming with clouds, and they were covered with heavenly materials and earthly treasures and special spirits. I've been taking the treasures like red golden vine, long qinghua, and dragon blood saliva. Xinglong doesn't spare any effort. I eat as much as I want, but my cultivation is too high now, and my progress is slow. In the past, when it was the Battle Emperor realm and the First Sacred Realm, the resources produced by the low-grade Lingji could still satisfy Lin Chen and his holy dragon. In fact, it's not that he can't keep up, it's just that Lin Chen's requirements are a little more efficient. He is not like other saints who can practice and retreat for decades. When watching the clear snow planting capsule, a pink seedling grows quietly. Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Growing out, this is. Lin Chen carefully looked at the peach-colored seedlings. This was fairy Crimson's reward, mid-grade Lingji seeds. The middle-grade Lingji only holds the top 5th-grade sex and 6th-grade forces. And the number is even rarer. The spiritual plant has reached the middle grade, and only gold coins and a small amount of 8th-order medicinal materials are produced in terms of resources. And Lin Chen learned from Elder Shen that the top-grade Lingji is only in the hands of the 7th-grade giant. Each product of Lingji is a brand new world. Top-grade Lingji, it is said that there is only one rank 7 giant power plant. As for the top grades, there are very few records, and they can be traced back to the history of the Holy Realm hundreds of millions of years ago. The unparalleled spiritual plant has never appeared before. Lin Chen looked at it for dozens of breaths before he recognized the spirit plant body. The roots are like dragon whiskers, the seedlings are like ancient grass, the leaves are dark green, the shape is pink, and the color is like the red of a rose. Is this the sacred peach tree? Saint Pan Peach, Nirvana rebirth, mortals take it, it can transform the level of life, increase the lifespan of 10,000 years, and even have the magical effect of impacting the holy realm. The sage takes it, it can consolidate its roots and cultivate its vitality. And the holy power will skyrocket. The mortal objects that impact the cultivation base and break through the bottleneck can be applied to even the 6th level of the Holy Land and have the miraculous effect of breaking through the bottleneck. It's actually a holy peach. What is the origin of fairy crimson? In order to smash a dream charming heartstone, even this kind of chi luck spirit planting seed can be given away. Lin Chen was amazed, and his heart was ecstatic. Saint Pantao would have a huge boosting effect on his holy dragon and body. Just waiting for the Chani holy water in the Jia Tower. Before that, I have to practice my medicine refining skills. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, sacrificed the herbs that filled the sky, and started alchemy. Although he does not have an orange-level alchemy handprint, the enhanced True Dragon Holy Hand should be regarded as the first alchemy fingerprint. Under the orange-level handprint. For 7 days in a row, Lin Chen was unable to retreat, practiced spiritual power in his avatar, and focused on refining medicine with his main body. During this period of time, a storm broke out in the Jia Tower, dozens of chi luck spirit planting seeds were auctioned, and hundreds of wandering gods were born. The reason is very simple. The seeds of Kaiyunling planting are rarely circulated on the market. Most of those who really get the seeds of Kaiyunling planting rely on chance and luck, or the inheritance of power. Even the most common seed in the lower grades, because once cultivated to its peak, its value will continue to grow over time. If the low-grade Lingji is properly protected, it can live for 10 million years, and the income and resources brought during this period is a huge number. On the 8th day, when the 2 beautiful elders brought the auction proceeds and Lin Chen's list materials to the secret realm where Lin Chen was, they were even more stunned. Among the medicinal herbs floating in the sky, there is a dazzling array of visions, and the streamers are splendid, like entering the ocean of heaven and earth treasures. This large number of 7th-order heaven and earth treasures is not enough to move them. What really shocked the 2 beautiful elders was the young man below the heaven and earth treasure. He sat alone, and the spiritual petals of the sea of flowers fluttered around him. His eyes turned back and forth, turned up and down, sometimes staring, sometimes closing his eyes, and the medicinal materials in the sky seemed to have spirituality. The eyes of the two beautiful women and elders flickered with peach blossoms. He actually uses his eyes to concoct alchemy. Election. The medicinal materials are flying, and between the upside down and the refining, the clouds and waters flow, such as enjoying an artistic feast. The last time I participated in the top alchemy feast on the genius list, Lin Chen's single-piece alchemy skills were only at the peak of the 3rd rank. If all the clones were in one piece, there should be a higher success rate in refining the 4th rank holy pill, which was his previous limit. There is a huge gap between the 4th grade and the 3rd grade. Just like the difference between the 3rd level holy realm and the 4th level cave. Expansion. The value of one 4th grade holy pill is often equal to 10 3rd grade holy pills. However, at that time, Lin Chen's spiritual realm had not yet broken through the middle stage of the holy realm. Since his trip to the great wilderness Dragon Clan, his spiritual power has grown by leaps and bounds. Now he is only one step away from the latter stage of the holy realm. Well, if I make alchemy on my body, I can make most of the 4th grade holy pills, and I can guarantee a higher success rate. If all the main bodies cooperate with alchemy, I may be able to challenge the 5th grade holy pill. But I don't know what the success rate is. When Lin Chen quit the alchemy state, he had an estimate of his alchemy skills. 5th grade holy pills are extremely difficult, and the rarity of pill recipes is chasing the orange level exercises. Lin Chen currently has only 2 volumes of the 5th grade pill recipe. One is the sacred Yen Paksu pill that Bai Ruoyan gave him, and the other is the 5 elements Tianji pill, which is used to injure him. The attribute treasure chest dropped by Lin Chen can be opened. If he really had to buy it, the 5th grade pill recipe would have to discount at least half of the Qi Luck spirit planting seeds he sold. The top 10 of the previous dynasties were all 5 rank saint level pharmacists. With my current strength, it would be quite difficult to rush to the front row, let alone win the championship. When Lin Chen was frowning and thinking, he realized that the 2 beautiful elders were staring at him dumbfounded. I'm sorry, 2 elders, for being too focused, so what, I've got my things done? The 2 elders were only slightly relieved. Although they had heard about Lin Chen's rumors, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. In this world, there are alchemists who can concoct pills with their eyes without needing a seal. Just outrageous. It is the 2nd consecutive burst of acupoints in the Holy Realm. It is a dozen of 3 monster wizards. It is another punch to penetrate the tower. And it is alchemy. As if nothing happened to this young man, it seemed that nothing was normal. Fortunately, our Jia Tower auctioned and searched with all our strength. In addition to your 30% discount and handling fee, as well as the purchased materials and requirements, there are still 1.42 million gold coins left. The 2 beautiful women and elders bowed respectfully, and each handed out a receiving ring and Lin Chen's jade token. 1.42 million gold coins, according to the proportion, is equivalent to 14.2 billion silver coins. The key is that this is the remaining wealth after purchasing the resources requested by Lin Chen. Lin Chen is not surprised. If a low-grade Qi Luck spirit plant reaches its peak, the accumulated silver coins in 10 years will exceed 100 million silver coins, that is, 10,000 gold coins. Of course, the value of a spiritual planting seed cannot be calculated by the resources it produces after its completion. A few million or 10 million years is a long time for a saint. Lin Chen sold 39 Jiyun Lingji seeds and 400 Yu Xingua, which naturally sold for sky-high prices. Well, you elders have a heart. Lin Chen was not surprised. When he took the acceptance ring, the two elders looked at each other with wonderful eyes. One of them took out a scroll from the white and full gap and carefully handed it to Lin Chen. This item was ordered by Elder Shen to be handed over to Your Excellency Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it out of curiosity, and when he released his mental power to read it, he couldn't help but be moved. If you have any orders, Your Excellency Lin Chen, please let us know. The two elders tacitly resigned and immediately retired. Old Shen is really willing to spend money. Lin Chen was amazed. A mysterious pill recipe and 100-fold scripture were sealed in the scroll. Every scripture was written by a high-level pharmacist and was written by the alchemy elders of the past dynasties. Every pharmacist will not be lower than rank 4. Although the content was recorded by Shen Lao with his spiritual power, and can only be read once, but this is more than 100 copies, and the value is extraordinary. In the past, Lin Chen would definitely not accept such a valuable thing easily, but this election conference is related to the progress of his God of War suit. He must go all out and do everything he can. It seems that I owe Jia Tower a big favor. When Lin Chen sighed, when he opened the two rings, there was a mountain of gold coins on one side, like a small mountain. On the other side, 3,400 cubic meters of Tianyi holy water packed with holy energy. Tens of thousands of eighth-order medicinal materials were arranged and placed, and there were more than 40 precious eighth-order holy beast cores. There are also 4 low-grade metamorphic crystals, 2 of which are the most precious blood-based metamorphic crystals, and 1 middle-grade fire-based metamorphic crystal. It's not that there are so many different crystals in the Jia Tower, so many forces and business groups, but Lin Chen's primary goal is the sacred artifact, and the second is to buy the different crystals. However, there are many raw materials for different crystals. In this Na ring, there is the 9-yang treasure chi of the outer starry sky, the core of the glazed earth, and the origin of darkness of the dark lair. These are all prototype energies that generate different crystals. It's just that they were taken away when they were discovered, so they were not as valuable as real heteromorphic crystals. They fell into the hands of others, and at most they were sold as a special energy body, but Lin Chen was different. He is the person who controls the ancient mystery, and can use the Qi luck spirit plant to cultivate different crystals by himself. Just give him a period of time, these prototype energies will all become his heteromorphic heritage. In addition, there is a dazzling array of sacred artifacts in the second Na ring. That's right, a lot of second-grade holy artifacts. There are 281 pieces. This is the largest amount of holy artifact purchased by the power of the World Lifting Tower. The holy artifact is not a bad street, on the contrary. It is a very precious resource. Similar to Feng Tianxue's 5th-grade holy weapon, Shenzhen Xianbing armor. Although it was smashed by Lin Chen's war god armor, it is not that it is not good, but Lin Chen's power is too powerful. If so, all the holy artifacts in Lin Chen's hand are not as valuable as the 5th-grade holy armor. To make the right leg armor, you still need more than 700 2nd-grade holy artifacts. It's really a long way to go. After Lin Chen sighed, he poured all the holy water of Tianyi into his peach seedlings, followed by the 5 new low-grade spiritual plants he cultivated. With the nourishment of Tianyi holy water, the spirituality skyrocketed, and The spiritual plant seedlings grew rapidly. Lin Chen entered the second stage, where Chani holy water irrigated the Yushan tree to speed up the output of Yushan fruits, and now he still has 1,000 pieces of Yushan fruits left. A wandering god fruit can obtain about 10,000 to 20,000 points of advanced spiritual power. Whether it can break through to the next spiritual realm depends on the remaining retreat time and the accumulation of wandering god fruit. Then, Lin Chen issued an order. System, learn everything in the scroll. Consumes 510,000 points of advanced cultivation technique essence, integrates the memory of the 100 scrolls of pill books, and integrates the memory of pill recipes. When Lin Chen merged the memories of Dan Fong, his expression changed again. 20 days passed by in a flash. Lin Chen has been in seclusion in the Essence and Mystery realm for a month, and the forces in the World Tower have not left much. For saints, January is like a snap of a finger, not worth mentioning. For Lin Chen, it was an urgent time for cultivation. Boom. At this time, terrifying mental fluctuations came from the tower. The power of spiritual power even alarmed old Shin. This mental power. Could it be that the little guy got out of the customs? The old Shin, who was on the 9th floor, flashed and disappeared. The squad leader is out. It's such a strong mental fluctuation, it's not much worse than those old monsters. What a monster, the speed of progress is simply unreasonable. Han Yiji, Fairy Crimson, and Jian Qingqing were waiting outside the secret realm. The more than a dozen elders of the Jia Tower were disturbed, and the old Shen appeared in an instant, coming and going without a trace. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a slightly embarrassed young man pushed out the door, his robe shattered, but his eyes were bright and handsome. Before everyone had time to marvel, the corners of their mouths twitched when they saw the secret cultivation realm behind the gate. I saw that the space crystal walls in the secret territory were full of big holes, big black and thick space cracks, and they were blown to pieces. Are you cultivating or sabotaging each other? Cough, what? I tried a new method of alchemy, and I accidentally went too far. Lin Chen scratched his head, showing an embarrassed but polite smile. What is your new alchemy method? Such a big battle. Shen Lao was speechless for a while. This space secret realm needs to be repaired to be an unusual space plane. Forget it, this matter is not big or small, so I'll reveal it now, little guy. There are still 13 days left before the Danyu Heavenly election conference. It will be very rushed to take the normal route. It is not suitable for you to recharge and prepare for the conference. The old man is already here. Open up a space channel on the 9th floor of the Jia Tower if you have nothing to do. Let's go. Shen Lao Man waved his hand indifferently. Lin Chen's expression suddenly became serious and solemn, and he clasped his fists at Old Shen. Old Shen, Lin Chen remembers your cultivation of the kid. If he has any trouble with the Sun Realm Tower, I, Lin Chen, will definitely help. Old Shen was stunned for a moment, then smiled wide-eyed. It's not in vain that this old man is optimistic about you. Let's go, let more people in the election conference see your talent. Lin Chen grinned and said, there's not much talent, but being handsome is. Number 1. The 9th floor, in front of the silver vortex space channel of thousands of feet. Lin Chen put on a brand new robe and looked bright. The clothes that Sister Ruoyan embroidered for him, let him take good care of it. This long-distance space channel can be opened at least at the 6th level of the Holy Realm and above without resting all night. The people in this world tower really look down on you. Fairy Crimson was amazed, and Lin Chen was a little speechless. I said, "Why? Do you follow me so naturally?" The beautiful lady's eyebrows were curved, and she was as sly as a fox. "Can't you?" I suddenly wanted to follow you. Lin Chen touched his chin. "No, I prefer to be behind you." Simple Jian Qingqing looked at the two, but Han Yizhi said, "Squad leader, are you really ready? The medicinal herbs and pills you have to prepare these before you can participate in the competition." Lin Chen suddenly realized and clapped his hands. "Yes. How could I forget?" Immediately, he lifted Han Yizhi's chin. "What medicinal herbs to bring to the conference? It is enough to bring you." The two girls rolled their eyes, and Han Yizhi's eyes dodged. Jian Qingqing's palm spread out, and a giant spaceship with silvery light was unfolded. "This is a space holy artifact. Use this, our family space holy artifact." Seeing the speedy shuttle of the space giant ship, Lin Chen sighed more and more. What is the origin of this sword allure? This space holy artifact is not an ordinary thing. No wonder she dares to go to the fantasy and charm dragon territory alone to carry out the task. This is what's next. Inside the spaceship, Lin Chen took out 2 blood-type variant crystals, put them into the holy cave, and started refining. As time passed, the Zhongyu realm pagoda had to travel through Qianyu to Danyu, and then to Danyu, spanning 2 major domains. If it weren't for Old Shen's help, Lin Chen and the others would probably have to travel day and night on their own, let alone ordinary saints. Even if they were carrying other high-level forces, they wouldn't be able to reach them. Within a year and a half. 12 days later. Danyu, Sky City. The crowd outside the city is full of people, and most of the people who can't enter the city are the low-level forces, below the second-rank sect and the Emperor of War. During this period of time, there are too many big people in Sky City. As long as you are a pharmacist, it is impossible not to have heard of the alchemy masters who appeared in the city. Every one of them is a grandmaster and a figure like the Big Dipper of Mount Tai in the outside world. Now that the registration time for the election conference is coming to an end, more top pharmacists will appear one by one. Qingtianqing Square, a crowd gathered, although there are only 100 people, but each of them is a well-known figure. Here are some of the candidates who signed up later. On both sides of the square are the heavyweight VIPs and candidates who completed the test ahead of time. They have entered the venue in advance and can wait and see the test results. There is also a beautiful and suffocating figure, which attracted countless eyes in the VIP seats on both sides. The hot devil figure, the beautiful and pretty girl face, the temperament between the eyebrows is charming and mature, the eyes are looking forward, and the blue waves are flowing. It was a girl with a beautiful and pure face like an angel, but she had a devilish figure that could not be taken away from her eyes. She smiled and frowned, but exuded a charming aura that turned all beings upside down, and she was enchanting to the extreme. She is pure and beautiful, and she is the little demon empress who is known as one of the 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list. Her breath is far more than before, and it seems to be promoted to the expansion of acupoints. In the square are the pharmacists who are about to participate in the test. And the geniuses that Lin Chen met once, there are also here. Qi Meyer from the genius list, Shangguan Liuli, who made alchemy with a fox, and Fei Xiaoyu, who is known as the devil. What is even more surprising is that in the square, there is also Long Aging, who is wearing a green shirt like ink, with long hair tied up, and who is always gentle and elegant. He is full of breath, and the power of the holy cave is surging, like a Mountain and sea prison, suppressing one side, Xingwei faintly leaks a little bit. Is it actually an expansion of the cave realm? Seeing this scene, many older pharmacists couldn't help but cast their eyes in surprise. It is impossible for them not to have heard of the name of the enchanting list, let alone Long-Yijing, an alchemy prodigy. Long-Yijing from the enchanting list is here too? The old man received the news. Isn't the son seriously injured and paralyzed in bed? Strange, his breath has broken through the 4th level of the holy realm. How did he advance again in such a short time? Several alchemy masters glanced at each other and talked in surprise through voice transmission. At this time, Long-Yijing was swallowing mountains and rivers, and there were many visions. That's right, Long-Yijing has indeed made a breakthrough, and what is even more sturdy is that he has made a double breakthrough in cultivation and spirituality, and his spirit has advanced to the middle stage of the holy realm. In his body, Lin Chen's extinction fissure effect, both physically and mentally, fell into a state of irreparable serious injuries, and this state lasted for a full 29 days. However, he survived. Moreover, this life is not as good as death, which made him stand upright and reborn in nirvana. This is the talent of the enchanting list. The uniqueness and potential of the enchanting list are recognized by the holy world. In the battle with Lin Chen, not only did he not die, but instead, the line of life and death finally turned into accumulation, which made him break through the bottleneck and successfully entered the acupoint expansion realm. Just brilliant. Whenever he thinks of that hellish month, Long-Yijing shudders unconsciously. But now, the love in my heart is also on the scene, and Long-Yijing is showing his new life in high spirits. I just don't know if Xiao Jing, Mo Qingxiu, and Feng Tianxue, who have encountered the same things, can do what he did. After all, everyone's injuries are different, and the degree of torture is different, not to mention luck, which also accounts for a lot. Part of. At this moment, Long-Yijing felt that she was handsome. He is gentle and elegant on the surface, but his eyes are full of high-spirited energy. At least, at his age, there are very few cases where the monster who has reached the acupoint expansion state can do it. Except for some handsome guy. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing knocked on everyone's consciousness like a spirit, and an old man with a hunchback appeared in the square like a ghost, making many pharmacists stand in awe and awe. His entire face was dry and thin, skinny, and all the exposed parts of his body were scarred, like a candle in the wind, which was blown away. Only that pair of eyes, the night-like eagle elf, found the prey, and it was extremely sharp. This kind of old monster, I don't know how many epochs, the presence of Taishan Beidou in the refining world must also be called a monster of the old senior. Hey! Although the registration requirement this time is a 3rd rank holy alchemist, I won't let you make alchemy on the spot, just simply test the speed of mental perception. The hunchbacked old man gave a strange laugh and then said, the old man feels that there are too many people participating in the competition now, and the venue is a bit insufficient. I want to eliminate some more people, so the old man specially came to test you. How is it? Is he taking special care of you? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed slightly. The faces of the VIP seats on both sides are also brilliant. It was the old monster who tested them himself? Senior, our pharmacists pay attention to harmony and nourishment. The previous test for applicants is the same. Is there anything wrong with this move? At this time, Long Yijing stood up and bowed down without being humble or arrogant. Cough cough. Hey, haha, the descendants of the enchanting list? The hunchbacked old man giggled strangely. Dare to disobey the old man, do you want to be in the limelight? Do you really think that you are very good? Who wasn't a monster back then? Boom. The terrifying mental pressure suddenly shrouded Long Yijing. Long Yijing's face was horrified. This spiritual force, like a universe suppressed in his spiritual consciousness, is absolutely crushed. He immediately held Yuan Shui, the holy cave was shining, and his spiritual power was driven to the extreme. It's a bit interesting. The mental power that has just been promoted to the middle stage of the holy realm, I can barely see it. The face of Long Yijing that the hunchbacked old man did not buy at all, his spiritual power suddenly increased. Long Yijing was sweating coldly, and his legs were trembling. He floated his head. At this time, boom! The space vibrated, and a crack was split open, and a giant spaceship that was blown up alive was pushed and rubbed horizontally from the crack. All the powerhouses in the audience were shocked. Could anyone dare to break into the Sky City? The hunchbacked old man relieved his mental pressure, and Long Yijing breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of pill are you refining? It's about to blow up my boat. Giggle, isn't Mr. Lin Chen playing fried pills? The two beauties sneered, their voices were like an aureole, crisp and graceful, making everyone stunned. But see, the giant spaceship was caught by a huge dragon claws. The youth, dressed in silver robes, had 9 colors of brilliance lingering, and he stood tall with the dragon head. Accompanied by the side, a group of people came from a fairyland unstained by the world. It's amazing. It is as knowledgeable as the saints present, and it is rare to see such a team. This sun's spiritual realm, the old man can't see through. What a strong holy prestige. Is this the cultivation base of the 3rd level of the holy realm? The powerhouses from all sides saw the clues at a glance, and couldn't help but scream in surprise. It's him. It's big brother Lin Chen. Chi Meyer, Shangguan Liuli, and the pretty and cute Fei Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. It's you? Lin Chen. Only Long Yijing was shocked and lost his voice as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth raised. It turned out to be Brother Yijing. As the saying goes, if you don't die, you will be struck by lightning. Someone was protecting him last time, and Brother Yijing was lucky to survive last time. I don't know what happened next. Is there another chance like this? This statement made many alchemy masters very interested, and their expressions were very exciting. As we all know, fighting between the evildoers is forbidden, and no one can kill the evildoers outright. How could this young man say such absurd words in front of everyone? Lin Chen? This son is the Lin Chen who made a lot of trouble in the holy mountain range and turned the 5th and 6th grade sects of the southern region upside down? He's here too? Looks like I've heard that he can also make alchemy. Could it be that Long Yijing's injury was, he did it? When a strong man exclaimed, Long Yijing's face instantly turned ashen, like a wolf who stepped on his tail, especially when his sweetheart was still on the scene. He became angry and laughed. Lin Chen, don't be too much crazy. My son is now in the acupoint expansion state. If you really want to fight, you may not be able to get benefits. When Lin Chen and Lin Xingchen fought, he had long been carried back to heal his injuries, and then he broke through the bottleneck and rushed to Danyu. without knowing Lin Chen's record. Lin Chen and Mo Qingshu fought, and he knew very well that even if he was in the acupoint expansion state, the possibility of winning against Lin Chen was extremely low, but there is no reason for his beloved to back down at the moment. TSK, 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 Brother Yijing, although you look a little embarrassed, but you are really stupid. Lin Chen let out a long laugh, put away the holy dragon and transformed it into a human form, walked up, glanced at the seat of the little demon empress. The two smiled at each other, gave each other a thumbs up, and said nothing. On the seats on both sides, in the front row on the left, a group of young demons gathered together. All of them had a vision of precious light. The clouds were steaming, and the spiritual realm was unfathomable. This person is the legendary Lin Chen. It seems very difficult. The handsome young man wearing a feather crown smiled heartily. He looked at the arrogant woman behind him, like a bird and a phoenix, and asked with a smile, I heard that he used his eyes to concoct alchemy, and he was shocked by the gods. Is the princess confident? Ziyangqing of Zixingguo has a beautiful appearance and a proud and cold temperament. Hearing this question, she looked indifferent and calm, and the corners of her beautiful lips showed a contemptuous arc. Not worth mentioning. The young man smiled again and asked, I heard that he didn't use his full strength in the last genius ranking alchemy conference. Ziyangqing is as indifferent as snow, its bells and whistles. The youth said, I heard that he can also use the holy dragon to make pills. Ziyangqing said, the crooked way. The young man said again, I heard that you like me. Ziyangqing, go away. You don't like me? Then I will suffer a little, I like you. Lin Chen entered the arena, walked up to the hunchbacked old man and clasped his fists, neither humble nor arrogant, with a straight back. Lin Chen on the enchanting list, participate in the election conference. The old man gave him a deep look and showed a stern smile, there are enough candidates, why is there another one? Boom. A terrifying spiritual storm swept through like a hurricane, completely covering Lin Chen. Han Yizhi and Jian Qingqing stood beside Lin Chen. The pressure, suddenly increased, and Fairy Crimson waved her hand to block the pressure for them. The expressions of the two Zhixiao Wangu elders who followed the little demon empress changed slightly. Oops. This old monster also wants to suppress little friend Lin Chen. However, what everyone expected did not happen. Lin Chen's eyes were full of waves, and he could even smile at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man is moved. Long Yijing was completely embarrassed in front of the hunchbacked old man. But no one thought it was strange and unexpected, because this old monster really wanted to suppress the younger generation, just a thought. But Lin Chen, don't change his face. The hunchbacked old man repeatedly put pressure on him to increase his mental pressure, but Lin Chen's appearance did not change at all. Calmly. While calm and relaxed, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, extremely unfathomable. With Long Yijing, it completely presents a stark contrast, like the difference between heaven and earth. He even took out a few fruits lingering with silver light, peeled them off and put them in his mouth, chewing them. The alchemist and the various forces present at the scene have no simple person, and instantly recognized the silver fruit in his hand. Yu Xinghua? Is this kid crazy? Shouldn't these sacred objects be taken at the critical moment of alchemy? He just took it and eaten it? The corners of many pharmacists' mouths twitched wildly, their hearts trembled, and they were utterly ruined. Lin Chen smiled at the hunchbacked old man. Senior, what's the matter with you? Your eyes are so big. Could it be that your old eyes are dizzy? If you have a problem with your eyes, go and pour some sand. It's very effective. The latter took a deep look at Lin Chen, the pressure dissipated, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Well, Lin Chen on the enchanting list, right? The voice of the hunchbacked old man coughed a few times, but it came into everyone's ears very clearly. This time the registration test is done by this old man, all of you listen carefully. His old and dry fingers grabbed the void, and there was no holy power fluctuation, but he grabbed the entire void into pieces. The light was dim and drifted, and a mountain came down. Boom! A huge mountain as high as 100 meters descended from the fragmented space, and all the powerhouses and alchemists present at the scene had solemn expressions on their faces. Even the arrogant wizards on the enchanting list are extremely solemn at this moment. This giant mountain is extraordinary. It is created by pure spiritual power. The spirit is transformed into reality, and one thought creates all things. Such spiritual attainments have reached certain fields of the Holy Land. Within a quarter of an hour, whoever climbs the top of the mountain will pass. Remember, you cannot use any foreign objects, you cannot use the holy power of the holy cave, you can only use mental means, and you cannot use your mental power to help others, and those who violate the rules will get out immediately. The hunchbacked old man threw a few words, and the figure retreated, and the next moment he sat on the seat, lay down tremblingly, and snored before 2 breaths, looking like a ghost. Fei Xiaoyu and Shangguan Liuli and other geniuses looked up at the giant mountain with dignified faces. Dozens of registered saint-level pharmacists swallowed, gritted their teeth, and walked to the giant mountain. The giant mountain radiated hundreds of thousands of spiritual rays, shooting between the brows of the holy pharmacist who stepped into the giant mountain. At the same time, hum, hum, hum. The sea of spiritual consciousness kept roaring and trembling, and everyone gritted their teeth, as if someone was shaking their brains violently with both hands, and it took a lot of effort to even stand firm. Brush. A figure rushed up. It's Long Yijing. His spiritual realm seems to be able to support him to resist these spiritual rays, pointing directly to the top of the mountain. Qi Meier and Shangguan Liuli also began to act, but they were not much better than most holy-level alchemists. Shangguan Liuli just walked 10 steps and was suppressed and shaken by the spiritual light, and the sea of consciousness became dizzy. Every step was difficult. After Qi Meier took 20 steps, her movements gradually slowed down. Only Fei Xiaoyu could continue to move forward slowly, but the pressure was also multiplied. At this moment, a voice came into the ears of the 3 girls. Don't deliberately resist these spiritual rays, let go of the spiritual power that has gathered a little, let go of your body and mind, and imagine that your spiritual power is a vast ocean. The 3 girls were startled. It was Lin Chen's voice. They immediately tried to loosen their tense mental power. At first, they were almost overturned by the mental pressure that swept in like a flood, and they were almost eliminated. However, after the hurricane, there was peace, and the 3 girls were immediately calm. The influence of the spiritual light on them was still there, but they could move forward smoothly. This is. Shangguan Liuli's face was filled with joy. Young Master Lin Chen. Qi Meier stared at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes, and she was charming. Fei Xiaoyu smiled charmingly, thank you big brother. Lin Chen walked slowly, and smiled relaxedly, let's go. What? Many pharmacists noticed this scene and couldn't help being moved. Could it be this little guy's handwriting? Everyone was shocked and suspicious, and the middle-aged man next to the hunchbacked old man smiled with interest. Amazing, I got the point right away. I also helped 3 other applicants. It's been a long time since such an interesting boy appeared, but isn't he breaking the rules? After all, he looked at the hunchbacked old man, who was sleeping soundly. The man shook his head and laughed. That's right, he didn't use mental power to help, just a sound transmission reminder. It really doesn't count, ha ha ha. While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen had already walked to the middle of the giant mountain, unknowingly surpassing most of the applicants. Some applicants saw the strangeness of Fei Xiaoyu and Chi Meyer's 3 daughters, and quickly figured out their own tricks, and the speed gradually accelerated. Damn it. Seeing that Lin Chen was about to catch up, Long Yijing couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Brother Yijing, what's the matter? You look like you have kidney deficiency? At this time, Lin Chen walked up to Long Yijing with a playful expression on his face. Why worry for a while? It's not good to be licking a dog. Sometimes being a cow and a horse doesn't necessarily mean you will get grass. Shut up. Long Yijing roared. Shut up? Okay, don't you want to be first? Come on, I'll teach you. With a smile on his face, Lin Dashui rushed up the mountain with a single stride. The next moment, many holy-level pharmacists twitched the corners of their mouths. Brush. 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 In front of Long Yijing, he actually sprinted back and forth to the top of the mountain from Long Yijing's position, walking like a fly, jumping 2 feet in a single step on the spiritual mountain. It looks like it hasn't been affected at all. But someone in Talon will not reach the top. He just didn't want to be the first person to reach the top. After running back and forth for more than a dozen times, he sat on the top of the mountain. Without blushing or panting, folded his arms around his chest, and waited for Long Yijing to come over with difficulty step by step. Long Yijing's face turned green with anger. Shame. Lin Chen completely pressed his arrogant self-esteem to the ground and rubbed it hard. But Long Yijing had to move forward again. His mental power is tense, and the mental light he is affected by it is greatly affected. Delaying for 1 second will result in one more possibility of elimination. Finally, Long Yijing became the first person to climb the spiritual mountain. The moment Long Yijing reached the top, Commander Lin looked up at the sky. 45 degrees, and sighed. The peak we yearn for has long been bumpy. The boulevard we thought was already full of traffic. Even if the place was left traces by countless people, we still yearn for it. The longing boulevard hangs every morning and night. It's full of white dew. The pink you thought was already smeared by the years. Someone Lin sighed deeply. Being the first is a very tiring thing. After he finished speaking, he made a move with one hand, and the spiritual attribute light ball that fell from the spiritual mountain was taken away and put into the palm of his hand. Everyone was startled. A beautiful and fair-skinned woman asked the senior brother next to her curiously. Senior brother, who said these famous words? It seems to have been said by a man named Camwardkill England. At the end of a quarter of an hour, only 13 people passed the test here. Compared with the previous few times, the number of people is several times lower. In this extremely difficult test, the younger generation of pharmacists won the first prize. If it was a few days ago, it would definitely cause a stir. But with Lin Chen as a monster, everything is so boring. But Chi Meier and the other 3 daughters passed all of them in the face. Of this difficult test, it was difficult for ordinary third-rank saint level pharmacists to pass. Of these three, only Fei Xiaoyu had the possibility. With Lin Chen's guidance, all the three women passed and entered the main competition. The main race is very simple and very weight-oriented, and we will see the outcome in the round. Right above Qingtian City, Qingtian Island concocts alchemy, see the high and low at a time. Lin Chen came off the stage, and at this moment, a line of sight that made him very uncomfortable stared at him. He turned around and looked directly at that gaze. The owner of his gaze was actually a pale and evil young man. This man, he has seen it. On that day, in the enchanting selection competition of Jieta, this person has won many battles and became one of the enchanting candidates, and has never challenged anyone since then. Seeing Lin Chen staring at him, the latter grinned, revealing a strange smile. This person can't see through his cultivation base, but he gives me a sense of danger. His age may be much more than the surface. Lin Chen kept an eye in his heart. At this moment, the young man got up and left. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he could clearly see that the young man was walking on his toes. Interesting. Lin Chen and others are the last batch of applicants. This time, there are 391 saint-level pharmacists in total. This number does not dare to say that the top alchemists from all regions of the Holy Realm have gathered together, but at least in the 36 regions. There are all the big names with big names and great shocks, the Grandmaster of the Holy Order, and the Big Dipper of Mount Tai, gathered together. Everyone is a heavyweight. Below the 6th grade sect, the VIP. Even the 6th grade sects lacked this kind of holy level pharmacist, and they were all fragrant buns. On the contrary, even if the young pharmacists are on the enchanting list, their aura is still inferior to that of the older pharmacists. After the registration ended, Lin Chen and Zixia Wanggu met. Little friend Lin Chen, we meet again. If you need any help, feel free to speak up. When will you come to the Qing Valley of the southern region to sit down? You can come if you have nothing to do. The two Wanggu elders asked with a warm smile. When they saw the boy again, they sighed a lot. Once, this young man who still needed their help, has grown into a character on the enchanting list in less than a year. This kind of growth arc is simply unique and unprecedented. In terms of the ranking of the evildoers, he only has a gap of more than 700 with his own young lady, and this gap may continue to narrow. The two elders are grateful for the help of the two elders in the past. If there is a need for alchemy, the boy will do his best. Lin Chen smiled. He was not one who did not repay his kindness. Ha ha ha, if you want to thank us, thank Our Lady. We also act according to the rules. The two elders winked and smiled knowingly. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, turning to look at the little demon. Empress. She is wearing a light orange long dress today. No matter how many times she looks at it, she is still as shocked as a heavenly man. Her pure and beautiful face reveals the enchanting charm of all beings. As soon as the two sides met, the little demon empress' charming face burst into a smile, and asked Lin Chen with great interest. How's it going? How sure are you? We're all old friends, so we can't get through this, right? What she was referring to was, of course, Lin Chen's grasp of winning the championship. The little demon empress is one of those rare people who likes Lin Chen. They haven't been in contact with each other for a long time, but they know each other very well. Lin Chen touched his chin. From a normal point of view, it is less than 50%. sure to use all the trump cards. The two elders of Xixia King Valley thought for a while, and they were instantly moved. Is there a 50% chance of winning the championship? This is the election meeting. It's not like the alchemy conference that competed with geniuses of the same age as Tianjiao before. What level has this little guy transformed into now? However, there may be an accident this time. So I'm preparing a killer move. If it succeeds, it should be more than 90% sure, but if it fails, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter the top 100. Lin Chen shrugged, frightened the two elders, and looked at the monster with a pair of eyes. 90%? Are you still a person? Qing Wu. At this moment, Long Yijing appeared beside the seat of Xixia King Valley. He first glanced at Lin Chen obscurely and resentfully, then stared at the little demon empress, and fell in love, holding the golden thread jade box. This is the birthday gift I have prepared for you, Qing Wu. On your birthday. In 36 days, I still have to participate in the alchemy competition, so I will congratulate you in advance. After all, Long Yijing didn't even give the little demon empress the time to refuse, so she opened the jade box, which was actually a piece of snow white ginseng. The roots are thick and long, and the brilliance is different, and there is an inexplicable throbbing attraction. Colorful Dragon King Ginseng? Or the White Dragon King Ginseng, which is second only to the highest. The pupils of the two elders of Wang shrank, their voices stunned, and their hearts trembled. As soon as this thing appeared, many strong people in the registration venue cast surprised and shocking eyes. This thing can help increase the holy power, open up holy caves, and when breaking through the bottleneck, it has the miraculous effect of fueling the flames. Especially at the fourth level of the holy realm, this thing has a certain effect and can help the fourth level of the holy realm to break through a holy acupoint. There is a certain probability to increase the acupoint expansion multiple. That's right, increase the acupoint expansion multiple. It is rude to say that this is the supreme holy product that is enough to make the fourth level of the holy realm in the world crazy. It is not surprising that the two elders of Wanggu are so moved, because they are also in the bottleneck of the fourth stage. The preciousness of this thing, in terms of single value, even Lin Chen's wandering fruit is inferior. Is Long Yijing crazy? Take this kind of heaven-defying wonder as a gift? Wouldn't he be fragrant for him to keep the next acupoint expansion to reach a higher realm? Even if he and we are on the enchanting list, it's impossible to take out this thing easily. This guy has made a lot of money. At least this young master is not confident that he can buy this thing. Hey, if you can win the heart of a beauty, why don't you give it away? Don't. You look at who he gave it, the little demon queen of the enchanting list. This is recognized as one of the 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list. If you can hold the beauty back, I'm afraid I wake up with a smile from a dream. Some wizards and saint-level alchemists on the enchanting list were amazed and sighed. This pen is too heavy. Long Yijing firmly believes that there is no cave expansion that can resist the temptation of this thing. It was passed down to him by his ancestors, and he used it himself, but he has made up his mind to chase, lick, it until the little demon empress. But the next moment. Yeah, he gave me a gift. The little demon empress is like a pure girlfriend, the corners of her beautiful lips are raised, she twists her waist, grabs Lin Chen's arm and shakes it while muttering. He's such a pervert, so handsome Lin must have a better gift, right? Hurry up. and show it to others. Male enchanting wizards almost spurted blood from their noses. The little demon empress' pure and beautiful face, coupled with her charming temperament and her flamboyant physique, she is so coquettish, who can resist this? Seeing the sly smile on the corner of the little demon empress's mouth, which is not afraid of serious problems, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Shit, this is throwing fire on me. At that moment, Lin Chen, who was full of justice, wanted to scold her loudly. But she is too big. Long Yijing's eyes narrowed, and the look in Lin Chen's eyes became more provocative. He really didn't believe that Lin Chen could come up with a better gift than him. Many evildoers and pharmacists who participated in the election looked at Lin Chen with great interest. They are also curious about this young man full of legends and mysteries. What kind of background will this boy come up with to compete with Long Yijing? Gift? I'm not ready. Lin Chen shrugged, which surprised everyone who was full of anticipation, waiting to see the play. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, you are still a little self-aware. Long Yijing was so high-spirited that even his few friends on the enchanting list couldn't stand it. Is this the scheming and incomparably calm Long Yijing they knew? It seems that as long as Lin Chen is involved in anything, Long Yijing will feel like he has lost his mind. But Lin Chen's words changed, and he smiled playfully. Although I don't have a present, I have prepared a surprise. What a surprise! The little demon empress immediately became excited, her eyes shining brightly at him. It's not a surprise to tell you, you will naturally know when the election conference starts. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Chen, are you stage fright? Hee, I didn't expect you to be like that. If you can't come up with something decent, don't get out of the way, don't be embarrassed here. In the seat behind Lin Chen, a young man stood up. He was wearing a green shirt with a knife on his waist. He was proud and sneered. Another genius on the enchanting list, a friend of Long Yijing, and one of the candidates for this election. This little guy is holding on to the scene. It's normal for young people not to admit defeat. Even some veteran sage-level pharmacists thought that Lin Chen was holding on to the scene, and the difference was that he didn't have any treasures that he could get his hands on. Just take out your eldest baby, for everyone to see, the little demon empress refused to forgive. You can't think of me as an idiot over there, I won't be used as a gunman so easily by you. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Under the eyes of many jealous eyes, he avoided the slender hand of the little demon empress that grabbed his arm. Cut. The little demon empress stuck out her tongue. When she turned to look at Long Yijing, her tone was neither salty nor light. Take it back, I'm not interested in you. If you try to annoy me with these things, I'll break your third leg. Qing Wu. Long Yijing shook her head and closed the jade box, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. He confidently believes that he has regained his face. Even the other evildoers thought that Lin Chen was completely running away from battle, and he was more ruthless than others? Lin Chen. Long Yijing shouted in shock, pointing at Lin Chen from a distance. Each word was sonorous. I will fight you in the name of the enchanting list. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. What age are you still playing this set? Duel? Your skin is itchy again? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Heaven's election conference, fighting and killing, what kind of etiquette? Long Yijing said righteously, but some people looked at him with contempt. Who didn't know that you lost to Lin Chen? What I want to compare with you is alchemy. You and I are at the Heavens election conference. Whoever refines the higher quality elixirs will win. The loser will never be near Qingwu. How about that? Long Yijing sacrificed the enchanting decree, and the light was brilliant. The enchanting list is a gambling agreement, which is a gambling agreement in the name of the enchanting list. Violators will have their ranking lowered. And the serious ones may even be impeached from the enchanting list. Oh? Do you want to regain your self-confidence from alchemy? It's okay. Lin Chen was light-hearted, and he also sacrificed his enchanting decree. The two ancient tokens shone brightly, and the agreement was established. Big brother. Young Master Lin Chen, don't be impulsive. Fei Xiaoyu and Shangguan Liuli exclaimed in unison. Long Yijing's alchemy skills are extremely terrifying. Some evildoers who are also cultivating alchemy and ranking higher than him may not be his opponents. Don't worry, he will never do something reckless. Han Yiji was stroking Fei Xiaoyu's blue silk, and the most beautiful teenager in the holy world stood with a cute little girl. The picture was very warm. Long Yijing said to herself, I know that you have a spiritual exercise that can reduce the pressure of the spirit from the spiritual mountain just now. But alchemy, the competition is not only spiritual power. Lin Chen suddenly smiled at Han Yiji and said, Yiji, how would you describe his behavior in our class 66? Han Yiji smiled slightly, revealing a smile that the woman was also envious of, and smiled at Long Yijing. The rain has stopped and the wind has slowed down. The squad leader has kept a low profile, and Xiong Taijing feels that he can do it again. Boom. At this moment, an azure spiritual thorn stabbed in awe and shot directly at Lin Chen. This spiritual thorn is extremely powerful, and it is only aimed at Lin Chen. And the spiritual manipulation is superb. Who? The Crimson Fairy, standing behind Lin Chen, blew a breath at will, blowing away this mental fluctuation. Oh? Someone wants to do a sneak attack? Lin Chen smiled playfully and turned to the master of spiritual power. On the seat, the beautiful woman's skin is better than snow, she is cold and arrogant, like the snow lotus in the sky. Do you only hide behind women? The beautiful woman sneered. It was the princess of the Holy Kingdom, Zi Yunqing. Seeing Lin Chen's performance in the initial test, she was rarely curious and wanted to try him out, but was blocked by Fairy Crimson. Jian Qingqing whispered beside Lin Chen, she is the princess of the 7th Great Holy Country, Ziyun. Okay, I don't want to know her name. If you don't have a figure and don't look as good as you will take the initiative to ask for trouble. Lin Chen raised his hand directly to stop Jian Qingqing's introduction, and ignored Zi Yunqing at all. He has seen too many such women. Arrogant, indifferent, self-righteous. Jian Qingqing's ears were slightly red, and Zi Yunqing's face was even more indifferent. Someone Lin sighed deeply. Why are there always countless people looking for trouble for me wherever I go? Is it doomed to be jealous and framed by being handsome? It's so annoying. If God gave me another chance, I would choose to hide in the mountains in anonymity. Cultivating him for 18,000 years. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause. Okay, little guys, if you have any grievances, use alchemy to solve it at the conference. This is not a place for you to fight. An old woman dressed in a purple gold robe with a kind face walked over and smiled to smooth things over. His spiritual aura had an unfathomable taste like a black hole, which made the arrogance of the wizards present on the enchanting list all restrained. Dan Yu, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Some of these old monsters were also Members of the enchanting list back then, and they were extremely terrifying. Even if you can't threaten their lives, it's still very easy to teach them some deep lessons. Hey, it seems that this election meeting is worth watching. Some young people are just making a fuss. In the top 10, this old man has reserved 1. Old Ghost Ching Shan, don't be in a hurry to brag, just drink 2 more drinks at night before you brag. Humph. A group of stinky young boys who don't know anything about alchemy. Let this old man tell them the greatness and mystery of alchemy. The saint-level pharmacists of the older generation were watching the show and leaving. Hey, what is the surprise you're talking about? Tell me about it in advance. At this time, the little demon empress couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. The surprise is. Lin Chen approached the little demon empress. She immediately put her ear close, and the tip of Lin's nose lightly sniffed. So fragrant, so big. A surprise, an explosion. Little demon empress, ? Lin Chen smiled confidently. And explosions are art. Explode? Fei Xiaoyu, Qi Meyer, and the others were taken aback. Alchemy, how did you get involved with the explosion? Lin Chen suddenly smiled at the little demon empress and said, speaking of which, if I defeat Long Yijing, you won't have to see him in the future. How about it? I chased away a nasty ghost for you, and did a good thing for you. How are you going to repay me? Then you come to my room, I'll tell you, the little demon empress smiled charmingly, the sly blue waves flowing in her eyes, so beautiful that even women were fascinated by her. Someone Lin said indignantly, you take me, Lin Chen, for someone. Why can't you tell me anything? I have to go to the room and say it, I just like to be outside. The girls. When Lin Chen's registration is completed, the registration time for the Tianxian conference officially ends. The election conference left 7 days for the participants to prepare. The business groups in Qingtian City are even more busy. They have received too many lists of medicinal materials from holy-level alchemists. The medicinal materials listed one by one are all rare treasures and expensive things. During this period, Han Yizhi and Jian Qingqing frantically bought medicinal materials for Lin Chen. On the 3rd day, when Qingtian City was still busy and lively, with a swipe, the sky-high vision suddenly rose. A vision of 100 zhong beam of light shines on the west side of Qingtian City, with 2 holy rings entwined throughout the body. 2nd-grade holy pill, who is refining it? All the pharmacists from all walks of life stimulated their spiritual power. And when they stared at it from a distance of thousands of miles, it was actually the place where the young evildoer lived. Taking a closer look, it was actually Lin Chen's position on the enchanting list. It's not right. Refining holy pills requires a high degree of mental concentration. Isn't he afraid of mental exhaustion when he concocts pills at this juncture? This young man, does he want to create momentum first and put pressure on us? Naive, too naive. Many saint-level alchemists dismissed the visions produced by Lin Chen's temporary residents, or shook their heads and laughed. For whatever reason, alchemy at this juncture is an irrational choice, and there is no harm. Even if you want to adjust the performance and feel of the alchemy fingerprints, it is definitely not at this point in time. Sky City, a tall tower. The hunchbacked old man carried the wine jug, his eyes penetrated the void as if he were looking into the sky. It seems that the old man has high regard for this young man. Could it be that he is really fighting for this moment? The hunchbacked old man, the alchemy giant who was once on the enchanting List didn't see Lin Chen's alchemy hand clearly. Zizulin, a beautiful and dignified beauty, Zi Yunqing was reading the elixir. And when she saw the two holy rings rising into the sky, she couldn't help frowning. Which direction is that, Lin Chen? At this juncture, what does he want to do? In alchemy? Could it be that he only has this promise? In the smoke pavilion, Long Yijing laughed in the sky. Lin Chen. There were times when you lost your mind, but you still concocted alchemy with your eyes, and made bells and whistles. Now you are refining the second-grade holy pill. I will see how you can beat this young master on the day of the competition. Star Pavilion, the stars are twinkling, and the visions are full of visions. A handsome and sharp young man opened his eyes, and the demonic energy surged into his pupils. When I sensed the appearance of the holy elixir vision, I turned to look at the boy sitting in the attic. It's that kid, what does he want? The young man shook his head, his face as pale as paper, and an immortal sneer appeared. Alchemy? Humph. It's just a show, this conference, this king personally suppressed these alchemists. Hundreds of schools were puzzled about Lin Chen's alchemy this time, but no one was optimistic about Lin Chen. Everyone agreed that he was wasting energy. However, Lin Chen seems to never play cards according to the routine. Bang bang bang. In the next 3 days, Lin Chen's temporary residence actually generated visions again and again. One after another holy ring was born, which is a sign of the success of holy pill refining. At the beginning, everyone was very disdainful, but on the 4th day, they were in shock. The 5th day was a shock. Brush brush. On the 6th day, the sky of Qingtian City can be described as Danxia soaring into the sky, the holy light lingers, and the clouds are steaming between the clouds, releasing the pervasive Danxia. It hasn't stopped yet? My mother, what does he want? This motherfucker is already the 31st grade 2 holy pill and the 29th grade 3 holy pill. Impossible. Could it be that there is a medicine refining giant? What kind of efficiency is this? It's ridiculously fast. The forces of all parties, all kinds of evil spirits, and all the masters of medicine refining gathered in Sky City can be described as tingling scalp. This efficiency is so perverted. No one can produce so many holy pills as quickly as this child. But the problem is that none of these holy pills ever exceeded rank 4. No matter how efficient he was, everyone didn't feel too much pressure. Rank 4 and rank 3 were vastly different. Finally, on the 7th day, the vision finally stopped, and the election meeting officially began. Sky City, the 12 squares are crowded with people. In the past election conferences, I heard that there were also 5 grade holy pills born. What kind of super pills are they? Today, my goddess is competing, and I pulled over 100 geniuses to cheer her on. Later, she will become a hero. If anyone shouts louder to me, I will double the reward. Although I can't be there, I still have a chance to see Qingdan's vision. Here, so excited. Excited to your sister, calm down. Handsome people have already subscribed, and ugly people are still opening for free. I came to see the most handsome man. In the 12 squares, there is a lot of discussion, the scene of the medicine refining is not here. This is the place where the space stone transfers the alchemy picture. There are not many people who can get the places to watch the scene. Above the sky, above 100,000 feet in the sky, an island is suspended like a giant beast. In the huge white jade square of tens of thousands of acres, 391 holy level pharmacists are gathered, each living on one side. This picture can only be achieved by the election conference, and only the rewards of the election conference can impress these old monsters and attract so many famous saint-level pharmacists. In Qingtian Island, those who can attend are at least the top sects of the 5th grade. Ordinary 5th-grade sects are not eligible to receive an invitation letter. There are many castles in the sky built on the island, and some powerful. People sip hot tea in the towers, drink good wine, and watch it slowly. As soon as many saint-level pharmacists entered the venue, they looked in one direction with amazement. In that direction, it was Lin Chen, who didn't even have a pill furnace. At this time, Lin Chen was full of energy and high spirits. He folded his arms around his chest, with excitement and a smile on his face, as if he was going to have a big fight. It's too strong, isn't it? Is this the person who has refined dozens of holy pills? Young people with strong energy is not such a strong method. It seems that this son should have an alchemy giant following him, and it should not be him who made alchemy that day. That's right, it's normal for a young wizard like him to have a master. His teacher should be ranked 5th, right? Maybe more than that. I don't believe it if I beat him to death. He was the one who practiced dozens of holy pills in 7 days. It was 100% his teacher's hand. At this time, on the high platform in the void, an exquisite and graceful figure emerged. Everyone, I'm your chief examiner, this time. A voice like a spring, ethereal and beautiful. The young wizards on the enchanting list were stunned. In such a grand meeting, it turned out that a beautiful woman was the chief examiner? What about Grandpa? What about the foreigner? Only the alchemists of the older generation twitched the corners of their mouths as if they had seen a ghost. Someone Lin stared solemnly at the graceful figure, nodding thoughtfully. Well, it's still a little bigger than that little goblin. It turned out to be Senior Lin. She is the chief examiner, and the pressure is too great. This girl is still the apprentice of this old man's deceased friend. I never imagined that she would become one of the elders of the Danyu Presbyterian Church. Some older generation alchemists sighed, or were full of fear. This Song Alien, a saint-level pharmacist, is ranked 6th. In addition, she created 3 unique alchemy techniques and names, creating a precedent for many alchemy that has never been seen before. It can be said that many young people in the alchemy domain now use her experience and skills. It is said that the possibility of her promotion to the 7th rank is limitless in the future. She is the most legendary woman in Danyu in recent times. An extreme genius always comes at a price. This Song Alien is not tainted by power, the world, and even less human. She has never had a relationship between men and women. Her eyes seem to be only refining medicine. At this time, Song Alien, who was wearing a long flowing cloud dress, opened her lips lightly and opened her mouth slowly. Her voice was clear and indifferent. This alchemy will last for 30 days. During this period, if any alchemy process fails, it will be eliminated immediately. Medicine refining is perfect and sacred. To create a perfect medicine pill, no failure is allowed. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 391 holy level pharmacists were different, very exciting. Do not allow any link to fail. This pressure doubled in an instant. This bitch is challenging me. Lin Shui forced his chin to feel tricky for the first time. His ultimate alchemy dafa has not been completely completed. Failure is inevitable. As soon as these words come out, it is estimated that Lin Chen is the one who is most stressed. Forget it, the top ranking is useless. Instead of choosing the most conservative way to fight, it is better to choose the possibility with the highest success rate. Now I want to win the championship only beyond that level. Lin Chen's eyes became radiant. The final result of this time is up to me to adjudicate. In addition to the 10 elders on the jury, if 8 out of the 10 elders have different opinions from my verdict, the result will be changed to the final verdict of the elders. Song Ilian waved her hand. The rules are very clear to everyone. Quality comes first, and failure is not allowed. I won't say much about the rest. This election conference officially begins. Clang. 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 As soon as the voice fell, the pill stove was on the ground, and the handprints of various alchemists were brilliant. There is Shangguan Liuli, who makes alchemy with one person and a fox, Qi Meyer with orange handprints, Fei Xiaoyu, who makes alchemy without a furnace, and a demon who bites the tip of his tongue and makes alchemy with blood. There are monsters and wizards who are drowsy, and even form an alchemy madra in sleep, and perform alchemy from sleep with closed eyes. What's more, he sacrificed some of his own qi transport capsule, and began to refine the medicinal materials with the power of the qi transport capsule. The people under Qingtian Island, seeing such pomp, cheered and heated. Discussions exploded. Suddenly, a dragon roar shocked Jiuxiao, and many strong people looked at it in surprise. I saw that Long Yijing on the north side of the White Jade Plaza moved the alchemy handprint, and there were countless thunder dragons and thunder dragons wandering around him. The holy acupoints of his body burst into the thunder force of galloping horses, causing a thunder cloud to descend, constantly slicing down the thunder light like an electric python, and injecting it into his pill furnace. Orange level alchemy handprint thunder dragon sacrificial seal. Long family's unique skills, domineering and strong. This son's arrogance is not unreasonable. The external force that triggers the alchemy madra to make alchemy is only able to have such courage if he has enough skills and confidence in his alchemy skills. I have to say that between him and Lin Chen, the old man is indeed more optimistic about this kid Long Yijing. This Long Yijing is suitable for this old man's disciple. After the game, let's see if he is interested. The two Danyu elders caressed their beards and smiled, very optimistic about Long Yijing. Boom! A loud roar roared, and one head was born, an old man with red eyebrows and a rough face, sitting cross-legged in the void. His hands moved the alchemy madra. A stream of strong spiritual power like flowing clouds controls the fire. Energy, and thousands of medicinal materials are extracted from the inside of the volcano. This is the fire old man of Qianyu, this old man's orange-level alchemy handprint is better than the past. He moved 3 Qiyan mountains into his air transport capsule, opened some of the air transport capsule space, and mobilized the energy of Yanshan to make alchemy. It's really wild. This old guy has to be in the top 10 at least this time, maybe even higher. The elders of the jury on both sides of Qingtian Island nodded their heads, their eyes full of praise. Among this group of elders, the hunchbacked old man, who included the last wave of assessments, was also among them. Brush. Another branch of a towering tree emerges continuously, with flowers blooming all over the sky, and pink cherry blossoms in pieces. When the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, there was a faint sound of phoenix ming, and a few peach branches swayed and poured out a star-like spiritual power, pouring into the pill furnace. Between the flowers blooming in the sky, there is a glamorous and stunning person standing on the tip of the cherry tree branch, with a beautiful and proud appearance. The jade fingers of the beautiful woman's hands form an afterimage, and the flowing water urges the alchemy handprint to continuously refine the medicinal materials injected into the alchemy furnace with the power of cherry branches. In this scene, all the forces present, every strong person more or less showed a dignified color. This is the branch of the mid-grade Lingji, the true phoenix, cherry tree. One person monopolizes the mid-grade Qi luck spirit plant, which is terrifyingly perverted. What surprised the elders even more was that this woman was able to control Qi luck Lingji to concoct pills. Is this woman Zi Yunqing? It's amazing. To be able to concoct alchemy by manipulating a mid-grade Qi luck spirit plant? Such means, I have never seen it before, I have never heard of it. Even Song Alien cast a surprised look, obviously not expecting such a person in the younger generation. Well, I give full play to the advantages of my bloodline and the power of nature, and the two can be perfectly combined. This woman is a malleable talent. Maybe she can apply for a place for her. Even if she doesn't win the championship, she can enter the Presbyterian Council in advance. Song Ilian nodded slightly, as if seeing through Zi Yunqing's deeper secret. However, the next moment, even Song Ilian was moved. She suddenly locked a teenager. This man's face was as pale as if he fainted at any time. His 10 fingers fluttered like flying flowers, and each fingertip was condensed with the mental power of Mei Mong, which maintained thousands of mental exercises. What is very strange is that in front of him, there are 3 dragon corpses visiting. He put all the medicinal materials, no matter the 7th or 8th order, into the dragon corpse. The 3-headed dragon corpse, like a new life, opened the dragon's eyes strangely, and the twilight dragon energy swept the audience. Everyone was shocked. In this world, is there such a method of alchemy? Alchemy with corpse? What kind of person is he? Why does his mental power give me a very strange feeling? Song Ilian frowned, her pretty face serious. Someone Lin was amazed. It's too showy, everyone is so strong, how could someone in Lin be so rude? Lin Chen looked up to the sky and sighed. The 10 pills and 9 refinements have become 8 kinds of tricks, 7 kinds of mudra and 6 kinds of postures, and there are no medicinal materials in the 5-element pill furnace, but I, Lin Chen, are half-hearted and handsome. Hengzhu, what am I doing? Right above Qingtian Island, visions appear frequently, stirring the sky. Under the sky-high city, some young medicine refining Tianjiao was stunned. They have never seen such a posture. There are already no less than 15 kinds of orange-level alchemy mudras appearing at the same time. This scene has never been seen or heard of by many young alchemists. There are as many alchemy masters as the alchemy domain, which is also a scene that has never been seen in ages. However, what surprised them even more was that the alchemy methods of the major seed-level players were eye-opening. Alchemy with Qi Luck Spirit Plant, alchemy with Dragon Corpse, alchemy with the power of heaven and earth, everything. It really is the election conference, and every time there is a historic moment of alchemy. Alchemy beyond cognition is worthy of being my goddess. By manipulating Qi, spiritual, and planting medicine, no one in this world can match. Under the sky-high city, it was fiery, and a pair of excited eyes stared at the picture of the 1,000 light screens spinning, which made people tense. And it attracted countless people from the beginning. On the island, on both sides of Bayou Square, Alchemy with dragon corpses may be the best way to absorb dragon energy. However, this idea alone is a bit outrageous. If only the flesh and blood of dragons are preserved, it will only have its own appearance and will not appreciate the charm. You can keep the complete dragon corpse, the dragon's power is pure, and it is difficult to control the spiritual power to refine medicine from the dragon corpse. It is like cooking in a hot oil pan, and preparing all the dishes in the oil pan. How is this possible? All the powerhouses who were watching from the wall were full of doubts and shocks. What a weird mental power. Who is this guy? The enchanting list candidate, the Dongfang Wuji of the 6th grade family? His vitality is very weak, but it gives the old man a deep spiritual fear. This is not the spiritual power that he should have at this age. The elders stood up, feeling that something was wrong, and their expressions were solemn. Don't move. The hunchbacked old man said. Sit down and don't let outsiders see the jokes. Judging from the rules, this person has not violated the rules at all. If you intervene rashly, do you want the world to see the jokes of our Danyu? The hunchbacked old man spoke sharply, and the elders of high power and status immediately fell into hesitation. It seems that this time the election meeting has a lot of variables. The hunchbacked old man saw a few figures, and in the end, it landed on Lin Chen in the far corner. Little guy, what surprises can you bring us? There are a lot of masters this time, but I, Long Yijing, will definitely be ranked at the top of the younger generation. Let that bitch of Lin Chen know. Who is the one who is more worthy of Qinggu? Between the handprints of Long Yijing, surrounded by thunder dragons, a crystal clear jade appears in the palm of the hand, lingering around the thunder, and when the electric light shuttles, it is thrown into the sky. Sigh. Boom. The thunderclouds in the sky exploded, and the thunderclouds gushed out. Thousands of meters of electric balls. The power of infinite thunder and lightning is like a gathering of wind and clouds. Long Yijing's palm is close to the pill furnace, and it flies one after another. The fingerprints change from fast to slow. But every time the seal is formed, the energy of the thunder light crystal nucleus can be perfectly incorporated into the pill furnace. Among the medicinal materials, the thunder-type holy energy is constantly surging. It's the Leguang electron nucleus, and Yijing actually used this trump card. This is one of the holy products that can bring the Long family's thunder type alchemy fingerprints to the extreme. It seems that he is determined to suppress Lin Chen. The other two wizards who participated in the election looked at Lin Chen from the corner of their eyes, and they were gloating. What a huge momentum, it's the lightning core. Dare to borrow the energy of Leguang nucleus to make alchemy, this child really has a shadow of the ancestors of the former Long family. The three elders of the jury, who were mainly watching the younger generation, looked surprised. This son dares to add foreign objects to the alchemy madra, which proves that he has reached the pinnacle of this madra practice. Vibrant and full of vitality, in the west of Bayou Square, a vision of 100 flowers blooming out of thin air actually bloomed. No, it's not a vision, it's real. Using the holy power to motivate the alchemy madra, it is as if the spring flowers are blooming, and the 3,000 begonias are in full bloom. In the city of Qingtian, under the light screen of the space where the holy force rolls, there is an obsessed woman staring at the young man in the sea of begonias. His sword eyebrows were flying, his nose was high, his body was 8 feet tall, and he was in a state of arrogance. When he activated the alchemy handprint, a faint purple brilliance appeared on his fingernails, like a person in a painting, full of free and easy meaning, fascinated a group of women. It was the young man who pursued Princess Ziyunqing, the enchanting list, the begonia sword saint, Long Yishuan. His alchemy handprint, once activated, is full of vitality, making people feel relaxed and happy. Even Lin Chen is a little envious. Another orange-level alchemy handprint. This kind of alchemy handprint has a huge blessing and increase in refining and restoring medicinal pills. Long Yishuan glanced at Lin Chen with a slightly provocative gaze, as if he was also challenging him. Don't think that you can get close to the princess when you get her. Attention. Princess Ziyunqing belongs to my son. Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Before Lin Chen could refute, there were many visions. Brush. 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 The petals of the crimson cherry blossoms in full bloom. All over the sky withered in an instant, Ziyunqing condescendingly, the cherry blossom branches stand proudly, the fingertips are quickly connected, the knots on both hands change, and between the snow-white eyebrows, a talisman is outlined. Boom! The huge purple flame swept the world, and the bloodline belonging to the holy phoenix in Lin Chen's body actually throbbed faintly. Can this woman inspire my bloodline? She's not just as simple as a human race? Lin Chen was shocked. On top of Ziyunqing's head, a pair of giant wings that cover the sky emerges. Across the sky. Its head is like an eagle, its jaw is like a swallow, and its neck is like a snake. Intimidating all directions, its phantom side leaks the prehistoric coercion, like the prehistoric Holy Spirit descending. Feng Ming's arms circled around the sky, releasing purple-red light. Accompanied by Ziyunqing's handprint, an eighth-order holy beast core quietly shattered into the energy of alchemy. What is even more mysterious is that her mid-grade Qi Yun Lingji, the true Phoenix cherry tree, danced with the branches of the holy phoenix. Phantom. What a domineering energy, so it is. The hunchbacked old man of the jury has his eyes bright. This woman has both human and phoenix bloodlines, no wonder she can control the true phoenix tree to make alchemy. This little girl, maybe it can really shake those old guys. This time the confrontation between the new and the old generation is much more exciting than before. Some sixth-grade aristocratic families stared at Ziyunqing enviously. The potential of this woman is unimaginable. A perfect blend of two bloodlines, a peerless alchemy genius, and a nominee on the enchanting list. In the sixth-grade family, there are few enchanting geniuses who can compare to her. In the seventh-rank giant engine, it also belongs to the top category. Brush. The hurricane swept through, and the pressure came. Ziyunqing looked down at Lin Chen in the alchemy, and his arrogant eyes seemed to question Lin Chen. This is the distance between us. How long are you going to hide, Lin Chen? Use your trump card and see clearly the gap between you and me. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in unison. He was the only person in the audience who didn't start alchemy. There are too many legends about this young man. Some people say that he is the beginning of a revolution in the world of alchemy. Some people say that he is the most likely person in the world to break the common sense of alchemy. And some people bluntly say that he is a liar with rumors. But these are too confusing and beyond common sense. More importantly, he has not made a name for himself in the field of medicine refining in the pill domain, and no one will believe his legends. Because here is the central point and origin of the alchemist in the holy world. You just can't wait to meet my big baby, it doesn't seem as cold as the legend. Lin Chen jokingly smiled. With just one sentence, Ziyunqing's face turned black. He looked down at the magic seal in his palm. There are very few people who will drop the spiritual energy attribute light ball this time. It seems that I can make alchemy with peace of mind. Lin Chen looked again at the young man who used dragon corpses to make alchemy with a pale but sinister expression. He could probably guess the true identity of this person. I didn't expect this old monster to come to participate. It seems that I have to give it a shot this time. Lin Chen exhaled, the corners of his mouth rose, overflowing with rage. You want to see, right, then let it be for you. Lin Chen stepped out, and his shoulders suddenly shook. Brush. 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 Divine light shuttles, and at this moment, the sky is falling. 9-color divine light traveled through the sky, blooming and flashing from Lin Chen's side. 6 Lin Chen were born. All the phantom avatars stood beside Lin Chen, with their airy looks. Handsome, and arrogant, and there was a bit of decisiveness between their brows. Clone cultivation technique? So mysterious. It's not as simple as a spiritual clone. Even the old man can't see through it. It's hard to tell the truth from the fake. The elders of the jury exclaimed, their spiritual realm of this level, the ordinary clone exercises in front of them are not worth a sigh, and they can see through the real body at a glance. But with the 7 Lin Chen standing together in front of him, it's hard to tell the truth from the fake. If you didn't know the position of the main body at the beginning, no one at the scene could really see the real body. What a mysterious practice. If this practice is acquired by me, given time, the palace master of Qianying Luhua Temple should also do it in a few copies. This technique is very useful. The eyes of the evildoers on the list of evildoers shone brightly, passing a bit of greed and fanaticism. As soon as the clone came out, Lin Chen's momentum skyrocketed, and his hands waved a touch of void. The space ripples appeared, and the new space planes on both sides bloomed superimposedly, and a fairyland-like paradise came. On the other side, spring flowers are blooming, and the valley stands. There are icebergs and mountains all over. Lin Chen actually opened his Qingxue planting capsule and Tao Yuanzi planting capsule. Of course, only half of the 2 air transport capsules were opened, and the other half contained some of Lin Chen's secrets and treasures that could not be revealed. Many strong men were shocked. The scalps of the elders in the Zishaking Valley are numb. Qingyao embellishes Taoyuan Township, and Longqing is like a dragon lying down. 10,000 immortals stood in the cloud and mist, the dragon's blood flickered red. In the clear snow, Changshan sees the peach, and the 5 elements are planted around the elephant. Red gold winding vines wrapped around the immortal mountain, surrounded by clear snow and wandering gods. This scene is too shocking. 13 kinds of Qi luck spirit plants? He actually pretended to be 13. 5 elements of spiritual plants have been collected by him? And long. Qingshu? Wandering God Tree. Holy Peach. My God, where did this guy come from? He is the legendary man of unfortunate luck? There are 2 such rare spiritual plants. Some well-informed veteran powerhouses lost their voices and shocked. Even many geniuses with a solid family background are stunned. It is well known to everyone to become the enchanting list and get the reward of 5 seeds of luck spirit planting. But according to the normal rules, some of the seeds obtained for the spiritual planting of luck must be turned over to the sect or faction to which they belong. This is the nurturing that the sect cultivating talents deserve. That is to say, in the enchanting list of geniuses, the actual personal qi Luck spirit plants are between 3 or 4 Qi destiny spirit plants. Only some really big powers will give all the seeds of Qi luck spirit planting to their own disciples. There are very few cases like Zi Yunqing who can hold a mid-grade spiritual plant. However, now a Lin Chen has appeared, and there is also a mid-grade Qi luck spirit plant. How can this not be shocking? There are also legends that countless alchemists dream of, the wandering god tree, and the 5 elements Lingji, the Lingji of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth system is the reward of the enchanting list, and it was also collected by Lin Chen. The value of this kind of spiritual plant will be slightly inferior to that of the more valuable spiritual plant, but if you can complete the 5 types, the value will be multiplied, and it can generate the 5 elements treasure Qi, which is of great help to cultivation. 7 Lin Chen, standing in a group, 13 kinds of Qi luck spirit plants shook one after another. Tens of thousands of medicinal herbs floated up. Lin Chen raised his head abruptly, his eyes suddenly condensed, he was pulled by the dragon power, glowing with a low-pitched dragon howl, like the spiritual power of the vast starry sky, which opened thousands of paths, and he could see it freely, and instantly formed a seal. Thousands of medicinal materials converged into 7 torrents of energy, which were rapidly refined. More than that, the speed at which Lin Chen used the medicinal materials was extremely fast. A steady stream of medicinal materials began to be injected into the torrent of energy. Brush, brush, brush. The streamers are crisscrossed, medicinal materials, with different properties, and different types of energy are accurately concentrated. Puff. Many reclusive pharmacists who were still talking eloquently in the last moment were drinking hot tea and blowing the coquettish style of alchemy in those days. When they saw this scene, they instantly sprayed. The elders of the jury suddenly stood up, their eyes trembling and stunned. Under the sky-high city, countless pharmacists were stunned. This scene is so shocking. Rumors are rumors after all, far less shocking than witnessing with their own eyes. Not to mention that some people haven't heard of Lin Chen's rumors, or don't believe it at all. The hunchbacked old man got up slowly, his teeth creaked, and under the calm expression, he was shocked, and shocked like a stormy sea. Is there really such an outrageous thing in the world? Song Ilian, who is located on the high platform in the void, has a straight body, her beautiful eyes are shining, and her wonderful eyes are staring at Lin Chen. 7 Lin Chen's hands are behind his back, his eyes are like swords, and he is proud of the sky. One after another sharp spiritual rays of light flashed from his pupils, the situation changed suddenly, and the energy flew. Not even a single finger is imprinted, just relying on those sharp and radiant eyes, all medicines can move together. Zi Yunqing frowned, her glamorous and moving cheeks seemed to be calm, but her heart was rarely agitated. He actually used his eyes to concoct pills. Shangguan Liuli, Qi Meyer, and other daughters once witnessed Lin Chen's eye making alchemy, and now, when they meet again, they are still so shocking. Those who had seen Lin Chen's eyes concocting pills were inexplicably heartbroken and remembered what he said that day. Still, to the next level. Now, they finally understand. On that day, Lin Chen was only refining pills on his body, and he hadn't used his avatar's trump card yet. Last time it was 1 Lin Chen, this time, it was 7 Lin Chen. This kind of behavior, perhaps only he in this world can do it. Could it be that he can really compete with Long Yijing? The young gentleman in green shirt couldn't help swallowing. Long Yijing was the man who defeated him in alchemy. Even he himself was ashamed of Long Yijing. Can this kid shake Long Yijing's talent in alchemy? Is this what you're talking about, going to the next level? Interesting. The gap between the 4th grade and 3rd grade medicinal herbs is not something that can be smashed by the superposition of your number. Long Yijing swept Lin Chen out of the corner of his eyes, and was about to sneer, but stopped abruptly. Next, an even more unexpected scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The young man's left eye is tender and sultry, and the right eye is psychedelic. The eyebrows are full of experience in the world, and have experienced the vicissitudes of human affairs. Yunyu Palace Chief Alchemist, Wan Yunyu. At this time, his cloud and rain Gintian handprint was faintly overshadowed by the power of a young man's refining medicine. When he stared at the energy of medicinal herbs like the stars in the sky, he couldn't help smacking his tongue in secret, and a storm surged in his heart. That's the kid who appeared some time ago? You really don't need a seal to be able to even get a pill. Qianyu's old man, Hu Qianshuan, with red brows blazing, but his tiger body trembled violently, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. There is such a thing in the world? Alchemy with eyes? The young people today are really outrageous. Under the sky-high city, seeing the vast vortex of medicinal materials, many alchemists were amazed. That's a realm that they can't reach in their whole life. The next moment, an even more unexpected scene emerged. Whoa, whoa. The 13 Qiyun spirit plants consumed the medicinal materials too fast, and tens of millions of silver St. Yuan coins were burning, accelerating Lin Chen's refining speed. Lin Chen's consumption of medicinal materials was dozens of times faster than that of all the alchemists in the audience, and it was 100 times faster. His spiritual power is like a starry sky under the universe, deep and mysterious. So close, yet so far away. Dang bang. A handsome genius was stunned, the jade cup in his hand fell and shattered. And he was dumbfounded. If it is said that most of the candidates for the pharmacist's election, the spiritual power is like a river of spring water, and the deep lake has no bottom, then Lin Chen, the raging sea is endless, as if the sea has no end. Song Yilian's wonderful eyes suddenly glowed with brilliance, and there was a hint of surprise on her cold and charming face. His spiritual realm has reached this realm. Anyone who is present in the spiritual realm, beyond the middle stage of the holy realm, will all show a look of horror. Later saint stage? He has broken through the spiritual power of the late stage of the holy land. It's going to turn the world upside down. This kid, it's going to turn the world upside down. How old is he? Right. Wandering God Tree, he is Wandering God Tree, no wonder, no wonder. When the saint-level pharmacists were shocked and lost their voices, they shouted that something was wrong. The spiritual power of the late stage of the Holy Land in his 20s? It's impossible to start cultivation by beating your mother's womb. Long Yishuan's mouth twitched wildly. The latter part of the Holy Land. That is, even if he has obtained all the strength of the sect, he has not advanced to the realm. On the contrary, he is still far away from the supreme realm. The princess from the ancient holy country, Zi Yunqing, was moved for the first time. He is actually in the same realm as Ben Gong? When Lin Chen's spiritual realm was revealed, from all the jury members to all the powerhouses of the Sky Island, no one was not surprised, no one was shocked. The spiritual power of entering the holy realm, each realm is a brand new world. In the middle of the holy realm, you can suppress the initial stage of the holy realm with your thoughts, and there is no suspense. In the later stage of the Saint realm, only some old monsters, or the alchemy giants who have been famous for centuries can step into that realm. As far as the alchemists of this heavenly selection conference are concerned, there are only about 12 alchemists who have spiritual power in the later stages of the Holy Land. The squad leader actually broke through the late stage of the Holy Land. Hanaji's face was pleasantly surprised. With his nihilistic body, he had the advantage of naturally cultivating the spiritual realm, and he had never reached this realm, which shows how crazy Lin Chen's retreat during this period of time was. Fairy Crimson's eyes flickered, and as the blue waves flowed, she stared at Lin Chen's back, as if thinking about something. He's progressing too fast. I'm afraid I can't even catch up with his back. Jian Qingqing felt bitterness in her heart. She could continue to participate in the 10-year holy war in the future until she became a candidate for evildoer. Jian Qingqing's cultivation speed is not worth mentioning for geniuses of the same age, but in front of Lin Chen, it is not worth mentioning at all. The corners of the beautiful lips of the little demon empress rose slightly. Finally, he also reached this state. When the two met for the first time, Lin Chen was just a little war emperor. Now when she breaks through the acupoint expansion realm at a super speed, this so-called super speed is not worth a beat in front of Lin Chen. Little friend Lin Chen is really an existence that goes against common sense. In this world, there are people who regard the principle of cultivation as nothing. Perhaps he can reach the realm that the ancestors of the Zixia King Valley have not been able to reach. The elders of the Zixia King Valley were amazed. Then, the words of the little demon empress awakened several elders and many alchemists. Everyone, you have only seen his spiritual power in the late stage of the Holy Land, but you have not seen his true trump card. The little demon empress raised her slender jade fingers, her smile bloomed. And she charmed all beings. Think about it, what did he ever do with his clone? The little demon empress words caused everyone to stop for a while. Doppelganger? His avatar has the strength comparable to the main body, and it turns the fake into the real. Wait a moment. Thinking of this, even the elders of the jury trembled. If it is really comparable to the main body, isn't he? At this moment, whether it was the elders of the jury, Song Yilian, and all the hidden old monsters, a chill went straight to the sky from the soles of their feet. Equivalent to 7 saint-level alchemists in the late stage of the Holy Realm. Cooperating with alchemy? Is this still human? He Lin Chen alone, isn't he equivalent to 7 holy-level pharmacists? If the main body alchemy skills are 4th grade, then he is 7 4th grade pharmacists who are cooperating with alchemy. What if it was a step up? Very thoughtful. This is truly terrifying, and even makes people dare not continue to think about it. No wonder he consumes the medicinal materials so fast. The reason for this is part of the reason. 7 holy-level alchemists collaborate in alchemy. When everyone watched again, they saw that the many medicinal resources of the 13 Qiyun Lingji plants were continuously extracted and refined by 7 Lin Chen, and the speed was extremely fast. Every Lin Chen has the same refining technique. When he raises his eyebrows, he completes the fusion of medicinal herbs. Isn't this a foul? The wizards who watched the match were horrified. The General Assembly stipulates that except for the help of others, or the confusion of using finished medicinal pills, any and all methods of alchemy are regarded as the alchemist's own skills. The hunchbacked old man of the jury sneered and glanced at the enchanting man. And there was still shock in the depths of the old eyes. From Lin Chen's first test, when facing his mental pressure, he was able to calm down. He had expected that this son's spiritual realm might be on the same level as Zi Yunqing. But he still underestimated this child. He actually has a clone stunt that is comparable to the strength of the main body. It is rude to say that this child will likely shake the foundation of all the alchemists who are participating in the election. Song Yilian's beautiful eyes glowed, and her pretty face showed a strong curiosity and excitement. This young man is very interesting. Compared with the ordinary method of spiritual avatar, it cannot be compared with it at all. The spiritual avatar also consumes the host's spiritual power. More importantly, even if there is no need to control it, it is impossible for the spiritual avatar to do the same. The body like fine control of refining medicine. His avatar cultivation technique is too mysterious. At this time. Oh, it's fancy. It's just the skills of the clone, it's just a bit worth watching. The young Dongfang Wuji sneered. The dragon corpse in front of him became more and more powerful. If a new dragon is born, the giant dragon will revive. The jury's attention to Dongfang Wuji is no less than that of Zi Yunqing and Lin Chen. Very simple, this young man's alchemy is peculiar, although it is not as amazing as Lin Chen's eye alchemy, but his alchemy skills are very strange. Even the jury group of old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of epochs could not see through what grade of alchemy handprint he was using, or even his spiritual realm. Weird. This boy is so weird. The new and old generation of pharmacists have a lot to see, and Lin Chen's avatar alchemy has ignited the fighting spirit of all pharmacists participating in the election conference. Only Long Yijing, his face was as uncomfortable as he had eaten heat, and his mood was disordered, which almost led to a failure in the process of refining medicine. Damn, how could I lose to him? My alchemy skills are unmatched in the enchanting list of the same period. If Ben Shao loses to this savage, wouldn't it deny everything about my Long family? I must win it back. Long Yijing growled hysterically. At this time, Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest, his eyes stared at the sky, and he devoted himself to alchemy. His eyes were full of vigor and sharpness. During this period, he kept taking Yu Xinhua. The instant release speed of the second stage of spiritual awakening, coupled with the advanced stage of entering the Holy Land, made his alchemy efficiency and accuracy skyrocket more than 10 times. However, the shortcomings of high mental consumption have not been improved. Fortunately, the mental power consumed by Lin Chen's clone can be compensated for by the rune energy attribute. He doesn't need a pill furnace, his mental power is the best Dan furnace. Has the most precise control of alchemy's parts, and runs everything for him. Whether it's success or failure, this is probably the craziest alchemy in my life. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a belief in breaking the boat and sinking the boat. Lin Chen's only weakness is probably the grade of the alchemy handprint, which is not yet orange. Orange rank alchemy handprints are too difficult to obtain. A roll of orange rank alchemy handprints can change the fate of a top 5 rank sect and greatly affect the development trajectory of 6th rank sects. Lin Chen's opponent, who is not an old monster from the Holy Realm or a list of great evildoers, is not so easily shaken by the background accumulated by the other's ancestors. However, Lin Chen's many killers are overwhelming, even if there is no orange level alchemy fingerprint. Lin Chen's pupils showed scenes from the past time. Go back 1 month ago. The Boundary Tower, the 8th floor, in the secret room of Shen Lao. When the old Shen spread out the jade slip in his palm, his expression changed. From doubt, to shock, to confusion. What does this kid want to do? In the jade slip, there are a large number of and repeated temporary pill recipes. Temporary alchemy is a type that will be discarded after one mental reading. It is usually used for cooperative alchemy or quick burning of alchemy. When he closed the jade slip, Shen Lao stared at the appetizer ring sent by Lin Chen, which contained thousands of wandering spirit fruits, which made his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Genius and lunatic are always separated by a fine line. This young man is more like a lunatic than a genius and evildoer. When Shen Lao sighed, a secret voice transmission came out, going straight to the 3rd floor of the World Tower. All the elders of the medicine refining department on the 3rd floor, hurry up to the 8th floor. With a single word, Shen Lao mobilized all the high-end pharmacists in the Jia Tower. Lin Chen used Yu Xingua as a bargaining chip and ordered Shen Lao to order all high-end alchemists in the Jia Tower. He's going to play a big game. This time, it will be the most important time for alchemy in his life. Lin Chen will definitely give everything and go all out. This time alchemy, he will have no reservations. The trump card of going to the next level that he mentioned has not really been used yet. Time has passed, and then, the in full swing of the election conference can be said to make all the powerhouses in the audience dizzy, as if enjoying a feast of the ultimate art of refining medicine. Under Qingtian City, the space screen cast with holy energy gathered countless fiery eyes to stare at the busy and smooth silhouettes and knots in Qingtian Island. From time to time, everyone raised their heads to look up at the various visions that appeared on Qingtian Island, and sometimes condensed a light screen, and the heated discussions continued unabated. Some markets even opened bets, betting on who would be in the top 10 and who would win the championship. Not tired at all. A pharmacist who can watch this level with his own eyes makes alchemy, and every move shows the demeanor of a grandmaster. Few people are willing to miss a detail. Outside Qingtian City, they were also unwilling to be lonely. Many second and third-rank sects gathered their disciples and elders to watch. The terrifying flow of people surrounded the area outside Qingtian City. There was a lot of traffic, or the beasts were flying all over the sky, or the saints were sitting cross-legged in the void with a large group of horses. Even if you can't watch the holy power transfer in Sky City, you can stimulate holy power or fighting spirit. From a distance of thousands of miles, you can see the vision above Qingtian Island. To be able to witness the moment of release of the pills of such a high standard medicine refining feast, as a mortal, it is not a waste of life. On the 7th day, another saint-level pharmacist made a slight mistake. When refining the young pill, the energy was chaotic, resulting in a failed exit. On the 8th day, the 2 holy-level pharmacists failed to fuse the nuclear energy of holy beasts one after another and left the stage. All the alchemists who participated in the election were tense, and there was no slack. This time the difficulty of alchemy was unprecedentedly high, and even the slightest mistake will be judged to fail. However, on the 9th day, all the powerhouses in Qingtian Island were staring in one direction. It's Lin Chen. What did he want to do with that attitude? My God, you see, for holy grade young pills? When is this? What the hell is he doing? Everyone was shocked, and even the elders of the jury were stunned. The little demon empress had an excited look on her face, as if she didn't think it was a big deal, her beautiful eyes gleaming. Han Yizhi and Jian Qingqing opened their mouths slightly. But in the Baiyu Square, in the Qiyun Lingji area that Lin Chen unfolded, the energy and medicinal materials suspended high in the sky are as vast as a 7,000-foot mill. To everyone's surprise, he actually extracted 4 holy-grade baby pills. Did you make a mistake, boss? Where are you putting this concubine? Refine several pellets in one go, and choose the best one? The election conference is looking at the final alchemy result. Quantity is useless. Is someone in Lin refining the wrong pill? It's just that he lost his brain. The intentions of all parties are the same, and they once thought that this young man had lost his mind. Ha ha ha, wonderful, Lin Chen. Are you trying to make 4 young pills to show everyone how fast you are? Long Yijing laughed loudly, and the efficiency of alchemy couldn't help but increase. That's it? Zi Yunqing was arrogant and contemptuous, and glanced at Lin Chen in disappointment. Lin Chen does this, there is no doubt that he can't surpass her Zi Yunqing. Quantity and quality are 2 different things. Lin Chen was so concentrated that he didn't pay attention to everyone's doubts, disdain, ridicule, and only alchemy was in his eyes. Of the 6 clones, 2 are working with Lin Chen to concoct pills, and 4 are concocting pills independently. The goals are clear and flowing. Only the holy-level pharmacists of a certain business group sneered at first, and then appeared a little shocked. If this is the case, then before the conference started, wasn't it the medicinal pill that he himself refined? Then the speed of his production of holy pills is too fast. Is 1 person better than 6? On Qingtian Island, there is an attic on the south side of the square. 12 geniuses who are not alchemists are watching here. When they stared in the direction of Lin Chen, their expressions were different. What is he doing? There are wizards who have not yet participated in the enchanting list, said curiously. I don't understand. But I'm sure, he's not the kind of person who gets slaughtered. Although this person is a newborn evildoer, he is the most dangerous person in my cabinet recently. He must be planning something. Another enchanting wizard wearing a cloak and holding a tree branch said earnestly, this person has a restrained breath, and his eyes are full of life and death, staring at Lin Chen without any contempt at all. Hey, I agree too. Look at the appearance of the little demon empress. I don't think this Lin Chen is here to play tricks. The boy in red blew a whistle, and when he stared at Zi Yunqing from the corner of his eyes, he passed dignifiedly. On the 10th day, there were still saint-level pharmacists who were eliminated, one after another. However, in the White Jade Plaza on Qingtian Island, 4 beams of holy light rising into the sky at the same time attracted everyone's attention. Under the Sky City. Is there a holy pill born? It's so fast, only 1/3 of the time for this competition has passed. The holy ring has emerged, take a closer look, it is a few holy pills. Many young alchemists stared at the top of Qingtian Island. Outside Qingtian City, the same is true. Saints from all walks of life perceive that there is a holy elixir born? It's only been a few days. Are they late? I saw Qingtian Island high in the sky, with Danyan lingering around, the clouds steaming and the clouds between the birth and extinction of the Dan. A light mist of rain fell, and the raindrops were filled with fragrance. When you took a sip, you felt relaxed and happy, and there were signs of a faint increase in the holy power. For medicinal pills, the size of Longqing in the void transformed into 4 soaring phoenixes. The 4-headed phoenix phantoms transformed from the spirituality of Medicinal pills are wrapped in quadruple halos. This is Danyu. 4 sacred rings. All medicinal pills are 4 sacred rings. Pill rain falls, and the 4th grade appears. These are actually 4 4th grade holy pills. The pharmacists from all walks of life lost their voices in horror, and the elders of the jury had different expressions. Too fast. It should be said that it is ridiculously fast. It is not difficult for the elders of the jury to refine the 4th grade holy pill. When they reach their realm, only the 5th grade holy pill can be called challenging. The 4 medicinal herbs are all low-level 4th grade pills, but this speed is too unbelievable. The hunchbacked old man shook his head and clicked his tongue. Even the elders of the jury, with sufficient materials, even the lowest 4th grade low level, it is difficult to refine 2 finished products within 10 days, let alone 4. Lin Chen's efficiency and success rate are ridiculously fast. This is the advantage of spiritual awakening. As long as Lin Chen's mental power can support the consumption, his spirit seal is faster than that of all pharmacists of the same level. The speed of alchemy is naturally far beyond ordinary. On the high platform, Song Ilian, who has always been elegant and refined, and who is not familiar with the world, can be said to be itchy. Her beautiful eyes flashed with intense curiosity. She can't see through Lin Chen. Can't see through at all. She is a generation of alchemy giants, creating a variety of alchemy precedents and unique techniques of alchemy skills, which are collected by major 6th grade sects and even 7th grade sects. Regarding alchemy, even if she has not reached the realm, she has enough vision and experience to look forward to it. She is almost an authoritative existence. However, from the beginning to the present, all the means used by this little Dai have exceeded her cognition and prediction, and she can't even understand it at all. What are you trying to do? The energy synthesis between medicinal pills is completely different and complicated. You should be very clear about it. It is a waste of time for you to refine unnecessary medicinal pills. Song Yilian racked her brains and couldn't figure out what the young man was doing. The more she couldn't think of it, the more her curiosity became more and more unbearable. If it weren't for the election meeting now, with her temperament, she would directly interrupt the meeting, and she could force Lin Chen to her secret room and study it for a few months. Year starts. Brush. 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 Lin Chen took one move with one hand and took away the 4 holy pills. Directly. Boom. 13 Qi and Lingji swayed in unison, and there were large tracts of heaven and earth treasures, 8th-order medicinal materials, blazing out. There was hardly the slightest stagnation and hesitation, as if everything was in Lin Chen's expectations. His avatar turned his eyes, and gathered a large amount of medicinal materials, to refine again. At this time, all that everyone can think of is that Lin Chen may not have a 5th grade pill recipe? Is he trying to modify Dan Feng on the spot? There is only this possibility. He is the only wonderful existence on the enchanting list, the only enchanting genius who does not rely on power, and it is reasonable that he does not have the time and background to accumulate 5th grade pill recipes. Throughout the ages, there have always been some monsters and monsters who can suddenly rise in a certain field and modify the pill recipe on the spot. It may be beyond common sense for the mortal class, but in the pill domain it is not too bad. However, the next thing that surprised everyone was the 20th day of the election meeting. Another elixir is born. It's still the 4th grade, it's still Lin Chen, it's Still 4. Whether it is the enchanting list watching the game, the forces of all parties, or the elders of Danyu, and the elders of the jury. They are all confused by him. What is he trying to do? As if Lin Chen would never act according to the routine, he got the holy pill and started practicing. Look. There are also young pills there. At this time, the elders with the jury finally discovered the vision. Under the collaboration of Lin Chen's main body and the 2 clones, a deeply hidden energy young pill is slowly taking shape. And his other 4 clones continued to refine other medicinal pills. This strange scene made everyone wonder. But this doubt was quickly washed away by the wonderful grand occasion of the conference. On the 26th day, Danyan appeared, and the holy light that shot straight into the sky condensed into a holy ring, and the holy pill began to be born. 3 holy circles, 3 holy circles, 4 holy circles. It's Shangguan Liuli, Qi Meyer, and Fei Xiaoyu's 3 daughters. Fei Xiaoyu has made rapid progress since the last time, after Lin Chen helped her control her physique, the biggest improvement. With their age, being able to refine such a grade of holy pills, the future is limitless. Then, there were 2 more geniuses on the enchanting list, both of which were 4 holy rings and 4 rank holy pills. Haha, so young. I'm not small, but this old man is not old enough for a young man to easily surpass him. A chuckle echoed, and when the old man in green shirt sitting cross-legged in the middle of the square got up, he slapped the pill furnace. Boom! With a roar, the sky split into a giant python-like Danxia, and then dispersed into Danyun. The eyes of many strong people in Qingtian Island became hot. Optimus City was even more excited and shouted, and it finally started. When the furnaces opened, witness the moment when 100 schools of thought compete for beauty. Those saint-level alchemy masters from the 36 regions ushered in a head-to-head confrontation. The old man in the blue shirt pushed the pill furnace with the palm of his hand, and the holy light shot straight into the sky like a bunch of heavenly dragons. Between the holy light and the sky, that Danyan transformed into a civet cat with 4 strong holy rings. Its 4th halo is much brighter than Fei Xiaoyu and the other 2 evildoers. Grade 4, Intermediate Saint Pill. Old guy, technology hasn't regressed, has it? Hey, no matter what, you have to count my old man. This time you only dare to refine the 4th grade intermediate, you have no guts. When the laughter of the 2 old men sounded, 2 more bundles of Danxia Qi rushed to the sky. When the Qi of Danxia is condensed, it is also the 4 holy rings. 2 4th grade high-level holy pills. You 2 old guys, you really dare to gamble. The blue-shirt old man laughed dumbly. The 4th grade high-level holy pill is extremely difficult to refine. In such a high-level competition as the Heavenly Selection Conference, the general old-fashioned holy-level alchemist will only refine the most secure grade. There are not many people who dare to challenge the limit in this kind of conference. Hey, the seniors are so interested, the juniors can't miss it. In the square, when Long Yishuan, who was arrogant, got up, a touch of confidence appeared on his pale face. Get up. He patted the Danxia furnace, and another bunch of Danxia rushed into the sky, covering a radius of 100,000 miles, clearly showing the radiance of Danxia. Then, 4 holy rings appeared one after another, and it was another 4th grade high-level holy pill. Long Yishuan, he usually hides really deep. In the attic full of 12 wizards on the enchanting list, a red-haired boy whistled. The 4th grade high-level holy pill, this guy can also practice such a Perverted alchemy technique under the premise of such a strong swordsmanship. What a monster. In the face of the 4th grade high-level holy pill that was born out of nowhere, all the veteran powerhouses were surprised. Unexpectedly, this time the descendants are so strong that they can even equal their level of refining medicine. The strength of the enchanting list is really terrifying every year. Whoa, whoa. The holy light shines again, the sky is falling, and 7 holy pills are born, all of which are ranked 4th. They are the other 7 veteran saint-level pharmacists. But looking at his vision, he did not surpass Long Yishuan. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited, looking at the layers of holy light pill rings in the void. This is the realm that countless alchemists dream of. Sigh. Boom. A thunder blast. At this moment, the terrifying power swept across the white jade plaza, and the entire Qingtian island transmitted a strong holy light. Ha ha ha, come out, my greatest masterpiece. Long Yijing bathed in lightning, and while bursting into laughter, she stood up and opened her arms. His brows rose sharply, his robes were rolled up, and there was a sound of hunting, and the endless thunder dragon roared up to the sky behind him. In an instant, the whole sky danced with thunder and lightning, and silver snakes were entwined. The thunder and lightning pressure that made the scalp tremble passed down from the sky, and the space trembled. Boom. Boom. The thunderbolt exploded, and it exploded wildly, and a azure blue holy pill was suspended from the thunderbolt. The whole body was lingering with endless thunder, and the spirituality condensed into a thunder snake, dancing in the sky, lifelike. The whole body of the thunder snake is wrapped with 4 holy rings of thunder and lightning. There is also a 5th, extremely shallow holy ring looming, which is actually a 4th grade peak holy pill. It is only 1 step away from the 5th grade holy pill. Long Yijing's extraordinary performance. This holy pill caused the complexion of many veteran holy pharmacists to change slightly, instantly suppressing the audience. In the previous Heavenly Selection Conference, there were not many younger generations who were able to refine the 4th grade peak holy pill. Very few cases. Qing Wu, have you seen it? I, Long Yijing, are your true sons of life. The extremely high-spirited Long Yijing instantly turned to look at the little demon empress, the corners of her mouth raised, arrogant and unrestrained. Extremely handsome, causing many women in the city to scream. The little demon empress frowned, but said nothing. With his age and cultivation, it is very rare for him to be able to refine a 4th grade peak holy pill. It's too fierce. Long Yishuan couldn't help but stunned. He knew very well that the 4th grade holy pill was like a sage in the acupoint expansion realm, and the difficulty at least doubled for every level up. At least for him, Long Yishuan, the probability of refining a 4th grade peak holy pill is no more than 20%. He would not dare to gamble on such a terribly low probability and waste so many resources at such a grand conference. Long Yijing raised her chin proudly and looked down at Lin Chen, with a hint of irony. This time, the agreement between him and Lin Chen has been won. He couldn't wait to see Lin Chen's embarrassed appearance after he was defeated, and he confessed that he would give the little demon empress a surprise. Shameless. Is it the peak of the 4th grade, SOSO? Lin Chen smiled casually in his heart, his eyes did not change, he stared at the young Dan, too lazy to care about this defeated general. Young people today are really ignorant. Dongfang Promise sneered disdainfully, the mental power condensed in the palm changed again, and the handprint changed suddenly. Zhi Yunqing's wonderful eyes stared at his own pill furnace, and Long Yijing's vision did not take it seriously at all. As soon as Long Yijing's 4th grade peak holy pill came out, many old-fashioned holy-level pharmacists were not able to reach it. Finally, time has passed to the 30th day. Brush, brush, brush. Thousands of auspiciousness, floating lotus in the void. 999 auspicious spirits traverse the sky, and 999 danxia gather together like wind and clouds. The 3 pairs of golden boys and girls beat gongs and drums and appeared from the sky at the same time. These 6 people were transformed by the holy pill. It's the Xianjing 3 elders of the sword region. What a powerful force! The medicinal pills they refine have the same effect. When the powerhouses of the 6th grade powers of all parties exclaimed, the vision changed sharply. Buzz. The 3 pairs of golden boys and girls all began to derive holy rings. Break through the 4 rings directly. It hasn't stopped yet. Click. With a crisp sound, the 5th faint sacred ring appeared. Although the luster was not as good as the first 4, it was still more complete than Long Yijing. The 3 pairs of golden boys and girls are wrapped around 5 sacred rings. And the holy light is 100,000 meters tall, reflecting the sky and the sky. Like an ancient holy spirit descending, and the pot in the city of Qingtian exploded in an instant. 5 products. The 5th grade holy pill is too strong. 3 5th grade holy pills were born at the same time. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! The energy of the 5th grade holy pill is several times stronger than the holy power stored in the holy cave of this seat. Whether it is outside the city or inside the city, a boom is sweeping. The 3 old men with twin faces were in high spirits, and they stood proudly in the sky, as if it were just the prelude to a storm. On the east side of Bayou Square, a young man stepped into the air. For many years, I have never tried my best to make alchemy like this once. His left eye is full of tenderness, and his right eye is psychedelic. The brows are full of experience in the world, experienced the vicissitudes of human affairs, and the eyes are full of smiles. It's the old guy. The elders of the jury finally showed their solemnity. The Yunyu Palace in Xuanyu, Senior Wan Yunyu. The enchanting list and others looked serious, staring at the young man's pill furnace. I saw that with a flick of his finger, when he stirred the pill furnace, a burst of pill energy rushed into the sky. Boom. Danxia stirred up the situation and turned into a cloud of tens of thousands of feet. A dragon covered in water mist was born. That is a Jiaolong transformed by the spirituality of the holy pill. The dragon breathed its breath and turned into a holy ring. At this moment, the light is shining. The brilliance of the flood dragon spreads all over the sky, and finally wraps around the flood dragon, and the 5-layered sacred ring shines brightly. In the elders group, the hunchbacked old man's eyes shone brightly. 5-rank intermediate holy pill. The audience entered a short period of breathlessness and silence. 5th grade intermediate, in the past, this is enough to compete for the top 5 super holy pills. The election meeting begins to enter the final climax.